Chapter 1. The Task of the Landlady. Patient. Sand dog 2 half-orc, left dog head severed, dog head suturing surgery, successful repositioning patient succumbed to excessive blood loss, fee. 1 white cat. Patient. The lady with the split mouth, Louisa, left forearm fracture, bone reattachment surgery, successful. Fee. 1 night of companionship from the lady with the split mouth refused, with an outstanding debt of 150 copper coins. Patient. Miss Mermaid Kasha, facial disfigurement, skin graft surgery, successful. Fee. Miss Mermaid's first night pending settlement location, sewer at 64 Kaffir Street. In the dimly lit study, a substantial surgical record book lay open on the desk. The feeble light of the oil lamp illuminated Charlotte's face, revealing a look of utter shock. This doctor, how unprofessional to accept fees in such a manner, and allowing debts. This marked the second day since his transmigration. As a veterinarian at a state-run livestock farm and a master in sterilization for 3 pet hospitals, Charlotte had ultimately exhausted himself in his relentless pursuit of work. It wasn't the grind that was the ailment, it was the poverty that plagued him. With both parents deceased, his grandfather had borrowed money to raise him. Upon graduation, he was still grappling with student loans, and after his grandfather's passing, he took on an additional debt of $100,000. The insurmountable debts left Charlotte with an acute obsession for wealth only money could bestow upon him a semblance of security, and he had always felt a profound lack of security. Upon confirming his transmigration, Charlotte experienced a brief moment of panic before checking his wallet, which contained a mere 7 copper coins. He scoured the entire clinic, even inspecting the jars in the kitchen that were soaking peculiar organs. He was met with the horrifying realization that he remained a pauper. Charlotte, damn it! Absorbing the fragmented memories of his predecessor, he discovered that his previous incarnation was named Charlotte, a doctor who ran a private clinic and had gained a modest reputation in the Abyss. Sounded decent, didn't it? But this was not Earth. It was a bizarre and fantastical realm known as the Aesop continent, where dragons, demons, orcs, elves, dwarves, and humans coexisted, and where vampires, stitched monstrosities, ghouls, and magical creatures roamed the wilderness. In stark contrast to the neighboring free city of Calva, the underground city of Abyss was synonymous with disorder and chaos. Gang families exploited the common folk, addiction to magical drugs flourished, and criminals, monsters, and stitched beings lurked in the shadows, while succubi solicited business on the streets. Poverty was rampant. One could not ascertain whether the next patient would be a vampire or a stitched creature, nor could one guarantee the receipt of payment. Being a doctor here was fraught with peril and yielded minimal returns. However, within Charlotte's memories lay the remnants of a once glorious career, the esteemed light of Calva Medical Academy, a gifted alchemist, a 4th-tier advanced healing mage, a physician with a promising future, and a paragon of excellence. His advocacy for medical reform and promotion of surgical practices had met with resistance from the traditional medical community. A judgment from the church led to his expulsion from the medical association within a month, revocation of his medical license, and branding him as the disgrace of Calva Medical Academy, a fallen alchemist, a despicable butcher. Consequently, due to multiple surgical mishaps, he found himself imprisoned and stripped of his magical prowess. After a year in confinement, his fiancée called off their engagement, banishing him from Calva, forcing him to seek refuge in the Abyss, where he opened this private clinic to make a living. What a hellish start. Charlotte felt a chill creep in his heart. Calm down. At least you are a legitimate doctor now. With a clinic to your name, survival should not be an issue. He endeavored to steady himself, attempting to recall his medical knowledge. 10 minutes later, Charlotte's gaze went blank. His limbs felt cold. All memories related to medical practice and pharmacology were utterly absent, though the surgery mortality rates of his predecessor were alarmingly high. With even cases of reattaching severed fingers resulting in death, he was still a doctor, and a trained one at that. Medicine was his foundation in the Abyss. Now that foundation was gone. Charlotte felt a pang of anxiety. Although his background had some relation to medicine, he was ultimately just a veterinarian. At best, he had dabbled in a medical simulation game. Treating humans? Wouldn't that make him a butcher in the truest sense? Pacing back and forth in the study, Charlotte suppressed his panic and began to assess his current situation. Today was a business day, and the memo indicated 3 patients had already made appointments, with the possibility of more to come. If he failed to complete the diagnoses, he could not afford to provoke those terrifying patients. Fleeing? There was no chance of safely returning to Calva. Would he face the ravaging of stitched creatures in the wilderness, or would he be at the mercy of the gang lurking in the shadows of the abyss? What troubled Charlotte most was the lack of funds. His cash assets amounted to 7 copper coins, roughly equivalent to 7 yuan in purchasing power in the abyss, barely enough for a breakfast of a pancake and a bowl of gruel. Though he had no significant debts, rent was due soon, and the seemingly amiable landlady was rumored to have devoured 3 previous tenants. Money, money, money. To his surprise, even in this new world, the relentless pursuit of wealth remained his unavoidable fate. As he lit the lamps and exited the study, Charlotte began to scrutinize the clinic more closely. The imposing wooden double doors stood 3 meters high. Upon entering, one found the examination room, with a stone table to the right. Directly opposite the entrance, behind a counter, stood a row of cabinets, the upper shelves adorned with dozens of droplet-shaped glass vials containing magical potions. The lower shelves held numerous glass jars, each containing bizarre organs soaked in blue potion eyeballs, hearts, fingers. Charlotte's gaze fell upon a black heart in the corner, which was still pulsating. These were the clinic's most valuable assets. Even a low-level stamina recovery potion could fetch 100 copper coins. Despite the absence of relevant memories, he was fortunate that his predecessor had maintained a habit of keeping a diary. Bypassing the entries detailing solitary walks down dark alleys and generously assisting succubi, Charlotte found some descriptions of potion effects and a few potion recipes in the diary. The various organs were left behind by clients, those who had perished on the operating table and were unable to pay their fee. Charlotte would claim some of their organs as payment. To the right of the examination room was an operating theater. Upon pushing the door open, an overpowering stench, one that no potion could mask, assaulted his senses, with splattered blood stains adorning the walls. On the shelf beside the stone table, a rusty saw bore remnants of flesh. A short knife was splattered with blood, and a hefty hammer rested against the side. It resembled a crime scene more than a medical facility. A slaughterhouse is far cleaner than this. Charlotte shook his head in disbelief. With absolutely no sterilized surgical instruments and an extreme environment for operations, it was nothing short of a miracle for patients to survive the operating table. The second floor served as living quarters, which Charlotte had already familiarized himself with the previous night. Aside from him, there was another inhabitant in this clinic. Exiting the operating room, Charlotte's gaze fell upon the white cat crouched atop the counter. It was a lion-like cat with golden and blue eyes, its long, snowy fur giving it the appearance of a small white lion. Its delicate pink paws were crossed gracefully, exuding a certain elegance. This was the payment for the diagnosis from the Sand-Dog 2 half-orc who had perished on the operating table and had arrived at the clinic just 3 days prior, and was about a year old. Meow. Noticing Charlotte's gaze, the white cat withdrew its paws, arching its back slightly, tail raised, baring its teeth in a low growl of warning. Charlotte retrieved a small dried fish from a nearby snack bag and tossed it in front of the cat, smiling. "Don't be alarmed, I have no intention of eating you. I'm counting on you to help me catch mice." The cat glanced between the fish and Charlotte, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed at the door. The white cat seized the dried fish and swiftly darted beneath the counter, its left front leg seemingly limping. "So early for patient?" Charlotte exclaimed, then reassured himself. "If I can keep the clinic running despite a surgical mortality rate over 70%, I should be able to handle this, right? I am Charlotte. I am Charlotte. I am Charlotte." He chanted inwardly several times, opening the door to welcome the visitor, signifying his complete acceptance of his transmigration and his decision to live anew as Charlotte in this world. Eager to earn money and lead a fulfilling life remained his enduring goal. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte composed himself and pulled open the grand door. The dawn was just breaking, light filtering through the crevices above the abyss, mingled with coal smoke, casting a pale glow. Amidst this hazy white mist stood a woman, with silver hair cascading down to her waist. Fluffy pink fox ears peeked out between her locks. Her features were exquisite and alluring, especially her enchanting eyes, seemingly possessing a beguiling power. She wore an ice blue fitted gown that accentuated her slender waist, enhancing her ample bosom. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of her dress, revealing her snow-white, voluptuous legs, while her red high heels gleamed like blood. She was a fairy. Charlotte gazed at the woman at the door and smiled. "Madam Diana, what brings you here? Today is rent day. You haven't forgotten, have you?" The woman looked at him with a radiant smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of seduction. Charlotte's expression faltered. This was the formidable landlady from his predecessor's memories. At present, he had merely 7 copper coins in his pocket, falling short by 39.93 copper coins to cover the rent. "No money?" The smile on Diana's enchanting face deepened, and she said languidly, "In the abyss, failing to pay rent on time can lead to dire consequences. You know that." As soon as the words left his mouth, a colossal rock troll kicked open the tailor shop across the street, dragging out the drunken goblin tailor. The imposing rock troll mercilessly pummeled the diminutive, frail goblin in the street, the sickening sound of shattering bones accompanied by anguished wails, blood splattering 3 meters away, while passers-by dared only to watch from distance. 3 days and 3 days again. Money for drink, but no rent to pay. You wretched paupers deserve to be beaten and tossed to the wilderness for the dogs to feast upon. The thunderous voice of the rock troll reverberated, causing the nearby shopkeepers to shrink back in fear, while the goblin on the ground had lost all semblance of humanity. Charlotte gazed at the gruesome scene, profoundly shocked. The brutal reality of being beaten to death in the street for overdue rent was indeed an everyday occurrence in the abyss. "Look, it's quite serious, isn't it?" Diana chuckled, covering her mouth. Upon hearing her voice, the rock troll turned to look, the arrogance on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by a gaze filled with trepidation as he bowed and said, "I did not expect to see you here. My apologies for the disturbance." With that, he hoisted the goblin's lifeless body and fled without a backward glance. Charlotte felt a pang of despair. The mere presence of a landlady had sent the street-murdering rock troll fleeing. What did that signify? "Madam Diana, I recently acquired a new batch of potion ingredients. Would it be possible to extend the rent deadline by a few days?" Charlotte said, steeling himself. "Your past reputation has been commendable. I can grant you a 3-day extension," Diana replied with a slight nod. Before Charlotte could feel any relief, she continued with a hint of playful amusement. "If you cannot pay the rent, then perhaps you could offer me something else instead. What do you possess that might please me?" Ding. Diana has issued you a task. Choose an item to please and satisfy her. Rewards for completion. 1. Rent deadline extended by 3 days. 2. 100 copper coins. 3. Affection 10. Failure. Lose a part of your body. Will you accept? Yes. No. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Charlotte's mind, while a golden question mark appeared above Diana's head. Chapter 2. Hydrating Essence? System? The unexpected voice startled Charlotte. During his part-time transitions, he often read web novels to pass the time and was no stranger to the concept of systems. Transmigration system was practically a standard feature. Moreover, completing tasks even came with a cash reward. However, Charlotte felt no joy at this moment. Diana's scrutinizing gaze was akin to that of a predator sizing up a plump lamb, deliberating on which part to consume first. Ding. Diana has issued you a task. Choose an item to please and satisfy her. Rewards for completion. 1. Rent deadline extended by 3 days. 2. 100 copper coins. 3. Affection 10. Failure. Lose a part of your body. Will you accept? Yes. No. The cold mechanical voice rang out again, prompting Charlotte to quickly regain his composure. Offer himself to the wealthy lady? Charlotte did not believe that his current frail body could sufficiently please and satisfy her. Money? That was precisely what he lacked the most. The large, bulbous eyes preserved in a jar? He would have to consider whether his own eyes would remain intact. Have you made your decision? Diana licked her crimson lips, and Charlotte noticed that she had mysteriously acquired a pristine white bone knife in her hand. Items that please and satisfy a woman. Charlotte's mind raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, when suddenly inspiration struck. As Diana raised the bone knife, he blurted out, "I know what you need." "Mm?" Diana paused her movement. "Just a moment." Charlotte turned, silently accepting the task in his mind, and quickly walked towards the counter, retrieving 2 vials of pink potion from the top corner. "Do you think 2 vials of low-grade potion will satisfy me?" Diana's tone dripped with sarcasm. She had already decided to take Charlotte's right hand, for his fingers were quite lovely, perfect for crafting into a lampstand. Charlotte felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, yet she maintained her composure as she said, "This is no ordinary potion. It is a hydrating essence." "A hydrating essence?" Diana queried, a look of skepticism crossing her features. For she had never before heard of such a concoction. "My dear lady, you are enchanting beyond compare. Both in form and visage, you surpass the renowned ladies of Calva. Even the most beautiful of fairies would pale in your presence." Charlotte praised earnestly. Diana's lips curled into a slight smile. She recognized Charlotte as someone knowledgeable from Calva, whose words were indeed pleasing to the ear. "Of course, it is all true. However, even the most exquisite beauty requires diligent care and maintenance to preserve its youthful radiance," Charlotte remarked, her expression suddenly turning grave as she gazed at Diana with a hint of sympathy. "Have you noticed that your skin feels somewhat dry upon waking lately? Does your complexion seem a touch dull compared to before?" "Dry and dull?" Diana paused, momentarily taken aback. Noticing Charlotte's serious demeanor, she instinctively lifted her slender fingers to caress her fair, delicate cheek, replying with a hint of uncertainty, "It does seem a bit drier than before. And my complexion appears less rosy." Charlotte's lips twitched. Diana's skin was the finest he had ever seen on a woman, smooth, radiant, and flawless. Yet, it was often the most perfect individuals who fell prey to self-doubt and anxiety when faced with criticism. "You are correct. The facial skin is constantly exposed to the elements, and the air in the abyss is laden with dust and impurities that incessantly corrode and harm your delicate complexion, rendering it fragile and sensitive," Charlotte stated solemnly, as if delivering dire news. "Surely, you would not wish for your skin to become coarse and your complexion to turn sallow and lifeless. Are you suggesting I might become a haggard, old woman?" Diana's tone grew tinged with anxiety. "No, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. It is merely a slight issue with your skin," Charlotte reassured her, shaking his head. "This predicament is not without remedy." "What remedy?" Diana inquired almost instinctively. Charlotte raised his hand, smiling. "This newly formulated hydrating essence I have created is precisely what you need to alleviate your concerns. Is that all?" Diana scrutinized the pink lotion contained in a teardrop-shaped glass bottle, then glanced at the smiling Charlotte, feeling as though she had fallen into some sort of trap. "Indeed, you need only apply a small amount of the essence across your entire face, gently massaging it in for absorption once daily, to achieve optimal moisturizing effects," Charlotte declared with utmost conviction. Diana retracted her dagger, accepting the lotion from Charlotte's hands, her tone turning icy as she said, "If you are deceiving me, I shall take your head and use it as a stool." "Please, do try it," Charlotte replied with a calm demeanor, although a flicker of apprehension danced within him. Upon uncorking the bottle, a delicate floral fragrance wafted into the air. Diana poured a few drops of the lotion onto her fingers and evenly applied it to her face. The cool, hydrating sensation spread across her skin, making her feel as though her complexion was breathing, greedily absorbing the moisture. Almost as if caressed by soft, gentle hands, she succumbed to a state of relaxation. Unable to resist closing her eyes to savor the experience, Charlotte watched as Diana closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips, and a weight lifted from his heart. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Before long, Diana opened her eyes, lightly tapping her cheek with her fingertips, noticing an enhanced elasticity. She produced a jewel-encrusted mirror from seemingly nowhere, examining her now smooth and radiant face, which glimmered with a rosy hue. "I look absolutely stunning," she exclaimed, her satisfaction evident. "This intriguing essence has indeed exceeded my expectations." Diana nodded appreciatively, extending her hand to request another bottle of the essence. "The bottle you hold is a gift for you. It will suffice for 7 days. Should you wish to purchase an additional bottle, I can offer it to you at a 20% discount," Charlotte stated with a smile. Diana hesitated, her gaze towards Charlotte now imbued with admiration. "You are quite audacious. However, I find your boldness rather appealing. The original price is 800 copper coins. If you desire it, you need only pay 640 copper coins, Charlotte replied with dignified composure. Deal. Diana handed Charlotte 7 silver coins, claiming the additional bottle of essence, adding, the remainder shall serve as a tip. Thank you. Charlotte nodded, accepting without hesitation that I shall return in 3 days, Diana declared, clutching the mirror, her hips swaying as she departed in the distance. Her dulcet voice echoed through the mist. Mirror, mirror, who is the fairest of them all? Charlotte swiftly turned and closed the clinic door behind him, taking a deep breath as he began counting the silver coins he had acquired. Since the end of the racial wars a millennium ago, in a bid to combat the calamity of the Red Moon and to facilitate trade, the 6 dominant races had standardized currency across the continent of Aesop. The smallest denomination was the copper coin, roughly the size of an adult's fingernail, minted from brass. 100 copper coins could be exchanged for a silver coin, and 100 silver coins for a gold coin. The obverse of the silver coin bore the emblem of the 6 races: dragons, elves, trolls, humans, orcs, and dwarves, encircling a dove of peace, while the reverse depicted the free city of Calva, built by the 6 races in unity. Crafted by the dwarven blacksmiths of Eisen Iron Fortress, the silver coins were nearly indistinguishable in size and weight, with a smooth, refined texture, each stamped with a unique anti-counterfeiting mark, maintaining stability amidst the chaos of the abyss. Carefully placing the 7 silver coins and 7 copper coins into his money pouch, Charlotte felt a substantial increase in his sense of security. Ding! Diana's task of appeasement was complete, and the rent due date was extended by 3 days, granting him copper coins 100. Favorability from Diana 10. The system's voice chimed, and he could feel the weight of his coin pouch noticeably increase. Charlotte hurriedly retrieved the pouch once more. The 7 silver coins had transformed into 8. The system rewards had been credited directly. A single task had yielded dual profits. Delightful, Charlotte beamed, feeling a renewed sense of purpose in life. However, he quickly sobered. He had rather cleverly circumvented Diana's scrutiny. The so-called hydrating essence was a mere fabrication, containing a failed concoction from a few days prior. Yet, the moisturizing effects were indeed remarkable. He had cleverly repurposed it as a skincare product, turning waste into treasure. Now, he felt a twinge of gratitude that the original persona had been rather frivolous. Who among the serious would pen a diary? This hydrating essence might very well bring Charlotte a handsome income, for it was evident that earning money from women was far easier than from men or dogs. System? Charlotte tentatively called out that a virtual screen suddenly materialized before him. Player, Charlotte. Occupation, Doctor, Apothecary level, deposed 4th tier mage, failure. Wealth value, 807. Professional skills, wound cleaning and dressing, intermediate, 122320000, suturing skin wounds, intermediate, 180620000, hysterectomy, beginner, 2301000, castration of feline and canine animals, advanced, 650, for 000. Special skills, holy light healing, formerly possessed, water cleaning technique, formerly possessed, main quest, achieve an influence of 1000 as a renowned abyssal physician. 10 influence points per patient treated. Accept. Yes. No. Quest success reward. New cultivation system X1. Copper coins X 10,000. Rare item X1. Side quests. Not yet triggered. System shop. Not yet open. Requires wealth value of 10,000 to unlock. Favorability panel. Not yet open. Charlotte studied the panel intently for a moment, glossing over the failure of his level and the luxurious magical skills he once possessed, confirming that he now had the means to survive in this enigmatic world, having lost his magical prowess. He could never reclaim the title of mage, yet the new main quest reward promised a new cultivation system. The system shop remained unopened, leaving him curious as to what treasures it might hold. Most notably, however, was the wealth value, which seemed directly tied to the coins in his pocket. The crucial aspect was that this system rewarded tasks with real currency, no delays in payment. By treating patients, he could grow stronger. By completing tasks, he could amass wealth. He relished this newfound sense of stable happiness. Knock, knock, knock. A loud rap echoed from outside once more. Charlotte tucked the money pouch securely into his clothing, greeting the door with a smile. Doctor, I am on the brink of death. Please, save me. A massive figure staggered into the clinic. Charlotte stepped back 2 paces, watching as the enormous form collapsed before him. Hey, doctor, why didn't you catch me? The fallen minotaur looked up, his expression one of deep resentment. "I apologize. That exceeds my capabilities," Charlotte replied. Charlotte raised her hands in exasperation. Did the bull-headed man, towering over 3 meters and weighing no less than 1,000 Jane, truly expect a Princess Carrie? At present, he was merely a feeble human devoid of magical prowess. Gazing at the bull-headed creature sprawled on the ground, Charlotte observed the gruesome array of wounds that marred his body, the longest of which measured nearly half a meter, varying in depth, with blood continuously oozing from the gashes, which were encrusted with sand and gravel. One of his white horns had been severed. It was as though he had just endured a brutal beating, a sight too harrowing to behold. "How did you come to be in such a state?" Charlotte inquired as she helped the bull-headed man to his feet. "My wife found me at a club with a male mage," he lamented. "I confronted him and gave him a good thrashing, only for my wife to retaliate by inflicting these wounds upon me. After over 30 years together, I find myself outdone by a mere horse-headed man whom she has known for only 3 days. They say a bull's head does not match a horse's mouth. They are utterly unworthy of one another. That I love her so deeply. Why must she hurt me like this?" The bull-headed man's emotions erupted into a torrent of tears, a true embodiment of tragic injustice. Charlotte was taken aback. It seemed that his wife's infidelity had led to his brutal disfigurement, a truly lamentable fate. "Please accept my condolences," she offered, beginning her examination of his wounds, which were evidently inflicted by a sharp weapon. A cursory glance revealed that the number of injuries surpassed 100, making it hard to believe that a single assailant was responsible. Fortunately, despite the multitude of wounds, each had narrowly missed vital organs, and the bull's hide was sufficiently tough, coupled with his robust musculature, preventing damage to bones or internal organs. Thus, he was able to seek medical assistance on his own. "Doctor, please stitch my wounds. I feel as though I am bleeding out." The bull-headed man gasped, his breath labored. "Ding! The patient, the bull-headed beast man, has issued a quest. Clean and stitch 108 wounds. Quest completion rewards. 1. Copper coins x 108.2. Cleansing and stitching experience 108. The system's voice resonated once more. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she decisively accepted the quest, maintaining a calm demeanor. A chance to earn both currency and experience was an opportunity too good to pass up, given the deplorable conditions of the operating room. She instructed the bull-headed man to sit on a nearby stone bed while she turned to gather several vials of potions and stitching supplies from the cabinet. Though the bull-headed man's wounds appeared terrifying, they were not as dire as he had described. Some minor cuts had already begun to clot, while the few half-meter-long gashes on his back were indeed alarming. It was her first time treating a patient. Charlotte initially felt a twinge of anxiety. However, the sight of the bull-headed man's brass-nosed visage quickly alleviated her apprehension. This was not a human. His bovine head bore a resemblance to the old black bull she had treated after it had stepped into a trap. As for cleansing and stitching, she had amassed considerable experience from performing sterilization procedures. First, she utilized a cleansing potion to flush the wounds, effectively removing any contaminants that had entered. The bull-headed man grimaced in pain, his dark visage paling slightly. "Doctor, is this medicine expired?" He quivered. Charlotte glanced at the vial in her hand and replied nonchalantly, "It still has a day left." The bull-headed man's lips twitched, suppressing the impulse to curse. After cleansing the wounds, Charlotte reached for another vial of blue potion, applying it methodically to each wound. A miraculous sight unfolded before them as the wounds that had been bleeding profusely began to clot at an observable rate. Minor cuts rapidly scabbed over, while the larger wounds sprouted fresh granulation tissue. This was a primary hemostatic potion, a miraculous remedy for external injuries. Due to the sheer number of wounds, Charlotte utilized 3 vials in total. Next came the task of suturing the now-stopped bleeding wounds. This step proved challenging for Charlotte. The bull-headed man's hide was not simply thick, it was exceptionally so. She retrieved the sharpest suture needle from her bag, putting forth all her strength, yet failed to pierce the tough exterior. "Charlotte." Bull-headed man. Bending down to rummage, Charlotte produced a hammer from her toolbox, along with a large suture needle resembling a steel nail. "What are you planning to do?" the bull-headed man asked, his voice trembling with fear. "Do not worry. I'm merely borrowing a few tools. That IT will be over in no time," Charlotte reassured him with a smile. I no longer wish to be treated. I want to leave, not a chance. You have come this far. You must be treated before you can leave. I will not abandon you." The sound of metal clanging echoed throughout the small clinic, accompanied by the bull-headed man's fearful exclamations. An hour later, Charlotte surveyed the intricate stitches adorning the bull-headed man's body, nodding in satisfaction. Quite perfect, I said over. The bull-headed man gazed at Charlotte with a mixture of fear and disbelief. This seemingly diminutive human had transformed into a figure of terror in his eyes. Indeed, Charlotte affirmed. Wound cleansing. 100 copper coins. 3 vials of hemostatic potion at 100 copper coins each, and stitching 108 wounds at a charge of 216 copper coins. Totaling 616 copper coins, the bull-headed man fumbled through his belongings and, after some time, produced 2 silver coins and 4 copper coins. This is all I have, he stated, placing the coins on the counter. You still owe 412 copper coins, Charlotte observed, her gaze fixed on the coins before her. Let me owe you for now. I will definitely pay you back next time, the bull-headed man pleaded, beginning to shuffle toward the door. Charlotte swiftly closed the door with a decisive snap, shaking her head. This is a small business. No credit is allowed. If you lack the funds, you may offer other items as collateral, provided they hold suitable value. Once the bull-headed man exited, Charlotte felt uncertain about the prospect of finding him again. Other items? The bull-headed man regarded Charlotte with a conflicted expression, his demeanor shifting between ferocity and trepidation. That I know what you are contemplating. But if you kill me, the next time you are assaulted, you may not find a doctor at all, Charlotte stated calmly. The bull-headed man's countenance shifted as he recognized her insight, reluctantly retrieving a section of pristine white bull horn from his bag and placing it upon the counter. I will use my horn as collateral. Once I earn enough, I will return to redeem it. The severed horn of the bull-headed beast man could serve as a crafting material or weapon of moderate quality. Valued at 500 copper coins, Charlotte regarded the horn, suddenly noticing a line of annotations in her field of vision. Transaction complete. I will safeguard it for 3 days, should you fail to redeem it within that time frame. I will sell it. Charlotte accepted the horn, her face once again alight with a smile. The Abyss Clinic welcomes your return, and I will certainly come back within 3 days. The bull-headed man stormed off, his half-horn appearing somewhat ludicrous. Ding! The task of cleansing and stitching the bull-headed man's wounds has been completed, earning rewards. 1. Copper coins x108.2. Cleansing and stitching experience 108. Renowned physician influence. 10. Due to overcoming the challenging suturing conditions and successfully completing the task, a hidden reward has been triggered. A complete set of surgical suture needles. Quality. Rare. Traits. Penetration 10. Infinite suture thread. Charlotte first checked the cash that had been deposited, confirming the amount was accurate before picking up the silver iron box that had appeared on the counter. Round needles, angle needles, straight needles. Point 3 gleaming silver, surgical suture needles lay quietly within the box. Their sharp tips exuded a chilling aura. A splendid find. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped one of the needles. The needle was self-threading, and as per the system's description, it was infinitely usable. Truly a marvel of magical technology. Most importantly, it possessed a penetration trait of 10. Had she possessed such a tool during the previous suturing for the bull-headed man, she would not have had to resort to using a hammer. To her astonishment, treating patients could yield rare equipment. This was indeed an unexpected delight. After stowing the suture needles, Charlotte set about cleaning the blood-stained floor. Once the clinic was fully operational, she resolved to recruit a nurse who possessed cleaning magic. As Charlotte finally managed to tidy up the clinic, she leaned against the counter, reflecting quietly. Magic was the foremost productivity force in this world. Although she had lost her memories related to medical arts and potions, her recollections of magic remained vivid. The original owner had once been a 4th-tier high mage. Had the bull-headed man sustained such injuries previously, a simple water cleansing spell could have washed away the dirt, followed by a swift application of a healing light spell, leaving no scar behind. Of course, such advanced healing would demand a higher fee. One would not find a high-tier healing mage for less than several thousand copper coins. He had once held a promising future, yet he had chosen to squander it. Such a pity. Charlotte let out a silent sigh. The path to revitalize his magical abilities lay in ruins, stripped of his source of magic. He had lost his affinity for the elemental forces. For a mage, this was akin to facing the most harrowing of punishments. Certainly, healing magic was not omnipotent when confronted with internal ailments or obscure diseases. Magic often proved futile. In such instances, physicians would typically attribute the affliction to divine will, an immutable fate. The Physicians' Association, having intertwined itself with the clergy, had nearly monopolized the medical profession. The scarcity of healing practitioners, coupled with exorbitant treatment costs, left the common folk with little recourse, while doctors prospered immensely. Years ago, Charlotte had fervently advocated for surgical procedures, employing potions to treat patients, aspiring to reform the medical system and enable ordinary individuals to become healers. This audacious endeavor had inevitably crossed the Physicians' Association's threshold, rendering him a target of their ire. His thoughts resonated with a quiet resolve. Even in the absence of magic, a physician could still heal and save lives. The Physicians' Association loomed as a concealed threat, particularly regarding the mysterious circumstances surrounding his original demise, necessitating further investigation to avoid an inexplicable second death. Yet, he did not harbor an aversion to magic. The harmonious integration of surgery and magic would be nothing short of perfection. The water-cleansing spell could simplify the process of treating external wounds, while flawlessly healing injuries could eliminate the risk of postoperative infections. A boon for the beauty-conscious women, Charlotte yearned for an assistant skilled in healing magic. Alas, such a mage was unlikely to emerge from the abyss, much less serve as his assistant in a field tainted by medical disgrace. As he finished tidying the clinic, a knock resounded at the door. Charlotte immediately donned his professional smile and opened it. Outside stood a female minotaur, supporting a horse-headed beast, her face etched with urgency. "Doctor, please save my darling." Chapter 4. Little Sweetheart, the Cow Mistress. This female minotaur boasted a physique rivaling that of the bull from the morning, her muscular frame stretching the confines of a pink dress that seemed on the verge of bursting. Above her white bovine head, a pair of obsidian-black horns exuded an imposing presence, while 2 streaks of dried blood on her face added an air of menace. The horse-headed creature leaned against her, brow furrowed, his frail appearance somewhat effeminate. This peculiar pairing sparked an odd premonition within Charlotte. "Please, come in," he gestured, stepping aside. The female minotaur half-supported, half-carried the horse-headed beast into the clinic, settling him on a stone bed. "What seems to be the issue with this patient?" Charlotte inquired with calm composure. "It's all that wretched old bull's fault. He harmed my darling. Doctor, you must make him well." The female minotaur seethed with rage, her gritted teeth instilling a hint of fear in Charlotte. "Look at my face. All these injuries. I rely on my looks for a living. How can I face anyone now?" The horse-headed beast, regaining some spirit, gestured dramatically to his own visage, his expression one of despair. Charlotte followed his pointing finger, observing the elongated equine face. Under the thick brown mane lay faint scratches, barely visible unless scrutinized closely. Had they arrived even a moment later? Those minor wounds would have healed on their own. Ding! The patient, the horse-headed beast, has issued a quest. Treat the facial injuries. Quest reward: 10 copper coins. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, noting the correlation between the system rewards and task difficulty. Nevertheless, even the smallest prize was still a reward. 10 copper coins would suffice for a breakfast. He accepted the task with pleasure. "Doe, my darling, I'm so heartbroken for you." The female minotaur cradled the horse-headed beast's head against her ample bosom. "Rest assured, I have avenged you. I dealt that old bull 108 blows and even broke one of his horns." Charlotte sighs for the minotaur for 3 seconds. For such a delicate creature. She slaughtered her own husband 108 times. Truly a terrifying cow mistress. "Humph, don't think this will earn my forgiveness." The horse-headed beast crossed his arms defiantly. "Sweetheart, don't be like this. I'll buy you whatever you want. You must forgive me." The female minotaur's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. My performance this month is still short by 300 silver coins. I'll cover it all. Then, I suppose I'll reluctantly forgive you this once. The corners of the horse-headed beast's mouth lifted slightly, though his tone remained somewhat resentful. Charlotte marveled. Goodness, this is utterly surreal. The minotaur had pawned his own horn for a mere 4 silver coins, while his wife lavishly squandered money to please the male patrons of the establishment without a flicker of hesitation. 300 silver coins equated to 30,000 copper coins. The horse-headed beast was a master of manipulation, adept at living off his partner, a true role model for his kind. That I believe this patient's condition is indeed serious and requires immediate treatment. Charlotte declared gravely, "Doctor, use the finest medicine. You must heal my darling." The female minotaur implored earnestly. "Doctor, you must save my handsome face," the horse-headed beast echoed, feeling the weight of urgency in Charlotte's demeanor. "Rest assured, I will not spare a thought for your expenses." Charlotte nodded slightly. "I will do my utmost." He retrieved a collection of magical potions from the cabinet and commenced treatment for the horse-headed beast. He meticulously identified each barely perceptible injury, cleansing them with a disinfectant potion before applying a hemostatic agent with careful precision. The small wounds healed at a visible rate, rapidly disappearing, T.O. put it bluntly. These were minor scratches that didn't even warrant a bandage. Was this the reason the cow mistress had inflicted 108 wounds upon her husband? Was she truly so outrageous? Once the injuries had healed, Charlotte produced the hydrating essence he had previously peddled to Lady Diana, administering a facial treatment to this delicate male beast as well. "Doctor, what is this you're applying to my face?" "It feels cool and quite pleasant," the horse-headed beast inquired, his eyes half closed. "This is my latest concoction, the hydrating essence that it promotes skin health, hydration, and moisture retention, and it significantly aids in scar care following wound healing," Charlotte explained. Hydrating essence. Both the horse-headed beast and the female minotaur expressed confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the product. "Just this morning, Lady Diana specifically came to collect 2 bottles, claiming they yielded excellent results," Charlotte added. "Lady Diana used it and praised it." Their eyes sparkled with interest. Lady Diana was renowned in the Abyss for her beauty, admired by men and envied by women, not to mention being the first heir of the Harriman family, a genuine socialite. A product endorsed by such a formidable figure was undoubtedly of high quality. As they gazed at the pink potion bottle in Charlotte's hand, their excitement grew. "No wonder I feel my pores opening up. And the injured areas are tingling. It's indeed effective," the horse-headed beast complimented. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, pleased to see that his strategy to enhance the product's credibility with Lady Diana's name had proven successful. He felt no guilt whatsoever. After all, his hard work was all in service of paying rent to his landlady. Given the horse-headed beast's weakened state, Charlotte provided him with 3 bottles of mid-level stamina potions and 2 bottles of blood-invigorating potions. Treatment for the wounds. 100 copper coins. 1 bottle of hemostatic potion. 100 copper coins. 3 bottles of mid-level stamina potions. 600 copper coins. 2 bottles of blood-invigorating potions. 200 copper coins. 1 bottle of hydrating essence. 800 copper coins. Total, 1,800 copper coins. Charlotte presented a detailed bill to the female minotaur. "Doctor, do you have any more of that hydrating essence?" The horse-headed beast clutched a half-empty bottle of the pink lotion, his face brimming with anticipation. The female minotaur, who was busy examining the bill, immediately looked up at Charlotte with equal eagerness. Charlotte glanced toward the cabinet and replied nonchalantly, "There's only 1 bottle left." "I'll take it," both the horse-headed beast and the female minotaur exclaimed in unison. Charlotte retrieved the last bottle of hydrating essence and regarded the pair. The horse-headed beast looked at the female minotaur with pleading eyes. "Sweetheart, I believe I need another bottle to consolidate the effects. My darling, you have more than half a bottle left. Once that's used up, I'll buy you another. Let me use this one for now." The female minotaur's tone grew firmer, determined to claim it. Though reluctant, the horse-headed beast, understanding the dynamics of pleasing his benefactor, had no choice but to concede. He turned back to Charlotte and inquired, "Doctor, when will you have new stock?" "At present, I cannot say for certain. The production of new products is quite complex, and the required ingredients are not easily obtained." Charlotte shook his head. That it was not that he wished to engage in any form of hunger marketing. The original concoction had only yielded 4 vials in total. Priced at 800 per vial, he would gladly sell a few more to cover his rent. Although his diary contained a detailed recipe, he possessed little knowledge of alchemy and was uncertain about his ability to replicate the potion. Accepting 26 silver coins, Charlotte smiled as he watched the 2 individuals depart, with the additional reward of 10 copper coins from the system. He had amassed a total of 2,610 copper coins. He was now significantly closer to gathering the 5,000 required for the landlady. It was not that he was heartless. It was merely a matter of providing assistance based on individual circumstances. Should he charge merely 10 copper coins for a rudimentary wound cleaning, the centaur would undoubtedly object, accusing him of lacking medical ethics and failing to diligently treat his handsome visage. Thus, he had gained 2 more high-value clients for his hydrating essence. Before Charlotte could catch his breath, a knock resounded at the door. Throughout the morning, he had scarcely rested, attending to 8 patients in succession. Most of them were trauma cases, some were victims of societal brutality, others had been mortally wounded during wilderness hunts, and a few had suffered domestic violence. Offering comprehensive services including debridement, hemostasis, and suturing, and aided by the rare-grade suturing needle. Charlotte had become increasingly adept, earning unanimous acclaim from his patients. Finally, it was over. After bidding farewell to the last patient, Charlotte hung the closed sign on the door, signaling the end of his day's work. This was the rule established by the original owner, to operate for half a day and not to wait beyond that. More importantly, the supplies in the cabinet had nearly been depleted, particularly the disinfectants and hemostatic agents, which were now entirely consumed. Feeling both famished and exhausted, Charlotte leaned against the counter and drank from the water jug with fervor. The busy morning had left him with no time for breakfast. Furthermore, this body had poor stamina. The level of exertion he had experienced that morning paled in comparison to the relentless pace he maintained across 3 clinics on Earth, all while managing the demands of a ranch. Yet, the overwhelming fatigue coursing through him compelled him to pause. Meowed out a snow-white lion cat crouched in the corner, watching him with a hint of wariness. "Come here, let me pet you for a while," Charlotte beckoned. The lion cat leapt nimbly onto the topmost shelf of the counter, peering down at Charlotte with a glance that seemed laced with disdain. "Am I really so unappealing to cats?" Charlotte sighed. Noting that the feline's right hind leg appeared to be injured, he resolved to examine it the next time he managed to catch it. After resting for a moment, Charlotte dumped his coin pouch onto the counter, the silver and copper coins clinking melodiously. How delightful that sound was! Upon careful counting, he found 38 silver coins and 523 copper coins, which amounted to 4,323 copper coins. Additionally, he had collateral in the form of a broken cow horn, a dagger, and a gold necklace. Of the total, 338 copper coins were a system reward, while the remainder constituted his medical fees. The speed with which wealth was accumulating was astonishing. Holding a handful of copper coins, Charlotte felt a surge of hope and vigor that, of course, he was still far from the 300 silver coins effortlessly earned by the male courtesan at the club. Charlotte quickly regained his composure. A significant portion of the morning's earnings had been buoyed by the hydrating essence, which alone had netted him 2,300 copper coins from the sale of 3 vials. The 6 subsequent patients had averaged less than 200 copper coins each. Naturally, this income was not pure profit, as he needed to account for the costs of the potions. He carefully tucked the silver coins back into his pouch and concealed the copper coins in a hidden compartment beneath the counter. Patting his chest, Charlotte felt a comforting weight of security. The thought crossed his mind, and a transparent player panel materialized before him. Player, Charlotte profession, Doctor, alchemist level, decommissioned 4th level mage, failure. Wealth value, 4323 professional skills, debridement and dressing. Intermediate, 132120000, suturing of skin wounds. Intermediate, 19262000, hysterectomy. Beginner, 2301000, castration of Felidae and Canidae. Advanced, 650 for 000 special skills. Holy light healing. Previously owned. Water cleaning technique. Previously owned. Main quest. Influence of Abyssal physician to reach 1000. Healing 1 patient grants 10 influence. Progress. 901000. Quest completion reward. New cultivation system X1. Copper coins X 10,000. Rare item X1. Side quests. Not yet triggered system store. Not yet open. Wealth value must reach 10,000 to unlock. Affection panel. Not yet open. His proficiency in debridement and suturing had improved, and his wealth value had risen to 4,323 copper coins. However, the collateral that had not been converted into currency had not automatically been factored into his wealth value. The conditions for opening the system store were tied to wealth value, and it was uncertain whether future purchases would consume wealth value and whether the decrease in real wealth would subsequently diminish his wealth value. In addition to earning money through tasks, what Charlotte anticipates most now is the functionality of the system's marketplace. Closing the panel, Charlotte prepared to venture out to acquire a batch of potion materials, while also planning to grab a bite to eat. The clinic had run out of stock for potion-making ingredients. Inserting the dagger obtained from a client that morning into the side of her boot, she ensured that the magical sigil affixed to the inner side of her long sleeves was primed for activation, with a thin iron plate tucked into her chest and just enough money for her procurement. She mustered her courage and stepped out the door. Chapter 5. Childhood sweetheart fiancé. The Abyss is an exceedingly perilous place, where vultures and wild dogs lurk in the shadows, eyeing the unwary passers-by like fat sheep. Here, there are no laws, only the brutal law of the jungle. This is the impression of the Abyss that resides in the memories of the original owner. Charlotte stood at the clinic's entrance. It was midday, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in a hazy gloom. Looking up, She could see a slender band of white light piercing through the mist. This was the sky of the Abyss. True to its name, the Abyss is a narrow city nestled within the great chasm outside Calva City, with steep cliffs that taper from top to bottom, hundreds of meters high. It forms a natural barrier against the frenzied beasts of the wasteland. It is one of the few large cities on the Aesop continent that lacks magical protective barriers. Chaos and disorder are the stereotypes associated with the Abyss from the outside. However, under the control of several major gang families, the true Abyss actually maintains a unique, ordered, as long as one pays a sufficient protection fee. One can engage in small businesses within the Abyss, such as running a clinic. The street where Charlotte's clinic is located, Bacchus Street, belongs to the Harriman family, which is relatively harmonious compared to other streets controlled by gang families. Not far away, two orcs were brawling in the street, with blades piercing in and out. The victorious orc bent down to snatch a pouch of coins before vanishing into the mist, leaving the other orc lifeless on the street. Never mind, she retracted her earlier statement. There is no safe place in the Abyss. Poverty serves as the best passport in the Abyss. Unless one is exceptionally attractive, the impoverished are seldom regarded with interest, and of course, one must always be wary of desperate souls. In their fight for survival, they will resort to anything. Like all social structures, the Abyss divides its inhabitants into hierarchies. The powerful forces represented by the four major gang families and formidable individuals are the rulers of the Abyss. Undeniably the upper class. They exploit the lower classes mercilessly, taking lives and possessions at will. Next are the middle class, who cautiously survive under the protection of the gang families by paying protection fees. They are the tender shoots most favored by the upper class. Typically, they are shop owners or criminals, mercenaries, and adventurers with some means of self-defense. Charlotte currently embodies such a tender shoot, working diligently each month to pay a substantial rent to her landlady, leaving only a few jingling copper coins in her pocket to eye in the Abyss. One earns and spends. Not a single dime can be taken home. At the very bottom are the destitute. Many among them have fled to the Abyss from other cities due to persecution. Lacking both the ability to protect themselves and earn a living, they can only languish away in the shadows. Others have been ravaged by the addictive potions recklessly dispensed by gangs, losing everything and ruining their bodies, becoming remnants of the once middle class. Naturally, there are also a few dreamless drifters mingling among them, a relatively harmless subset of the impoverished. Charlotte has the self-awareness of being a sufficient tender shoot, striving to work harder to become more plump, thus ensuring her landlady would be more pleased when the time to harvest comes. Her primary goal is to safely navigate through each day. Stepping outside entails risks. Charlotte has conducted statistics, and in the past 3 years, she has ventured out 204 times, encountering danger 18 times. 12 of these instances were purely robbery, returning with only a tattered remnant for modesty. On 2 occasions, she was knocked unconscious from behind and robbed of all her possessions, leaving her with nothing. There were also 2 instances of violent street robbery, where knives grazed her neck and chest, narrowly missing major arteries and her heart, surviving only by luck and quick thinking. The most absurd of the remaining 2 occurrences involved being targeted by a 360-pound female orc, who knocked her out and carried her home. Had she not escaped while the orc was out hunting, her purity would surely have been compromised. Another incident involved being abducted and sold to a certain establishment, enduring 3 days of training before being deemed unfit due to insufficient stamina and excessive speed, and promptly discarded. Charlotte? This incident dealt a severe blow to Charlotte's self-esteem, leading her into a state of withdrawal where she could not even open the door for business. Glancing at her skin, which had become pale to the point of translucence from years of lacking sunlight, she felt fortunate that the establishment only catered to female clientele. Otherwise, she would surely have been sullied. Looking up at the daylight, confirming the approximate time, Charlotte took her first step into the Abyss. Venturing out at midday provides a slightly higher safety rate. This is a truth learned through experience. Adjacent to the clinic was a bakery, where Charlotte spent 4 copper coins to purchase 2 black loaves. Standing at the shop's entrance, she hastily took a few bites and gulped down a large mouthful of cool water, swallowing the dry, hard bread before finally feeling a sense of ownership over her body. Stuffing the remaining loaf into her pocket, Charlotte glanced around before hastily stepping into the mist along the edge of the street. Charlotte needed to brew hemostatic and cleansing potions, both of which are crucial for her daily medical practice. She found the brewing methods in her diary and intended to give them a try. Furthermore, she planned to concoct a hydrating essence, a product with high profit margins. If she could establish a market for it, it would yield substantial returns. The potion materials shop was located on Tucker Street, separated from Bacchus Street by 7 or 8 streets. Following the route etched in her memory, Charlotte skillfully avoided hazardous locations and arrived at the materials shop unscathed after an hour. The shopkeeper, Harry, was a gnome elder, with shrewd eyes concealed behind thick lenses of black metal frames. Upon seeing Charlotte enter, he rose from his recliner with a smile, exclaiming, "Dr. Charlotte, it has been quite a while since your last visit. I thought you had been sold to another establishment." Charlotte's expression darkened. She was reluctant to have such a black mark brought up. However, she did not take offense. Harry was one of the few individuals in the Abyss whom the original owner could consider a friend and was also her stable supplier of medicinal materials. Although he had a penchant for haggling, the quality of his materials was never compromised. "Don't mention it. Things have been rather unfortunate lately. Here is the list of materials I need," Charlotte said, pulling out a list from her pocket and presenting it. She spoke in the manner customary between the two. Harry accepted the list and cloth bag, weighing the materials while inquiring, "What sort of misfortunes have you encountered? Share with your old friend to lighten the mood." "My landlady has fallen for me." Charlotte casually initiated a topic. "Impossible." Harry adamantly shook his head, glancing back at Charlotte. "After all, you are the subpar male mage who was eliminated by that establishment." Charlotte, as they engaged in light banter. Charlotte surveyed the materials shop. A silver bat, palm-sized, hung from a long rod, while a massive, colorful snake skin coiled around a pillar. Green dried frogs piled in a corner, and the air was permeated with a rancid odor. Harry's shop not only supplied magical potion ingredients, but also various items for mages. Behind the counter stood 2 rows of exquisite wands, while vividly colored magic stones were placed in individual boxes. 2 fist-sized purple magic cores, sourced from the level 5 magical beast, the rampaging lizard, were the shop's prized possessions. This was one of the most comprehensive magical materials shops in the Abyss and one of the wealthiest private establishments. Harry had once hinted that his shop had ties to the Keed family, one of the 4 major gang families, which deterred anyone from attempting to make a move against him. "Have there been any interesting happenings in Calva recently?" Charlotte asked casually. Harry, who frequently traversed the Abyss and Calva, was rumored to own a larger materials shop in Calva, which was one of the reasons Charlotte enjoyed conversing with him, hoping to glean some information about the outside world. What fresh news could there possibly be under the sun? Those old geezers in the council have made Calva increasingly dull. It wasn't tea like this hundreds of years ago. Harry's tone dripped with disdain. Charlotte remained silent. Hundreds of years ago, when Calva was first established, it was a time of rebuilding, naturally different from the current state of preservation. No major events, but there is something amusing, and it concerns you. Harry adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose, grinning at Charlotte. "Concerning me?" Charlotte frowned. "Could it be that a legend about me still circulates in Calva? Your former fiancée, Elizabeth, the daughter of the Lord of Calva, is rumored to have recently been betrothed again by her father to the second son of Duke Cromwell, the Minister of State of the Lance Empire." Harry gazed intently at Charlotte's face, seemingly in search of any amusing shift in expression. Yet, Charlotte's demeanor remained unperturbed as she calmly replied, "It sounds like a decent fate that as for the childhood companion who had once been his betrothed." There was no particularly intense emotional bond in his recollection, merely a sense of humiliation stemming from being jilted after a moment of misfortune. Since beginning her studies at the Calva Medical Academy, Charlotte had devoted herself to the field of surgery, and after graduation, she focused on medical reforms, resulting in limited interaction with Elizabeth, who had always aspired to be a dragon knight. The engagement had been arranged by their elders during their youth. Charlotte's grandfather had once been a member of the Calva Council, and his parents were high-ranking sorcerers. However, more than a decade ago, his parents tragically perished during a defense operation against a monstrous incursion in Calva, leaving him an orphan. Seeing Charlotte's impassive expression, Harry felt a tinge of boredom and remarked with a smirk, "It sounds like a decent fate, but that second son of Duke Cromwell is notorious for his debauchery. Your former fiancé, you would hardly regard him as a suitable match. Hence the word has spread that if the young lord can best her in combat, she will marry him. Otherwise, the engagement is null and void." This revelation amused Charlotte, for in his memory, Elizabeth, possessing an elven lineage, had been a 4th-tier knight 3 years prior, and none among Calva's younger knights could rival her prowess, making her a standout even on the continent of Isar. "It's hard to say," Harry replied with a chuckle, Duke Cromwell wields considerable influence, and the Lord is likely seeking support from the human council members to solidify his position, hence the arrangement of this marriage. Charlotte shrugged. Such matters were not particularly novel to him, nor did they concern him. His focus was solely on amassing wealth. All the materials are here, 15 silver coins in total, and I've rounded it down by 4 copper coins for you. Harry handed over a bulging cloth pouch to Charlotte. Thank you. Charlotte placed the 15 silver coins upon the counter, slung the heavy pouch over his shoulder, and turned to leave. I hope to see you again next month. Harry's voice echoed behind him. Charlotte tucked the remaining 2 copper coins into his shoe, aiming to return to the clinic within an hour if all went smoothly. The return journey posed the greatest peril. Although the pouch was filled with peculiar items like silver-winged bats, dried frogs, and the droppings of azure-eyed seagulls, it still drew attention. Moreover, the weight of several dozen pounds severely hampered his agility and speed. However, this time of day was relatively safe for the return. Most abyssal creatures had just finished their lunch and were likely in a drowsy state. When robbery becomes a profession, it inevitably follows a routine schedule. Charlotte quickened his pace, eager to reach home sooner. Yet, as he turned a corner, he collided with the blade of a sword. Chapter 6. This killer is not so cold in this world. Not everyone adheres to a code of conduct. Take, for instance, the masked woman before him, brandishing a sword against his throat. At that moment, the blade was a mere 0.11 centimeters from his neck, its distance fluctuating noticeably due to the tremor in her hand. Dear sister, perhaps you ought not to attempt robbery if you suffer from Parkinson's. Charlotte felt a genuine fear that a sudden tremor might result in a grievous injury to his carotid artery. Hand over your money, the woman commanded in a low, yet somewhat childlike voice. Revealing her youthfulness. It appeared that she was even more apprehensive than her victim. The woman was petite, standing at about 5 feet 6, which rendered the act of pointing a sword at him somewhat comical, lacking the intimidation usually associated with such a confrontation. Of course, judging one's combat prowess solely by appearance could lead to grave miscalculations. After all, a max-level goblin stands merely at 4 feet tall. Would you deem it truly weak? Are you here to rob me of my wealth or my virtue? Charlotte inquired cautiously. In encounters with novices, one must exercise greater caution. Veteran criminals often possess a code of ethics. Some only rob for money and spare lives, while others seek only carnal pleasures and disregard wealth, and yet others will rob for both. Leaving no witnesses, the actions of newcomers are more unpredictable. A single misstep or ill-timed word could seal one's fate. With his hand concealed within his sleeve, Charlotte grasped a magical talisman, an emergency measure left by his former self, an instant cast fireball spell of the 4th tier. At such a close range, he was confident he could reduce this woman to ashes. However, this was his sole means of self-defense, having cost him nearly 10,000 copper coins when he acquired it from Harry. If her intention was merely to rob him, the materials in his pouch were valued at only 1,500 copper coins, and she might not even desire them. The 2 copper coins in his shoe were negligible. Empty your pockets, the woman insisted, her voice rising yet still tinged with uncertainty. I have no money, Charlotte replied, feigning innocence with an open palm. Hand over your bag. The sword remained poised at Charlotte's throat, her gaze fixed on the pouch slung over his shoulder. Are you certain? Charlotte hesitated. Enough chatter. The sword edged closer, its sharpness causing a prickling sensation against his skin. Immediately, Charlotte obediently handed over the tattered pouch from his back. The weight of the burden was evidently beyond her expectations, nearly toppling her as she struggled to maintain her grip. Nevertheless, a glimmer of delight sparkled in her eyes, clearly anticipating a substantial haul within the heavy sack. With one hand wielding the sword against Charlotte, she fumbled to untie the pouch with the other. A piercing scream echoed through the dim alleyway. Charlotte stood bewildered as the woman, now tightly clinging to his neck, exclaimed, "Snakes, bats, frogs." Her voice quivered, revealing a profound shock. Charlotte stifled a laugh, feeling the situation was perhaps not the most appropriate for humor, and thus he awkwardly embraced her. Fortunately, she was light, not much heavier than the pouch, and her softness made the embrace somewhat comfortable. After a moment, she seemed to grasp the awkwardness of their predicament and hastily released her grip on him. Though her face was obscured, the skin around her eyes visibly flushed a deep pink, betraying her embarrassment. Who are you?" she demanded, reorienting the sword towards Charlotte's throat, her voice a mix of indignation and shame. "I am but a wandering scavenger," Charlotte sighed, his gaze lowered. "This is the accumulation of my efforts over the past fortnight. I intended to exchange these materials at the market for a few coins to buy some food for the child at home. She has gone 3 days without a meal. You have a child? The sword in her hand lowered slightly, drifting away from Charlotte's throat. Indeed, her name is Anna. She is 3 years old and quite the clever little girl. Charlotte nodded, his eyes shimmering with paternal tenderness and concern. Alas, a mishap in her early years has left her with a slight limp. Miss, you must have been compelled to resort to this, correct? You need not explain. I understand how it is in the abyss. I bear you no ill will. Take whatever you wish. I only implore you not to harm me. Charlotte gazed earnestly into her eyes, fully aware that a child so young could not survive alone. And he instinctively recognized her terror of the bats and snakes that moment. The woman's resolve crumbled. The sword she held fell to her side, hidden behind her back, as tears glistened in her eyes. Unable to meet Charlotte's gaze, why you may go. And what of the pouch? I desire nothing. Sell it and use the proceeds to buy food for your child. The woman shook her head, retreating a step. Thank you. Charlotte quickly knelt to retie the pouch and hoisted it back onto his shoulder as he prepared to leave. Wait, the woman's voice called out once more. What is it? Charlotte's heart raced as he tightened his grip on the magical talisman and slowly turned around. Unbeknownst to him, the sword had been replaced by a wand in her hand. As she began to chant an incantation, pointing it toward him, that a soft green light enveloped Charlotte's neck, cool and soothing. As the cut he had sustained instantly healed, the pain dissipating, a healing mage, Charlotte marveled in astonishment. He could assert with absolute certainty that she had just recited the incantation for a basic healing spell, executed with remarkable fluidity and effectiveness. Why you are a doctor. Charlotte lightly touched her neck, revealing a perfectly measured blend of shock and delight. However, a mage capable of effortlessly casting healing spells would earn respect in any city. How could she find herself in the abyss, obstructing paths and resorting to robbery? If only she could be brought to his clinic. Stop. If she were to discover that he had been merely acting, that he had no daughter at home but rather a limping white cat, she would surely kill him, wouldn't she? What a pity. What a pity. Charlotte felt as if her thighs were breaking. I am not a doctor. The woman hastily waved her hands, then slightly bowed, saying, I apologize for my earlier reckless behavior. You are a good father. This did stir a modicum of guilt in Charlotte. Yet, this guilt lasted but a fleeting second. In the abyss, to survive long, exceptional acting skills are also a vital means of self-defense. His former self had evaded 2 crises by feigning death. Gurgle, the woman straightened, yet her stomach audibly protested. Charlotte sighed inwardly. If not for the dire straits of life, a healing mage would hardly resort to wielding a sword for robbery. You may leave. Do not keep the child waiting. The woman turned her face away. Good luck. Charlotte produced the black bread he had not finished at noon, thrusting it into the woman's hands, before hastily retreating into the mist with his satchel. The woman stood there, stunned, clutching the bread. And when she looked up, all that remained was the lingering fog. The black bread was dry and hard, yet to Vivian, who had not eaten for 3 days, the faint scent of wheat was irresistibly alluring. She tore off her veil and took a hearty bite, chewing vigorously, her cheeks round with a hint of baby fat. After 3 days of merely drinking water, her dulled taste buds finally awoke to flavor. For the first time, she found the black bread to be extraordinarily sweet and delicious. As she continued to eat, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. The tears dampened her long eyelashes, cascading down her smooth cheeks and landing on the black bread. Vivian, how could you rob a father who is striving to survive? He is such a kind man. What have you done? Vivian clutched her hair, her face a portrait of regret and anguish. She had fled from the imperial capital of the Rand's empire to the abyss in just 3 days. Scammed 5 times, losing all her money and almost being sold to a lecherous goblin elder. This world was perilous, yet her father had said that only here could she evade capture by the Rand's empire. She was starving, nearly to the point of death, but she had to survive. Her father had died protecting her, and her mother was still imprisoned in the imperial capital, awaiting her rescue. Thus, she cast aside the education she had received for 16 years, opting for what appeared to be an easy target, one that seemed to promise wealth. When the sword pierced his skin, she felt anguish. A healer, trained to mend others, was inflicting harm with a blade. This was a harrowing torment. Yet, when she used her magic to heal his wounds, she felt her soul redeemed, Overwhelmed with a profound sense of satisfaction, I am destined to be an inadequate brigand. I must swiftly find a safe haven and strive to grow stronger. Wiping away her tears, Vivian's gaze turned resolute once more. But what could she do? Was saving lives truly her forte? In this chaotic abyss, was there even a need for a healer? Moreover, her father had advised her to act discreetly to avoid detection by the Rand's empire. Charlotte ran with fervor, not daring to pause for breath until he had traversed 3 streets. This world was indeed perilous. Even young girls dared to emerge and rob. The social climate was deplorable. Fortunately, she was a novice, utterly clueless. With a bit of manipulation, she managed to escape with a piece of black bread. That was 2 copper coins, enough for dinner. How painful, Charlotte muttered under her breath as she quickened her pace. The remainder of her journey was relatively smooth, and half an hour later, Charlotte returned to the clinic unscathed, confirming that the hair tied to the doorknob remained intact. She entered the clinic and swiftly locked the door behind her. Breaching that door was far too difficult. Charlotte tossed her satchel onto the stone bed and collapsed into a chair, finally allowing herself to relax. The white cat, resting in the topmost compartment of the cabinet, stretched and peered down at Charlotte with an indifferent gaze. From now on, you shall be called Anna. It is thanks to you that I managed to escape safely today. Charlotte retrieved the last piece of dried fish from the drawer and tossed it in front of the white cat. Smiling cheerfully, the cat regarded Charlotte for a moment, then nibbled on the fish before retreating its head. Soon, the sound of cheerful munching filled the air. After resting for a little over half an hour, Charlotte rose and entered the study, extracting a journal. As she flipped through its pages, she read aloud: Hemostatic potion. Materials: 1 silver wingbat, 1 dried green-skinned frog, 7 blue beans, 3 pieces of limestone. Chapter 7. Hemostatic potion. First creation. Crafting the hemolytic potion requires a total of 5 materials, with detailed records of required ingredients and quantities in the journal. Naturally, this method of measurement struck Charlotte as rather unreliable. For instance, regarding the silver-winged bats. He had procured 12 in total, each varying in size and shape, with the largest nearly weighing double that of the smallest. Would the efficacy of the potion truly be consistent with such a disparity in dosage? As a veterinarian, he felt a profound responsibility towards his patients and was hesitant to brew potions recklessly. Why? With weighing tools at his disposal, could he not be more meticulous? Charlotte discovered a dusty balance scale in the corner of the cabinet. His brow furrowing in dismay. In Charlotte's eyes, an apothecary held equal importance to a physician, yet in this world, the opposite was true. Though the Calva Medical Academy offered a course in pharmacology, it was merely a supplementary subject, looked down upon from the lowest rung of the hierarchy. After all, for a doctor with healing magic, anything a potion could achieve could be resolved with a single spell. Why bother with such filthy matters? His predecessor had been passionate about advancing medical reforms, diligently collecting numerous potion recipes and documenting a series of effective formulas through constant experimentation, all recorded in the journal. The weather was pleasant today, and Miss Ruth from the Charm Blue Club wore a striking red skirt, which I found quite alluring. I admire her gentle demeanor. Oh, pardon me, that page is not relevant, with a commitment to thoroughness. Charlotte selected medium-sized materials from various sources, measuring and recording them one by one. The potion-making process was straightforward, akin to cooking. First add 1 ingredient, then another, and finally cover the pot and let it simmer before serving. Why does it feel so unreliable? After some careful thought, Charlotte still found the approach too rudimentary, lacking rigor. This included the processing methods for each material, the timing of their addition, and the duration of heating needed for proper fusion. Was potion brewing such a specialized task, yet devoid of even this level of standard? Having all quantities, Charlotte took the reduced materials into the kitchen, preparing to attempt his first potion brewing. Yes, the clinic lacked a dedicated alchemical lab. Instead, the kitchen served this purpose. His predecessor had no culinary skills, so the kitchen had become a makeshift lab. However, Charlotte was quite adept at cooking. He had honed his culinary skills to save money on meals. His friends often teased that with such talent, he needn't worry about finding a wife. Moreover, the food in this world was terribly unappetizing. The black bread from lunch had nearly choked him. Once he found stability, he intended to prepare his own meals and would need to clean the kitchen thoroughly for that purpose. Upon entering the kitchen, an overwhelming stench assaulted him from the unwashed large iron pot on the stove. A row of jars in the corner housed various organs. The ceiling darkened from smoke, and mysterious yellow grease dripped slowly from the corner. Ugh, This kitchen was unacceptable. Charlotte spent 2 hours scrubbing the kitchen inside and out. The floor tiles gleamed, the jars were neatly arranged in the corner beneath a black cloth, and the ceiling was cleaned to perfection, revealing the iron pot's original white color. From now on, this would serve as the dedicated alchemical lab. While the kitchen would be relocated to an empty room on the second floor, separating the living area from the workspace, Charlotte gazed upon the immaculate kitchen, her thoughts swirling in her mind. In the rustic stove, the coal glowed a fiery red, and Charlotte solemnly placed the large iron pot atop it. She picked up her notebook, meticulously reviewing the alchemical procedures once more, and poured a bucket of settled rainwater into the pot. The water quickly reached a boil, and she added the limestone ore, blue beans, green-skinned frogs, silver-winged bats, and silver-ringed grass in succession, transforming the clear rainwater into a bubbling, multicolored viscous concoction. From upstairs, Charlotte retrieved an old garment and fashioned a thick mask for herself. As the scent emanating from the mixture was overwhelmingly intoxicating, she feared that before the elixir was complete, she might be the one to be sent away. Everything seemed to unfold smoothly. Charlotte had even taken the precaution of timing the addition of each ingredient with an hourglass, creating a record that could serve as a standard for future concoctions should this trial prove successful. This exemplified a rigorous scientific approach. After stirring thrice, she covered the pot and awaited the completion of the elixir. Charlotte silently chanted in her mind as she vigorously stirred with a rod, feeling akin to an old witch concocting poison in a whimsical cartoon, devoid of the dashing persona of a true apothecary. The colors of the thick liquid began to merge and stabilize, and remarkably, the liquid grew clearer with prolonged boiling, gradually shifting towards a vibrant red. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. The potion within the iron pot erupted like a volcanic eruption, splattering in every direction. Oh no! Charlotte instinctively turned and dashed out of the kitchen. Her clothes were drenched, but thankfully her face was shielded by the mask. Otherwise, her handsome visage would have surely been marred. As the steaming vapor dissipated, the kitchen, once meticulously cleaned, was now a chaotic mess that a frog's head and half a bat's wing were affixed to the ceiling, while the walls were splattered with a crimson liquid. And the floor was a sight too grim to behold. Indeed, being an alchemist proved to be a perilous profession. Charlotte, shaken, cursed the original owner of this body 100 times over. The diary had not mentioned the possibility of an explosion. The procedure was described as deceptively simple, akin to cooking, which led to her careless oversight. Fortunately, the potion's brewing was nearing completion. Despite the chaos of the kitchen, the scent was not particularly unpleasant. After waiting a moment to ensure there would be no secondary explosion, Charlotte cautiously re-entered the kitchen. Peering into the pot, she noticed a small amount of clear red liquid remaining at the bottom, emanating a faint, delightful fragrance. Could this be the final product? Charlotte pondered, retrieving a glass jar to collect the remaining liquid, which filled precisely 1 vial. Shaking the bottle in her hand, the red liquid shimmered with an enchanting hue in the glow of the oil lamp, appearing rather impressive. It was time to test the efficacy of the potion. But upon whom could she experiment? It would be too risky to administer the freshly concocted hemostatic agent directly to a patient. If something went awry, it would spell trouble. Her gaze then fell upon her white cat, who was crouched in the corner with her back turned. For the sake of her patient's welfare, it seemed she would have to sacrifice Anna. Just a simple experiment would suffice. Upon hearing the noise, Anna turned her head, her paw resting on a small white mouse. Oh, a ready-made test subject. Charlotte's eyes lit up as she hurried over, rescuing the poor mouse from the cat's clutches. Charlotte inspected its injuries, 3 lacerations from claws and scratches, likely due to prolonged play, leaving it somewhat lethargic and trembling in his hand. Don't worry, I'll save you, Charlotte reassured it, then carried it to the nearby counter, lighting the oil lamp for illumination. He poured a small amount of the freshly brewed hemostatic potion and soaked a cloth strip, applying it to the mouse's belly wound. Anna jumped up onto the counter, watching her toy being snatched away by her owner. After about 10 minutes, the wound on the mouse's belly successfully stopped bleeding, forming a scab. It works, Charlotte exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Oh no, I forgot to conduct a control group experiment. He retrieved the last vial of hemostatic potion from the cabinet, a previous batch he had brewed. Using tweezers, he carefully cleaned the scabbed wound of the mouse, ensuring it was the same injury for comparison. The mouse, having calmed somewhat, looked up at Charlotte as if to say, "Thank you." Using the same dosage, he applied the red hemostatic potion to the mouse's wound and awaited the effects. Approximately 3 minutes later, The wound had successfully stopped bleeding and rapidly scabbed over. The difference in efficacy was quite substantial. It seemed that the potion he had crafted could only be deemed a somewhat effective failure. Charlotte recorded the data, shaking his head. While both seemed to have effect, the threefold difference in action time delineated the gap between inferior and superior products. Charlotte contemplated, this little mouse would indeed serve as an excellent experimental subject. Once healed, the mouse flipped onto its back, gazing up at Charlotte, then glancing at Anna on the other end of the counter. Hesitating for a moment before charging recklessly towards the white cat. Please eat me. I no longer wish to live. Charlotte swiftly caught the mouse and tossed it into a drawer, shutting it with a decisive snap. Turning it into a makeshift cage, Anna tilted her head, observing for a moment before losing interest and jumping away. What went wrong? Was it the timing of the ingredient additions? Or perhaps the stirring technique lacked flair? Charlotte returned to the kitchen, embarking on another round of experiments. Throughout that afternoon and into the early hours of the night, he immersed himself in the art of brewing hemostatic agents. He produced 9 batches in total, 3 of which exploded, 1 burnt, while the remaining 5 were somewhat acceptable. Excellent. The hemostatic effect had reached parity with his stock. Moreover, the clarity of the liquid was superior and its absorption enhanced under the dim light of the midnight oil lamp. Charlotte, his entire being stained red, watched the little mouse's wounds heal rapidly, emitting a peculiar laugh. Anna, roused from her slumber, retracted her paws from the counter's edge and covered her ears. The little mouse lay flat. A once aspiring creature now bereft of dreams. This formula was perfect. The final batch could yield 10 vials, ample for the morrow. Charlotte lovingly tucked away his notebook, which meticulously detailed the ingredients and brewing process. Precise to the gram and second, beyond standardizing the procedure, he had also made several improvements, the most significant being the handling of raw materials. He had ground the silver-winged bats and frogs into powder beforehand and crushed the ore into granules, allowing the various components to meld more quickly and thoroughly, resulting in a potion with fewer impurities. Chapter 8. The task from the Treant Amos. I am indeed a genius. Having tidied the alchemical chamber, Charlotte collapsed onto his bed, his body weary yet brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The successful creation of the hemostatic agent bolstered his confidence in managing the clinic. However, the day's workload made it abundantly clear that he was in dire need of a diligent and capable assistant to handle the menial tasks. Once the rent was paid and operations stabilized, should there be any surplus, he would consider hiring an aide. Before closing his eyes to sleep, Charlotte glanced at his attribute panel. Player, Charlotte profession, doctor. Apothecary level, decommissioned 4th tier mage wealth. 4323 professional skills, wound debridement and dressings. Intermediate, 132120 skin wound suturing. Intermediate, 1926200 hysterectomy. Beginner, 2301000 castration of feline and canine animals. Advanced, 6504000 special skill. Hemostatic agent brewing. Beginner, 901,000 main quest. Abyssal physician influence to reach 1,000. 10 influence gained per patient treated. Progress, 901000. Side quests. None triggered system store. Not yet open. Wealth must reach 10,000 to unlock. Favorability panel. Not yet open. His wealth remains stable at 4,323. The 15 silver coins spent in the afternoon had not diminished his wealth, aligning with his previous deductions. Additionally, he had acquired a special skill in brewing hemostatic agents. What piqued his curiosity most was the experience bar. Currently at the beginner level, if he amassed 1,000 experience points to reach the intermediate level, would the hemostatic agents he brewed also ascend to intermediate quality? What about at the advanced level? With aspirations blooming in his heart, Charlotte drifted into slumber. 2 towering lanterns, each 1,000 meters high, transformed the bustling city of Calva into a veritable city that never sleeps. That a white unicorn carriage came to a gentle halt before an opulent mansion, where a handsomely dressed man, draped in lavish attire, emerged, embracing a voluptuous succubus, and inquired of a nearby attendant, "Have you captured that little girl, my Lord Viscount?" "We have yet to locate Vivian. I surmise she is likely descended into the abyss." The attendant bowed his head, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. A group of inept fools. They cannot even capture a mere girl skilled in healing magic. Capuz's expression turned frosty as a fireball danced in his palm. The attendant's countenance paled, and he promptly knelt before him. "My Lord Viscount, we are in Calva. Do not forget the Duke's admonition before his departure. An elder draped in a gray cloak stepped forward from behind. And just a glance from him extinguished the fireball in Kappa's hand. Consider yourselves fortunate. Kappa's lowered his hand and continued. Go find Carol. The abyss is his domain. Have him fetch that girl. Yes, the attendant, as if granted a reprieve, sprang to his feet and dashed away. Kappas embraced the succubus as they made their way into the manor, the gray-cloaked elder following closely beside him. My Lord Viscount, your journey is ultimately for the sake of Miss Eliza. You must still be mindful of your words and actions within the city of Calva. You are well aware of the significance of this union. The elder cast a glance at the succubus. Await me in my chamber. Kappas patted the succubus's ample rear. The succubus, understanding, departed. Uncle Bill, father has sent you to protect me and keep an eye on me as well. Kappas said to the elder with a look of resignation. Bill did not respond directly but remarked, Carol is not to be trusted. If the accounts fall into the hands of the Judson family, it will be a troublesome affair for the Duke. Rest assured, even if the Judson family had 100 lives, they would not dare to undertake such an act. They have long sought to sell potions to the Lancelot Empire. And Carol has approached me several times regarding this matter. I am merely giving them an opportunity. Kappas grinned with a chilling smile. Should they fail to seize it, they know the consequences. Charlotte rose with the dawn. Despite yawning repeatedly, he could not bring himself to forego a bottle of revitalizing stamina potion. He ventured out to purchase 2 loaves of dark bread, spending 4 copper coins, consuming one to satiate his hunger and reserving the other for lunch. Poverty had imbued him with a formidable will to confront dire straits. While awaiting patients, he first scrubbed the operating room that a dismal surgical environment could easily lead to post-operative infections, elevating the mortality rate. As for the haphazard surgical instruments, they left him somewhat overwhelmed. The rusty saws and scalpels resembled enchanted blades of tetanus. Only true warriors could emerge unscathed from the operating table. Charlotte selected 2 relatively sharp short knives with minimal rust, polished and cleaned them, then employed boiling to sterilize them for future use. They resembled tools for butchery rather than surgical instruments. Charlotte waved the half-kilogram short knife in his hand, finding it rather awkward as a scalpel. There was a dwarven blacksmith shop on Baca Street. Once he had settled the rent and had some surplus coins, Charlotte planned to commission a proper surgical knife for himself. His immediate goal was to earn 10,000 coins. He opened the system marketplace to see what treasures lay within. Truly, this system was remarkable. Point 1 task, twofold profit. The money earned could be spent on both ends. It was sheer double delight. Suddenly, a thunderous banging reverberated through the clinic's door, as though someone were assaulting it with a battering ram. What on earth is happening? Surely, daylight robbery cannot be occurring on Baca Street. Startled, Charlotte grasped a magical talisman and concealed a short knife in his hand before cautiously opening the door. Upon opening, he was met with a pair of murky eyes, followed by a face that seemed to fill the entire doorway. It was a visage covered in rough, brown bark, with features contorted in pain. Yet upon seeing Charlotte, hope ignited in its gaze. It was a treant. The treant stepped back a couple of paces, and Charlotte finally beheld the entirety of this towering figure, towering over 9 meters in height. Despite its imposing stature, the treant exuded an aura of frailty. Much of its bark had peeled away, revealing withered branches beneath, and its right arm was severed, the break marked by charred remnants of past injuries. It clutched its throat with its left hand, a look of excruciating agony etched upon its face. Noticing Charlotte's footsteps came to a halt. Indeed, there existed a figure in his memory. The stout dwarf blacksmith on Baca Street was a robust fellow, portly, and with a blind left eye. Yet his craftsmanship was commendable. He had come to him last month seeking assistance for his ear, and Charlotte had successfully transplanted the ear of a wild dog onto him, thus remedying his auditory affliction. Are you a man or a ghost? What is the situation? Charlotte inquired. This treant came to me early this morning to have some teeth fitted. While I was installing the teeth, I accidentally rolled one into his throat, and now I'm stuck. Please help me get out. Guy's voice emanated from deep within his throat. It was a dental mishap. Upon hearing this, Charlotte couldn't help but chuckle. Where exactly are you stuck? What's the situation? What assistance do you require? He asked swiftly. The predicament now involved 2 individuals. If mishandled, it could result in a double fatality. I am completely wedged. Damn it. I just swallowed a few times and nearly sent myself to the rectum. Guy cursed that I certainly can't crawl out myself. Toss me a rope. I'll tie myself up. And then you can get someone to pull me out. All right, I'll fetch you a rope, Charlotte replied, turning to dash out of the oral cavity. This was indeed a creature with a mind of its own. Yet, this was good news. Should he venture deeper into the Trent's throat in an attempt to dislodge the obstruction, it would essentially seal the Trent's fate. Charlotte crawled out from the Trent's half-open mouth. Inserting a wooden stick taller than a man to prop it open, the Trent had succumbed to a semi-comatose state, its breath growing faint. Charlotte rushed into the clinic and soon emerged with a heavy iron chain. One end secured around a stone pillar at the clinic's entrance, and then he bolted back into the Trent's mouth. Aesop, the Trent dead? What is that doctor doing lugging in a chain? It seems utterly unreliable, the onlookers scoffed, some already eyeing the Trent's pockets, contemplating their share. That I can't pull you out, so I've tied the chain to the pillar. That you've got incredible strength. Just grab hold and climb out. Charlotte stood at the root of the tongue, casting the chain down into the throat. All right, thanks, Guy's voice responded. Charlotte hastily exited the Trent's mouth and stepped back, distancing himself from the chain. Observing the near-dying Trent, he could only wish it luck. With a sudden jolt, the chain tied to the pillar went taut and began to quiver slightly, causing the pillar to shed dust from friction. What is happening? Is this magic? Enchanted chain. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the scene. A pop, reminiscent of a cork being pulled from a bottle, resonated from the Trent's mouth, and shortly thereafter, a stout dwarf, covered in green liquid, crawled out. I'm finally out. Guy wiped his face, a mix of frustration and relief evident. Charlotte cast a glance at his barrel-like belly. Were it not for that layer of fat, he would have to search through the remnants of the digestive tract for him. How did a dwarf emerge? Isn't he the owner of the blacksmith shop at the corner? Indeed, the crowd buzzed, their expectations surpassed by this turn of events. The choking obstruction had been removed, but the Trent remained in a comatose state, its breath still weak. Charlotte turned back to the clinic, soon reappearing with a collection of potions. Diving once more into the Trent's mouth, 3 bottles of hemostatic potion and 3 bottles of intermediate stamina potion were poured down its throat. The hemostatic potion was intended to mend the throat's injuries, while the stamina potion would hasten its recovery. Charlotte retreated, watching the Trent lie on the street, awaiting the potions to take effect. To reveal weakness in front of others was a perilous endeavor in the abyss. The Trent belonged to a gifted race, requiring no arduous training. Upon reaching adulthood, it possessed 4th-tier strength, making it an entity most dared not provoke. However, a comatose Trent was not within that realm. That a sudden fit of coughing erupted from the prostrate Trent, its closed eyes snapping open as if a drowning soul had finally been dragged ashore. Greedily gasping for air. 2 habitual thieves, having circled to the Trent's side, were startled and hastily retreated. The Trent, using one arm to support itself, knelt upright, its murky eyes fixating on Charlotte at the clinic's entrance, its deep voice inquiring, "Did you save me? Amos, you fool. What were you doing?" Burping while fitting teeth. "You nearly suffocated me. If it weren't for Dr. Charlotte, we would have been a double tragedy, and my illustrious name, Guy, would be ruined." Guy scolded the Trent, then turned to Charlotte with a grateful expression, saying, "I truly appreciate your help." "No need to mention it." Charlotte nodded slightly, then addressed the Trent. "The treatment fee is 100 copper coins. The 3 bottles of hemostatic potion cost 300 copper coins, and the 3 bottles of intermediate stamina potion amount to 600 copper coins, totaling 1,000 copper coins. "Thank you." The Trent nodded slightly, scanning the crowd before reaching into the hollow of its left chest, retrieving a handful of silver and copper coins. After a brief count, he extended them towards Charlotte. Charlotte meticulously counted the coins, returning 1 excess copper coin. He favored patients who settled their bills promptly and spoke little. Ding. Task completed for the Trent. Amos. Reward: copper coins x 100, due to the public response during the treatment. Gained additional reputation as a physician 100. Oh, this additional reward is splendid, Charlotte mused. Being observed was equivalent to the worth of 10 patients. Feeling his coin pouch swell a bit more, his mood brightened further. "You wouldn't be considering the money for the dental work as medical fees, would you?" Guy queried the Trent. The Trent glanced at the copper coin in its hand, a hint of embarrassment crossing its face. "I'll have the teeth repaired next month." "Damn it." Guy raised an irritated middle finger. "I've already prepared your teeth, and you still want to wait until next month. You nearly cost me my life. This business is unsustainable. Dr. Charlotte, I sincerely thank you for saving my life. Should you require any crafting, feel free to seek me out. I shall waive 1 fee." Guy patted his chest and declared to Charlotte, then grimaced at his own hands, exclaiming, "They stink. I must return to bathe. See you later." With that, he dashed away without a backward glance, resembling a rotund top. Such a generous offer of a waived fee was not something Charlotte would refuse. He even contemplated commissioning Guy to forge a surgical knife, but deemed it a waste of this opportunity. Instead, he pondered a 40-meter-long greatsword. Metal held significant value in the Abyss and could fetch a handsome price. As the crowd dispersed, many regarded Charlotte, the human doctor, with newfound respect. Charlotte, too, resolved to return home for a bath and a change of clothes, for his repeated excursions into the Trent's mouth had left him with an unpleasant odor. However, the Treant lingered, standing at the clinic's door, seemingly hesitant. Ding! The Treant Amos appears to need assistance. Conversing with him may trigger a hidden task. Special reward awaits. The system's notification chimed. Having turned away, Charlotte paused, turning back to the Treant and asking, "Is there anything else you need help with? You are a doctor. Can you assist me in lifting the curse upon me?" The Treant crouched down, its murky eyes regarding Charlotte with a glimmer of hope. "A curse?" Charlotte observed the numerous patches of parched skin on the Treant. The Trent's gaze dimmed slightly. "Yes, 5 years ago, I battled a dark sorcerer who, in his dying breath, cursed me, ensuring I could never again bask in sunlight. Otherwise, I would wither away to nothing. Dark sorcerers belong to the chaotic and evil faction, practicing malevolent arts, their hands often stained with the blood of the innocent." Charlotte regarded the unfortunate Treant, a being that thrived on sunlight for growth. Having been subjected to such a vile curse, denying the Treant sunlight was akin to stripping a human of their right to breathe. This also elucidated why he found himself in the Abyss. Apart from the lowly subterranean dwellings of the northern goblins, this place was likely the best refuge for a cursed Treant. Without sunlight, the Trent's strength would stagnate or even regress, and its injuries would remain unhealed. This was why, despite being one of the races with the strongest regenerative abilities, it could not mend its own wounds. Ding! The Treant Amos has issued you a task. Lift the black magic curse upon him. Task reward: Copper coins x 300, special reward x1. The allure of special rewards is undeniable, often yielding remarkable items. Yet, as a physician, Charlotte must sincerely attend to her patients, addressing the hopeful gaze of the Treant. She said, "Please describe in detail the characteristics of that dark sorcerer and the specific manifestations of the curse upon you. I will take some time to consult my resources to see if a solution can be found." Chapter 10. Oh dear, there are no overly complicated tales of love and hate. The enmity between the Treant Amos and the dark sorcerer is merely a tale of a beautiful encounter and the phrase, "What are you staring at?" It may be hard to believe, but this weary Treant before us was, 5 years ago, a vibrant and spirited young lad, 180 years old. He is still but a fledgling in the lengthy existence of a Treant. A 4th-tier Treant facing off against a 4th-tier high dark sorcerer. As the saying goes, youth is a formidable force. The aging sorcerer ultimately could not prevail over the youthful vigor of the Treant and perished on the spot. However, this practitioner of dark magic, in his dying moments, cast a curse upon the Treant at the cost of his own life, casting a shadow that would loom over Amos for eternity, the dark sorcerer's magic, which drains the life force of the living to prolong his existence, also cruelly manipulates the undead as a method of combat. The curse afflicting Amos is intricately tied to the undead. Whenever he is exposed to sunlight, the curse begins to erode his body, and the vengeful spirits that manifest inflict great psychological torment upon him. Charlotte, observing the Treant, earnestly suggested, "You should seek out a mage skilled in holy light and purification spells. They should be capable of dispelling this curse." A former high mage, Charlotte possesses a fair understanding of magic. Necromancers, despised within the magical community, can far surpass their peers in strength due to their ability to manipulate and refine the undead. However, their methods are heinously cruel that in their quest for power. Necromancers often engage in widespread slaughter of innocents, inflicting unspeakable torment, thus creating a multitude of vengeful spirits. As necromancers grow stronger and their control over the undead expands, their minds become increasingly influenced by these spirits, leading them to madness and bloodlust. Consequently, necromancers have become the targets of universal disdain. In recent centuries, Calva has established a bounty board, offering substantial rewards for the heads of necromancers listed therein. Charlotte has justifiable reasons to suspect that the once impetuous Amos harbored thoughts of trading human heads for drink. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter as practitioners of the dark arts. Necromancers are particularly vulnerable to holy mages. A single holy light spell is sufficient to banish the vengeful spirits. Even if holy mages are scarce and hard to find, locating a high mage proficient in purification spells should not pose a significant challenge. While their effect may be slightly inferior to that of holy light spells, repeated casting should suffice to eradicate the cursed. Seek assistance from someone lacking magical prowess, who is merely a surgeon and a mediocre apothecary. Would be folly, Amos thought, his gaze dimming as he shook his head. Initially, I thought the same, but neither holy light nor purification spells have any effect on this curse. I have exhausted all my wealth, including the bounty I received for the head of that dark sorcerer. Yet I have found no one capable of healing me. That is unreasonable. Charlotte furrowed her brow. Holy light spells are ineffective against a necromantic curse? Is this not a challenge to the fundamental principles of this world? Are you certain you did not encounter a fraud? Perhaps someone using illumination spells masquerading as holy light? She posited. The individual in question was Professor Augustus from Calva's Magic Academy. Then there should be no issue, Charlotte mused, well aware of Professor Augustus, who, as a holy mage, is a rare breed in the field, easily counted on one hand in Calva. Professor Augustus stated that the rules of this curse are somewhat unique, and that it is cast at the cost of the caster's life. He has never encountered anything like it. Even his holy light spells cannot destroy the curse. Amos lowered his eyelids, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Charlotte sighed inwardly. With Augustus's knowledge and expertise in this domain, if even he has never heard of such a dark magic curse, what could she, a mere medical practitioner, possibly do? Perhaps offer a placebo? Could you activate the curse for me to observe its characteristics? This would assist me in my future research. Charlotte maintained her composure. Amos gazed upwards, then glanced around before stepping back 2 paces. Extending his left hand into a patch of weak sunlight, with a hissing sound, akin to acid being splashed upon it, Amos's left hand erupted in white smoke, the back of his hand visibly corroding. With blackened pits appearing rapidly, suddenly, dark mists began to swirl around his body, accompanied by mournful howls and a foul stench emanating from the shadows. Charlotte's eyes narrowed as she peered through the fog, catching sight of strange runes, symbols she had never encountered, distinct from the writing of this world. More bizarrely, these runes were not static. They writhed and shifted like living insects. Merely gazing at them for a moment, Charlotte felt an overwhelming dizziness wash over her, a wave of nausea rising from the depths of her being, accompanied by whispers reminiscent of demons. Oh no! Startled, Charlotte quickly bit down on her tongue. The sharp pain jolted her from her stupor, and she averted her gaze, unwilling to meet those runes any longer. Meanwhile, Amos had retreated into the shadows, the dark mist gradually dissipating, despite the excruciating process. His demeanor remained unchanged, as if he had long since acclimatized to the pain. Charlotte swallowed the blood from her mouth. Regarding Amos, I now comprehend the situation. However, do not harbor excessive hope. I am merely an ordinary physician. If even a professor from Calva University cannot resolve this curse, I can only endeavor to assist you in exploring potential remedies. Thank you. I shall return to seek your counsel in a few days. Amos nodded and turned to leave. What a ridiculous task. I nearly paid the ultimate price that I shall refrain from accepting such high-risk hidden quests in the future, Charlotte thought as she turned to close the door. Still shaken, little did she know what terrifying consequences would have befallen her had she succumbed to that cursed eye. In this world filled with strange occurrences, she must constantly remind herself to remain vigilant. While the memory remained fresh, Charlotte returned to her study, meticulously sketching the runes she had observed. Even these static symbols on paper exuded an eerie aura. Necromancers are not to be trifled with. Leave the task of bounty hunting to adventurers and mercenaries. Covering the drawn runes with a book, Charlotte opted for ignorance. That evening, she planned to sift through the books in her study, hoping to uncover useful information. Should she find none, she would abandon this task, despite its status as a rare hidden quest. After all, failing to complete a task incurs no penalty. The next assignment seemed far more agreeable. Upon opening the door, she was greeted with 1,000 copper coins in revenue, filling her with confidence for the day. Soon, patients began to arrive in succession. One unfortunate goblin, recently robbed, had suffered 2 stab wounds to his left chest. Fortunately, his heart resided on the right side, allowing him to feign death and escape a dire fate. Charlotte treated his wounds and stitched him up. Initially, she assumed that after being robbed, the goblin would be penniless. Yet he produced 6 silver coins from his remaining trousers to pay for his medical expenses. Charlotte was astounded and mused that the robber must not have been very professional. After all, she had encountered several instances where victims were left completely unclothed. Throughout the morning, Charlotte attended to 10 patients. Aside from the earlier encounter with the treant, all others required treatment for external injuries. Here is a hemostatic potion. There remains half a bottle. Should any wounds reopen and bleed, you can apply an appropriate amount to staunch the flow. Remember to avoid strenuous activities and keep the wounds dry. That will be 300 copper coins. Thank you for your patronage, she said, watching as the orc, who had suffered 7 knife wounds to his arm, departed. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was already noon and flipped the wooden sign on the door to indicate that business for the day had concluded. Now came the most delightful moment of tallying. Charlotte produced her coin pouch and poured the entirety of the morning's earnings onto the counter. The delightful clinking of coins resonated, captivating her attention. Upon meticulous counting, she found 24 silver coins and 425 copper coins, which amounted to a total of 2,824 copper coins. Among these, 550 copper coins were derived from the rewards of system tasks. Additionally, there were collateral items valued at 500 copper coins. This represented the typical daily revenue of the clinic. The previous day's earnings had exceeded 4,000, inflated by the sales of the moisture essence. Charlotte also took a moment to tally her savings. Over the course of 2 days, after deducting the 15 silver coins spent on supplies yesterday, she currently possessed 5,640 copper coins. This was more than sufficient to cover her rent. Indeed, running her own clinic was far more advantageous than being an employee. However, this amount should not be considered net profit. She had been depleting various potions from the shelves, having exhausted her stamina potions and moisture essence. With only 2 bottles of the cleaning potion remaining at present, the only replenishable item was the hemostatic potion, setting aside the 40 silver coins due to her landlady the day after tomorrow, which she concealed in a hidden compartment beneath the counter. She was left with 1,640 copper coins in usable funds. The wealth displayed on her personal panel had also reached 7,148. With a stroke of luck, she might surpass 10,000 tomorrow and unlock the system shop. Today, she needed to brew 2 more batches of hemostatic potions and attempt to concoct the cleaning potion. Otherwise, she would have to purchase a new batch from the apothecary, which would not come cheaply. Charlotte secured her coins, took a bite of her stale black bread, and began organizing her tasks for the afternoon. Hard work leading to prosperity was a commendable tradition of the Huajia people, and it had always been a truth that Charlotte held dear. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Wasn't there a sign on the door indicating that the clinic was closed? Charlotte remained seated, contemplating that the individual outside would eventually leave after receiving no response. Yet, she found herself pondering the stranger's patience as the knocking persisted until she finished the unpalatable bread and drank a glass of water. Unable to ignore the incessant knocking any longer, Charlotte begrudgingly rose to answer the door. Standing outside was a petite young girl clad in ill-fitting black attire, her brown hair tied back, with a delicate and charming visage. Albeit slightly round-cheeked, she lowered her gaze, her hands nervously twisting together, appearing somewhat anxious. What a surprise! Upon recognizing the familiar figure before her, Charlotte's eyes widened in shock. The girl lifted her head, and upon seeing Charlotte standing in the doorway, her own eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh dear." Chapter 11. Surely, you wouldn't want others to discover that you were once a robber? The most dreaded moment is when silence envelopes the air. The two exchanged glances, reminiscent of their encounter around the corner yesterday. Yesterday, he was a garbage collector, and she was a thief. Today, she had shed her disguise and transformed into a respectable young lady, while he stood in the clinic, embodying the role of a cultured doctor. Charlotte could hardly fathom that the girl, who had displayed such clumsiness in her criminal endeavors just the day before, could appear so soon before him again. Wouldn't that expose all the lies he had told yesterday? What if she acted on impulse and decided to harm him? Charlotte gripped the magical talisman tightly, ready to neutralize any threat that might arise. Vivian gazed at Charlotte, who was now impeccably dressed, with a look of confusion mirrored on her face. Wasn't this man living off scavenging and pest control? Did he not have a crippled daughter? Why did he now resemble a doctor of this clinic? Vivian felt her mind clouded in bewilderment. It took her a moment to realize that she might have been deceived yesterday. Had his apparent disarray and vulnerability merely been a facade? The items in that package weren't captured spoils, but rather materials for potion crafting. The touching tale of his disabled daughter was also a fabrication. Vivian's round face flushed with embarrassment, as she felt that her compassion from the previous day had been squandered. The sensation of having invested her emotions only to discover she was the butt of a joke was as humiliating as being discarded by a scoundrel after being toyed with. Charlotte sensed a chilling aura of hostility and, though troubled internally, maintained an impassive expression, calmly stating, "The clinic is closed for today. If it's an emergency, you may seek another establishment." Indeed, he feigned ignorance of her identity. Since she had removed her disguise and revealed her true self, it indicated her desire for redemption. "Young lady, I am sure you wouldn't want others to know you were once a robber. Would you?" Charlotte's gaze fixed on Vivian, the implication unmistakable. How audacious. He pretended not to recognize her. Vivian's pupils dilated in fury, her anger surging anew. Yet, she quickly grasped the meaning behind Charlotte's eyes. She felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. However, as Charlotte had implied, she had knocked on the clinic's door in search of employment. After being battered by society for several days, she had come to the realization that she could no longer survive through thievery. The man before her was more than capable of ensuring her disgrace. She sought a position as a doctor's assistant. There were few clinics in the Abyss, and the larger establishments were too conspicuous due to their high patient volume. This modest private clinic, which received around 10 patients a day, was her optimal choice. Yet, she never anticipated that the person who opened the door would be her intended target from yesterday's robbery. I am Vivian," she stammered, her well-developed chest rising and falling with exertion, desperately suppressing her emotions. "That I am not here for treatment. I seek employment." After speaking, she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Charlotte's eyes. Her face burning crimson. Indeed, she too had to pretend not to recognize Charlotte. Seeking employment, Charlotte regarded the blushing girl before him. His initial instinct was to decline at a seemingly gullible young woman, clearly accustomed to a life of luxury. And a magician skilled in healing magic had suddenly found herself on the streets of the Abyss. If he were to believe that there was no story behind her circumstances, he would be insulting his own intelligence. Yet, as the words hung on his lips, he hesitated. The clinic was indeed in dire need of an assistant, and though this girl's origins were ambiguous, she possessed attributes that aligned perfectly with his requirements. Having an assistant proficient in healing spells would simplify the treatment of trauma patients. If she could also perform cleaning spells, he could save a considerable amount on cleaning potions, which would amount to a significant sum. In the Abyss, one should never expect to find an employee with a spotless background, a benevolent disposition, and no ulterior motives. One must remain vigilant against the possibility of being betrayed while asleep. Even the original owner of this clinic had been deemed a medical butcher by the authorities of Calva, imprisoned for a year before being exiled. The girl before him, appearing as innocent as a little rabbit, was evidently new to the Abyss, having just arrived in this den of vice. He had tested her innocence only yesterday. She was emotionally vulnerable and easily swayed. This was far easier to manage than the temptations presented by a succubus in a brothel. "If I were to consider you as an assistant, what would your expected salary be?" Charlotte inquired, fixing his gaze on Vivian. Vivian pondered the question earnestly. As someone who had recently arrived in the Abyss and had received elite education at the Imperial Medical Academy as a mid-level healing magician, she would not accept anything less than a monthly salary of at least 10,000 copper coins. However, after enduring the harsh realities of the Abyss, she now yearned for a stable environment, one where she could eat her fill, sleep soundly, and not worry about awakening to find herself sold to an older man. Humbled thigh. "I require room and board, and a monthly salary of 1,000 copper coins." Vivian cautiously articulated her demands, casting anxious glances at Charlotte. Though she had been deceived by him just the day before, in this treacherous abyss filled with monsters, Charlotte, as a fellow human, elicited a sense of familiarity within her. After all, it was she who had initiated the robbery. His lies to escape were not entirely incomprehensible. Her primary concern was whether Charlotte truly did not recognize her, and whether he would reject her due to the events of yesterday. Charlotte's eyes brightened. Hiring a healing magician as an assistant for 1,000 copper coins was not merely reasonable. It was an absolute steal. He was quite pleased with the manner in which the girl had been shaped by society. He even felt inclined to express his admiration in song. I love you. Walking alone in the dark alley. I love your modest demeanor. Even employing a maid for cleaning duties would not cost a penny more than 1,000 copper coins. Although he felt satisfied, Charlotte did not allow his expression to betray him, but he scrutinized Vivian and said, Please provide a brief description of your abilities. I need to assess whether you are fit for the duties of this clinic. Vivian's spirit surged at the realization that Charlotte had not outright rejected her, indicating that she still had a chance. With a serious demeanor, she replied, My name is Vivian, a mid-level water magician. I am proficient in cleaning spells, hemostatic spells, and mid-level healing spells. A mid-level magician. Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. This girl, named Vivian, appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, yet she had already reached the third tier among magicians, only one tier below where he had stood in his youth. She was undeniably a prodigy. The three magical skills represent the fundamental and most practical abilities of a physician, sufficient to address the majority of patient ailments. With your capabilities, even if you were to establish your own clinic, you could effortlessly manage and earn a greater income. Why, then, would you choose to come to this modest place and subject yourself to such indignity? Charlotte fixed his gaze upon Vivian, posing the question directly. Despite the allure of the proposition, he still felt the need to maintain control over Vivian's circumstances. The hint of panic was evident on Vivian's face as she bit her lip, attempting to evade Charlotte's penetrating gaze. If you cannot be a bit more candid with me, it will be difficult for me to trust you in joining the clinic, Charlotte remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. After a moment of hesitation and internal struggle, Vivian lifted her gaze to meet Charlotte's eyes, stepping forward to whisper, I have not concealed everything from you. I am being pursued, and I seek a stable refuge. You must understand the implications of a new clinic opening in the Abyss, especially if the physician is a young human girl. It would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Charlotte comprehended her plight. It aligned closely with his expectations. You come from the imperial capital of the Lance Empire? Indeed, Vivian affirmed, her nod resolute. Mention of the capital reignited her focus, her determination resurfacing. Though the girl appeared somewhat disheveled, her meticulously tied hair and impeccably clean face stubbornly upheld her dignity. The distance from the imperial capital to the Abyss spanned thousands of miles. It was hard to fathom how she had managed to arrive here alone, undoubtedly enduring significant hardships along the way. A pang of sympathy stirred within Charlotte's heart. Come inside, he said, stepping back. Do you agree? Vivian's expression brightened, and she inhaled deeply before crossing the threshold of the clinic. Charlotte quickly scanned the neighboring surroundings. It was lunchtime, and no one paid attention to the happenings here. He swiftly closed the door and secured it with a heavy iron bar. Vivian clasped her hands behind her back, fidgeting nervously while her gaze discreetly explored the clinic. It was immaculate. Every surface, from the floor to the walls, including the diagnostic stone bed and benches, was meticulously maintained. This stood in stark contrast to the scenes she had witnessed in other parts of the Abyss over the past few days. Enhancing her favorable impression of Charlotte, her eyes fell upon the cabinet, where various organs were preserved in jars, evoking her surprise. However, as a medical student, she was not easily frightened, though she found herself puzzled as to why Charlotte would collect such items. Her gaze shifted upward to a series of vials containing an assortment of potions. Soon, she was captivated by a white cat nestled within the cabinet. Its pink paws were delicately crossed, and its long, snow-white fur was incredibly soft, especially its striking gold and blue mismatched eyes, which caused Vivian to instantly fall in love. What a beautiful cat! She exclaimed softly. The lion-headed cat seemed equally intrigued by the new guest. It stretched lazily, leaping from the cabinet to the counter, then approached with graceful feline steps to inspect Vivian. Her left front leg appears slightly lame, Vivian observed acutely. Noticing the cat's peculiar gait, she instinctively turned to Charlotte and asked, Is this Anna? You can't claim you're not a cat person. Charlotte thought it amusing, yet refrained from exposing her. He nodded slightly. Yes, her name is Anna. Vivian quickly realized the unintentional implication of her words, and her previously pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Your face is as red as a teapot, Charlotte remarked, exasperated. If his adversaries were to issue a bounty, adding the phrase habitually blushes would surely make finding her much easier. According to your earlier statement, you wish to operate discreetly and evade your pursuers. Charlotte continued the conversation. Yes, their influence is considerable, and I fear they may trace me to the Abyss. Vivian replied. Are you not concerned that I might sell you out for a handsome reward? Charlotte scoffed. You wouldn't do that, Vivian asserted confidently, shaking her head. How can you be so certain? Vivian pointed at Anna earnestly. Someone who regards a cat as her daughter would never betray another for mere coin. At that moment, she felt reassured that Charlotte was not lying about having a helpless little sprite at home. How could such a compassionate person possibly be a villain? Chapter 12. Ah, is that a white-eyed cat? Charlotte observed the girl before him, fully aware that allowing her to stay would invite some trouble. However, sending her away would undoubtedly jeopardize her life. You must refrain from using magic in public. If you wish to remain, you must be prepared to take on additional responsibilities, Charlotte stated calmly, such as cleaning the entire clinic, top to bottom, daily, and ensuring it remains tidy. Understood, Vivian replied readily. For a water mage, maintaining cleanliness was an effortless task. You will also need to partake in potion crafting. Vivian gasped. Potion crafting? Indeed, that is a task you can perform without being in plain sight, Charlotte confirmed. Naturally, he could not treat a mid-level mage merely as a cleaner. Even the livestock would not be subjected to such idleness. However, I have never studied pharmacology and am not proficient in potion making, Vivian said apologetically. Although the medical school offered courses in pharmacology, she had not enrolled. As a girl long celebrated for her magical prowess, it would have raised eyebrows if she wasted time on such studies. Charlotte's confidence was unwavering. It matters not, if you are willing to learn. I assure you will quickly become a competent apothecary. Vivian hesitated momentarily, but upon meeting Charlotte's gaze, she steeled herself and nodded. I am willing to learn. Compared to robbing and pillaging, potion crafting should be easier to master. Right? If unforeseen circumstances arise, you will need to assist me in performing certain procedures without revealing your magical abilities. Refusal is not an option, Charlotte added another stipulation. Vivian pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Charlotte's demands were not unreasonable. Excellent. Then from this moment forth, you shall be regarded as an employee of the clinic. The smile finally graced Charlotte's face as he extended his right hand toward Vivian. I am Charlotte. Vivian gazed at Charlotte, lost in thought by the warmth of his smile, his blue eyes clear as water, as if illuminated by a radiant light. Charlotte, the name seemed vaguely familiar, yet she could not pinpoint why. She reached out and gently shook his hand. The warmth of his touch brought her back to reality. She had finally found a place to call home within the abyss, a modest little clinic. Overseen by a young proprietor, Charlotte withdrew his hand, continuing, Your duties will consist of what I outlined earlier, with a monthly salary of 1,000 copper coins. If your performance is exemplary, you will be promoted to a formal employee after 1 month, with an additional 200 coins. Furthermore, potion crafting will yield an extra commission of 1 copper coin per vial. Very well, Vivian replied, her face lighting up with surprise. This was better than she had anticipated. Let me familiarize you with the clinic. The first floor is the work area, while the second floor serves as the living quarters. Charlotte's gaze fell upon the white cat on the counter. And this one, her name is Anna, the clinic's mascot. Come, Anna, give us a smile. The white cat let out a warning meow, its tail held high and quivering slightly. See, it seems she rather likes you, Charlotte remarked with satisfaction. Huh? Vivian observed the proud cat leap back onto the cabinet, feeling no affection in return. Although the clinic was tidy, it was undeniably quite rudimentary. The existence of an operating room surprised Vivian, as a medical student. She had been taught that healing spells and internal medicine were the standards, while so-called surgical procedures were tasks reserved for lower-status barbers. That in the imperial capital, countless commoners fell prey to the superstitions surrounding bloodletting, often leading to their demise without addressing their ailments. She began to worry that her new employer might be akin to such charlatans. A healing mage, working as an assistant to a fraudulent practitioner, would be disastrous. This is the apothecary room, where potions will be crafted. This will also serve as your future workspace, Charlotte stated, opening a door. Vivian gazed at the modest apothecary, her attention drawn to the large iron pot perched atop the stove. Was this where those supposedly miraculous potions were concocted? This increasingly made her feel as though she had stumbled into a den of thieves. Subsequently, Charlotte guided her on a tour of the second floor, which housed 4 rooms, the largest of which was Charlotte's bedroom, while the remaining 3 were cluttered with various odds and ends. Charlotte allowed Vivian to select a room for herself as a bedroom, intending to convert the smallest room into a kitchen. That he had already contemplated this, as with the addition of another person to the clinic, it was surely intolerable to subsist on that dark, hard bread every day. His current physical condition was quite frail, partly due to the after effects of his magic source being rendered useless, and partly due to a lack of nourishment that, of course, from a dialectical perspective, one could not dismiss the possibility that it was also related to some of the poor habits of his previous incarnation. The task of cleaning the room is up to you. I shall step out to procure some daily necessities, Charlotte remarked, observing Vivian's face, which could hardly conceal her excitement. Vivian nodded eagerly, though her stomach audibly grumbled in protest. Gurgle, embarrassed, Vivian lowered her gaze. This was hardly her fault. Since yesterday, she had only consumed the bread Charlotte had provided her. Moreover, due to a lack of a safe water source, she had barely managed to drink a few sips. Charlotte sighed inwardly, deciding to fetch some food for her as well. Thank you, boss. Vivian expressed her gratitude. Suddenly, she felt a pang of shame for her earlier thoughts. Even if he were a fraud, he was the only one willing to provide her with sustenance, an ordinary person devoid of magical abilities. Striving to survive in the abyss would inevitably have to exert far greater effort. As Charlotte descended the stairs and stepped outside, Vivian could not resist twirling about in her room. The room was quite austere. The wooden floor, worn by the passage of time, bore numerous pits, and the walls were constructed of rough stone, with various gaps that, while not completely transparent to light, still allowed a draft to seep through. The sole piece of furniture was a wooden bed against the wall, albeit one that was missing a leg. Having been neglected for so long, everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. Pushing open the wooden window, the dim light filtering through the abyss's overcast sky did little to brighten the room, yet it gave her the impression that the dreary world outside had been illuminated just a touch. Now that she had her own independent room, it felt as though this drifting water plant had finally taken root in the abyss, after her family's sudden misfortune, fleeing southward through numerous calamities. And witnessing the deaths of her closest kin, her heart, once filled with dread and sorrow, had finally found a place to land, and no matter how humble it may be, it was certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly outside. Let us start cleaning. Let us accomplish today's tasks. Though her belly ached with hunger and her body felt weak, Vivian felt invigorated with a newfound determination. Charlotte first went to the grocery store on Baca Street to purchase a bedspread, a few toiletries, and a black wig, spending a total of 250 copper coins. Damn, even a poorly made wig costs 180 copper coins. Upon exiting the grocery store, Charlotte glanced at the frayed wig in his hand and muttered under his breath. This was the least flawed option he had meticulously selected. Next, he visited the bakery to buy 4 loaves of black bread. Doctor, your appetite seems quite robust these past few days, Mrs. Bella, the baker, cheerfully remarked as she handed the bread to Charlotte. I've recently hired a cleaning staff. As you know, orcs have quite the hearty appetite. Charlotte accepted the bread, wearing a resigned expression. This elderly lady was the owner of the bakery, known for her big mouth. She was the source of gossip on Baca Street. That must be a beautiful young orc girl, around 20 years old, right? The old lady asked with a smile. You've guessed it right, Charlotte replied. Taken aback, I've noticed your unwavering affection over the past 3 years, she continued, her eyes nearly squinting with glee. Charlotte found himself somewhat perplexed. This was quite different from what was recorded in the diary of his previous self. You have always preferred girls around 20. Your tastes have never changed, she added. You truly understand me, Charlotte said, hastily leaving with the bread, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the rumors surrounding him. Upon pushing open the clinic's door, Charlotte was momentarily stunned. He had believed he had cleaned the clinic quite well over the past few days, at least compared to the former state of disarray it had been in. However, after stepping out for merely a short while, the clinic had completely transformed. The marble floor gleamed brilliantly, the walls and ceiling, along with various pieces of furniture, were immaculate, and even the air seemed a touch more refreshing. The counter had been reorganized, with glass jars and potion bottles arranged in an orderly fashion according to size, even the empty bottles placed symmetrically. What kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder is this? Charlotte thought to himself. Unable to contain his surprise, on the other side, sitting behind the counter, Vivian cradled Anna, the little creature comfortably resting on her lap as she gently rubbed its belly, eliciting soft purring sounds from it. What is this? A white-eyed cat, Charlotte exclaimed, unable to accept the situation, as he had been the one to arrive first. Boss. Vivian stood up. Anna, interrupted from its enjoyment, shot Charlotte a disapproving glance. The bedding is here. You should have a loaf of bread to tide you over. Charlotte placed his purchases on the counter and poured a glass of water for Vivian. Vivian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the bread. Having just used cleaning magic to tidy both levels and even bathed the little cat, she felt utterly drained. Forgetting about any notions of propriety, she devoured a large bite of bread, followed by a generous gulp of water. And in the blink of an eye, one loaf had vanished into her stomach. Once she finished one, Vivian glanced at Charlotte and then at the remaining loaves. Go ahead and eat. The clinic is spotless. Thanks to your efforts, Charlotte encouraged, thoroughly pleased with Vivian's work ethic. Starting today, he could bid farewell to the tedious task of cleaning. This 1,000 copper coins is truly worth it. With Charlotte's approval, Vivian picked up another loaf. But this time, she savored it slowly, relishing the comfort the food provided to her hungry stomach. Chapter 13 Boss, I wish to learn this. 50 grams of limestone ore, crushed into granules. Grind 30 grams of green-skinned frogs into powder. Grind 30 grams of silver-winged bats into powdered. In the alchemy room, Vivian diligently followed the detailed instructions Charlotte provided for the preparation of the hemostatic potion, meticulously pre-treating the materials required for the concoction. These materials were precisely those various desiccated insects and peculiar substances that had startled her into flight when she had robbed Charlotte the day before. Since childhood, she had harbored a fear of such things. The desiccated green-skinned frog, the size of her palm, still possessed a pair of bright red eyes, despite having been hollowed out and dried. The silver-winged bat appeared even more lifelike, its silver wings reflecting a mirror-like sheen under the candlelight. Yet the gray-brown body of the rodent made Vivian shudder. Grasping a green-skinned frog with the fire tongs, she tossed it into the stone mortar, took a deep breath, and forcefully pounded it down. Puff! One of the bright red eyeballs popped out under pressure, hurtling toward Vivian. Ah! Her scream echoed throughout the clinic, just as Charlotte arrived at the door of the alchemy room, having chosen the materials for the cleansing potion. He saw a shadow flash past, and suddenly found himself adorned with a new accessory. What on earth happened? Charlotte inquired, looking down at Vivian, who was clinging to him, somewhat exasperated. Its eye popped out. Vivian exclaimed, her emotions in disarray. Charlotte glanced at the mortar, where a green-skinned frog was now missing one eye, and his expression grew stern if she could not even handle a dried green-skinned frog. Then she might as well leave in the abyss. No one would pay to keep a mere mascot that could only scream. Vivian appeared startled by Charlotte's stern words, loosening her grip, causing the frog to plop onto the ground. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Vivian hastily scrambled to her feet, her head bowed as she repeated her apologies. Charlotte regarded the girl with reddened eyes, devoid of any feelings of guilt. He spoke the truth. For an ordinary person to survive in the abyss, they must exert double the effort. He himself was barely hanging on the edge of survival, having nearly faced eviction due to an inability to pay rent. His expectations for Vivian extended beyond that of a mere cleaning lady. As a water magic user, she possessed a natural advantage in potion making that if she could become a skilled alchemist, she would alleviate much of Charlotte's workload. Furthermore, any surplus potions could be sold to Harry's material shop, yielding a considerable profit even at lower prices. Your task this afternoon is to process the remaining materials for the hemostatic potion. I hope you can maintain a quiet demeanor while I optimize a new potion, Charlotte instructed Vivian. Vivian nodded emphatically. Charlotte withdrew her gaze from her, stepping sideways into the apothecary room. Vivian's eyes remained fixated on the large, rolling eyeball on the ground, and after a tumultuous internal struggle, she tremulously extended her hand, seizing the orb. A wave of intense revulsion surged within her, causing her complexion to turn a ghastly pale. And her hands trembled uncontrollably. Her grip on the green-skinned frog's eye nearly faltered as she fought the urge to hurl it away. Yet, recalling Charlotte's earlier words, she restrained herself. She certainly did not wish to be dismissed on her very first day. Should she leave this place, it would likely prove arduous to find another establishment willing to accept her and conceal her identity. She needed time to grow stronger, to secure a haven where she could hide that ledger. Her father had stated that as long as the ledger remained in her possession, they would not take her mother's life. With shaking limbs, she returned to the mortar, crouching down to place the large eyeball back into the bowl, and picked up the pestle once more. This time, she did not exaggerate by standing at a distance. Instead, she positioned herself directly on the ground, one hand clutching the pestle while the other pressed against the mortar, resolutely commencing her task. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of the pestle soon transformed the green-skinned frog into powder, with occasional fragments flying out. Quickly retrieved Vivian, caught off guard, displayed a hint of embarrassment as she poured the remaining crimson liquid from the pot. She then silently recited an incantation, summoning a water-based cleaning spell that a stream of water slithered like a serpentine spirit, swiftly restoring the chaotic alchemy room to its former cleanliness. Charlotte's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, magic was the foremost productivity tool, and she couldn't help but drool with envy. Vivian possessed a remarkable talent for potion crafting, and her affinity for the water element allowed her to manipulate the potion's state in the cauldron with ease. Not wishing to dwell on her further, Charlotte turned her attention to the formula for hydrating essence. This was the recipe for the restoration potion that the original owner had procured from the black market. However, the final product concocted from the recipe proved ineffective for healing purposes, leading to its classification as a failed product. Through Charlotte's clever marketing, the discarded potion was rebranded as hydrating essence, and it swiftly ascended to become the most expensive and profitable item in the clinic. While uncertain if the landlady and the man with the horse-like face would repurchase, Charlotte prepared to brew another batch. The profit from each bottle exceeded 700 copper coins. Such earnings were too enticing to resist. The delightful afternoon passed amidst the bustling activities of the two, and as night fully enveloped the sky, hunger compelled them to cease their work. Dinner consisted of 2 pieces of black bread, one for each. Observing Vivian savoring her meal, Charlotte felt a wave of satisfaction. If such unappetizing black bread could evoke a Michelin-starred happiness, then this employee was truly unpretentious and easy to sustain. However, after 2 consecutive days of black bread, Charlotte found himself unable to endure it any longer. He had already devised a plan. After paying the rent tomorrow, he would reserve the funds for purchasing potion ingredients, and the remaining money must be used to hire someone to set up a kitchen on the 2nd floor, enabling him to prepare his own meals and enhance his diet. Eating bread daily would eventually transform him into a bread person. Yes, he had told his neighbor that he had found a new employee, an orc girl, hence starting tomorrow, she would need to don this headpiece when in public. Charlotte retrieved the wig he had purchased earlier and handed it to Vivian. An orc girl, you say? Vivian glanced at the black wig in her hands, adjusted it briefly, and placed it atop her head. With her petite stature, delicate features, and a pair of black cat ears peeking through her hair, she instantly transformed into an adorable orc girl. Quite splendid, indeed. Charlotte nodded repeatedly. But the attire also required a change. Attire? Vivian looked down at her oversized black robe, a garment pilfered during her escape, although it had been thoroughly cleaned with water magic. The constant evasion had left it riddled with holes. Charlotte's expression turned serious. Tomorrow, I shall procure you a new outfit. Remember, from now on, your name is Aaron, hailing from the lion tribe of the Stu Grasslands. Abducted and brought to the Abyss. I am Aaron, from the lion tribe of the Stu Grasslands. Kidnapped and taken to the Abyss, Vivian echoed. You wouldn't want your enemies discovering your hideout in the clinic, would you? So, commit this identity to memory and refrain from slipping up in front of others. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Vivian nodded earnestly. The lion tribe was not a mere figment of Charlotte's imagination. It was a legitimate orc tribe of considerable strength, rumored to be home to many cat-eared maidens. Anna, perched atop the cupboard, perked up upon hearing their conversation, peeking out before retreating again. After dinner, Charlotte handed Vivian the bedding he had bought earlier and instructed her to head upstairs while he retrieved tools from the cupboard. Preparing to assist her in fixing the bed, suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded from the door. Who could it be at this late hour? Charlotte felt a surge of tension, gripping the hammer tightly in one hand while clutching a magical talisman in the other. The darkness of the abyss, though less perilous than the wilderness, still bore its own dangers. Each night, someone quietly met their demise. Landlords cared little for your life or death. They could always find another tenant to pay rent. To many, Charlotte, a mere mundane running a profitable clinic without magical abilities, appeared as the most succulent target. The first page of his diary bore the bold warning, "Do not open the door to anyone at night." Charlotte maintained silence, crafting an illusion that he had already retreated to bed. The knocking persisted momentarily before a sword was thrust through the door's crack. That it was a black blade, long in length. Yet the tip seemed broken, leaving an irregular fracture. Damn, Charlotte gazed at the sword piercing the door, already deducing the intruder's intention, who awaited him outside. A patient in need of urgent care? An enemy of the original owner from Calva? An assassin sent by the medical association? Or perhaps an enemy pursuing Vivian? If it were the first, there might still be a chance for negotiation, but if it were the latter too, he might well meet his end this very night. With a mere flick, the black sword sliced through the iron bar blocking the door, severing it effortlessly. Charlotte's pupils dilated. What manner of weapon was this? Or rather, what terrifying power did the individual outside possess? Clang! The iron bar clattered to the ground as the door slowly swung open. At the clinic's entrance stood a man cloaked entirely in black, his broad cape obscuring his face, merging nearly seamlessly with the night behind him. Who are you? Why have you forcibly entered my dwelling? Charlotte's mood plummeted as he questioned, his hand trembling slightly while gripping the magical talisman. In the event of a conflict, he had but one chance. Moreover, he had no assurance that this singular opportunity would suffice to eliminate the cloaked figure before him. Charlotte Clayton, no need to be so tense. I have no intention of killing you. The cloaked man stepped forward into the clinic's light. His voice low yet laced with a hint of mockery. Though illuminated, Charlotte still could not discern his face. He never introduced his surname to those from the Abyss. Thus this cloaked individual must have originated from Calva. However, no recollection of such an acquaintance surfaced in his memory. The visitor claimed not to be there to kill him, yet this revelation did little to ease his tension. However, his gaze soon fell upon the man's feet, where black blood pooled and flowed outward, resembling a bizarre flower in bloom. Indeed, as you can see, I am injured, gravely so. The cloaked man removed his cape. Beneath it was a pallid face, nearly devoid of color, yet defined by strong features. Thick brown curls were carelessly swept back, and a brown stubble nearly merged with his hair. His golden eyes shone like beacons in the darkness, capable of piercing through anything. This was a human. Charlotte could ascertain with certainty that he had no memories associated with this individual, yet the man recognized him and had sought him out despite being gravely injured, perhaps in search of healing. Do you require assistance? Charlotte tentatively inquired. He could sense the man's frailty. He was indeed gravely wounded and poisoned. The blood seeping into the stone floor began corroding the very surface. The toxicity within the blood was so potent. Yet he still stood before Charlotte. This defied logic. Perhaps so, but regrettably, no one in this world can aid me. The man sat upon the stone bed, smiling as he pulled back his black robe. At the location of his heart, a black, spiked protrusion was embedded, from which the black blood flowed. Charlotte cast a glance at the fragmented longsword beside him. Even in his gravely injured state, he could effortlessly sever an iron rod as thick as an arm. Such terrifying prowess had utterly surpassed his comprehension. And yet, they still intended for him to inherit a legacy. The inheritance of a superpower was laden with possibilities for someone like Charlotte, who lived beneath the poverty line. Chapter 15. The Chinibu chat group. Rest assured, I bear no terrifying enemies in need of your vengeance, nor do I possess wealth that could ensure your comfort for the rest of your days. Joseph remarked, his golden eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement as he surveyed Charlotte. The embarrassment of being seen through prompted a sheepish smile from Charlotte, who mused to himself, could this fellow perhaps read minds? Nevertheless, upon witnessing the man's grievous injuries and the evident frailty that accompanied them, Charlotte could not help but say, I have been stripped of my magical essence and am no longer a mage. But within my clinic resides a mid-level healing mage. Perhaps she could attempt to treat your wounds. That he was aware that Vivian was just beyond the staircase, and Joseph likely knew this as well. As a physician, even if merely a veterinarian, the sight of a gravely wounded patient succumbing before his eyes without taking action was a torment. Even when cast into the abyss, one could still possess a heart of compassion. This trait resonated with Lynn. Joseph chuckled softly, shaking his head. Alas, my injuries are far too severe for a mere girl to remedy. Even a grand magus would be at a loss, Charlotte observed Joseph, whose pallor was striking due to excessive blood loss. His lips transformed into a deep shade of purple, the toxins within him consuming his vitality. Yet, his demeanor remained calm and composed. He had never encountered anyone facing death with such tranquility. What was a grand magus? The pinnacle of the mage profession. Even the dean of the Calva Medical Academy was merely of magus strength. He trusted Joseph's judgment, refraining from insisting that Vivian treat him. Did you come specifically to find me? Charlotte inquired, eager to discern the man's intentions. Indeed, years ago, your parents left a letter with me before venturing out to confront the beast tide. They requested that I care for you should anything happen to them. Joseph nodded slightly. Then why do you only appear now? Where were you when I was imprisoned? Where were you when I was insulted and cast aside? Where were you when I was rendered powerless? Stripped of my magical essence, the original Charlotte would undoubtedly have unleashed a hysterical barrage of questions. However, Charlotte remained notably composed, merely stating, "Clearly, you have not fulfilled your promise. Of course, you may have been too busy. I do not hold it against you." His tone bore a hint of wounded naivete. Charlotte's calmness deepened Joseph's sense of guilt, prompting him to apologize. "In truth, I have been occupied with some significant matters over the years. I had assumed that, given Nolan and Lynn's contributions to Calva, those individuals would look after you. That I never anticipated they would treat you so poorly. So, you are here today to offer me an apology?" "Yes, and I intend to present you with an opportunity." An opportunity? Charlotte did not display excessive excitement. Rather, he became slightly wary. Words like "would you like to live differently?" or "young one, do you wish to change your fate?" often led to treacherous pitfalls. Charlotte merely sought to earn a living and lead a decent life. Joseph produced a black stone from within his garments and extended it towards Charlotte. "What is this?" Charlotte hesitated briefly but ultimately accepted the stone. It was a rectangular piece, its front as smooth and reflective as a mirror, while the back, though equally smooth, bore an intricately carved magic array in dark golden lines beneath its surface. Based on a hexagram and adorned with symmetrical, complex runes, exuding an air of sophistication and aesthetic appeal. The moment he held it, Charlotte felt as though he had grasped a mobile device. Its size, thickness, weight, and overall grip were impeccable, even achieving a true full-screen experience. Yet, Charlotte was certain that the continent of Aesop had yet to witness such a revolutionary creation. Not even the steam engine had emerged. Suddenly, the stone in his hand vibrated slightly. The pure black mirror surface illuminated, revealing a series of text. "Technician, what happened to the judge? Why did he suddenly say goodbye?" "Merchant, damn it, he can't be dead. Can he? He still owes me 2,000 gold coins." "Gatekeeper, he mentioned finding a beast queen's lair yesterday. Could something have gone awry?" "Seeker of light, does the hermit know the specifics? You usually communicate with the judge more frequently." "Hermit, Charlotte, isn't this a chat group? Had he not already accepted the reality of his transmigration, he might have thought he was eavesdropping on some gaming group. Yet, this was a fantastical world filled with rampant magic and soaring dragons." Staring at the chat group dubbed Red Moon, as the messages continued to flood in, Charlotte felt utterly bewildered. Joseph seemed quite pleased with Charlotte's reaction, smiling as he elucidated, "You may find it difficult to grasp the nature of this device. In simple terms, it is a real-time communication tool we refer to as Blackstone. I comprehend what it is, but I cannot fathom why it exists here." Charlotte grasped the black stone with a perplexed expression, asking, "What purpose does it serve? And who are they?" To discuss this, one must begin with an organization known as the Red Moon. 1,000 years ago, 9 meteorites fell upon various locales of the Aesop continent. And it was from the night of the meteorites that the Red Moon emerged. The consecutive nights of the Red Moon persisted for 3 years, during which magical phenomena began to manifest across the continent. Humans, beasts, orcs, and even dragons exhibited inexplicable frenzies, displaying signs of contagion, with the hallmark being their eyes turning red, losing their reason, and descending into madness and slaughter. Like a spreading disease, the magical affliction engulfed the entire continent, ultimately garnering the attention of various races. In order to combat the tide of magical beasts, the races ended their conflicts, erecting cities across the Aesop continent, fortified with towering walls and magical arrays to isolate magical creatures. Calva was established against this backdrop, Joseph explained in a measured tone. Charlotte listened intently. He was well aware of these historical accounts, having grown up in Calva, yet he struggled to see how they related to this black stone device. "While you may be familiar with the above, let us now discuss matters unknown to you," Joseph continued. After the 3-year period, the frequency of the Red Moon nights began to diminish, from once every 3 days to once every 5, eventually stabilizing at once every 7 days, a pattern that continues to this day. Each Red Moon night, magical creatures become exceedingly active and agitated. It seems as if they are guided by some mysterious force. And every few cycles of the Red Moon, waves of magical creatures attack large cities, phenomena we refer to as magical tides. Beyond constructing cities to withstand these tides, the enlightened among the races were reluctant to remain in urban safety. Thus, over 900 years ago, an organization named Red Moon was founded. The mission of this organization is to unravel the enigma of the Red Moon, eradicate magical afflictions, and rejuvenate the world. What a classic case of Chinibu. Charlotte stared in astonishment. From its inception, the Red Moon had maintained a core group of 9 members, and with the exception of the founder known as the Watcher, the other members were not required to disclose their identities. Communicating through code names via the Black Stone. Isn't this akin to adopting a username for group chats? 9 individuals chatting in a group to save the world? Such thoughts had never crossed his mind at 15. Are you the judge? Charlotte tentatively inquired, intrigued by the overwhelmingly Chinibu moniker. Indeed, I am the judge, Joseph confirmed, nodding. Before pausing to elaborate, I am primarily responsible for exploring the marked locations of magical beast lairs noted by our members, as well as suspicious sites reported by other adventurers, endeavoring to locate the source of the magical afflictions that I have cleared 3 magical beast lairs surrounding the abyss, though the last one encountered some unexpected complications. Charlotte's mouth fell slightly agape, his gaze shifting to Joseph with a mixture of shock and reverence. In the education he had received, the existence of magical beast lairs was relegated to the realm of legends, with no detailed discussion in textbooks. Yet, according to rumors, not only were these lairs teeming with terrifying magical beasts, but they also housed beast queens, entities that instilled fear even in grand magi. The man before him had made it his daily work to scout and cleanse these lairs, and the injuries he bore were likely the result of his endeavors against the magical creatures, most likely connected to a beast queen. What manner of beings were those in the group? Charlotte suddenly realized a significant truth. He might have unwittingly engaged with a formidable and enigmatic organization. The most suitable judgment for the frenzied magical beasts is to send them to meet the damned Red Moon. Joseph remarked with a smile, seemingly justifying his moniker so by entrusting the Black Stone to me. Do you wish for me to deliver it to someone? Charlotte inquired. Presently, he was powerless, barely able to contend with even the enchanted rabbits of the wilderness, clearly lacking the capability to inherit the mantle of the judge and venture into the lairs of monstrous beasts with sword in hand. Judging by Joseph's terrifying prowess, the Red Moon organization, which consistently maintained a configuration of 9 members, was far beyond the reach of someone as inexperienced as he. No, I have chosen you as the successor of the 9th Black Stone. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Red Moon. Joseph's gaze fixed upon Charlotte. Despite the years of our separation, I have always kept a watchful eye on you. This reunion brings me solace. The once gifted prodigy, stripped of his magical essence, has not succumbed to despair, but instead retains a heart full of compassion and an optimistic spirit. Thus, I have selected you as my heir. Charlotte felt no surprise, calmly querying, are you certain that you wish to appoint a mere failure, one who does not even dare to tread the wilderness, to such a coveted position? Do you truly wish to remain a failure, hidden away in the dark corners of the abyss for all eternity? Joseph countered. Charlotte offered no reply, merely gazing at Joseph. He was not one to be easily stirred by mere words. Your timid and cautious demeanor is strikingly reminiscent of Nolan. Joseph chuckled in exasperation, sighing, my choice of you is influenced not only by your character, but also by your parents. Can debts be repaid by their offspring? My parents? Indeed. Joseph retrieved a scroll of parchment from within his robes and extended it towards Charlotte. They conducted research from a medical perspective on the relationship between the rampancy of magical beasts and the Red Moon, including explorations into the possibility of restoring sanity to bewitched creatures by severing the Red Moon's influence on them. This report was overlooked at the time, and their research, which had only just commenced, was abruptly halted by unforeseen circumstances. Over the years, I have encountered countless enchanted beings, and certain exceptional cases have led me to believe that their hypotheses may indeed hold merit. Should we truly discover a means to halt the enchantment, we might achieve the goal of eradicating it through a different approach. Charlotte clutched the parchment, which contained succinct notes speculating on how the Red Moon affected magical creatures, and proposed extensive dissection experiments to validate these claims. They had already begun this work. Is it not astonishing that over a decade ago, your father and mother were dedicated to surgical research, including the dissection of enchanted beings? Joseph observed with a hint of nostalgia. Because of this, your parents became targets of disdain for the medical association. Furthermore, during the subsequent magical tide incident, they, as rising stars in the field of medicine, were dispatched to the most perilous regions to provide aid. A connection that cannot be ignored. Thus, I believe you may excel where I have faltered, shouldering the responsibility of eradicating the enchantment and rejuvenating the world. Charlotte was indeed taken aback. His parents had left a faint impression in his memories. When tragedy struck, he was merely 6 or 7 years old, aware only that they were doctors, perpetually occupied with their work in the medical association. Under the dominion of Calva, they were devoted to surgical studies, striving to unravel the enigma of the red moon. An admirable aspiration. If the medical association played a nefarious role in the incident that led to their demise, that would be utterly despicable. Given that you have already clarified the research direction, why choose me? Surely, you could find a more accomplished doctor or even a formidable archmage. Charlotte remained perplexed. Even if he were to inherit his parents' legacy and continue their research into the relationship between magical beasts and enchanted beings, he possessed no aptitude for it. He was merely a clinic owner, struggling to meet rent, with no means to dissect magical creatures. Moreover, his parents had been sent to their doom for this very research, and he had been expelled from Calva after losing his magical essence due to surgical practices. The inherent dangers were glaringly evident. It is destiny that has chosen you. Joseph gently shook his head. The six-pointed star behind the black stone in Charlotte's grasp glowed, golden light cascading from the stone, entwining around his hand like ribbons. The surface of the mirror gradually coalesced into 2 characters: miracle. This is the code name linked to your fate. Perhaps you truly possess the ability to bring miracles to this world. Joseph's eyes brightened at the sight of the words on the mirror. But I have not consented to your proposition. Charlotte furrowed his brow. What if I told you that I can restore your strength? Charlotte calmly shook his head. The destruction of my magical essence is irreversible. Even the gods cannot alter that. At my age, it is evidently impossible for me to transition into a knight. This was discovered years ago in a mysterious cave. It may present a new path for you, Joseph revealed, producing a half-torn, wordless hide from within his robes and offering it to Charlotte. Skeptical yet intrigued, Charlotte accepted it. Farewell, young man, that I hope you can inherit Nolan's and Lynn's legacy, eradicate the enchantment, and rejuvenate the world. Joseph smiled broadly, his towering figure suddenly collapsing forward. Before Charlotte could reach out to assist, he transformed midair into a pool of black blood, dissipating into the ether. Charlotte, clutching the hide and the black stone, gazed at the remnants of the black robe on the ground and the still trembling black broken sword. Lost in a daze, the living person who had just moments ago persuaded him to join the Red Moon organization had vanished in an instant. The mysterious black robe, a rare item that concealed one's presence, rendering one's strengths and weaknesses inscrutable. The broken long sword, a rare artifact forged from a meteorite, though regrettably fractured, significantly diminishing its offensive capabilities. 2 lines of notes appeared before Charlotte's eyes. Ding! Joseph Kane has issued you a new long-term quest. Eradicate the enchantment. Rejuvenate the world. Quest reward. 1 epic grade item. Do you accept? Yes. No. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Charlotte's mind. He was startled, not expecting the system to suddenly activate a hidden quest, offering an epic grade item as a reward. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to accept in a certain sense. By accepting the system's task, he simultaneously embraced Joseph Kane's invitation to join the Red Moon. Charlotte glanced down at the hide in his hand. Mysterious hide, unable to determine level, unable to determine efficacy. What on earth is this? He examined the hide closely. It was palm-sized, smooth and delicate to the touch, akin to the soft skin of a maiden. Beneath its snow-white surface, it seemed as if blood flowed, split evenly down the middle as though severed by a sharp instrument. Joseph claimed this hide could restore his strength and offer him a new path. Yet, the hide bore no markings. The very fact that it was solemnly bestowed upon him by the dying Joseph spoke volumes about its significance. Its inability to be evaluated by the appraisal system further attested to its extraordinary nature. Yet, he found himself unable to discern anything about it. The hermit. Just now, the judge has departed from us forever. The technician. What the hell? What happened? Wasn't this guy supposed to be indestructible? How could he? The merchant. I still have 3,000 gold coins to repay. How can the judge die? How can he? The pursuer. Let us mourn. He was the finest adventurer in recent years and the greatest eradicator. The gatekeeper. May the Titan god bless him. Suddenly, the black stone in Charlotte's hand trembled. He glanced at it, realizing that news of Joseph's death had been revealed, causing the group chat to erupt. The hermit. While clearing the monster nests surrounding the abyss, the judge encountered a demigod-level beast queen. Though he succeeded in slaying it, he sustained grievous injuries and was on the brink of death. The sorceress, a demigod-level beast queen, terrifying. The technician, that guy just loves to show off. The shepherd has been near Calva lately. Sigh, the shepherd. Where is he now? Is anyone handling the body? I can go take a look. The hermit. In his final moments, he chose a successor, the new master of the 9th Black Stone. Miracle. The merchant. Can debts be repaid by their offspring? Miracle. Chapter 17. Studying medicine to save the world, Charlotte observed as the group chat shifted from mourning the judge to focusing on him. The newcomer, with the individual dubbed merchant attempting to shift his debts onto him. That was a staggering 2,000 gold coins, equivalent to 20 million copper coins. Even selling him would not cover that amount. Thus, he contemplated for a moment, swiftly gliding his fingers across the Blackstone screen, typing a message. Miracle. Newcomer reporting in. I kindly ask for the esteemed elder's guidance. Miracle. I merely crossed paths with that gentleman. I shall not inherit any of his debts. The brief moniker merchant left Charlotte feeling somewhat out of sorts. He was accustomed to longer names, such as Farmer's 3 punches hurt a bit, or this name truly consists of 10 characters. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the staircase, prompting Charlotte to hurriedly stow away the black cloak and the beast hide. The patient, Vivian, gazed at the black robe and the broken sword on the floor, as well as the several footprints that had corroded the ground, and instinctively covered her mouth. That it appeared as if a scene of corpse disposal had unfolded. She had distinctly heard the sound of a guest knocking at the door moments ago, yet out of caution, she refrained from descending the stairs. Curiously, standing at the staircase, she found it impossible to discern what they were saying. Only when she confirmed that silence had enveloped the clinic did she finally emerge from the staircase. Stop overthinking it. That patient was afflicted by an exceptionally fierce poison, and there was nothing I could do. All that remains are these 2 items, Charlotte interjected, not wishing to be inadvertently cast as a terrifying murderer in the young girl's mind. Is that so? Vivian replied, her skepticism palpable. Use magic to cleanse the ground, and those 2 artifacts. I shall take care of their disposal, Charlotte continued. The potency of the poison that had afflicted Joseph was too severe. He wished to avoid being implicated by any remnants. Vivian obediently employed a cleaning spell to purify the ground in Joseph's 2 possessions, which left her with an unsettling feeling of being an accomplice. Charlotte wrapped the black robe and the broken sword in a rag and ascended the stairs with them. These were rare items, as determined by the system, the last vestiges left behind by a formidable champion. Completely unharmed by the highly corrosive poison, discarding them would be an utter waste. Charlotte bore no qualms about the fact that their original owner had perished. From a certain perspective, he considered this an act of inheritance. Could it truly be that this is a den of iniquity? Vivian pondered, observing Charlotte as he ascended the stairs with the so-called patient-esque belongings, her unease intensifying. From a corner, Charlotte seized a spider and tossed it onto the black robe. Ensuring no toxins lingered before folding the robe neatly and tucking it into the furthest corner of the wardrobe. According to the System S assessment, this was an item capable of concealing one's presence and facilitating stealth in the dark, a genuine artifact for night wanderers. As for the broken longsword, it was less valuable than a complete one, primarily due to its diminished resale potential. This sword, which had accompanied the Judicator in countless battles, vanquishing innumerable beasts, was forged from meteoric iron, possessing exceptional sharpness and hardness. Yet, in Charlotte's hands, even the finest sword was no different from a common kitchen knife. If he could remeld it and forge it into a surgical scalpel, it would be an excellent way to repurpose it. The recent image of severing an iron rod as thick as an arm with a single strike made Charlotte covet its sharpness. With this thought in mind, Charlotte hurried downstairs to find a wooden stick to prop against the door. Feeling it insufficiently secure, he pushed a stone bed against it as well. Once he amassed enough wealth, he would need to purchase a magical barrier to place outside the door, he mused privately. Unfortunately, such a contraption was akin to the difference between a password-protected door and a wooden door. Its price was exorbitantly high, with even the most basic model exceeding 10,000 copper coins. Vivian returned to her room to rest, while Charlotte entered the study, locked the door, and retrieved the black stone and beast hide, placing them on the desk. The yellowed light flickered slightly, and the black stone glimmered ominously, vibrating softly while emitting a low hum. Charlotte quickly scanned the chat log, noting the unexpected demise of the Judicator. Apart from the mysterious Night Watcher, the other group members had begun to surface. Through their exchanges, much like piecing together a jigsaw puzzle, Charlotte gleaned some insights into the Judicator's life, a knight approaching demigod status. The Judicator's life was nothing short of legendary. After more than 30 years with the Crimson Moon, he had obliterated over 100 beast lairs and slain more than 100 beast queens. The most iconic battle occurred a decade ago when, armed with a single sword, he defended the town of Kant against a monstrous tide. This town, guarded by only 3 high-level sorcerers, faced a terrifying onslaught led by a beast queen. The Judicator, passing through, held the line for 6 hours alone, slaying the beast queen and successfully safeguarding Kant. There were many similar feats, each one capable of shaking the very foundations of the land. Yet curiously, in Charlotte's memory, there was no record of such a legendary figure on the continent of Isur. Soon enough, he discovered the reason. The Judicator never boasted of his accomplishments. Much like the Crimson Moon organization remained shrouded in obscurity. Within the Crimson Moon, there were 9 members, each concealing their true identities and addressing one another by code names. However, this did not imply complete isolation. For instance, the Judicator had borrowed 2,000 gold coins from a merchant, and the technician had forged the black longsword named Judgment for him. He had also once fought alongside the shepherd in purging beast lairs. The closeness of their relationships depended on the individual. The existence of the Black Stone merely allowed members who wished to maintain anonymity to participate in organizational activities while preserving their mystique. Through eavesdropping, Charlotte began to form a rough understanding of several members. The merchant was indeed a merchant, exceedingly wealthy, capable of casually lending out 2,000 gold coins. The technician was likely a weaponsmith, capable of forging rare-grade weapons from meteoric iron. Indicative of his skill, the shepherd was a powerful orc, currently located in Calva, whose daily tasks closely aligned with those of the Judicator, the light chaser. With scant information available, remained an enigma, yet from her dialogue, she appeared to be a female member. The sorceress, similarly lacking in information, was confirmed to be female and resided by the sea. The gatekeeper was taciturn, having only uttered the phrase, "May the giant spirit bless him," which was perplexing. The hermit was held in high regard within the Crimson Moon and had frequent interactions with the Judicator. The Night Watcher had yet to speak since Charlotte joined the group. Being the founder of the Crimson Moon, Miracle, a novice, "What is your profession?" the sorceress inquired. "Miracle," responded the technician, "must be a knight. The Judicator has always looked down upon sorcerers." The shepherd added, "Recently, the beasts have become quite active. We must eliminate more beast lairs before the decennial beast tide erupts." After contemplating for a moment, Charlotte replied, "I am a physician. I study medicine to save the world." Chapter 18. This is a scam. Joining the Crimson Moon organization was now a fait accompli, and Charlotte's current thoughts revolved around how to maximize this resource and swiftly extricate himself from the struggle for survival. The other members of the group were formidable figures in his eyes. Before familiarizing himself with them, he resolved to maintain a certain air of mystery, allowing for greater flexibility in future exchanges. Revealing his profession as a doctor served to showcase his value, while making it more natural to seek assistance later on. "Doctor, what is going on? Did the Judicator randomly choose a successor before he died?" the technician questioned. The shepherd remarked, "This is indeed not his style." The sorceress asked, "You didn't happen to pick up the Black Stone, did you?" The group members expressed their confusion regarding Charlotte's statement. Charlotte scoffed. Had it not been for the system presenting an epic-grade item as bait, he would have been disinclined to wade into such murky waters. With the system at his disposal, surely it was more appealing to develop quietly. As long as he maintained a steady course, he might genuinely become the finest physician on the continent of Isur. The hermit noted, "The Judicator intends to restart the research on the impact of the Crimson Moon on mutated creatures, which is why he chose Miracle as his successor. From today onward, Miracle officially becomes a member of the Crimson Moon." The light chaser responded, "I see. Few doctors are brave enough to take on this research. I've interacted with several top doctors from the imperial capital, and they are quite averse to dissecting mutated beasts." The sorceress added, "If I recall correctly, the Nolans, who first proposed this research, were ostracized and oppressed in the medical community, ultimately dying in a beast tide incident. This research has been shelved for over a decade. Are you not afraid of being discredited if you accept this task?" Charlotte observed the exchanges among the group and inferred that Joseph and the hermit indeed shared a close relationship. He must have communicated his final wishes, including arrangements for Charlotte's future for the sorceress's warning about discredit as a new generation's pariah in the medical field. What more could he possibly lose? His curiosity now lay solely in the half-piece of mysterious beast hide that Joseph had left him, wondering whether it could truly restore his strength. Surviving in the abyss without a means of self-defense was undeniably anxiety-inducing. Even Vivian, a healing mage, had managed to overpower him with a mere knife, which felt exceedingly humiliating. Nevertheless, he did not intend to inquire directly in the group. A private conversation with the hermit might prove more suitable. Only with courage can miracles be created. As a physician, I possess the judgment and ability to bear risks, he elegantly replied. What bravery! You must not lack in wealth then, the merchant teased. Indeed, I lack, Charlotte retorted. Charlotte wished to withdraw. But alas, such a function did not exist. Covering his face, he exited the group chat interface. Years of poverty had bestowed upon him peculiar muscle reflexes. Flipping the black stone onto his desk, Charlotte picked up the beast hide and scrutinized it under the light. The pale, smooth hide was devoid of any discernible material, and from every angle, he found no hidden martial arts manuals. Charlotte poured a cup of water over the hide, and the droplets cascaded off, leaving not a trace behind. When water proved ineffective, he resorted to tearing, biting, pounding, and sprinkling salt among various methods, yet the white hide remained unchanged. Was fire the answer? Furrowing his brow as he gazed at the white hide in his hand, he fell into contemplation. If he were to ignite the hide and inadvertently miss a great opportunity, Charlotte would have no recourse for his lament. Miracle, elder hermit. The judicator has gifted me a piece of white beast hide. May I inquire what means I might employ to extract information from it? Charlotte attempted to send a private message to the hermit. Have you tried burning it? Upon receiving the message, Charlotte paused for a moment, then promptly extended the hide towards the flickering oil lamp. Whoosh! The resilient hide ignited instantly, startling Charlotte into releasing it. That a plume of white mist arose, swirling rapidly, as if something were attempting to break free. Charlotte gazed at the mist with eager anticipation. It must be something of significance if the judicator regarded it with such gravity. The white mist coalesced and ultimately formed a visage. As Charlotte beheld the familiar face, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Haha, lad, didn't expect it to be me, did you? The judicator's face bore a mischievous grin. Why you? Charlotte furrowed his brow. Did you not claim it was discovered in a mysterious cave? The world was not rife with such enigmatic encounters. Congratulations on joining the Red Moon. Forge ahead, young one. Let courage create miracles. Restart this world. Restore the elves to the forest. Let the orcs graze the prairies. And allow the sea maidens to embrace the ocean once more. Charlotte fixated on the judicator's gradually fading visage, contemplating downloading an app for the National Anti-Fraud Center. This was a blatant scam. The methods were despicable, and the consequences dire. The white beast hide fluttered in the flames until it was reduced to ashes, remnants suspended in the air. The tricks of this other world were manifold. He longed to return to Earth. An icy chill enveloped Charlotte's heart. The so-called mysterious beast hide was merely a ruse to deceive him into investing. After some time, Charlotte emerged from his indignation, glancing at the still slightly trembling black stone on the table, wishing to find a place to bury it. It was likely a den of thieves. He wrapped the black stone in 2 old garments and stuffed it into the farthest corner of the bottom shelf of the bookcase. Then, Charlotte ascended to bed, having come to a realization. One should not expect fortune to fall from the sky. Only through diligent effort could one achieve prosperity. The patients were his bread and butter. The cash rewards from the system were the only true instant deposits. Other ethereal matters were not to be trusted. That a good night's sleep would prepare him mentally and physically for the patients awaiting him the next day. How do you perceive this young lad chosen by the judicator? Can he bear the weight of great responsibilities? The source of magic has been rendered ineffective. Even you and I are powerless. The judicator's choice seems to stem more from nostalgia than anything else that I have advised him, but he remains steadfast. He has always been astute in his judgments. Perhaps this young lad does possess remarkable qualities. After some time, I shall personally visit the abyss to meet him. Very well, I in the city of freedom. Atop the floating altar, a wizened elf, his hair and beard as white as snow, stowed a black square stone into a ring. Letting out a soft sigh, Charlotte rose early once more, heading out to purchase bread for 2. Upon his return, Vivian, with weary eyes and somewhat unsteady steps, descended the stairs from above. The sight of the bread instantly brightened her drowsy gaze. Is it truly necessary? That bread looks rather unappetizing, Charlotte thought, smiling as he handed her the bread. This is breakfast. After eating, go upstairs and don your wig, and remember your current identity. The newly recruited assistant of the clinic. Aaron from the Mighty Clan. Chapter 19. Doctor, please save me. Little did he expect that a clinic would exist here. Albeit small, it wouldn't be a scam, would it? On Baca Street, the lizard man Jack stood at a distance, scrutinizing the modest clinic marked merely by the sign that read clinic, his expression fraught with indecision. Hiss, it hurts. If my hand is not treated soon, it will be utterly useless. If his hand were to be severed, no lizard beauty would ever look his way again, and his lizard life would be irrevocably doomed. Yet, he possessed a mere 3 copper coins. If he couldn't pay after treatment, he would surely be beaten. Jack cradled his scaly left arm with his right hand, torn and anxious. Last night, he had endured the 81st night raid in the Abyss. Although he emerged victorious, he could not fathom why those lurking in the shadows fixated on him, a well-armored yet undeniably impoverished creature. This latest attack had resulted in a brutal blow to his left arm. He heard the heart-wrenching sound of bones fracturing as the iron rod bent. This was not an injury that could heal with a mere night's rest. With dawn's light, tormented by excruciating pain throughout the night, Jack immediately took to the streets in search of assistance. In the Abyss, succumbing to weakness was a perilous predicament. A mercenary orc. Losing an arm would drastically diminish his capabilities, rendering him unable to sustain his place in this profession. Losing his means of livelihood would likely condemn him to a fate akin to those lurking in the shadows. Jack had heard whispers of the small clinic on Baca Street within the mercenary circle. The mercenary life is fraught with risks, and injuries are commonplace. Some wounds require only a couple of bottles of healing potions, while others necessitate a doctor's intervention. The Abyss boasted 7 or 8 hospitals of varying scales, all backed by formidable forces. While the quality of these hospitals varied, each had at least one healing mage on staff, capable of addressing most injuries. Correspondingly, the fees were exorbitant. Even a minor injury could bankrupt a mercenary. As a near-bankrupt individual before even stepping into a hospital, Jack had to eliminate those establishments from consideration. Attempting to defraud such places would be tantamount to courting death. However, this small clinic on Baca Street was somewhat different. It was said to be run by a human, lacking any significant backing. Yet this human was no magician, possessing only potions. It was rumored he even performed surgeries, employing unorthodox methods, though sometimes with effective results. The key was that this place purportedly allowed for credit. With his 3 copper coins, Jack wished to save for breakfast. If he could defer payment, he could wait until his arm healed, and then take on tasks to repay his debt. After much internal conflict and finding no better option, Jack approached the clinic's entrance and knocked on the door. The door swung open promptly, revealing an Orcish maiden clad in a black gown, her ears peeking charmingly from her dark hair. "Are you the doctor?" Jack queried, puzzled as he glanced at the sign. Wasn't this supposed to be a human-run clinic? "No, I am Vivian, Dr. Charlotte's assistant. How may I assist you?" She replied, her voice quivering slightly, betraying her nerves at this first encounter as a receptionist. "Indeed, my life is in shambles." Jack nodded vigorously. "Huh." Vivian gazed at him in confusion. My hand is broken. If it cannot be reattached, my life will be utterly over." Jack raised his left hand. A look of anguish etched across his features. "Please, come in." Vivian gestured for him to enter, her gaze shifting towards Charlotte. If it were merely a fracture, she could restore him with a healing spell. Yet Charlotte did not possess healing magic, nor were there intermediate potions for fractures on the counter. How would he handle this patient? Upon entering, Jack beheld a young human, pale and seemingly fragile. Ugh, this is not what I hoped for. His life depended on this seemingly weak human, leaving him feeling rather insecure that he recalled certain rumors. Many mercenaries who entered this clinic never emerged again. "Doctor, please save me," Jack implored, steeling himself to face Charlotte. "Please have a seat," Charlotte instructed, motioning for the towering lizard man to sit upon the stone bed. "Now, patient, please describe your injury." Charlotte was quite satisfied with Vivian's reception, as it allowed him to focus more on treating the patient. Before him stood a lizard man, towering over 2.5 meters, entirely covered in tawny scales, who appeared to have a fractured left arm. "I was ambushed last night, or rather, surprised. My arm blocked a steel rod, and it seems to have broken," Jack lamented, lifting his left hand, grimacing in pain from the movement. Charlotte reached out to touch his left hand. Feeling the coolness of the densely packed scales, which were about the size of a fingernail, hard, yet devoid of any other sensation. As an experienced veterinarian, he had never treated a fracture in a lizard before. Although he couldn't ascertain the internal condition, the lizardman's arm was visibly dislocated, indicating a severe fracture. Bone fracture surgery was not particularly daunting. Charlotte had performed numerous such procedures on cats and dogs, and had a fair amount of experience in this area. However, he was uncertain whether this experience could be applied to a lizard man. According to the notes in his diary, the previous incarnation had frequently performed fracture surgeries. Of course, the success rate was rather disheartening, often resulting in amputation during the course of the procedure. Indeed, it was a fracture, but the internal situation remained unclear, necessitating an incision for examination, followed by realignment and stabilization as needed. Without imaging assistance, the uncertainty of the surgery will significantly increase, Charlotte remarked with a furrowed brow. Open it up for a look, Jack gasped in shock. How could this fellow casually utter such terrifying words? Yes, your condition necessitates surgical intervention, Charlotte said with a serious expression. Isn't there a way to treat it with magic or potions? Jack asked softly. Charlotte shook his head. If you require healing magic, I am afraid I am unable to assist you. You may seek treatment at other hospitals. Jack's lips twitched. If he had the money to go to a large hospital, would he even be here? This surgery won't hurt too much, will it? Jack inquired cautiously. The process may involve some discomfort, but it should not be too much of a problem for you, Charlotte replied, glancing at the rugged, thick-skinned lizard man. Cold-blooded creatures likely had a lower sensitivity to pain. After all, lizards could shed their tails to escape danger. Will the surgery definitely save my left hand? Jack still felt uneasy. Charlotte spread his hands. I cannot make any guarantees. The success of the surgery and post-operative care will both affect the final outcome. Isn't that just playing a trick? Jack thought anxiously, but the pain radiating from his arm made it unbearable to endure any longer. He gritted his teeth and declared, I'll do it. Chapter 20. Good heavens. He has maxed out his defense points. Ding. Patient lizard man Jack has issued you a quest. Treat the fractured arm. Quest completion reward. 200 copper coins. Bone fracture surgery experience 20. Do you accept? Yes. No. The system's voice echoed. Special rewards? Could it be some rare item? Charlotte's eyes lit up with determination as he decisively accepted the task. With Jack the lizardman's consent, Charlotte felt a mix of tension and excitement. Although he had been running the clinic alone for 2 days, most of the patients he had treated were external injuries, treated with potions, falling under the realm of magic. This would be his first time performing surgery. However, what allowed the former occupant to establish a foothold in this abyss was the courage to operate on patients. Regardless of success or failure, at least his bravery was unwavering. Therefore, this was not merely a fracture surgery. It was his first attempt to apply years of veterinary experience in another world. Even if it was to save the world, this surgery was essential. The worst-case scenario would be converting this into an amputation, which was not a novel occurrence in his diary. He had performed amputations before, recalling a small dog whose left front leg was crushed in an accident. You go ahead and lie down in the operating room. I need to prepare for the surgery, Charlotte instructed, pointing towards the surgical area. Vivian promptly stepped forward, guiding the heavy-hearted Jack toward the operating room. Upon entering the sterile environment, Jack suddenly felt a twinge of regret. The coldness of the surgical room sent shivers down his spine as he numbly sat at the edge of the operating table, anxiously glancing toward the door. Surgery? And an incision on his arm. Vivian was equally puzzled. This was a method she had never heard of. Even in the imperial capital, where charlatans deceived the ignorant populace, barbers merely bled patients or resorted to amputations. For a fractured patient like Jack, they would either bind his arm with wooden splints to allow natural healing or declare amputation, a finality. She had never heard of directly cutting open an arm to treat the bone. Charlotte, now donned in a pristine white surgical gown, entered the operating room. He scrutinized Jack's scaly arm for a moment, deep in thought, before opening a nearby toolbox and beginning to extract instruments. A scalpel, a cleaver, a saw, a hammer, and steel nails. This patient's condition was somewhat unique, requiring additional preparations. What are you planning to do? Jack, already on edge, paled at the sight. Your scales are exceedingly tough. I need to take extra precautions. Charlotte explained earnestly. Jack's throat tightened, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate what it was. Eileen, please take these items and boil them in water for sterilization, Charlotte instructed Vivian. Boil? Sterilize? Vivian looked perplexed, but under Charlotte's guiding gaze. She obediently carried the tools to the apothecary room. The prospect of surgery was already sufficiently unusual, but these preoperative preparations intrigued her even more. Following Charlotte's instructions, Jack lay flat on the operating table. Eyes closed, wearing an expression of resignation. Charlotte gathered all the oil lamps from the clinic, surrounding the operating table. However, the dim yellow light remained inadequate, certainly inferior to the brilliance of a surgical lamp. Once he had the funds, he would definitely renovate the operating room, at least upgrading the lighting. Surgery required precision. Any mistake could result in a major medical mishap if an artery were accidentally severed. Vivian soon returned with the sterilized tools, standing by with curiosity. Without the use of healing magic or potions, she was eager to discover how Charlotte would treat this patient's fracture. Charlotte first picked up a scalpel from the tray. While small in relative terms, it was larger than the surgical knives he usually employed, more akin to a fruit knife. Measuring about 20 centimeters, he cleaned and disinfected Jack's arm with a cleansing agent. Then pressed the scalpel firmly against his arm. The sound echoed, reminiscent of cutting through hard metal, producing a sharp, jarring noise. Upon closer inspection, not even a scratch appeared on the densely packed scales. Jack glanced up. His lips twitching, he wanted to laugh but restrained himself that a frail human like Charlotte, even in this abyss, posed no threat to him. Even if he stood there with a knife, he doubted it could penetrate his scales. Charlotte frowned. Returning the scalpel and retrieving Vivian instinctively took 2 steps back, covering her eyes, then peeking through her fingers. The scene that was about to unfold felt exceedingly gruesome and violent, even more terrifying than a limb amputation in a barber shop. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her heart raced with anticipation and excitement. How frightening! Ding! The heavy bone-slicing knife landed on Jack's arm, and Charlotte felt as if she had struck an iron rod. Her hand went numb, and the knife flew from her grip. Looking at Jack's arm, only a faint mark remained, failing to sever even a single scale. Charlotte shook her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. Goodness, his defenses are maxed out. The intense impact caused Jack to grimace in pain, and he sprang up from the bed and oh, more treatment. I must leave this place. Jack was in utter despair, having realized that this human was not a doctor at all, lacking even the competence to be a butcher. Wait. If that is the case, it seems I must bring out that sword. Charlotte reached out to stop Jack, her expression turning serious. Chapter 21. Do not come any closer. Jack, at this moment, had completely lost trust in Charlotte. He believed she was merely mocking him, incapable of treating his arm. What do you intend to do next? Switch to an axe? Jack asked with a grim countenance, his unabashed hostility making him appear ferocious. No, I possess a sharper sword that should be able to slice through your scales. Charlotte calmly shook her head. If you are lying, I will kill you. Jack threatened, his fierce gaze fixed on Charlotte. The air in the operating room seemed to grow colder. Vivian watched the scene in terror, clearly taken aback by the sudden transformation of the seemingly amiable patient into a volatile and dangerous figure. It is important to note that in the Imperial City, doctors hold an esteemed status. Even high-ranking magicians would treat them with a degree of respect. Charlotte felt as though she were being targeted by a venomous snake. Yet her demeanor remained composed. This is the norm in the abyss. There are no benevolent souls, only peril lurking everywhere. Even those who appear honest and kind are often masquerading. Kind-hearted individuals cannot survive in the abyss. Even someone like Vivian, a mid-level healing mage, nearly starved on the streets. Jack scrutinized Charlotte for a moment, somewhat surprised by her resilience, as she exhibited no fear in the face of his threats. I give you one last chance. If you are still toying, Vivian began to feel a flicker of anticipation regarding Charlotte's surgical treatment. The condition of the fractured ends was somewhat better than what Charlotte had imagined. Although misaligned, it had not resulted in a comminuted fracture. This might be attributed to the exaggerated defensive capabilities of the lizard folk, with their tough scales and robust skeletal structure. Jack was panting heavily, his teeth chattering. Does it hurt? Charlotte glanced at him. No pain, Jack replied, casting a glance at the black longsword beside him. His face contorted in despair as he quietly pleaded, But, doctor, could you give me a whack? One that would knock me out. Oh, I forgot to administer anesthesia, Charlotte realized, but then reconsidered, noting that the clinic lacked anesthetic agents. The original diary contained records of several failed anesthetic concoctions. Previous patients had undergone physical anesthesia or had been sedated with alcohol. Eileen, give him a whack, Charlotte instructed Vivian. Huh? Oh, Vivian looked around and rummaged through the toolbox, retrieving a hammer. Both Charlotte and Jack were taken aback. Use this, Charlotte suggested, taking a hefty stick to replace the justice hammer in Vivian's grasp. With the stick in hand, Vivian began to rain down blows on the lizard folk's head. Miss, your hammering is making me more awake. Is this a facial massage? Jack remarked, glancing at Vivian, whose small hands were now red and sore. Exuding an expression of helplessness, Vivian looked to Charlotte for assistance. Realizing this task was beyond her capabilities, she was merely a novice caregiver. Never mind, I'll do it. Charlotte took the stick. Jack sighed, thinking, so the orc can't do it. But a human can? Charlotte raised the stick and struck the lizard folk's chin with a resounding thud. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Jack's head tilted, and he fell unconscious. Remarkable, Vivian exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Charlotte. Just moments ago, she had exerted all her strength but was mocked by the lizard folk for performing a facial massage, while the boss knocked him out effortlessly. Yet, it seemed that Charlotte's strike did not appear significantly stronger than hers. There is indeed a science to striking. No matter how tough the skin, there will always be a vulnerable chin, Charlotte explained, a lesson he had learned from watching boxing matches. Vivian nodded repeatedly, feeling her knowledge expand. With the patient now in a state of unconsciousness, Charlotte proceeded to disinfect his hands and continue the surgery. Boss, since he's already unconscious, why don't I just use healing magic to mend his bones? Vivian suggested quietly. No. Charlotte replied firmly. Why not? He certainly won't know, Vivian said, her expression one of confusion, as this seemed far simpler and more efficient. When he wakes, how will you explain the rapid recovery of his severed arm? And that there are no scars left from the incision? Future patients will expect similar results. How will I handle that? Charlotte regarded Vivian seriously, stating, if you wish to reside peacefully in the abyss, you must leave no traces in the outside world. Every merchant on this street knows that I do not practice healing magic. That is a persona I cannot shatter. Vivian was taken aback by Charlotte's sudden seriousness. Shrinking slightly and murmuring, I just wanted to do a little more. Charlotte's expression softened slightly as he sighed. Why bother? As workers, we must understand our roles. Earn what you are paid for. If you start using magic to treat patients, I would have to consider giving you a raise, which would trouble me. Vivian nodded thoughtfully, standing by with her hands clasped, continuing to observe Charlotte's surgical procedure. In truth, surgery is not as mysterious as you medical students might think. With adequate preparation, the outcomes can be quite satisfactory. As Charlotte spoke, he began cleaning the fractured bones and aligning the two segments, while conventional skeletal fixation devices were not available in the operating room. He had previously conducted numerous fracture surgeries and had prepared some unconventional materials. Charlotte retrieved a long, snow-white bone from the cabinet, crafted from the leg bone of the triangular yak, unique to the White Prairie in the southern part of Calva. This substance is known for its bone-strengthening properties. It is typically ground into powder for direct consumption or boiled into broth. However, Charlotte discovered that this bone was not only excellent for making broth, but also served as a superb tool for stabilizing fractures. Its hardness was sufficient, and it could be absorbed. The absorption rate could be controlled by adjusting its thickness, and the process would promote bone healing without the need for later extraction. This concept was remarkably advanced. It was no wonder that Charlotte was referred to as a once-in-a-century genius in the medical field. Such accolades were not merely empty boasts. Charlotte cut two appropriately sized bone fragments and used a tool to punch two small holes in the lizard folk's bones, securely fixing the fractured ends with the bone pieces. Once satisfied with the alignment, Charlotte took out the suturing needle awarded by the system and began to stitch the fascia, subcutaneous tissue, and skin layer by layer. The sharp needle allowed Charlotte to adeptly navigate the lizard folk's resilient muscles and skin, resulting in a flawless suture. Upon reaching the scale layer, Charlotte paused to pour some hemostatic agent, wrapping it in breathable cloth, and then fashioned a simple support frame around the arm using 4 wooden strips. As the saying goes, injury to muscles and bones takes 100 days to heal, considering the lizard folk's physical constitution. Charlotte estimated that his left hand would fully recover in no time. Is it done? Vivian felt as though she had witnessed a miraculous surgery, watching in as Charlotte opened the lizard folk's arm, located the fractured bone, secured it with bone fragments, and then stitched it all together. This entire process resembled an astonishing performance, utterly shattering the worldview Vivian had constructed over the past decade. The radical surgeries her teachers had spoken of were presented by Charlotte with such reliability. Charlotte. Vivian silently recited the name, her eyes suddenly widening with disbelief as she gazed at Charlotte, filled with incredulity. Could it be him? Chapter 23. Can I get credit? As the influence of the Medical Association continued to expand, the medical vocational education in the Nolan continent also embarked on a proper course, with professional medical schools becoming a standard feature in supersized cities. The Imperial Capital Medical Academy is the pinnacle of medical institutions in the Lance Empire, not only gathering the offspring of nobility, but also the most outstanding medical students from the empire. Since entering at the age of 10, Vivian had been a prominent figure of attention, not only due to her father's illustrious position as the Minister of Finance, but also because of her exceptional talent. During that time, the most common praise she received was that she could become the next Charlotte. Yes, Charlotte Clayton, a name synonymous with genius. He was the prodigy from the distant free city of Calva Medical Academy, hailed as the most gifted physician in a millennium, even serving as a promotional benchmark for the Medical Association. At that time, Vivian was unconvinced by such comparisons. She was herself and had no desire to become a mere imitation of someone else. Nevertheless, this did not prevent her from adopting that name as her target, driving herself to grow stronger. Until 3 years ago, rumors about Charlotte took a sudden turn. He went from being the pride of Calva Medical Academy to its disgrace, allegedly imprisoned for performing unauthorized surgeries that resulted in the deaths of multiple patients. From that point onward, Charlotte was nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming an example used by teachers to admonish students. Vivian scoffed at this, thinking it absurd that a highly talented senior magician in healing magic, born into a traditional medical family, would abandon their faith to perform surgery. Yet she never anticipated that 3 years later, when she found herself in dire straits and inadvertently entered this small private clinic, the boss would turn out to be Charlotte. Boss, are you Charlotte Clayton? Vivian inquired softly, her gaze fixed on Charlotte. You know me? Charlotte looked up, somewhat surprised. As a medical student, it's hard to claim ignorance, Vivian said, nodding with a complex expression, puzzled. But, haven't you already become a senior magician? Then why? As Vivian hesitated, Charlotte chuckled. It seems the Medical Association hasn't publicized everything they did, like how they stripped me of my magical essence and expelled me from Calva. Vivian's mouth fell agape, her face a mask of shock. For a senior magician to have their magical essence stripped away was a punishment akin to a death sentence. Vivian could scarcely fathom the thought. If she were to lose her magical essence after years of diligent practice, would she still have the courage to continue living? Why? Vivian almost blurted out her question, yet she was already aware of the answer, or rather, the justification provided by the Medical Association. As you may have heard, I performed surgery on those patients who could not afford exorbitant medical fees, Charlotte remarked with a smile. Gazing at Charlotte's sardonic grin, Vivian found herself engulfed in confusion. Had she still been seated in the classrooms of the Imperial Medical Academy, she would have wholeheartedly supported the Medical Association's actions, advocating for the condemnation of heretics who deceive patients through so-called surgeries. However, she had just witnessed a fracture repair surgery, observing Charlotte reattach the severed bones of a lizard man without the aid of any magical means. As a medical student, she could ascertain that due to the lizard folk's remarkable self-healing abilities, his severed arm would regain normal function in no more than 3 days. This was a procedure expertly executed by Charlotte, who had been stripped of her magical powers. Hence, should such a doctor, who salvaged patients' lives through surgery, truly be judged, who decrees that only those versed in magic are worthy of the title doctor, why would the Medical Association, which professes to prioritize the interests of the patient above all, suppress her in such a manner? Vivian could not comprehend. There are many things in this world that your age cannot grasp. As you grow older, you will naturally come to understand. Charlotte refrained from further elaboration, lifting a basin of cold water nearby and pouring it over the lizard man lying on the operating table. With limited resources, physical anesthesia could only awaken him physically. Gurgle. The lizard man immediately sprang awake, sitting up abruptly, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings until his gaze finally focused on Charlotte. His eyes widened in disbelief, his imposing aura suddenly intensified. Before the lizard man could lash out, Charlotte calmly retrieved the sword of judgment from the bedside, stating nonchalantly, "The surgery was a success. The broken bones have been reattached, but you will need to rest for a few days. Do not exert yourself until the bones have fully healed." Jack, the lizard man, glanced at the sword of judgment, his anger dissipating at once. He then looked at his left arm, bound by wooden splints, and noted that it had visibly returned to a straightened state. With a significant reduction in pain, his eyes brightening instantly, it truly has been healed. Although he could not yet use it, he understood his own body best. With the bones reattached, it would take merely 3 to 5 days for his hand to fully recover. Despite the somewhat daunting nature of the so-called surgery, the final outcome exceeded all his expectations. This human doctor was rather impressive. Jack's gaze towards Charlotte transformed from initial distrust to gratitude, a mercenary reliant on his physical prowess. Charlotte had essentially extended his career, allowing him to maintain his footing in the abyss. The surgical fee is 500 copper coins. Charlotte maintained a calm demeanor as she regarded Jack, idly toying with the sword in her hand. You must have brought some money, correct? 500 copper coins was undeniably a reasonable fee. Had he gone to any other hospital, he would have needed at least 1,000 or more to even walk out the door. However, Jack currently had only 3 copper coins in his pocket, which left him short by 497 coins. Such a complex surgery, and only charging 500 copper coins. Vivian's eyes mirrored her astonishment. The fee was unexpectedly low. In her understanding, doctors in the Imperial City belonged to the upper echelons of society, and exorbitant consultation fees afforded them prestigious status and ample wealth. Although Charlotte could no longer wield magic, her command of such a unique method as surgery still enabled her to treat patients. Why, then, was her fee so low? Jack's legs trembled, and he forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Is it possible to defer payment? I didn't bring any money today. That if you lack funds, then you shall leave an equivalent item as collateral, Charlotte replied calmly. But I have nothing of value on me. Jack spread his hands, justifying his poverty with an air of defiance. Then we shall take a part of your body as collateral. You may choose, or shall I decide? Charlotte stepped forward with her sword, her tone chilling slightly. She detested those who were both broke and audacious. The menacing aura of the sword instinctively made Jack retreat, perceiving Charlotte as a harbinger of death. I have 3 copper coins, Jack stammered, trembling as he fished out the meager coins from his pocket. Charlotte accepted the coins, remarking, You still owe 497 coins. That I find your tale quite appealing. Shall we say it will suffice? 3 minutes later, the lizard man dashed out of the clinic, clutching the sight of his sutured tail. His face a mask of terror. In the operating room, Vivian gazed at the thrashing tail on the floor, her expression filled with fear. Charlotte, however, appeared considerably more composed. The lizardman's tail, weighing 25 kilograms and priced at 20 copper coins per kilogram, totaled a value of 500 copper coins. In his eyes, he saw 500 copper coins writhing before him. If the sale went smoothly, he could even profit an additional 3 coins. Chapter 24. An invitation from the landlady. Lizard tails are known to regrow, a fact that the lizard man had already confirmed. Meat products are in high demand in the abyss, and the succulent lizard tail is a favored delicacy among many, ensuring a steady market. It is said that some lizardfolk, when faced with hardship, will sever their own tails for sale to tide them over. Charlotte could not condone subsisting on lizard tails, yet he saw no harm in selling this particular tail to convert it into the surgical fee. Ding! The lizard man Jack's fracture repair task has been completed, rewarding him with 200 copper coins. Surgery experience 20. Renowned doctor influence 10. Feeling his coin pouch grow slightly heavier, a smile crept onto Charlotte's lips. It was indeed a delightful day. Boss, how shall we handle this tail? Vivian inquired quietly, having retreated to the corner at some point. I will sell it after we close for lunch. Please clean up the operating room, Charlotte said, stuffing the tail into a nearby cabinet. Vivian waved a cleaning spell, instantly rendering the operating room spotless. Charlotte nodded in approval. This was what professionalism truly entailed. Emerging from the operating room, Vivian's gaze towards Charlotte was imbued with newfound admiration. That day, a door to a whole new world had opened in the young girl's heart. Surgery. Charlotte had demonstrated that in this world, healing was not solely the domain of healing magic, nor did it require a magician to be a doctor. Charlotte was equally satisfied with his new assistant, allowing him to focus more on treating patients without wasting excessive time on other mundane tasks. The number of patients was somewhat lower that day. By the time the lunch service ended, only 5 patients had been attended to. He needed to continue enhancing the clinic's reputation. The revenue fluctuated too greatly, and combined with system rewards, they had yet to surpass 2,000 copper coins that day. Charlotte tallied the day's earnings, and with several items as collateral, the total came to merely 1,960 copper coins. This left Charlotte feeling somewhat melancholy. After all, the previous day's revenue had exceeded 3,000 coins that he planned to convert the collateral collected over the past 2 days into cash that afternoon, and then head to Harry's general store to procure a new batch of supplies. He urgently needed to produce more moisturizing essence. Charlotte mentally calculated. The collateral he had collected 2 days prior was now due, and patients who failed to return for redemption forfeited their right to priority. He could sell these items for cash, yielding around 700 to 800 copper coins. Initially, Charlotte had anticipated earning enough wealth points to reach 10,000 and unlock the system mall that day. However, the significant drop in revenue had disrupted his plans. Even if he processed the first day's collateral and the lizard tail, he would still fall short by about 500 copper coins. He would have to wait another day. Charlotte set down his pen, closed his journal, and sighed softly. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Shall I open it? Vivian rose, looking toward Charlotte. I'll see who it is, Charlotte replied, rising to approach the door. Today was the rent due date, and it was likely the landlady had come. Peering through the crack of the door, Charlotte recognized a familiar figure and opened it. At the clinic's entrance stood a tall, robust figure clad in a pristine gray outfit, topped with a vibrant green hat. If not for the somewhat jarring sight of a broken horn, he would undoubtedly resemble a successful individual among the orc community. Greetings, doctor. I have come to redeem my horn. The bull-headed man greeted Charlotte with a hearty laugh, his voice booming, betraying none of the frustration from the previous day when his wife had publicly chastised him. Charlotte could not help but scrutinize the bull-headed man, as the pride in his expression was unmistakable. You owe a total of 412 copper coins. Once paid, you may reclaim your horn. Charlotte turned and retrieved the bull-headed man's horn from the cabinet. No need for change. The bull-headed man handed over 5 silver coins, accepting his horn from Charlotte's hands. Charlotte, feeling no need for formality, casually complimented, Nice hat, isn't it beautiful? It was gifted to me by my wife. The Minotaur adjusted his hat with a sense of pride. Wife? The very lady who inflicted 108 wounds upon you, Charlotte exclaimed in surprise. That incident is behind us. Let's not speak of it any further. The Minotaur waved his hand, slightly embarrassed, then continued with a smug expression. My wife has had a change of heart. The charm of that long-faced creature pales in comparison to that of old Bull here. Wishing you a blissful marriage. Charlotte could only smile and offer her blessings. By the way, doctor, could you assist me in reattaching my horn? The uneven weight atop my head is rather uncomfortable, the Minotaur implored. Considering the extra copper coins he had paid, Charlotte used wood glue to help him reattach his horn. With his horn restored, the Minotaur whistled cheerfully and departed, exuding an air of springtime contentment. The green hat, even under the dim light of the abyss, remained strikingly vibrant. He resembles a dog, Vivian whispered. Perhaps he is a joyous sycophant, Charlotte shrugged, just as Charlotte was about to close the door. A splendid carriage drawn by a white unicorn arrived, halting in front of the clinic. The coachman opened the door, and a long, snow-white leg emerged, the red high heels accentuating the leg's delicate beauty. Upon seeing that leg, Charlotte immediately recognized the visitor. Aside from the landlady, he had never encountered such perfect legs. This must be the dream legs for leg enthusiasts. Diana stepped out of the carriage, her figure elegantly outlined by a form-fitting dress that was alluring yet not overly revealing. Standing at the carriage, her captivating gaze lingered on Vivian for a moment before turning to Charlotte. What a beautiful sister! Such long, exquisite legs. Vivian, mesmerized, couldn't help but swallow hard. She instinctively glanced down at her own legs, which were likely not even half the length. That damned feeling of inadequacy. Diana, having descended from the carriage, looked at Charlotte with a radiant smile and inquired, Is the rent ready? Yes, please come in. I'll fetch it for you right away. Charlotte nodded eagerly, displaying the respect due to the matriarch of this street. Baca Street is under the control of the Harriman family, and Diana wields considerable influence within the family, reportedly being one of the heirs. Diana entered the clinic, surveying her surroundings, her gaze landing on Vivian as she asked, Who are you? I am Erin, Vivian stammered, feeling nervous under the powerful aura of the beautiful sister. Erin is my newly recruited assistant. She has just arrived in the abyss that I kept her on because she is diligent. Charlotte explained as he approached with the coin pouch. I thought so. Such a pure and lovely girl is hard to find in the abyss, Diana remarked, scrutinizing Vivian before shaking her head. However, your clothing and hair do not quite suit you. Charlotte's eyelids twitched. He had purchased the clothing, and due to Vivian's petite frame, it was difficult to find appropriately sized garments. Perhaps he would need to visit the children's section next time. But regarding her hair, could it be that Diana saw through her wig at a glance? He had even concocted a series of identities and stories for her, yet to a true connoisseur, they were merely laughable tricks easily pierced. Fortunately, Diana did not continue to scrutinize Vivian, turning her attention back to Charlotte. Here are 40 silver coins. Please count them. Charlotte presented the pouch with both hands. Diana did not reach for it, saying, "No need to give it to me. Convert it all into hydrating essence instead, 800 copper coins per bottle. This would allow for 5 bottles that a return customer had arrived, especially one of Diana's stature, which attested to the efficacy of the hydrating essence." But Charlotte felt a pang of distress. Yesterday, he had spent an entire afternoon preparing materials, but had failed to concoct the hydrating essence. Thus, he had resolved to brave a trip to Harry's materials shop today. "I apologize, landlady, but the hydrating essence has sold out. There is currently no stock in the shop. I was just about to head out to purchase the necessary materials," Charlotte said apologetically. While he could not admit to his failure in crafting the essence, he could boast about its high demand. "Sold out?" Diana raised an eyebrow in surprise, her delicate brows knitting together. "The hydrating essence is indeed remarkable. Its moisturizing effects are evident, and upon waking the next day, one can visibly notice an improvement in skin condition." Thus, she applied it all over. As the price was reasonable, one bottle from the Elven Life Spring could easily purchase 100 of them. In terms of effectiveness, the differences were minimal. It was unexpected that the clinic, which had always maintained a lukewarm business, had actually sold out its stock. "When will there be more?" Diana inquired. "Within 3 days. A new batch should arrive, but the quantities will be limited, as the success rate for concocting this potion is exceedingly low," Charlotte replied, without making promises, while subtly emphasizing his plight. "Furthermore, venturing to Tuck Street for materials is quite troublesome. As you know, individuals like me, humans, become prime targets in the eyes of those ruffians once we leave Baca Street. Just the other day, I was robbed when I went out, and I nearly lost my life." Vivian's face flushed, and she quietly turned away. Diana contemplated for a moment, then declared, "I will reserve 10 bottles. Consider these 4,000 copper coins a deposit." "Very well. You may send someone to collect them in 3 days." Charlotte replied with a calm demeanor, though his heart raced with excitement. This represented an order worth 8,000 copper coins. The clinic had only generated just over 9,000 copper coins in revenue over the past 3 days. No wonder it is said that money is easily earned from women. This serves as irrefutable proof. As Diana turned to leave, she mounted the carriage but paused to look back at Charlotte, saying, "Get in. I need to go to Tuck Street, and will take you to the materials shop along the way." Charlotte pondered for 3 seconds before nodding in agreement. Could he possibly refuse an invitation from the landlady? "Please wait a moment. I'll grab a few things," he called, rushing into the clinic. Moments later, he emerged with a bulging backpack. It contained the collateral he had received over the past couple of days, which he had originally intended to sell off in Baca Street. Since he now had the opportunity to ride along with Diana, he decided to take it directly to Harry's general store. Chapter 25. Has your landlady fallen for you? Diana languidly reclined on the fur-covered seat, her shapely thighs crossed elegantly, her sultry gaze playfully assessing the Charlotte seated opposite her. Charlotte sat stiffly, his gaze unwavering. The interior of the carriage was spacious. The wide seats could easily accommodate even a reclined position with room to spare, draped in pristine white fur that felt as soft as clouds, giving the sensation of sinking in, completely oblivious to any bumps along the way, allowing for a plethora of acrobatic maneuvers without feeling cramped. "I have heard you frequently visit the clubs on Amont Street, playing the role of a good brother to many succubi. Why is it that now you cannot even bear to look at me?" Diana asked with a teasing smile. "It is all the doing of my predecessor. I bear no responsibility." Charlotte maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "I merely pity them and wish to lend a helping hand. Moreover, those were the naive thoughts of my youth. I have since gained insight." "Gained insight?" Diana inquired, her curiosity piqued. "What have you come to understand? To be self-sufficient in poverty and to be able to assist others in prosperity. If one wishes to help more people, one must first enrich oneself." Charlotte declared earnestly. "To be self-sufficient in poverty and to assist others in prosperity," Diana echoed, her interest in Charlotte intensifying in a wonder he had once been regarded as a genius in Calva City. His words flowed with eloquence and a certain flair that I have heard that recently. Your medical practice has been quite successful, with patients walking out on their own. Diana's beautiful eyes fixed on Charlotte. Her interest evident as she inquired, "Is it true that your procedures can genuinely heal?" Upon hearing a question within his field of expertise, Charlotte's demeanor brightened, exuding confidence as he replied, "Yes, the procedures can remove diseased tissue, repair damage, transplant organs, and improve bodily functions and forms. While it may not cure all ailments, it indeed achieves the effect of treating and saving lives." Diana was momentarily taken aback, then after a pause, she couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You speak as if you are more formidable than a master of healing magic. They would not dare to claim they can transplant organs. While healing magic is indeed wondrous, it is fraught with limitations in practice. When confronted with unexplained ailments, practitioners often deflect blame onto divine retribution to maintain their sacred status. Furthermore, those charlatans charge exorbitantly, often demanding tens of thousands of copper coins, effectively condemning the lower classes to suffer without medical care. Surgery, on the other hand, requires only standardized training, enabling an ordinary human to possess the ability to heal, thereby reducing the medical costs for the lower classes. Charlotte explained with a serious expression. Diana seemed to see a glimmer of light shining in Charlotte's eyes, a sight rarely witnessed in such a desolate place like the Abyss. The numb gray hue was the most common color here. She had heard tales of Charlotte, the fallen prodigy of heaven, who often decayed more quickly than ordinary souls in the depths. Yet this young man before her appeared to defy fate. He steadfastly pursued his dreams, even when the entire world deemed him a heretic. Moreover, he seemed to be genuinely succeeding, albeit at the very outset. Perhaps, in the future, Baca Street might boast a respectable medical establishment, which indeed seemed worthy of investment. Diana mused inwardly, her gaze towards Charlotte tinged with newfound admiration. In the Abyss, there were 4 large medical institutions, one under the Judson family, 2 under the Drury family, and 1 under the Daniel family. As one of the 4 great families, the Harriman family had yet to establish a large medical facility. The doctors there were not particularly skilled and had rather formidable tempers, backed by the Physicians' Association, making it difficult even for the families of the Abyss to impose their will. If a large medical institution could be cultivated on Baca Street, it would serve as a significant asset in her bid for family inheritance rights. No wonder the old fogies of the Physicians' Association sought to cripple you. This could shake their very foundation. If they hadn't killed you, it would be a mark of foolishness among them. Diana remarked languidly. "I wholeheartedly agree," Charlotte replied humbly. "Those were merely the mistakes of youth. Now, I simply wish to live quietly, making a modest profit and avoiding conflict with the world." Diana regarded Charlotte with an enigmatic smile, neither affirming nor denying her belief. The carriage gradually came to a stop, and the driver's voice called from outside, "Miss, we have arrived at Harry's grocery store. Thank you for the ride," Charlotte said, rising to bid farewell. "Don't mention it. 3 days hence, I shall send someone to collect the water essence," Diana replied with a lazy wave of her hand. The opulent carriage had already drawn the attention of several passers-by as it halted before the grocery store. The pure white unicorns, rare magical beasts of the 4th tier, were almost identical, pulling the carriage. Such grandeur was clearly befitting only the 4 great families. The conspicuous fox emblem on the carriage immediately identified it as belonging to the beautiful Miss Diana Harriman. Yet, one might wonder why Miss Diana would visit a grocery store on Tucker Street, the domain of the Drury family. What could it mean? Was a significant order on the horizon? Inside the shop, Harry had also reclined in a lounge chair, adjusting his thick black-rimmed glasses, gazing quizzically at the carriage parked outside. Then, the carriage door swung open, and a young man bearing a large cloth sack emerged. In the distance, onlookers caught a glimpse of a stunning woman inside the carriage, her signature silver hair unmistakably identifying her as Miss Diana. Who is that? How did they descend from Miss Diana's carriage? A human, and they appear to be an ordinary one at that. I don't understand. The crowd murmured in astonishment as they watched Charlotte alight from the carriage and stride towards the grocery store. "Goodness!" Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening, tumbling from his chair with a thud, scrambling to his feet. He gazed in shock at Charlotte entering the store. "Your landlady hasn't truly fallen for you, has she?" Hearing the carriage depart behind him, Charlotte sighed softly. "Some things are beyond my control, and I cannot refuse. I can only let it be that I wish to give that punchable face of yours a good smack." Harry spat, his expression betraying a hint of jealousy. "But enough of that. Let us get to business. Here are the collateral items I've received in the past few days." Give them a valuation, will you? Charlotte placed the large bundle on the counter. Harry unwrapped the parcel and inspected its contents, commenting dispassionately, "Just a bunch of worthless trinkets. This lizard tail might fetch 500 copper coins, but for everything else, let us say a total of 800 copper coins." "Fine, let us settle on that price," Charlotte nodded. The valuation was in line with what the system had estimated, totaling 1,300 copper coins, allowing him to pocket a few more coins. That Harry's buying price was quite fair. In the days that followed, Charlotte sold his collateral at a reasonable price and procured a batch of materials for potion making, filling a cloth sack to the brim. Additionally, he purchased a new pot. Burdened with the hefty sack and the new pot, Charlotte settled the payment and prepared for the perilous journey home. Unfortunately, in his earlier haste, he still carried the 4,000 copper coins Diana had given him. If he were to encounter robbers, the loss would be catastrophic. Just as he reached the door, a familiar unicorn carriage pulled up and stopped in front of the shop. Charlotte was taken aback. "The lady instructed me to escort you back." The driver, a robust young man with a square face, spoke clearly, devoid of much emotion. "I asked the landlady not in the carriage." Charlotte inquired cautiously. "The lady has other matters to attend to." The driver replied, "Very well, please wait a moment." Charlotte's eyes brightened as he placed the sack on the carriage and dashed back into the grocery store. 10 minutes later, Charlotte emerged from the store with 3 large bundles. Loading them onto the carriage, he had exchanged all the cash in his pocket for materials. Such an opportunity for a private ride was rare. In the Abyss, no one dared to rob this carriage. "These materials would sustain him for quite some time that I don't understand, but I am thoroughly astounded." Harry stood at the grocery store's entrance, watching the departing carriage, marveling at the spectacle. "This is a gift from the lady," the driver said during the journey, handing a box into the carriage. "A gift?" Charlotte was surprised and hesitated before opening the box. Inside were 2 items, a gray long dress and a black hood. He picked up the exquisitely crafted hood, the black strands of hair flowing smoothly, its details flawless, with 2 realistic beast ears atop, resembling a work of art. Feline Beastman Disguise Hood, a 3rd-tier magical artifact that grants users below level 4 an additional enhancement when masquerading as a feline beastman, including breath mimicry and increased concealment. "This is for Vivian," Charlotte realized suddenly. His first thought had been that the landlady wished to see him in women's attire. What a misdeed. The dress in the box appeared to be perfectly suited for Vivian. Clearly, Diana had discerned during their brief encounter that Vivian was not a beastman. However, rather than exposing her, she had chosen to send such a precious disguise hood and dress through Charlotte, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Did she perhaps have feelings for Vivian? Regardless of Diana's intentions, enabling Vivian to conceal her identity more effectively was undoubtedly a positive development. The carriage soon came to a halt, and what ordinarily took an hour to traverse was accomplished in just 10 minutes today. "Please convey my thanks to the landlady," Charlotte said as he unloaded the items from the carriage, addressing the driver. The driver nodded and drove away. Several neighbors stood outside, watching the commotion. Charlotte's return by Diana's carriage had sparked quite a stir. Surely Miss Diana hasn't truly taken a liking to Dr. Charlotte? A doctor who cannot wield magic. Perhaps hairdresser would be a more fitting title. That essay role suited for our imperial capital. Don't underestimate this fellow. Despite lacking magical prowess, he has treated numerous patients over the past 3 years. That's not the point. The real question is what Miss Diana sees in this lad. Look at his physique. He'd be discarded at any establishment. Charlotte glanced back at the butcher next door, who was particularly sensitive to such remarks. The bulky dog-headed demon glared at him, brandishing a hefty cleaver, and spat in disdain. Better not provoke him, Charlotte thought as he pushed open the clinic door, helping Vivian carry the large bags inside. "Boss, why did you buy so many materials?" Vivian panted slightly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Such opportunities for a free ride are rare, so I had to stock up. The risks of being robbed while out are too great." Charlotte meticulously sorted and stored various materials, and if all went as expected, these supplies would suffice for a month. After yesterday's trials, Vivian had developed a certain immunity to the terrifying array of materials, and she had begun to assist with the task. Half an hour later, the two had organized all the materials, filling the storage cabinets in the apothecary. Charlotte surveyed the room and mused, "We have the new cauldron, but a new stove must be constructed as well. The kitchen on the 2nd floor needs to be prepared. If we continue subsisting on bread, we shall surely become bread people." "You can cook?" Vivian inquired, astonished as she regarded Charlotte. "Is this a special skill?" Charlotte retorted. "I cannot," Vivian replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed peculiar for a lady of her standing to possess culinary skills. By the way, this is a gift from the landlady, Charlotte said, picking up a brown box from the counter and handing it to Vivian. For me? Vivian exclaimed, perplexed. She had only met the elegant, long-legged lady once. Yet, under Charlotte's assuring gaze, she opened the wooden box. Inside lay an exquisite black hairpiece and a lovely little dress. Quietly resting within. Vivian's eyes sparkled as she lifted the hairpiece. It bore a resemblance to the one she currently wore, yet its craftsmanship was unparalleled, akin to a fine ornament. More importantly, she discovered an enchanted rune within the hairpiece, indicating it was a magical accessory. While the specific enchantment effects remained unclear, its worth was undoubtedly substantial. Boss, you must have a good relationship with that landlady, right? Vivian could not help but ask, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity. The only explanation for such a precious gift from the beautiful, long-legged lady upon their first meeting could be a fondness for her boss, could it not? Our relationship is purely financial. Charlotte doused the young girl's fervent curiosity with cold reality. What status does Diana hold? What power does she possess? Does she even deserve it? Yet, Vivian's words served as a reminder. Diana had indeed exhibited somewhat unusual behavior towards him today, something that had not occurred in the past 3 years. Charlotte did not believe it was due to the moisturizing essence. A high-end client like Diana should be someone he catered to, not the other way around. Did she have an interest in him? The likelihood was exceedingly low. Aside from his handsome face, the rest of his physique left much to be desired. He was a defective product, returned before even completing the training period at a club. How could a refined lady like Diana ever take notice of such a lowly specimen? For now, Charlotte chose not to dwell on it. Being able to align himself with Diana's influence amidst the chaotic abyss was evidently a boon. The comings and goings of vehicles today would certainly awe the neighbors on Baca Street, allowing him to continue developing discreetly for a while longer. As for Diana's true intentions, he would explore them gradually as their interactions progressed. In a place like the Abyss, being favored by a wealthy woman was, in any aspect, undeniably a fortunate circumstance. Chapter 27. The universal earthen stove. Vivian descended the stairs donned in her new dress and hairpiece. The petite Vivian, clad in a fitted gray gown with a black hairpiece, 2 cat ears peeking through her short black hair, resembled an adorable little kitten. Indeed, only women could truly understand women, observing how the dress seemed tailor-made for Vivian. Charlotte could not help but feel a swell of emotion. Vivian spun in place, the hem of her dress swirling, yet suddenly her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She once possessed several wardrobes filled with beautiful dresses. Believing that entering the abyss would mean descending into hell, to her surprise, the former rival, Charlotte, had become her boss, and she was now able to wear lovely dresses. Her mother still awaited her rescue in the prison of the imperial capital. She must strive to enhance her own strength while seeking those who could aid her. The influence of Cromwell was formidable, so powerful it inspired despair. What is it? Do you not like the dress? Charlotte asked, noticing Vivian's downcast expression. No, I love it, Vivian quickly replied, shaking her head and forcing a smile. That I shall go prepare potions now. With so many materials purchased today, I can brew extra healing potions. Go ahead, Charlotte nodded in approval. As someone who had recently ascended to the status of capitalist, he relished the presence of industrious individuals who organized their own tasks. After tinkering in his study for a while, Charlotte stepped out with 2 blueprints in hand. The streets of Baca were over 10 meters wide, the ground paved with substantial stone slabs. Uneven, yet sufficient for carts to traverse, the buildings lining the streets were constructed from large blocks of black stone, a material abundant in the abyss, with towering black cliffs reaching hundreds of meters high. The structures typically stood around 5 meters tall, accommodating a wide array of clientele. Beings of extraordinary stature, like Amos, generally frequented open-air establishments or venues catering to exceptionally large patrons. Baca Street was relatively stable, yet Charlotte remained ever vigilant, concealing a magical rune within his sleeve, poised for immediate activation. The commercial ecosystem on the street was well developed, with all necessities readily available. However, the foot traffic was moderate, and there were no particularly renowned shops. The 4 great families held dominion, collecting rent from merchants as a form of protection money. Nonetheless, the underlying logic of commerce remained consistent. The better the location, the greater the foot traffic, and thus the higher the rents. Conversely, if a street experienced a lack of business, resulting in deserted shops, rents would plummet. Baca Street fell into that mediocre category, where local residents comprised the clientele, and shop owners barely scraped by without amassing significant wealth. The rents were neither exorbitant nor negligible, landing at a level acceptable to merchants. Carefully sidestepping 2 street brawls and ignoring 3 theft incidents, Charlotte arrived unscathed at the blacksmith shop at the end of Baca Street. As soon as he stepped inside, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, the sound of hammering ringing painfully in his ears. "Boss," Charlotte called out. The clanging ceased abruptly as a stout dwarf emerged from the forge, wielding a hammer nearly as tall as he was. "Dr. Charlotte," Guy exclaimed, somewhat surprised, stepping forward. "What brings you here? I need a set of cookware forged." Charlotte stated plainly, producing his sketches from his pocket and presenting them to Guy. Guy studied the blueprints, displaying a look of confusion, and then looked up at Charlotte, asking, "Why does this pot look like that?" His blacksmith shop typically crafted weapons, but during downtime, he also took on jobs for cookware and tools. However, the pots he usually forged either had 3 legs for fire beneath or ear-like handles for hanging. Yet the design on Charlotte's blueprint depicted an open pot, larger than the common variety, neither too deep nor shallow, lacking legs or handles, which appeared rather odd. "This is my own design. It differs from the usual pots, and must be paired with this stove," Charlotte explained, producing another blueprint. He intended to create a universal earthen stove capable of steaming, frying, and braising. Imagining chicken stewing in the pot, surrounded by a ring of bread, made his mouth water. After perusing the plans for a while, Guy still could not comprehend the stove's unique shape and finally said, "I can forge the pot according to the blueprint, but for the stove, you will likely need to find a stonemason. Fortunately, there's a stonemason shop next door. I'll take you there and have him give you a reasonable price. That would be most helpful," Charlotte replied eagerly. 10 minutes later, Charlotte emerged from the stonemason's shop, accompanied by a dwarf stonemason pulling a cart laden with large black stones back to the clinic. Charlotte first constructed a new stove in the first-floor apothecary, enabling him and Vivian to brew potions simultaneously. Next, he built an earthen stove in a corner room on the 2nd floor, with the chimney facing inward. The project appeared modest, yet the stonemason had never constructed this style of stove before, necessitating Charlotte's supervision and adjustments, which consumed the entire afternoon. As he surveyed the smooth surface of the stove and the neatly constructed chimney, Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. Now, all that remained was for Harry to forge that large iron pot. "Thank you for your hard work." Charlotte settled an amount of 800 copper coins with the stonemason, covering both labor and materials, a price deemed quite reasonable. Subsequently, she ventured out to procure several pieces of furniture, including a shelving unit for miscellaneous items and condiments, a small square table, and 2 petite wooden stools. Thus, the kitchen dining area began to take shape, were it not for the iron pot that still required a couple of days for delivery. Charlotte would have eagerly gone out to purchase some vegetables to prepare a delightful dish of meat and greens for herself. However, during her recent excursion for furniture, she discovered that the general store was selling flour at 10 copper coins per pound, a price almost on par with that of meat. She purchased a pound and then procured 2.5 pounds of wild boar meat from the butcher, having had her fill of black bread. Charlotte decided to make soup dumplings to enhance her meals. During her university days, she had worked part-time at a dumpling shop for a semester, becoming well acquainted with the entire process from dough rising to filling preparation, even being designated as the successor to the master chef at one point. Although her new alchemical pot had yet to be tainted by peculiar substances, a few chopsticks placed on the shelf would suffice for steaming dumplings. Lacking yeast, she utilized the low-alcohol rice wine she had purchased, mixed with sugar, to ferment the flour, yielding commendable results. The wild boar skin was simmered into a rich broth, which was then frozen into a gel-like state in a special potion-preserving freezer, subsequently cut into small cubes and mixed with the minced wild boar meat before being encased in the dumplings. Despite the limitations of her circumstances, she was determined to create soup dumplings. While Vivian was occupied concocting a hemostatic potion, Charlotte busily steamed the dumplings on the newly constructed stove. "Boss, what is this? So plump and white?" Vivian inquired curiously, having caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting through the air as she paused her work to gaze at Charlotte. "Our dinner, soup dumplings," Charlotte replied with a smile. Chapter 28. The first soup dumpling in another world. Steam billowed from the wooden pot as Charlotte calculated the time before carrying it upstairs. The day had long since turned dark, and a famished Vivian lacked the inclination to continue her tasks, trailing behind Charlotte as the rich scent of meat led them upstairs. Even Anna, who had been lazily perched on the counter, leapt down with a puzzled expression, hesitating briefly before bounding up the stairs. Charlotte placed the pot on the table, waiting a moment before lifting the lid. Wow, boss, they've grown larger, Vivian exclaimed, standing on tiptoe beside the table, marveling at the plump dumplings that had swelled even more than when they were first placed in the pot, their fullness accompanied by a fragrant aroma that made her swallow hard with anticipation. What kind of pastry is this? I've never seen anything like it, she exclaimed, her prolonged absence from meat making her feel as though she were on the verge of succumbing to temptation. Gurgle. Her stomach betrayed her with a rumble. Charlotte smiled faintly. Not only Vivian, but even he, after 3 days of black bread, found himself unable to resist swallowing repeatedly at the enticing scent of meat. Compared to domesticated pork, the wild boar hunted from the wilderness had a far richer aroma. Charlotte took a plate and served one dumpling to Vivian, explaining, "This is called a soup dumpling. It has broth inside the thin skin. You must be cautious while eating it, da-da? It's so hot," Vivian interjected, stepping back while covering her mouth after taking a bite, tears welling in her eyes. "Look at how hungry the child is." "You can't rush soup dumplings. You must take it slow. The broth inside just out of the pot is scalding hot, and if you bite into it carelessly, you'll burn your mouth," Charlotte chuckled. Serving himself a dumpling as well. After a brief wait, he gently pricked the top of the dumpling with his teeth, allowing steam to escape. After blowing on it lightly, Charlotte cautiously sipped some of the broth. Not too hot. He had to maintain his composure in front of the young lady. Once his taste buds regained their sensitivity, the rich, meaty flavor burst forth on his tongue, exquisite and refreshing, bringing a long-awaited celebration to his previously bland palate. Yes, this is the flavor. Charlotte's eyes sparkled as he disregarded the still-warm broth, unable to resist taking another sip. With an improvement in his meals, life in this other world seemed to have become much more bearable. Observing Charlotte revel in his dumplings, Vivian's throat involuntarily swallowed, and she silently cast a healing spell on her burnt mouth, which immediately healed. Instinctively licking her lips, she was startled by the lingering deliciousness of the broth, compelling her to lower her head and take another bite of the dumpling. The temperature of the broth had cooled somewhat, and with this bite, the thin, resilient skin enveloping the succulent broth flooded into her mouth. The fragrant meat aroma surged to her head. The deliciousness was so direct that her taste buds erupted, akin to a wild boar rampaging in her mouth, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. The heat of the broth was completely overshadowed by the deliciousness, and any pain was entirely disregarded. The broth slipped down her throat, and within moments, it was all consumed. At that moment, all the noble etiquette she had been taught since childhood faded from her mind, leaving only the soup dumpling before her. After finishing the broth, she took a bite of the dumpling. The chewy skin encased the broth-soaked meat filling, tender and flavorful, sliding effortlessly down her throat, neither greasy nor heavy. An exquisite delight. Vivian swiftly finished one dumpling and instinctively licked the remaining broth in her plate. When she lifted her gaze again, her expression towards Charlotte had transformed entirely. Astonishment, confusion, and admiration. How could a mere doctor possess such culinary prowess? She was acutely aware that her studies in medicine had consumed nearly all her time. Yet this man before her was once viewed as a deity among medical students. "Feel free to have a couple more if you like. I'll need this pot shortly, and we likely won't have any left for tomorrow," Charlotte remarked, noticing Vivian's incredulity. This was a question he found difficult to answer, so he could only attribute it to a personal interest. Upon hearing this, Vivian promptly extended her plate and took another dumpling, savoring it with great enthusiasm. Meow. The white cat had appeared at some point, perched at the door and observing the two, meowing once. Upon catching Charlotte's gaze, it haughtily turned its head away. "Come here and let me pet your head, and I'll give you a dumpling," Charlotte coaxed with a smile, gesturing towards the meat dumpling on his plate. It seemed this cat had been indulged without restraint. For 3 days, he had yet to lay a hand on it, though it limped on one leg, even if Charlotte were to grow an additional leg. He doubted he could ever catch it. "Anna, hurry over. The dumplings are absolutely delicious," Vivian exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed as she beckoned the white cat. Anna glanced at the dumplings on Charlotte's plate, then at him, her nose involuntarily sniffing the air before she ambled casually toward the table, arriving at Charlotte's feet. Charlotte found it amusing to observe the cat's deliberate avoidance of his attention, chuckling at its antics. After a moment, as Charlotte continued to ignore her while enjoying the dumplings, Anna could no longer contain her impatience and meowed up at him. "Doe, you've come over. You should have said so sooner," Charlotte said, reaching down to pet her head, the pure white fur feeling exceptionally smooth to the touch. This cat, raised in Charlotte's modest household, enduring periods of hunger, still maintained such splendid fur, clearly indicating its remarkable lineage. Petting the cat proved to be exceptionally therapeutic. Charlotte indulged for a while before taking an empty plate, placing a soup dumpling for Anna, and cutting it into portions with a small knife before setting it before her. The rich aroma of meat caused Anna's eyes to light up as she lowered her head to lick the broth, producing delightful slurping sounds. When it came to eating the meat, she couldn't help but emit soft gurgling noises. Thoroughly engrossed in her meal, this dinner marked the most satisfying meal Charlotte had experienced since his arrival in another world. It was likely also the most delectable meal Vivian and Anna had enjoyed in quite some time. "I will take care of washing the dishes," Vivian volunteered after dinner, assuming the task with eagerness. Charlotte was more than willing to comply. Who could refuse a maid willing to wash the dishes? Anna perched on a chair, licking her lips as she scrutinized Charlotte, as if seeing him for the first time. "Little one, be good, and I'll prepare more tasty dishes for you in the future." Charlotte stepped forward to gently rub its head and scratch its chin. Anna instinctively wanted to flee, but upon hearing the promise of a delicious treat, she restrained herself, resembling a captive bride. Charlotte chuckled softly as she descended the stairs carrying a new pot. Although the night had fallen, for a night owl like her, it was still early. She intended to further explore the formula for the hydrating essence. In the brief moment of her descent, Charlotte glanced at her attribute panel. Player, Charlotte. Profession, doctor, pharmacist. Level, decommissioned 4th rank mage. Wealth, 9548. Professional skills, wound cleaning and dressing. Intermediate, 16002000. Skin wound suturing. Advanced, 240400. Hysterectomy. Beginner, 230100. Radius and ulnar fracture open reduction and internal fixation. Beginner, 360100. Castration of feline and canine species. Advanced, 6504000. Special skills, hemostatic potion brewing. Beginner, 901000. Cleansing potion brewing. Beginner, 100100. Main quest, Abyssal medical influence reaches 1000. Treating a patient grants 10 influence. Progress, 250100. Long-term quest, eliminate corruption, restart the world. Quest reward, 1 epic item. Side quest, none. System shop, not yet opened, can be activated upon reaching 10,000 wealth. Favorability panel, not yet opened. Chapter 29. The wounded knight. The money obtained from selling the mortgaged items was added to her wealth. But the 4,000 deposit paid by Diana did not increase her wealth. This was not difficult to deduce. It was likely that the system determined the transaction was incomplete, with just 452 copper coins remaining. She would need to wait another day. Charlotte sighed softly, still somewhat looking forward to the opening of the system shop. Perhaps with virtual wealth, she could exchange it for splendid items produced by the system? For now, she could only head back to the alchemy room to continue her research on the hydrating essence formula. In the dark alley of Bacchus Street, 3 curled-up orcs lay sprawled on the ground, 2 of which had already succumbed, while the third clutched its chest, groaning softly. Standing nearby was a burly man, a bulging sack slung over his back, wielding a silver broadsword. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he placed a foot disdainfully on the neck of the twitching orc, sneering, "You didn't even bother to inquire who your grandfather Andre is. You dare to rob me. Have you no regard for your life?" The orc emitted a pitiful rasping sound, its bloodied hands trying to pry the man's foot away. Unmoved, Andre found excitement in the orc's struggles, pressing down with greater force, his expression twisted in a cruel grin. "Filthy vermin like you deserve to be crushed." Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through his back and out his chest. Andre's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down, the blood-stained tip of the sword retracting swiftly before delivering a rapid succession of 3 stabs. Instinctively, Andre swung his sword backward, but the shadow behind him deftly dodged, snatching the sack from his back in one fluid motion. Finally collapsing to the ground, Andre could only see a shadow vanish into the mist. Blood gushed from his mouth as he trembled, retrieving a bottle of intermediate hemostatic potion from his pocket, desperately pouring it down his throat, but the profuse bleeding from the penetrating wound was unyielding. Life force drained rapidly, his body grew cold, and the dread of death enveloped him. The orc beneath his foot suddenly grinned, its sharp teeth glinting ominously in the darkness, exhaling a heavy breath before falling silent. The will to survive surged within Andre, prompting him to crawl toward the alley's exit. He realized he had been careless. If he had been more cautious, a knight of his caliber would not have been so grievously wounded. The loss of his sack pained him deeply, as it contained precious gifts from Carol, 20 gold coins, and a pouch of high-quality magical potions. He had come to the Abyss on the orders of Viscount Capus, receiving many benefits, and had intended to enjoy a stroll in the fabled Ammon Street, only to find himself in this dire predicament. Not only had he lost his wealth, but he had also been stabbed 4 times. Putting his life at risk, the hemostatic potion had proven somewhat effective, and his robust physique, coupled with the will to survive, allowed Andre to crawl out of the alley. However, as blood continued to seep from his wounds, his consciousness began to blur. He gazed around, finding the street utterly deserted. Yet in the Abyss, being alone and gravely injured was anything but a good sign. Andre focused his eyes, and his heart leaped as he spotted a faint sign of a medical clinic 10 meters away. The overwhelming desire to survive dispelled his fatigue, and he strained his body to crawl toward the clinic. The sign appeared like a candle flame in the darkness. Knock, knock, knock. Charlotte and Vivian were busy in the alchemy room when a sudden knock at the door halted their activities. "I'll go take a look," Charlotte said, removing her apron and picking up the judgment sword from the counter, tiptoeing toward the door. Opening the door at night was perilous. The newly acquired iron rod did not seem entirely trustworthy. At least not in the Abyss. With the weapon in hand, Charlotte felt a semblance of security. Upon reaching the door, Charlotte peered through the crack. There was no one outside. Charlotte furrowed her brow, having distinctly heard the knocking. This made her feel increasingly anxious. Knock, knock. The knocking sounded again, accompanied by a weak voice pleading, "Help me." This time, Charlotte understood. The voice came from below. She looked down to see a dark figure sprawled at the door, emanating a scent of blood. It appeared to be a severely injured individual. "Who are you?" Charlotte asked cautiously. Never underestimate the acting skills of the people in the Abyss. A flood of goodwill can easily cost you your life. Vivian approached the door, glancing at Charlotte. Charlotte gestured for her to be silent. "I am gravely wounded. Save me, and I shall reward you." The voice outside grew increasingly feeble. From the sound of it, he is indeed injured, Vivian remarked. Charlotte nodded, signaling Vivian to step back. She lifted the iron rod from the door, concealed the sword behind her back, and slowly opened the door. The light from the clinic spilled onto the doorstep, revealing a burly figure lying in a pool of blood, the overwhelming stench of blood wafting through the air. Charlotte's gaze lingered on the man's black leather armor and his calloused hands. He was a human, likely a knight, not a native of the Abyss, but rather an outsider. A knight of some standing would not be so brutally assaulted in the dead of night. He was probably an outsider, unfamiliar with the fervent customs of the Abyss, wandering the streets at such an hour. In the Abyss, one must venture out only at noon, for peril lurks in the early morning and evening. "Help me." Andre strained to raise his head, looking at Charlotte with a low, desperate plea. "Let us get him inside," Charlotte instructed, and with Vivian's assistance, they struggled to lift the nearly 200-pound man into the clinic, placing him on the examination table. "His injuries are severe," Vivian observed, her inquiring gaze fixed on Charlotte. "If I use healing magic now, there's a good chance I can save him," she thought. Charlotte saw through her intentions. Shaking his head slightly, "Close the door and bring me 3 bottles of hemostatic potion to give him. I will first examine his injuries." An unknown knight appearing in the Abyss at this hour raised suspicions. Who could guarantee he was here to capture Vivian? If she revealed her ability to use healing magic, it could lead to her being taken captive after saving him. Charlotte drew a small knife and sliced open Andre's leather armor and clothing, revealing 4 gaping wounds on his chest, all of which had penetrated from his back. Judging by their positions, they seemed to have avoided the heart. Otherwise, he would not have lasted this long or managed to crawl here seeking help. Blood continued to pour out, but the volume suggested he had already taken some hemostatic potion himself. The knight's robust physique contributed significantly to his survival, allowing him to endure until now. "First, stop the bleeding. Clean the wounds, and then proceed to stitch them up," Charlotte calmly stated, taking a vial of hemostatic potion from Vivian's hands and pouring it directly onto Andre's wound. The sharp sting of pain jolted Andre awake. He muttered an expletive before grimacing and howling. "What are you doing? Where's the healing spell? The magic?" "I'm sorry, but I don't wield magic. I can only use this potion to treat your wound and perform the surgery necessary to stitch you up and stop the bleeding," Charlotte replied, gesturing with the vial in her hand, her demeanor unruffled. "Surgery?" Andre furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had stumbled into a quack's practice. However, the overwhelming weakness in his body left him little choice but to nod in agreement. "As long as you can save my life, I will reward you handsomely for your services. But if you fail, it will be the end of you. Should I fail to save you, my diary contains 100 methods for disposing of corpses." Charlotte replied with a calm nod. "I will do my utmost." As Charlotte cleaned the wound, he contemplated how best to proceed. This was an entirely new challenge in his medical career. He had never encountered an animal that had been so grievously stabbed. Typically, those who suffered such wounds ended up on the dinner table. In his diary, a similar injury was tantamount to a death sentence, leaving only a few salvageable organs as payment for treatment. With the fate of the body dependent on the attitude of the injured party, tossed aside or buried, given Andre's attire and haughty demeanor, it seemed he had the means to seek out a doctor proficient in healing magic. Thus, Charlotte's primary objective was to keep him alive and restore a modicum of mobility so he could leave this place, for examining his wound for potential internal damage or ruptured blood vessels. Charlotte feared he might not survive the ordeal. The clinic's medical resources were far too limited. Otherwise, with such significant blood loss, a transfusion would have been the first course of action, once the wound was treated. Charlotte had formulated a plan. He would assume that Andre's luck had favored him, and his internal organs had miraculously evaded the 4 blades. Therefore, his task was to stitch the wound and staunch the bleeding. Should the internal organs indeed be injured, it would simply be a case of ill fortune. The clinic was entirely incapable of performing complex surgeries in its current state. The notion of wielding a fruit knife for a surgical procedure was utterly daunting. After administering several vials of hemostatic potion, the bleeding was effectively controlled. Charlotte retrieved a surgical needle and began stitching the wound. The nature of the injury suggested that Andre had been ambushed. The rapid succession of 4 strikes, penetrating his armor and piercing his body, indicated that his assailant was no mere novice. The stitching proceeded, and after administering 2 more vials of stamina potion, Andre's pallid complexion regained some color. Feeling the pain of the needle piercing his skin and muscle, he cursed, "Damn it, they ambushed me. If I hadn't been careless and failed to dodge, I would have cleaved him in 2 with a single strike." Charlotte refrained from responding. Such arrogant individuals rarely survive long in the abyss. One could never predict when an elderly beggar sitting on the street might suddenly plunge a knife into your back. Observing the man, who had been on the brink of death, now able to speak again thanks to Charlotte's urgent care, Vivian was once more astonished by the wonders of surgery, such severe injuries. She had never anticipated Charlotte could save him. Noticing Charlotte's silence, Andre continued, "They have no idea who I am. Once I return to report to the noble Viscount, I shall certainly return for a second visit. Enlisting Carol's help to retrieve everything I've lost, Viscount." Both Charlotte and Vivian froze at the mention of the title. Charlotte's mind immediately recalled the rumors Harry had shared that day. His childhood sweetheart Elizabeth's father had arranged her marriage to the second son of the Duke of Cromwell from the Lance Empire, who was said to be a Viscount. He felt little connection to this matter. But if this man before him hailed from the Lance Empire and had appeared in the abyss at this juncture. Charlotte glanced at Vivian, his gaze sharpening. Vivian's complexion visibly paled, her grip on the potion vial trembling slightly. Sensing Charlotte's scrutiny, she returned his gaze, her eyes betraying her fear. It seemed they had encountered a ghost. Charlotte's hand trembled slightly, causing Andre to flinch. Regaining his composure, Charlotte gestured for Vivian to step back and resumed stitching. "Your technique is rather unique. Although you lack magical prowess, you have indeed managed to staunch the bleeding. Where did you learn such skills?" Andre inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Under the guise of a medical facility, he had expected a legitimate doctor, only to find one who could not wield magic. Yet, despite this shortcoming, he had indeed been saved. "I learned this needlework from my mother. She used to sew clothes for people," Charlotte replied. Andre's facial muscles twitched at this unexpected response. "Given your demeanor, you don't seem like one from the abyss." "You've noticed," Charlotte prompted. Andre, for the first time flattered by a compliment about his demeanor, smiled with a hint of pride. "I served beside Viscount Capus, you know, the second son of the Duke of Cromwell, the first Duke of the Lance Empire." "I have heard of the Duke of Cromwell. He is indeed a significant figure," Charlotte encouraged, feigning admiration. "But what brings you to such a chaotic place as the abyss? It is truly dreadful here." "The abyss is indeed a wretched place," Andre spat, reflecting on his stolen gold coins and potions, his heart aching. "All because of that wretched girl. How could a sorceress find herself in the abyss? Knowing it is thousands of kilometers from the imperial capital?" Fuming, Andre added, "And that Charlotte Clayton. He dares to vie for a woman with my lord. He won't last long either." Charlotte thought, "Who the hell did I offend?" If he surmised correctly, then that Capus must be intent on eliminating him due to his past engagement with Elizabeth. However, he had been called off from the engagement 3 years ago, and in the intervening years, he had had little contact with Elizabeth, having not seen her even once in 3 years. Why, then, was Capus so determined to eradicate him? Charlotte's confusion only fueled his anger. Moreover, it appeared that Vivian's pursuers were none other than the influential Duke of Cromwell. Thus, they found themselves standing on the same battlefield, united by a common enemy. Anger did not cloud Charlotte's judgment, after careful consideration of the complications that might arise from killing the man before him. He ultimately chose to relent. "This little minx is rather charming," Andre noted, regaining some vigor as his gaze fell upon Vivian, brazenly appraising her and revealing a lecherous grin. "I haven't had the pleasure of sampling this little kitty yet." "Is your slave for sale?" Vivian instinctively took 2 steps back, casting a pleading look at Charlotte. "This is my assistant, not a slave, and she is not for sale," Charlotte stated calmly, his eyes shifting to the judgment standing within the counter's confines. If this man dared to overstep, he would have no choice but to dispose of him within the clinic. Today is not convenient for me. I shall return to have some fun another time." Andre chuckled, retracting his gaze. "I've heard tales of the many entertainments the Abyss has to offer. When I return, I must indulge thoroughly." Charlotte chose not to respond. After completing the stitching, he seized the opportunity to apply some hemostatic potion, discreetly adding a hint of a soporific agent. He then thoughtfully wrapped Andre's inconveniently torn clothing in cloth, creating a bulging parcel. What is the total? Although his wound had yet to heal, Andre felt significantly better. He could at least move on his own and intended to leave this dreadful place by nightfall. For 5 vials of hemostatic potion, 2 vials of stamina potion, and the wound stitching, the total comes to 200 copper coins, Charlotte replied. Andre fished a handful of silver coins from his pouch and placed them on the counter, clutching the parcel Charlotte had prepared as he turned toward the exit. Charlotte quickly scanned the silver coins on the table, 13 in total, with 1 extra. At the door, Andre glanced back at Vivian, smirking. "I'll be back to find you, little one." Charlotte's heart was filled with a murderous intent. This man was undoubtedly a nefarious character, a dog accustomed to wielding power and terror. However, the act of killing a dog does not necessarily require one to dirty their own hands. Chapter 31. Vivian's secret. Andre strode into a nearby alley, and soon his furious curses echoed. "Who the hell stole my sword?" This was followed by a barrage of invectives. As Charlotte watched Andre vanish into the mist of the long street, she did not hasten to close the door, but instead beckoned the pale-faced Vivian, whispering, "Clean up the blood at the entrance, including the stains that extend onto the street outside." "Understood." Vivian nodded, murmuring an incantation as a stream of water swiftly washed away the blood at the entrance and on the street. Charlotte emerged with a broom, sweeping haphazardly to cover the traces of the cleansing magic with dust. "Come in quickly," she urged, pulling Vivian inside and shutting the door securely behind them. Vivian's hands were icy, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "Do not be afraid. He has already departed, and moreover, he did not recognize you," Charlotte gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. "He came to capture me." Vivian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clutched her skirt, her voice quivering. "He said he would return for me. Do not worry. He will not survive the night," Charlotte said with a slight smile. Vivian gazed at her in confusion, as if unable to comprehend how Charlotte could speak so confidently. Considering she had just been rescued, venturing out into the abyss at night is a grave mistake. A heavily injured man, burdened with a package and unarmed, cannot traverse more than 3 streets, Charlotte explained. Vivian seemed to ponder this, yet her expression remained troubled. "Now we are like 2 crickets on the same string. Unfortunately, the one named Kappas has set his sights on both of us," Charlotte sighed. Looking at Vivian. "If my memory serves me right, the agent he seeks in the abyss, Carol, hails from the Judson family, one of the 4 great families of the abyss. In other words, our forthcoming days will be fraught with difficulty." Vivian bit her lip lightly, contemplating for a moment before looking up at Charlotte. "So, do we need to flee?" "Fleeing is indeed a viable option. However, where do you think we can escape to? A powerless human devoid of magic, and a young girl skilled only in healing magic. Where can we go beyond the abyss?" Charlotte asked earnestly. "My father advised me to flee to the abyss, claiming it to be the most chaotic yet safe place. Beyond that, I have no idea where to run," Vivian said, her tears spilling forth as she spoke. Dinner had consisted of delicious soup dumplings, leading her to feel that life wasn't so terrible after all. But Andre's arrival had been like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, dragging her back into hell. Even though she had reached the abyss and endured so much suffering, she still could not escape Kappas's pursuit. Observing Vivian's sudden breakdown, Charlotte felt a pang of pity for the girl, so young, yet subjected to such relentless hardships. Do not cry, at least for now. He has not found you. In contrast, as the proprietor of a clinic, I am the easier target for them to locate, Charlotte said, pulling out a chair for Vivian to sit down, looking into her eyes with a serious expression. She continued, however, from this moment forth, we must have an open and earnest discussion. Why is Kappas pursuing you? What is it that they seek from you? From the moment Charlotte met Vivian, she had refrained from inquiring about her background, recognizing that everyone is entitled to their secrets. But the circumstance was different now. They had a common enemy, and that enemy had already tracked them to the abyss. Vivian wiped her tears and soon regained her composure. After a moment of silence, as if resolute, she said, I am Vivian Bernice. My father is Frank Bernice, who once served as the Minister of Finance for the Lance Empire. A top-tier official's daughter, Charlotte exclaimed. Somewhat astonished, he had sensed Vivian's noble lineage, but that her father was a finance minister was beyond his expectations. However, the word once was crucial. My father has always been at odds with Cromwell, having presided over investigations into Cromwell's collusion and corruption. Half a month ago, my father was falsely accused of embezzlement and treason by Cromwell, arrested and imprisoned. Many members of the Bernice family were incarcerated as well. When the officers came to arrest him, my father instructed me to escape through the tunnels to the abyss, which made me the sole survivor, Vivian recounted, her expression somber and her eyes reddening. Charlotte furrowed her brow, puzzled. If this is merely a struggle between political rivals, your father is now imprisoned and most of your family members have been captured. Why does Cromwell relentlessly pursue you? Why send his son to lead the hunt? After a moment of silence, Vivian replied, because Cromwell embezzled hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the royal treasury, colluded with the beastmen tribes at the empire's borders, orchestrated mass killings while taking credit for military victories to defraud military funds. This is all fact. The evidence was documented by spies in a book, but before it could be submitted to the king, he was captured by Cromwell. That book is now in my possession. If that is the case, why do you not present the book to the king? The farther you stray from the imperial capital, the closer you are to the risk of being dealt with privately by Duke Cromwell, Charlotte pondered aloud. Moreover, given your father's status, even if he was wrongfully imprisoned, he should have had the opportunity to relay this information to the king during the complex trial process. Should he not? My father was killed under the guise of arrest by Cromwell amidst the chaos, Vivian said, her face paling as she clutched her skirt tightly. What audacity, to kill a finance minister at will! Charlotte exclaimed in shock, realizing the extent of Cromwell's power and arrogance within the Lance Empire. It was no wonder Vivian's father had urged her to escape the capital and flee to the abyss. If she submitted the book recklessly, the likelihood of it reaching the king was minimal, and she might even find herself betrayed. May I see that book? Charlotte inquired. I'll fetch it, Vivian responded, ascending the stairs. Shortly after, she returned with a small booklet wrapped in gray cloth, handing it to Charlotte. Upon unwrapping the black cloth, Charlotte found a small booklet with a black cover, its soft leather surface stained with a few drops of dried blood. Opening the diary, Charlotte began to read its contents intently, and her expression gradually turned grave. Approximately half an hour later, Charlotte slowly closed the booklet. The crimes of this scoundrel Duke are simply indefensible, she declared with indignation. Embezzling the royal treasury involved collusion with officials in the finance department, and while the amounts were substantial, they still fall under the category of corruption. However, his actions at the borders, manufacturing conflicts with the beastmen tribes, orchestrating large-scale massacres of border villages, exacerbating tensions, and exaggerating the threat posed by the beastmen to obtain vast sums of military funding, these methods are so shameless that they are appalling. Furthermore, during multiple disasters, he withheld disaster relief funds, leading to the starvation of countless civilians. While the king of the Lance Empire may lament the embezzlement of royal funds, Charlotte felt no inclination to condemn Cromwell for it. Yet, regarding the slaughter and plundering of civilians, he was enraged as a matter of human conscience. The booklet meticulously listed Cromwell's numerous crimes over the past 30 years, with clear details regarding the time, location, and victims, indicating that Vivian's father had indeed conducted thorough investigations. Given Cromwell's relentless pursuit of Vivian, this booklet must pose a significant threat to him. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious. Your task tonight is to transcribe this booklet for me by hand. Such an important item must be backed up, for it is easily snatched away by evildoers, Charlotte instructed Vivian. Vivian was taken aback. The importance lies not in this blood-stained booklet but in its contents. If the information within can be verified as true, we simply need to deliver it to someone capable of toppling Cromwell, and our task will be complete, Charlotte clarified. But who can overthrow Cromwell? Even my father, Vivian, bit her lip. In the Lance Empire, Cromwell wields unparalleled authority, his power overwhelming to the point of despair. Charlotte fell silent. The fact that a sitting finance minister could be killed at will illustrated the extent of Cromwell's power. He even doubted whether the king stood on Cromwell's side. If that were the case, the existence of this booklet would be utterly meaningless. Charlotte possessed scant information about the Lance Empire, with only fragmented memories concerning the medical field from his former self. There was no useful information regarding the king's and duke's unspeakable secrets or Cromwell's power structure. Perhaps he could gather some insights from Harry, who was well informed. Yet even if he obtained such information, who would he approach to deliver this booklet? His standing was far too low to reach those at the pinnacle of power. Wait a moment. When the subject of social hierarchies arose, Charlotte was suddenly reminded of the black stone that he had wrapped and stuffed into the corner of the cabinet. Perhaps the members of the Red Moon organization could furnish him with some valuable information. Chapter 32. The Light Chaser. After sending Vivian to the study to transcribe a manuscript, Charlotte retrieved the black stone from the cabinet and ascended the stairs to confine himself within his chamber. His fingers glided across the obsidian screen, which illuminated, revealing a string of unread messages. Charlotte first perused several private chats. Miracle Brothers, did the judge leave you any relics? Don't overthink it. I don't intend to claim his belongings as a debt settlement, but the debts he has amassed are indeed overwhelming. Forget I mentioned it. This message was from a merchant, its words imbued with palpable conflict. 3,000 gold coins was no trifling sum. With the judge's demise, this debt had become a liability, evoking a twinge of sympathy for the merchant. No, he left nothing behind except for a stone. Not even his ashes, Charlotte replied. Only a fool would inherit such debts. The merchant's response was followed by a new private message from the hermit, consisting of a brief yet significant note. The Night Watcher will be visiting you in the near future. The Night Watcher was one of the founders of the Red Moon organization, and given the organization's longevity, he was likely over 1,000 years old, probably a dragon of considerable might. Charlotte inquired. Is there anything I should be cautious about when meeting the Night Watcher? The hermit replied. There is no need for undue anxiety. Simply approach him with sincerity. Charlotte's mind began to race with possibilities. Given the Night Watcher's prowess, if he could solicit his assistance to resolve his current predicament, perhaps it could be swiftly addressed. Yet, their status was so elevated. Would he even entertain the notion of aiding him with such a trivial issue? That remained uncertain. He then glanced at the Red Moon group chat, noting that over the past day, the messages had not increased significantly. Following the judge's death, the group members were not particularly active in their daily exchanges. The conversation topics were formal and sophisticated, such as unusual movements detected at the monster nest in the northwest Pabo Highlands, assistance is required for reconnaissance, or the southern stronghold of Noto City is besieged by monsters and requires urgent aid, and volunteers needed for the latest weapon, the exploding iron egg, developed by the technicians A.S.A. Novice. Charlotte clearly found himself out of depth amidst such discussions and events. This aligned with his expectations, for in reality, the members were likely formidable figures. If they spent their time bragging in the chat, he would certainly question the authenticity of their identities. After pondering for a moment, Charlotte composed a message and sent it to the group. Miracle. Friends, is there any way to bring down Duke Clunwell? The newcomer has only just joined the Red Moon and is already aiming for grand schemes. Technician. The king of the Lance Empire is also keen to know. Light Chaser. Miracle. Do you harbor deep-seated enmity against Duke Clunwell? Miracle. I simply cannot abide his arrogance. Technician. In the black market, a bounty of 10,000 gold coins is placed on Clunwell's head. You could give it a try, which, trying might lead to demise. Over the years, no fewer than 8 of the top assassins have perished for bounties. Charlotte was taken aback. 10,000 gold coins translated to a staggering 100 million copper coins. A truly substantial reward. He had not anticipated that he was not alone in his disdain for Clunwell. Are you seeking to confront Clunwell? Charlotte received a private message from the Light Chaser, surprised that this individual would reach out to him directly. From their previous exchanges, she had revealed little, save for the fact that she was presumably female, with her race and identity remaining entirely unknown. However, since she had initiated a private conversation rather than jesting in the group chat like the technician in which, perhaps she could offer him some assistance. Yes, Charlotte responded that a friend of mine has been marked for assassination by him, and the situation is rather dire, so I was hoping to inquire if any members of the organization might possess a means to address this issue at its roots. Light Chaser, this friend you speak of, could it be you? Charlotte, This woman is exceedingly perceptive. Light chaser. Countless individuals wish to see Clunwell toppled, whether due to persecution or the lure of the bounty. Yet, he has resided in the Duke's manor for 30 years, remaining unscathed. What makes you believe you can bring him down? Charlotte, what if I told you I stumbled upon a record of Clunwell's crimes? Would you believe me? Light chaser. If you claim to have found an adorable lowly, I would certainly believe that. Charlotte. What the? Who exactly is this woman? Is it possible that this black stone is equipped with a listening device? Charlotte scrutinized the black stone in his hand, his brow furrowed. Light chaser. Do not be alarmed that by the timeline. Vivian Bernice should be arriving at the Abyss now, and you are in close proximity. As a doctor, your sudden surge of righteous indignation towards Clunwell suggests that both people and items are presently in your possession. This is not difficult to deduce. Charlotte, that assessment is not entirely inaccurate. In fact, it is spot on. Not difficult to deduce? Just from his few words, she accurately identified Vivian's association with him. This woman possesses a terrifying level of intelligence. Light chaser. The criminal record that has incited such anxiety in Clunwell must possess some substance. Could you provide a brief description? Charlotte licked his parched lips, acutely aware that he still did not know her identity, yet he felt entirely exposed. He even suspected that she might already know his true identity. Considering the judge had abruptly chosen a doctor as a successor, with the ostensible purpose of revitalizing the Red Moon's influence over the beasts, such information was indeed quite revealing. Taking a moment to compose himself, Charlotte revisited the conversation history. From the available information, it seemed evident that she was well acquainted with the case of Vivian's father's murder, indicating that she likely hailed from the imperial capital of the Lance Empire and held a position of some significance. Furthermore, her initiative in reaching out privately suggested that she bore some interest in the endeavor to dismantle Clunwell, making it unlikely that she was an adversary. Charlotte's most pressing concern was to ascertain the value of the manuscript in Vivian's possession and whether it could indeed bring down Clunwell. If it could not, they would need to seek alternative solutions. I found a manuscript that meticulously documents Clunwell's actions at the border, orchestrating conflicts with orc tribes, resulting in the large-scale slaughter of border villages, intensifying hostilities, and exaggerating the threat posed by the orc tribes to procure substantial military funding. Furthermore, during several major disasters, he embezzled disaster relief funds, leading to the starvation of countless civilians, and he colluded with treasury officials to misappropriate vast sums from the national treasury. Light chaser. Every crime you mention has previously led to Clunwell's impeachment, yet each time, it has fizzled out due to insufficient evidence. If the evidence within the manuscript lacks detail or fails to deliver a conclusive blow, it will be utterly meaningless. The extent of Clunwell's power had exceeded Charlotte's expectations. However, the fact that he could eliminate even the Minister of Finance underscored his audacity. After contemplating for a moment, Charlotte replied, I cannot ascertain whether the evidence is sufficiently detailed. Perhaps I could send you one or two specific case files for your verification. He understood well that he was but a novice. The manuscript held no utility in his hands, and he had no means to verify it. However, if the light chaser's identity was as he suspected, she might genuinely have access to the upper echelons of the Lance Empire, potentially posing a direct threat to Clunwell. Light chaser agreed. The light chaser's prompt acquiescence greatly enhanced Charlotte's regard for the Red Moon organization. The resentment he had felt for being lured into the group by the judge dissipated, replaced by a sense of gratitude. The feeling of being uplifted was truly exhilarating. Light chaser. However, you aren't developing feelings for her, are you? She is merely 15 years old. What love or feelings could there be? Am I some kind of beast? Charlotte replied, indignant. It was a gross insult to his character. I merely took in a homeless young lady. Please refrain from making assumptions. There was no further response from the light chaser. Charlotte descended to retrieve the manuscript, transcribing 2 case studies to send to the light chaser. The existence of the black stone facilitated efficient and secure communication. Had he to traverse thousands of kilometers to the imperial capital to personally deliver the manuscript to the light chaser, all while evading Clunwell's henchmen, his sense of justice might have waned considerably. Light chaser. Received that I will require a few days to verify the information, and I will contact you again. As the light chaser prepared to conclude the conversation, Charlotte hurriedly inquired, while the larger issues may be challenging, what are the smaller ones? Kappas is in Calva. Is there any method to deal with him, or to compel him to return to the Lance Empire? Light chaser. Though the Red Moon organization operates on a loose framework, We adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. I am quite intrigued by the Clunwell affair, so there is no need for you to offer anything in return for that. However, for other matters, you must present something that piques my interest. Charlotte pondered this revelation and then replied, in that case, I shall extend you an opportunity to pose a question to me. Suddenly, silence enveloped the space. After waiting for a while, Charlotte received no response and had no choice but to abandon the matter. He acknowledged his own inclination towards gambling, yet it was evident that the other party held no interest in his superficial insights. Although the current predicament remained unresolved, it was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he could ascertain the value of the tome through the light chaser, as well as whether it could aid him in toppling Cromwell. As for the threat from Capys, he could only rely on his own ingenuity to navigate that challenge. First and foremost, he needed to gather more information regarding Carol, for as the Abyss's representative of Capys, he posed the greatest threat to Charlotte at this moment. Chapter 33. A mage who does not wish to be a knight is not a good. Dr. Carroll was the youngest son of the Judson family patriarch. As one of the four great families alongside the Harriman family, the Judson family controlled a significant portion of the addictive potion business in the Abyss. This enterprise was exceedingly lucrative, capable of leaving a person utterly bereft, down to the very bones. Moreover, it was rumored that the Judson family's influence extended beyond the Abyss, afflicting nearby Calva and several medium to large cities with their potion's toxicity. The Judson family had entrenched itself in the Abyss for centuries, functioning as a formidable local power. Charlotte was uncertain how Capys had managed to reach out to Carol, but being targeted by such a local tyrant was undoubtedly ill news. Charlotte retracted the black stone and opened the system interface. Player, Charlotte. Occupation, doctor, pharmacist. Level, deposed 4th rank. Mage. Wealth value, 10848. Professional skills, wound debridement and dressing. Intermediate, 16102000. Skin wound suturing. Advanced, 3004000. Hysterectomy. Beginner, 2301000. Radius and ulnar fracture open reduction and internal fixation. Beginner, 3601000. Castration of feline and canine species. Advanced, 650400. Special skills. Hemostatic agent brewing. Beginner, 901000. Cleaning agent brewing. Beginner, 1001000. Main quest. Achieve an influence of 1000 as a renowned physician of the Abyss. 10 influence per patient treated. Progress, 2601000. Long-term quest. Eradicate the corruption and reboot the world. Quest reward, 1 epic item. Side quests. None. System shop. Open. Click to enter favorability panel. Not yet open. Charlotte immediately noticed the icon for the system shop in the lower left corner was active. Having just rescued Capys's lackey, he had obtained 13 silver coins, finally amassing a wealth value of 10,000. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte clicked on the system shop with a sense of anticipation akin to opening a mystery box. There was no lavish interface, no dazzling effects, only a solitary square containing a depiction of a white potion with a note below, strength potion, price, 10,000. Wealth value. Charlotte stared at the strength potion for a while. Sensing something amiss. As a doctor within a medical training system, why was he presented with a mere strength-enhancing potion? Considering he had once been a mage, it stood to reason that the potion should be of a magical nature. Did it not? With a mindset of experimentation, Charlotte focused his consciousness on the icon. A line of text sprang forth. The strength potion, when consumed, permanently increases the strength attribute by 100 kg, permanently enhancing strength. This attribute instantly captured Charlotte's attention. Anything that promised a permanent improvement was undoubtedly of high quality. This revelation sparked a flurry of thoughts in Charlotte's mind. His magical essence had been irrevocably damaged. A consensus within the mage community, rendering any restoration impossible. At 25 years of age, transitioning to a knight was hardly realistic. He had missed the optimal growth period for knights, which spanned from 10 to 18. A crucial foundation phase for the profession. Without a solid base, his body could not provide sufficient strength, nor could it endure more formidable martial skills. Charlotte's rudimentary understanding of the knightly profession revealed that the most critical attributes were strength and agility. Strength determined one's offensive power, while agility correlated with speed and technique. A formidable knight must possess both strength and agility to adeptly navigate the unpredictable nature of combat. If the strength potion could permanently enhance his capabilities, it implied that as long as he continued to consume it, His strength could grow indefinitely. 100 kg was insignificant. Even young beasts could not withstand that. What about 1,000 kilograms or even 100,000 kilograms? With sufficient strength and improved physical conditioning, he could consciously train his agility, seamlessly transitioning into the knightly path. With this thought process, the way forward became clear. That a strength potion priced at 10,000 wealth values seemed trivial to acquire, especially since it did not cost him real currency. Thus, he felt no remorse in spending it. However, he needed to strive to earn more, as wealth value was intricately tied to actual riches, and the scrutiny appeared rather strict. Therefore, he must continually refine his medical skills and expand his practice to generate greater income. Without further deliberation, Charlotte clicked to redeem the potion. That a bottle of creamy, white liquid materialized on the table. He reached for it, uncorked it, and was greeted by a waft of a milky fragrance. Downing 2 gulps of the potion, he found its taste reminiscent of pure milk, with a delightful aftertaste, setting the bottle down. Charlotte looked at his hands, feeling no immediate change. Suddenly, a surge of energy ignited within him, coursing chaotically through his body, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans, as if something were about to break free. Startled, Charlotte had no time to respond before all discomfort abruptly vanished. He gasped for air, realizing that he was drenched in sweat. The sticky sensation mingled with an unpleasant odor. Charlotte wrinkled his nose, nearly overwhelmed by the smell. Without the luxury of time to fully appreciate the changes within his body, he grabbed his clothes and dashed to the bathroom. Boss, Vivian had just ascended the stairs to find him when he rushed past, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. The lingering odor in the air puzzled her. After taking a cold shower, Charlotte managed to wash away the grime. Upon removing his clothes, it was evident that his emaciated frame had gained some muscle. While he had not developed abs or a muscular chest, there was certainly more flesh on his bones. What was even more noticeable was the enhancement in strength. Previously, Charlotte could be described as utterly powerless, struggling to lift a bag of dry goods without becoming winded. Now, he found himself capable of lifting a large basin filled with water, weighing over 200 pounds, with surprising ease in the knightly hierarchy. The minimum standard for a knight apprentice was a lifting capacity of 500 kg. By that standard, he would only need to consume 4 more strength potions to achieve the status of a knight apprentice. A mage who does not wish to be a knight is not a good doctor. Clenching his fists, the invigorating sensation of newfound strength instilled Charlotte with an unprecedented sense of stability. As long as his power continued to grow, he would have a foundation upon which to stand in this world. Exceptional medical skills, without the support of strength, would merely render him a gilded canary in someone else's cage. However, once he possessed sufficient strength, the choices would return to him. He had no desire to one day find himself at the mercy of a knife-wielding assailant during surgery, after drying off and changing clothes. Charlotte composed himself before emerging from the bathroom. Despite his increased strength, he remained cautious. He was still not even an apprentice and would surely be no match for any nefarious characters he might encounter. Vivian lingered outside his room, and upon seeing Charlotte exit the bathroom, she quickly addressed him. "Boss, I came to retrieve the tome .its in my room. Come in and take it." Charlotte nodded slightly, pushing open the door to enter. Vivian observed Charlotte's retreating figure, sensing an intangible change in him. Though she could not articulate what was different, "We must finish copying tonight. Is that all right?" Charlotte handed the tome to Vivian. "Yes, no problem." Vivian assuredly nodded, clutching the tome as she hurried downstairs. Had he known he could change professions, he would have asked the arbiter to leave him some combat techniques. Now, he was left with nothing, not even the proverbial shirt off his back. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Charlotte ran a hand through his hair in frustration. That a top knight capable of single-handedly confronting a beast's lair would undoubtedly possess top-tier martial skills. Yet Charlotte found himself brimming with strength but devoid of any combat expertise. He could not possibly rely solely on military boxing to defeat his opponents. Suddenly recalling a certain individual, Charlotte decided to take a chance. Sending a private message to the recluse. "Senior, did the arbiter leave me any martial techniques? I wish to become a knight." Chapter 34. Doctor, you've changed. At present, amidst the crimson moon, the hermit appears to be somewhat more approachable to him. Due to his closer association with the adjudicator, it is conceivable that the adjudicator has indeed left some means behind for him. After a brief moment, the black stone quivers slightly. Charlotte picks it up for a glance. The hermit inquires, "The adjudicator has not bestowed upon you any martial skills, yet are you resolute in your desire to become a knight?" At your age, such a decision may not be the wisest choice. A slight smirk graces Charlotte's lips. The adjudicator's potential gifts of martial skills hold little significance compared to the fact that he has expressed a desire for them, leaving it to the hermit's discretion. Charlotte responds, "You are likely aware of my circumstances. Once, I aspired to be a proficient mage, yet now I find myself bereft of options. Becoming a knight will at least afford me a measure of self-preservation within the abyss." There follows a moment of silence. The hermit then asks, "What kind of martial skills do you seek?" Charlotte replies, "A swordsmanship rooted in strength, and a footwork style based on agility." The hermit assures, "Within 3 days. Someone will deliver them to you." Charlotte expresses his gratitude. "Thank you very much." With a beaming smile, he stows away the black stone, cherishing it like a precious gem. Who dares to claim that the organization is of no use? It is a place that feels as warm as home. Out in the world, how could one so easily acquire 2 forms of martial skills for free, with no inclination for sleep? Charlotte descends to the alchemy room to continue crafting the moist essence elixir. Diana's deposit has already been received, and he must hasten to produce the potion. In the Free City, within the Elven Library of all things, an ancient elf with hair and beard as white as snow peruses the scrolls on the shelves. Finally pausing before a black scroll, the request for strength-based swordsmanship and agility-based footwork mirrors that of the adjudicator from years past. Perhaps this is the one to present to him. The elf gestures, and the black scroll lifts from the shelf, landing in his hands. In the imperial capital, atop the star observation tower, a woman clad in white stands at the railing. She gazes skyward, her golden hair cascading freely behind her. Her features exquisite as if painted, with a golden star mark nestled between her brows. The white gown she wears is adorned with specks of starlight, rendering it both pure and magnificent, making her appear akin to a celestial angel. Shadow, investigate the authenticity of these 2 matters. I require results within 3 days. The woman suddenly speaks, her voice cold and commanding. In a corner of the star observation tower, a shadow flickers and then vanishes. How intriguing. I find myself suddenly anticipating whether this fallen genius can still bring forth miracles to this world. The woman muses softly to herself. In the abyss, on Nightmare Street, stands a grand mansion constructed from colossal black stones. "Young master, the fellow who came this morning seems to have encountered some trouble." An orc rushes into the mansion, alarm evident in his voice. In the expansive courtyard, a dozen tall orcs are roasting meat and drinking merrily. The leading tiger-headed orc rises abruptly, seizing the orc who has rushed forward by the scruff, glaring with wide eyes as he bellows, "What did you say?" The messenger orc trembles in fear, having witnessed his master Carol's volatile temper firsthand, his voice quaking as he reports, "The human who came to see you this morning, he was ambushed and killed on Tucker Street." Carol's grip slackens, causing the orc to tumble to the ground, fury etched across his face. "Damn it. Who did this? We have yet to uncover the perpetrator. When the body was found, nothing remained but scraps. Even the eyeballs had been gouged out. However, my brothers are already on the case." The orc on the ground dares not raise his head. The other orcs present remain eerily silent, afraid to interject. "Send more men to investigate and retrieve the money and potions. I must provide Capus with an explanation, as the incident occurred within the abyss," Carol states coldly. "That fool, I had warned him against wandering out at night. It is no surprise that he met his end." "Yes," the orc on the ground replies, hastily departing. Carol then turns his gaze to the 2-headed canine orc beside him, continuing, Pursuchar Vivian wore a bewildered expression. Utterly perplexed as to how the conversation had suddenly shifted to her, Charlotte cleared her throat lightly and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Miss Ruth, is there something amiss with your health today?" "Indeed, doctor," Ruth suddenly pivoted, pressing herself against Charlotte, seizing her hand and placing it upon her chest. "My heart feels unwell. Do feel it." Charlotte quickly withdrew her hand. She was far too adept at this. The soft, slippery sensation of her fingertips was somewhat intoxicating. For a fleeting moment, he could comprehend why his predecessor had so relished visiting such establishments. Is this a test of character? "Doctor, have you changed? Do you no longer hold affection for me?" Ruth pouted, her bewitching visage instantly transforming into one of mock sorrow. "I knew your previous words were mere deceit. All men are the same." She exuded an air of an innocent girl deceived by a scoundrel. "Hey, that wasn't my claim," Charlotte retorted. "Moreover, what exactly did I say? You ought to clarify. Your behavior makes it exceedingly difficult for me. It's all too easy for misunderstandings to arise. Today's update is here. Happy Chishi Festival to all the single folks. For now, I shall celebrate the day with my beloved." Chapter 35. The abandoned by the divine, Vivian had retreated to the counter at some point, petting a cat while indulging in gossip. The relationship between this sister and the owner was indeed unusual. Could it be that the owner had cast her aside? Was he a rogue? And what of the long-legged sister? Was she a third party, or merely an uninformed fish in the owner's pond? Vivian pondered thoughtfully. Each had their merits, and should she be compelled to choose, it would prove quite the challenge. Upon reflection, the owner seemed to possess quite the discerning eye. Ahem, Charlotte coughed lightly twice, striving to present a more professional facade. Miss Ruth, unless you have further inquiries, I must ask you to take your leave. It is business hours, and there are patients awaiting treatment. As a doctor of notable ethics, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities during working hours. Moreover, he had no intention of returning to such high-end establishments as the Milan Club. The meager earnings he procured were hardly sufficient for such indulgences, unless, of course, he were to suddenly acquire wealth. You truly harbor no concern for me. How cruel of you. Ruth clutched her lower right abdomen, biting her lip in apparent agony. If you wish to convey a sense of heartache, even a succubus would have her heart situated there, Charlotte internally critiqued. Then, without warning, Ruth swayed and collapsed onto the floor. Both Charlotte and Vivian were taken aback. Ruth lay on the ground, her complexion abruptly paling, beads of cold sweat cascading from her forehead, her lips bloodied from her own biting, presenting a picture of profound distress. Boss, it appears she may be unwell, Vivian remarked in a daze. What had begun as an amusing spectacle had taken a grim turn. If you need to point that out, anyone with eyesight can see. Charlotte hastily crouched down. Ruth curled her body, pressing her hands against her abdomen, her expression one of considerable pain. Ruth, what ails you? Charlotte raised a hand to halt Vivian, who was about to approach, and asked in a serious tone. I am dying. They say I am abandoned by the divine, that no one can save me. Ruth spoke with a hint of self-deprecation, a bitter smile gracing her pallid face. She reached out a hand toward Charlotte's face, but stopped halfway, saying sadly, someone like me, forsaken by the divine, surely you would not take a liking to me. The atmosphere shifted abruptly from one of love and hatred to an odd realm. Abandoned by the divine? Nonsense. Charlotte lifted her and swiftly made for the operating room. The they Ruth referred to were undoubtedly the physicians from other clinics. Those charlatans loved to label patients as abandoned by the divine, casting those they could not heal onto the pillar of shame. Abandoned by the divine? Vivian was equally taken aback. As a medical student, she understood all too well from whom such a phrase typically emanated. This equated to an incurable ailment, a condition that the physician's healing magic could not remedy, thus leading to such a conclusion. Could it be that this sister truly suffered from an incurable malady? Or was she genuinely abandoned by the divine? As a medical student, her upbringing instilled in her a firm belief in the theory of divine abandonment. The divine bestowed magic upon doctors, enabling them to heal the sick. Those who could not be cured by magic were indeed the forsaken. In certain places, the abandoned were even subjected to execution by fire. Regarding Charlotte's surgical methods, although the medical association deemed them heretical, from Vivian's observations over the past 2 days, he had indeed saved those whose ailments were treatable by magic. However, if this Miss Ruth was truly abandoned by the divine, could the owner possibly save her? Charlotte placed Ruth upon the operating table. Her complexion grew ever more ashen, yet she gritted her teeth, suppressing any cries of pain, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as they met Charlotte's gaze. I have come to bid you farewell, doctor. Ruth's voice was faint, her breaths unsteady. Is it this area that pains you? Charlotte gently moved Ruth's hand, pressing his fingertips delicately against her lower right abdomen. Ruth involuntarily let out a groan of discomfort. It's futile. I have visited 3 clinics, and they all claimed I am abandoned by the divine, forsaken by the divine. No one can save me. Ruth shook her head, yet a trace of a smile flickered across her face. But doctor, you look so handsome when you are serious. Moreover, you just lifted me. It's a pity I am about to die, and shall no longer feel the warmth of your embrace. As she spoke, Ruth could not help but shed tears, gripping Charlotte's hand tightly as she sobbed. Please, stay with me through my final moments. Then find a place to bury me, so those brutes cannot find me. A somber atmosphere enveloped the operating room. Standing at the door, Vivian could not help but wipe away her tears, questioning why this sister was deemed abandoned by the divine when she was so beautiful. So wonderful. You visited 3 clinics, only to come here to bid me farewell? You call me doctor, yet you do not truly believe in me, do you? Charlotte's emotions were tumultuous, and he sighed. It's merely acute appendicitis. It is not a death sentence. Acute appendicitis? Ruth looked up at Charlotte, perplexed. He had just uttered something rather peculiar. What is acute appendicitis? It was a term she had never encountered before. Vivian, equally bewildered, regarded Charlotte as an exemplary student. She had completed all the courses in medical school and could assert with absolute certainty that such terminology was absent from the textbooks. Could it be that the owner had diagnosed this abandoned woman? Charlotte recognized the symptoms of acute appendicitis merely by touch, not because he could cure it, but because he had suffered from it himself in the first year after graduating, juggling 3 part-time jobs. Charlotte collapsed on the bus en route to a pet store. The pain was unforgettable. During the surgery, he had heard the term McBurney's point, located at the junction of the anterior superior iliac spine and the umbilicus, precisely where he had just pressed on Ruth's lower right abdomen. This was the area of greatest tenderness in appendicitis. From Ruth's reactions, he could reasonably deduce that she was indeed suffering from acute appendicitis. Low-level healing spells would have no effect on such an internal ailment. The Abyssal Clinic clearly could not afford to employ high-tier healing mages, and thus, it garnered neither prestige nor profit. Consequently, those inept physicians had deemed Ruth as abandoned by the divine. After all, their skills scarcely surpassed those of the foolish girl standing at the entrance. A 15-year-old intermediate mage was truly a prodigy. Can you truly heal me? Ruth's eyes glimmered with hope and trepidation. Chapter 36. A humanized surgical guide. Ding. A task from Ruth. Surgical removal of appendicitis. Successful task reward. Appendectomy experience 200. Copper coins 300. The system's task notification chimed in Charlotte's mind. Gazing into Ruth's expectant eyes, along with the system's generous rewards, Charlotte felt a twinge of apprehension. He had undergone an appendectomy. But he had been the patient. Moreover, he had been under anesthesia, and the specific details eluded him. Even if he remembered the surgical techniques, this was not akin to slaughtering a pig. Just because one has undergone surgery does not mean one is qualified to perform it. Even a minor procedure should not be attempted lightly. As a veterinarian, he could not claim to distinguish between the appendix, cecum, and colon once he opened the abdomen. If he made a mistake, it would lead to an entirely different narrative. Boss, what is acute appendicitis? Can you truly heal it? With an inquisitive heart, Vivian could not help but ask curiously. Charlotte, pondering the acute appendicitis, naturally did not wish for Ruth to suffer a painful demise due to this condition. However, as a veterinarian endowed with considerable clinical experience, he was acutely aware that he had not mastered the skill of performing an appendectomy. Yet, given the urgency of the situation and the words that had escaped his lips, he found himself pondering how to proceed. Ding! The system's voice chimed in, indicating that the host had the opportunity to receive guidance for performing an appendectomy for the first time. Subsequently, Charlotte noticed a red appearing on Ruth's lower right abdomen, accompanied by a note, McBurney's point, the optimal incision site for appendectomy. Charlotte blinked. The red remained conspicuous, and the note did not vanish. This was indeed a hands-on tutorial. A spark of confidence ignited within Charlotte. Acute appendicitis was merely a minor ailment, yet timely excision of the affected area was imperative. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly tormenting. Charlotte gazed at Vivian and earnestly instructed. However, those physicians who solely rely on magic, unable to treat this minor ailment with their spells, deem patients afflicted with such trivial issues as forsaken by the divine, merely to mask their own inadequacies. Is that true? Vivian inquired, skepticism evident in her voice. She had never even heard of the minor ailment Charlotte spoke of. If it were truly minor, why would the treatment be ineffective? Prepare for surgery, Charlotte commanded, offering no further explanation, although merely a single piece of guidance had been added. After having watched several relevant videos and papers following his previous appendectomy, he had a rough understanding of the procedure. Exercising caution should suffice. Even if a mistake were made, he still had an intermediate mage as a safety net. So the risk was minimal. Rest assured, even if the divine forsakes you, I shall not abandon you, Charlotte declared, grasping Ruth's hand with unwavering resolve. A warm energy emanated from his palm, causing Ruth's eyes to glisten as her heart steadied under the weight of his steadfast gaze. She nodded slightly, affirming, I believe in you. Did the other medical facilities provide you with any analgesics? Charlotte inquired further. When Ruth had initially entered, she had presented as a perfectly normal individual, not due to exceptional fortitude, but rather because she had likely taken analgesics to suppress her pain. Unfortunately, Charlotte had none of those on hand. He only possessed a sedative, which was too unstable, as a patient under sedation might awaken abruptly due to pain during the procedure. Ruth trembled as she retrieved a small black vial from her waist pouch. Whispering, "There's one last bottle." Charlotte uncorked the vial, a faint fishy odor wafting forth, reminiscent of fish soup that had not been properly deboned, an unpleasant scent. Yet Ruth had previously demonstrated its efficacy that he also procured a vial of the sedative, assisting Ruth into a seated position. "Drink both of these potions, then take a nap. You shall awaken feeling better." Complying, Ruth consumed both vials, casting a lingering glance at Charlotte before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Doctor, if I do not awaken, please remember me. If I perish, no one will remember me, and it would be a lonely fate." "Do not worry. Sleep, and I shall wake you," Charlotte assured her gently, laying her down on the surgical table. With the analgesic combined with the sedative, this was the most reliable method of anesthesia that Charlotte could procure at present. Inducing Ruth into unconsciousness offered two advantages. Firstly, to spare her the trauma of being cut open, preventing the surgery from being interrupted. Secondly, should any mishaps arise during the procedure, Vivian might need to step in to assist. Vivian entered the operating room, carrying sterilized surgical instruments, glancing at the now unconscious Ruth, and quietly remarked, "Boss, do you truly intend to operate on Sister Ruth?" She remained skeptical of Charlotte's ability to heal a patient deemed forsaken by other doctors. A clear challenge to divine authority. Younger generations must learn to embrace new concepts, to eschew blind faith in authority, and to dismiss the so-called divine, Charlotte replied, disinfecting his hands with a cleansing agent. His expression earnest. "Today, I shall reveal to you knowledge absent from the medical school curriculum, unmasking the hypocrisy of those charlatans." Vivian swallowed hard, yet refrained from voicing further objections. Her gaze toward Charlotte mingling skepticism with a hint of anticipation. Why she felt this way, she could not ascertain. For a physician, such statements and actions were a complete upheaval of faith. Perhaps it was her desire for the beautiful sister lying on the surgical table to survive. Or had she begun to place some degree of trust in Charlotte? Or was it simply that the shocking nature of Charlotte's surgeries over the past few days had caused a slight shift in her beliefs? "I need to operate in this area. Please remove her clothing and skirt, conduct a full-body cleansing, and then cover her with sterilized cloth, leaving only this area exposed," Charlotte instructed Vivian before stepping out of the operating room. 3 minutes later, Vivian emerged, signaling to Charlotte that he could enter. Charlotte re-entered the operating room, disinfecting his hands once more, and selected the smallest dagger from the tray. Though petite, it was still the size of a paring knife. Insufficiently delicate for surgery, Charlotte resolved to commission a more refined surgical instrument from the blacksmith that very afternoon. Not every patient had skin as tough as that of a lizard man, for a lovely lady like Ruth. Such a scarred blade was utterly unacceptable. "Prepare yourself. Should any significant bleeding or unexpected complications arise, I may require your assistance with healing magic," Charlotte instructed, glancing at Vivian, who stood at the opposite end of the surgical table. Vivian cast a glance at the unconscious Ruth and nodded. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte endeavored to quell his nerves, allowing his gaze to settle into a calm focus, dismissing all distractions, his grip on the scalpel becoming remarkably steady. The system indicated the location of McBurney's point on Ruth's smooth, flat lower right abdomen with a red line. This marked the projection area of the appendix on the surface, allowing for maximum reduction of harm when incising. Just as he had performed countless surgeries on cats and dogs, Charlotte made an oblique incision at McBurney's point on Ruth's lower right abdomen, carefully layer by layer, dissecting through the external oblique aponeurosis. Separating the external and internal oblique muscles, lifting and incising the peritoneum to enter the abdominal cavity, revealing its contents before him. Simultaneously, a series of red annotations sprang forth, cecum, : Chapter 37, Surgery Successful. For a trained veterinary surgeon like Charlotte, opening an abdominal cavity was hardly extraordinary. In addition to being a sterilization expert, he was also proficient in most animal internal surgeries. However, this was indeed his first experience operating on a human. What was even more remarkable were the red organ annotations, resembling a game guide, detailed and Prec. Vivian felt a twinge of apprehension in her heart, struggling to grasp the reality before her. This was a scene she had never encountered during her time at medical school, where instructors only taught them the art of healing through therapeutic magic while maintaining the utmost respect for the patient's bodies. However, in the past 2 days, Charlotte had demonstrated through his surgical prowess how a non-mage could save lives, achieving a remarkable success rate that stirred a flicker of anticipation within her. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the operating room. 3 streets away on Tucker Street, The renowned Fran Medical Institute was holding its morning meeting in the opulent conference room. Chief Physician Andrew sat before a large blackboard, which displayed the key items for discussion. First, an analysis of the current state of the medical industry in the abyss. Second, strategies to ensure patients remain long-term. Third, methods to encourage patients to queue for payments. Fourth, ways to secure all of a patient's funds. Pointing to the fourth item, Andrew remarked, when it comes to persuading a patient to relinquish all their money, allow me to illustrate with an example. Miss Ruth, who visited our institute yesterday, she is a renowned dancer from Ammon Street, the star attraction at the Milan Club, and undoubtedly a significant financial contributor, her purse quite substantial. Unfortunately, she was diagnosed simultaneously by 3 other medical institutions as a forsaken individual. After my own examination, it was clear that even a 4th-tier advanced mage's healing spells were utterly ineffective against her condition. Confirming her status as indeed forsaken. A forsaken individual is synonymous with a death sentence. Is there truly any hope for her survival, Master Andrew? A perplexed physician inquired. The other medical staff sharing his curiosity as they gazed at Andrew. As the chief physician of the Fran Medical Institute and a 4th-tier advanced mage, Andrew wielded a reputation and authority rivaling that of the director. The concurrent diagnosis of forsakenness by 4 medical institutions clearly indicated a lack of hope for survival. Yet, unlike the other establishments, upon learning of Miss Ruth's dire condition, I did not hastily dismiss her. Instead, I recommended she purchase our institute's special analgesic potion. While it could not cure her affliction, it would significantly alleviate her suffering, granting her the time to bid farewell to her friends in this world. Subsequently, she purchased 5 vials of the special analgesic, contributing 30,000 copper coins to our institute. Andrew's lips curled into a smirk, revealing his satisfaction. The conference room erupted into applause. Every medical personnel present marveled at Andrew's persuasive abilities. How could one elicit 30,000 copper coins from a dying individual? It was a living testament. Alas, had it not been for her grave condition, I could have emptied her purse within a month, Andrew lamented with a sigh, a hint of regret in his tone. The other medical staff shared his somber expressions. That was a substantial bonus slipping away. What a pity for Miss Ruth, such a captivating and beautiful dancer. They would never again witness her enchanting performances, for even divine intervention could not save her. Andrew sighed once more, his tone tinged with sorrow. On this day, the morning meetings of the finest medical institutions in the Abyss all mentioned Ruth. In a place like the Abyss, the circle of wealthy patrons frequenting medical establishments was rather small, and forsaken individuals were not commonplace. Thus, a beauty like her naturally sparked considerable discussion. The consensus among the larger medical institutions in the Abyss was that a forsaken individual could only meet their demise. When a life is lost, yet the funds remain unexploited, it is a profound regret for them. One could not help but wonder to whom the squandered wealth would ultimately belong. Charlotte had yet to determine how much to charge for the surgery. But there was good news. He had successfully identified the target appendix amid a tangle of intestines. Charlotte's eyes lit up as he gazed at the prominently marked appendix note. The appendix was markedly swollen, with a congested serosal surface and visible inflammation. Upon touching the appendix, a line of red annotations appeared. A pathological appendix, acute simple appendicitis. The condition is worsening, with a tendency towards acute suppurative appendicitis. Please proceed with the removal surgery promptly. With the abdomen already opened, Charlotte was acutely aware of the urgency for surgical excision. But Ruth's situation was slightly better than his own from years past. He recalled that his medical records had also indicated acute suppurative appendicitis, which had tormented him both pre- and post-surgery for quite some time. Having pinpointed the root of the ailment, Charlotte hesitated no longer. He focused on the location, and with a swift motion, severed a segment of the appendix approximately 10 centimeters long. Placing it onto a nearby tray, he cut it out. Vivian exclaimed in shock, staring at the tray containing the congested and swollen appendix, its surface smeared with blood and mucus. Just gazing at it for a moment made her turn away, retching involuntarily. But this was the very organ from Ruth's body. Wasn't the doctor attempting to save her? How could he remove her intestine? That was a profound disrespect to the patient. Charlotte paid no heed to Vivian's reaction, focusing intently on the surgery. After excising the pathological appendix, he proceeded to stop the bleeding, ligate, cleanse, and suture. Although it was his first time, Charlotte executed each step with remarkable precision, his hands steady as if he had performed this countless times before. This proficiency was a result of having conducted thousands of surgeries. And in terms of surgical experience, he may have surpassed many chief physicians. Despite most of his prior patients being cats, dogs, and livestock from state-run farms, after meticulously cleansing the mucosa, Charlotte reattached the stump of the appendix. Deftly maneuvering the sharp surgical needle with finesse, using the figure-8 suture technique, he flawlessly closed the incision, covering it with local adipose tissue. He then cleared the abdominal cavity of blood and cleansing solution. Confirming that no other organs had been harmed during the procedure, Charlotte glanced at Vivian. At that moment, if she could administer a healing spell on Ruth's appendix, it would be ideal, completely averting a series of post-operative infections and discomfort. However, this would increase Vivian's exposure risk. As soon as Ruth safely exited the clinic, it would be a significant provocation to the other medical institutions in the Abyss, undoubtedly drawing their attention. A beauty like Ruth would undoubtedly seek a physician to remove any scars. An expert would easily discern whether or not the wound had been treated with healing magic. Charlotte averted his gaze, opting instead to use a restorative potion. He meticulously closed the abdomen layer by layer. The surgery was a success. Chapter 38, The Collapse of Faith. Ding. Appendectomy completed. With Ruth's task accomplished, the successful reward included appendectomy experience 200, copper coins 300. The system's notification echoed in Charlotte's mind. The system certified the success of the surgery, allowing Charlotte to breathe a sigh of relief. It was his first appendectomy, and although he had benefited from the system's surgical guidance, achieving success on the first attempt still filled him with excitement. The prospect of the 300 copper coins reward made his heart swell with joy. The 200 appendectomy experience points meant he had acquired a new skill in appendectomy, as a novice physician. This was his first legitimate internal medicine surgery. However, as Charlotte gazed at the 15-centimeter-long surgical incision, although it had been sutured impeccably, the scar was still glaringly prominent on Ruth's fair and smooth abdomen. For a dancer like Ruth, such a scar would likely be intolerable. Fortunately, in this world, magic existed, and as long as one had the financial means, removing the scar was a mere matter of a scar removal spell. Is it all good now? Vivian, still reeling from the shock, asked hesitantly. Yes, the surgery has been successfully completed, Charlotte replied calmly, nodding. As they spoke, Ruth, lying on the surgical table, slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, glancing around in confusion. Before her gaze settled on Charlotte. In a weak voice, she asked, Doctor, have I died? You are not dead. I have removed the damaged section of your intestine. The surgery was very successful, after a few days of rest. You will be just fine, Charlotte smiled reassuringly. Ruth paused for a moment, and suddenly her body seemed to come alive with electricity as she struggled to sit up from the bed, glancing down at her abdomen. A long scar, over 10 centimeters, was meticulously stitched together, appearing somewhat gruesome and prominent. The analgesic potion's effects were waning, and pain radiated from the wound, causing her to frown involuntarily. Yet, instead of expressing discomfort, she smiled, her face radiant with surprise as she looked at Charlotte. Doctor, my stomach really doesn't hurt anymore. Not at all. The pain from the incision was trivial compared to the torment she had endured prior. She was certain that the issue of her abdominal pain had indeed been resolved by Charlotte. Don't get too excited. You've just undergone surgery. If you jump around, the stitches might come undone, and you'll have to be restitched. Charlotte cautioned as he restrained Ruth, who was eager to bounce up and embrace him. Seeing the smile lighting up Ruth's face, Charlotte couldn't help but smile back. What could be more fulfilling and joyous than saving a patient? Previously, his patients were cats, dogs, and livestock from state-run farms. Now, they were diverse beings from the Abyss. Doctor, you are truly remarkable. Ruth gazed at Charlotte with a countenance filled with admiration and gratitude. Previously, she had only thought of the doctor as handsome and possessing a charming voice, which made her enjoy his company. However, others labeled him a peculiar individual, a charlatan devoid of any magical prowess, unworthy of the title doctor. Ruth paid little heed to such opinions, but upon falling ill, her thoughts immediately turned to the renowned medical establishments of the Abyss. Today, she did not come to seek treatment. Rather, she wished to bid farewell, wanting to spend a moment with him before she departed from this world. Her astonishment, after being deemed a forsaken by the gods from medical institutions, she was miraculously healed by Charlotte's so-called surgery. The scar on her abdomen did not trouble her. She could easily visit any clinic and pay a few thousand copper coins to have it removed. Miss Ruth, does your abdomen truly no longer ache? Vivian could not help but inquired. Charlotte's appendectomy had profoundly shocked her, completely overturning her worldview built over the past decade. The fact that Ruth, labeled a forsaken by the gods, was rescued by Charlotte left Vivian's faith wavering. Indeed, I feel as though my abdomen has healed. I merely need to wait for the wound to mend, Ruth affirmed with determination. Aside from feeling somewhat weak, she felt splendid. Vivian's years of medical training crumbled in that moment. The so-called forsaken by the gods was merely an excuse for incompetent physicians to mask their ineptitude. Charlotte's prior words echoed in her mind, resounding with clarity. Witnessing Ruth rise from the operating table was irrefutable evidence. Had Charlotte not insisted on performing surgery on Ruth today, this beautiful young lady would have succumbed to the terror and agony of being deemed forsaken by the gods by the doctors of 4 different clinics. Vivian realized that her faith had utterly shattered. She could no longer accept the notion that life and death were dictated by the divine, at least not based solely on the efficacy of healing magic. Charlotte had demonstrated that he could remedy ailments that healing magic could not, rescuing a patient through surgery. In that instant, she suddenly comprehended why the Physician Association had imprisoned him, stripped him of his magic, besmirched his name, and expelled him from Calva. Charlotte and his surgical techniques fundamentally undermined the sanctity of the medical profession, fracturing the beliefs upheld by physicians. Should surgery, a skill accessible even to ordinary individuals, be widely disseminated, the current medical hierarchy, which thrived on monopolistic gains and status, would cease to exist. Even amidst the abyss, living in danger and fear, he steadfastly continued to operate on patients, striving to heal each one. Vivian observed Charlotte. At that moment, he appeared to stand in the light, the most radiant of heroes. Please assist Miss Ruth in donning her clothing, and then tidy up the operating room, Charlotte instructed. Noticing the fabric draped over Ruth was slipping, he spoke to Vivian and turned to exit the operating room. How unexpectedly earnest he is in front of others, Ruth chuckled softly, her gaze warm yet imbued with a hint of charm as she remarked. I quite like him. Have you known the doctor for long? Vivian inquired curiously while helping Ruth change. Ruth nodded slightly, reminiscing. The first time we met was perhaps 3 years ago. The doctor was tall and slender, with a melancholic gaze that captivated me instantly. 3 minutes later, Vivian assisted the newly clothed Ruth out of the operating room. This is a recovery potion. Apply it to the wound 3 times a day to expedite the healing process, Charlotte said, handing Ruth a small vial and advising, do not dance for 3 days. Wait until the wound has completely healed. Yes, doctor. I knew you cared the most for me, Ruth replied with a blissful nod. Charlotte? This is merely a standard and ordinary medical instruction. After performing spaying surgeries on cats and dogs, he would typically advise their owners similarly, often adding, do not let them lick their wounds. Ruth should not be so uncontrolled as to do such a thing, so that remark was unnecessary. Now, how much do I owe you? Ruth inquired. The surgical fee, Charlotte pondered. This was his first appendectomy. The procedure was not particularly complex. The consumed potions were minimal, and he received a reward of 300. Thus, he said, let it be 3,000 copper coins. He felt he might have set the price too high, a twinge of guilt creeping in as he stole a glance at Ruth. Chapter 39. A million miscalculated. 3,000 copper coins? Both Ruth and Vivian displayed expressions of astonishment. This was a grave illness that had left the major medical institutions at a loss, nearly claiming Ruth's life. And yet Charlotte only charged 3,000 copper coins? Ruth struggled to comprehend. She believed her life should not be so inexpensive. Vivian, accustomed to other doctors charging starting prices of 10,000 or more, found Charlotte's 3,000 copper coin fee absurdly low. Had he priced it too high? Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Charlotte contemplated reducing it by another 500. After all, they were old acquaintances. However, before he could speak, Ruth had already opened her coin pouch and pulled out a gleaming gold coin, slapping it onto the counter. In an instant, Charlotte seemed to glimpse the shining gold within her pouch. Could it be that the heavy pouch was filled with gold coins? 1 gold coin, not a single coin less, Ruth declared with certainty. Charlotte? He was left bewildered. How could there be such a thing as reverse bargaining? Glancing at the gold coin on the counter, worth 10,000 copper coins, it was the first gold coin he had seen since arriving in this world, its brilliance outshining the silver coins. No need for that much. 3,000 copper coins is sufficient. Charlotte waved his hand. Unacceptable. Ruth shook her head resolutely, gazing earnestly at Charlotte as she stated, when I visited other clinics, they charged me 2 gold coins merely for a diagnosis without any effective treatment. You saved my life. Don't say 1 gold coin. Even 100 gold coins would be worth it. A true quack. Charlotte mused briefly. It was indeed lucrative to charge 20,000 for a mere examination, and to manipulate patients. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and accepted Ruth's gold coin. After all, Ruth was the head dancer of the Milan Club, earning over 1 gold coin for each performance, so she was certainly not lacking in funds. Seeing Charlotte accept the payment, a smile spread across Ruth's face as she stepped closer and whispered in Charlotte's ear, "Doctor, starting today, when you come to visit me, there will be no charge. I will dance for you. The kind where I remove my clothing." Free of charge, Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Vivian, overhearing Ruth's whispered words, felt her cheeks flush, sensing she had stumbled upon something she should not have done. "I shall take my leave now." So as not to disturb your treatment of the next patient, Ruth began to walk toward the door, with Vivian hurriedly stepping forward to open it for her. Just as Ruth reached the doorway, she paused, turned back to Charlotte, and smiled, saying, "Doctor, I actually came today intending to perish in your embrace. This money was initially meant for you. Amelia miscalculated." However, Charlotte did not even glance at the pouch filled with dozens, if not hundreds, of gold coins that he replied nonchalantly. "Even had you informed me in advance, allowing me to choose again, I would still have saved you." Ruth's smile deepened, her naturally enchanting face now adorned with a touch of cuteness. "Make sure to come find me, doctor," she said before turning and leaving the clinic. Charlotte watched as she boarded the pumpkin carriage parked at the door, a vehicle from the Milan Club that provided a sense of security in the abyss. While wealth is enticing, Charlotte believed in earning it rightfully, refusing to engage in actions that would jeopardize others' livelihoods. Besides, do you know how much a solo dance from Ruth is worth? He had yet to witness such a striptease. If time permitted, he could observe and learn. Charlotte tucked away the gold coins on the desk, relishing their weighty feel, which lifted his spirits. Had it not been for the patients waiting outside, he would have surely brought them to his ear to listen. For the sound of money must be melodious. This single transaction on opening day equaled the total revenue of the past 3 days, and the increase in wealth was just enough to afford another bottle of potent potion. "What's the matter? Have you been captivated by my charm?" Charlotte turned to see Vivian gazing at him in a daze. Vivian's cheeks flushed, but she quickly shook her head and murmured, "I was just pondering whether the members of the Physician Association would send someone to silence you upon discovering you saved the life of a forsaken by the gods through surgery." As Charlotte's mood darkened, Vivian, who had observed the surgical procedure as a fellow practitioner, succinctly articulated the crux of the issue. This was a consideration he had already entertained during the surgery, such as instructing Ruth not to disclose that the operation was performed by him. However, rather than drawing the attention of the medical association back to himself, he felt a pressing need to showcase his own value, attempting to align himself with Diana. The immediate threat loomed from Capus, an adversary with whom he had no direct connection, who was currently suffering from an undeserved calamity. Do not worry. There are more than just the medical association eager to silence me. We shall take it one step at a time," Charlotte remarked casually as he approached the door to welcome the next patient into the clinic. Given that Ruth's surgery was prolonged, the green-skinned orc, who had sustained 2 knife wounds to the chest, was on the verge of losing consciousness from excessive blood loss. Charlotte diligently cleaned the wounds, swiftly sutured them, and administered 2 vials of stamina potion, which helped stabilize the orc's condition. This morning had been particularly hectic. He overheard a half-orc mercenary mention that the weather in the wilderness had been favorable for hunting over the past few days, and the frequency of beast sightings had significantly decreased, prompting many mercenaries and adventurers to venture into the wilds in search of fortune. Nevertheless, even in the absence of magical beasts, the wildlife in the wilderness was no trivial matter, with injuries and fatalities being common occurrences. As autumn approached, it was imperative to stockpile enough provisions to survive the winter. The abyss, shrouded in perpetual darkness, yielded scant food supplies, relying solely on trade with Calva or passing caravans for sustenance. Hunting in the wilderness was also a means of procuring food, albeit with considerable risk. Each winter, the abyss witnessed the starvation and freezing deaths of a significant number of its inhabitants, those poorly clad, devoid of money, and lacking the ability to survive in the wild faced dire challenges in weathering the frigid winter. This reality urged Charlotte to remain vigilant, should he navigate through the current crisis. It would be prudent to stockpile provisions for the winter in advance, for once the season arrived and the streets were filled with the specters of the starved, parading around with supplies would be tantamount to courting death. After the morning's business concluded, Charlotte confirmed that no patients remained outside and flipped the wooden sign on the door, signaling the end of the day's operations. Slumping into a chair, he felt utterly drained. This exhaustion was mitigated somewhat by the stamina potion he had consumed the previous day, enhancing his physical resilience. Otherwise, his former self would have likely succumbed to fatigue long ago. Charlotte took a moment to tally the day's earnings, which totaled 13,650 copper coins, 800 of which were system rewards, alongside collateral valued at 500 copper coins. A glance at his status panel revealed: Player, Charlotte, Profession, Doctor, Alchemist. Level, Deposed 4th rank Mage, Wealth value, 14. For 98, Professional skills, Wound cleaning and dressing, Intermediate, 17202000, Suturing skin wounds, Advanced, for 204000, Hysterectomy, Beginner, 230100, Surgical repair of radius and ulnar fractures, Beginner, 360100, Appendectomy, Beginner, 200100. Special skills, Hemostatic potion brewing, Beginner, 901,000. Cleaning potion brewing, Beginner, 1001000. Moisturizing essence brewing, Beginner, 1001000. Main quest, Abyssal renowned physician influence reaching 1,000. 10 influence per patient treated, progress, 380100. Long-term quest, exterminate the corrupted, reboot the world, quest reward, 1, epic item. Side quests, none. Favorability panel, not yet open. His wealth was secured, experience from the appendectomy was credited, and he had also gained skills in crafting moisturizing essence DS with other potions. It was currently marked as beginner. He wondered what transformations would occur should he elevate it to intermediate status. Chapter 40. First victory. Charlotte ascended the stairs to the bathroom, locked the door, and accessed the system shop, exchanging 10,000 wealth points for a strength potion. Stripping off his clothes, he downed the potion in 2 swift gulps. A familiar warmth surged through his body, his arm muscles slightly bulged, and subtle lines began to appear on his flat abdomen. Even his pectorals exhibited some definition. This time, however, aside from profuse sweating, his skin did not expel the copious amounts of black filth as before, and the odor was significantly reduced. 1 vial of the strength potion could augment strength by 100 kilograms. This being the second vial, it meant his current strength had surpassed 200 kg. Charlotte effortlessly lifted the 200-pound water tank in the bathroom with one hand, as if it were merely a bucket of water. Is this what 400 pounds of strength feels like? He had already surpassed the capabilities of the average human male. Gently placing the water tank back on the ground, the sensation of strength indeed provided a greater sense of security. Yet he remained grounded. He was still inferior to a knight apprentice and would be utterly overmatched against an orc, a race renowned for its innate prowess. After a refreshing shower, Charlotte donned a tattered gray robe, concealing magical runes within his sleeves for immediate activation, and wrapped his weapon, Judgment, in black cloth, concealing it beneath his voluminous garments before descending. "Boss, are you heading out?" Vivian inquired, having just finished tidying the clinic. Observing Charlotte in his changed attire, "Indeed, I must step out for a moment. Please procure your lunch from the bakery next door," Charlotte replied, handing her a silver coin and cautioning, "Remember, excessive words can lead to trouble." Understood, Vivian nodded earnestly. Her grip on the coin tightening. It was her first opportunity to go out since joining the clinic 3 days ago, and even though it was merely to the bakery, she felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Also, be cautious while home alone. Although it is relatively safe during the day, remain vigilant. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, take note of their features, Charlotte added softly, feeling akin to a father imparting advice to his daughter before a journey. Yet, he was merely intending to visit a general store 3 streets away. Was he being overly cautious? Charlotte cracked the door slightly, noting the street was relatively empty before stepping out briskly. Quickly disappearing into the mist, he walked briskly along the street, passing through 2 blocks without incident. Just as he believed he could arrive safely, 2 figures abruptly emerged from an alley, blocking his path. One was a tall, one-eyed, limping wolfman, while the other was a dog-headed orc with a severed right arm. "Hey there, mind lending us a couple of coins?" The one-eyed wolfman grinned, brandishing a spiked club, revealing a mouthful of broken teeth. The dog-headed orc had circled to Charlotte's side, adeptly cutting off his escape route, while drooling. "Heh, seems like a pauper, but this flesh looks tempting. Could make for a hearty meal." Charlotte's left hand gripped a spell rune, while his right clutched Judgment tightly, his nerves on high alert, palms already beginning to sweat. Although both orcs appeared to be damaged goods, they clearly bore the marks of seasoned mercenaries or adventurers, possessing combat experience that far surpassed his own as a novice. Furthermore, from the dog-headed orc's words, it was evident that they sought not only money but perhaps his life as well. The magical rune could instantly eliminate one foe. and losing his most crucial card to a couple of petty thieves was decidedly unwise. Charlotte's mind raced, yet he quickly steadied his thoughts. He was no longer the feeble individual he once was. With 400 pounds of strength coupled with the sharpness of judgment, perhaps he could unexpectedly take one down first. Brothers, I'm just a poor fellow, but I recently stumbled upon a piece of jade, and I was planning to sell it. Perhaps you could take it and let me go? Charlotte feigned a sorrowful expression, trembling as he grasped the cloth-wrapped judgment, his fear palpable. Jade, the one-eyed wolfman's eyes lit up at the mention. A coveted prize. They had no use for it, yet they had heard the wealthy and Calva fancied such treasures. Bringing it to the general store could net them a substantial sum. A pauper like this, holding such a long piece of jade, could potentially sustain them for an entire year if it were genuine. What nonsense about jade. I'm definitely going to have a taste of you today. The dog-headed orc brandished a stone axe, charging toward Charlotte. Wait, the one-eyed wolfman halted the dog-headed orc, his heart racing as he observed the visibly trembling Charlotte, fearful he might toss the jade away. He had heard that the more intact the jade, the more valuable it was. If it were to shatter, it would spell disaster. Don't move. Hand over the jade, and I will let you go. The one-eyed wolfman gazed at Charlotte and bellowed. Gradually advancing towards him, the elder orc, with a canine visage, attempted to interject, but was silenced by a fierce glare from the wolfman. That you'd best keep your word, Charlotte warned, cradling his weapon, judgment, with both hands, his right resting firmly on the hilt. Rest assured, I always honor my promises, the wolfman replied, his eyes fixated on the tattered cloth enveloping the long blade, a manic grin creeping across his face. He had already envisioned exchanging the precious jade for coin. Eager to indulge in the pleasures of Ammon Street as for the diminutive human before him, he planned to crush him with a club once the jade was secured, a fitting feast indeed. The wolfman lunged for judgment, a gleeful expression plastered on his face. Just then, Charlotte, who had been holding the sword aloft, seized the hilt and made a swift upward slash, though he had never studied swordsmanship. His steady hand had wielded a scalpel for 5 years. The black blade sliced through the ragged cloth, severing the calloused paw of the wolfman. Terror flickered in the wolfman's eyes. Yet his extensive combat experience prompted him to instinctively raise his spiked club, positioning it between the sword and himself. If he could just block this surprise attack, he would surely smash the treacherous human's head. However, the clash of the black sword against the thick club produced no sound of metal striking metal. The club, as if Charlotte furrowed her brow, perplexed by the fragmented memories that failed to conjure a clear visage. Harry nodded and remarked, the situation arose because of her. If she consents to marry Capys and persuades him to cease his pursuit of you, perhaps this matter could be resolved. Wed someone as despicable as Capys. Wouldn't that be akin to pushing a young lady into a fiery abyss? Charlotte's expression was somber. How could she possibly reach out to her? Harry, somewhat taken aback, quickly raised a thumbs up. Well done. A true gentleman is adaptable. The notion of adaptability was preposterous. Charlotte merely felt that his former fiancée, who had called off their engagement during his time of hardship, did not warrant his pity or guilt. This was a classic trope found in novels, the jilted lover rising to prominence and confronting the shallow-hearted ex-fiancée, ultimately achieving great success. I lack the means to facilitate direct contact with her, Harry admitted with a gesture of his hands. Didn't you claim to be capable of anything? Charlotte retorted. However, I can relay a message. If she still harbors feelings for you, she might come to your rescue. Harry added, but, of course, it will cost extra. Chapter 42. The eight-legged red spider magic core. Approximately 10 minutes later, Charlotte emerged from the side entrance of the general store, striding briskly into the mist. Ultimately, he paid the remaining 500 copper coins, commissioning Harry to convey a message, not merely passing words, but ensuring that the news of Capys's pursuit of Charlotte reached Elizabeth's ears. Whether Elizabeth would respond with joy and indulge in a few drinks or would resolutely rush to the abyss to rescue the hero was beyond Charlotte's control. Charlotte also spent an additional 10,000 copper coins to purchase a 4th-tier magic talisman from Harry. With 2 instant-use talismans tucked away, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Harry, elated by the transaction, generously provided him with intelligence regarding the Judson family. With the information securely in hand, Charlotte prepared to delve into it thoroughly upon returning home. But on his way back, Charlotte took a different route, avoiding the alley where the previous encounter had transpired. After more than half an hour, he safely returned to Tucker Street. After removing the false mustache from his lips and wiping the deliberately applied grime from his face, Charlotte continued toward the clinic, where a dwarf awaited him at the entrance. Dr. Charlotte, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to leave, Guy exclaimed with a hearty smile as he observed Charlotte's approach. Is that the pot you forged? Charlotte glanced at the large black iron pot by Guy's feet, his eyes lighting up. Mission accomplished, Guy grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Charlotte bent down to inspect the iron pot. Noting its remarkably smooth surface, handcrafted to perfection, the dimensions and depth were exactly as he had specified. It's absolutely perfect. Please, deliver it to me. How much should I pay? We agreed earlier that this pot would be complimentary. As a token of my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, Guy insisted, waving his hands in earnest. Then I shall not be polite, Charlotte replied. Seeing Guy's resolute expression, he continued, I also need to commission you to forge 2 surgical knives. What type of knives do you require? Guy inquired. Wait a moment. I will fetch the blueprints. Charlotte entered the clinic, emerging shortly with a piece of parchment depicting a surgical knife, annotated with 2 sets of measurements. This knife design is rather peculiar. Guy scrutinized the blueprint for a considerable time, his brows knitting and relaxing before he finally set it down and asked, What materials do you intend to use for the forging? As it is a surgical knife, I wish for the blade to be crafted from a harder material that can be honed to a sharper edge, while the handle and blade body need only meet standard usability. Charlotte explained, adding, Please provide me with an estimated cost. I need to check if it's within my budget. I will use black meteorite iron for the blade. I have some leftover scraps that should suffice. For the handle and body, I will use fine iron. As for the price, Guy resumed his examination of the blueprint, stating, The materials plus labor will amount to approximately 5,000 copper coins. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Charlotte nodded in agreement. Though Guy did not articulate it, he had indeed offered a discounted price. Black meteorite iron was an exceedingly valuable material, derived from meteorites, boasting a hardness far exceeding that of ordinary metals. Typically reserved for crafting intermediate weapons, fine iron, too, was a noble form of iron, known for its durability and resistance to rust, thus averting the embarrassment of creating a knife prone to tetanus. That I shall deliver it to you in 3 days, Guy declared, departing with the blueprint in hand. With the pot secured, Charlotte turned to the adjacent butcher shop to procure a piece of marbled black wild boar meat, spending an additional 5 copper coins at the nearby dry goods shop for a bundle of dried bamboo shoots, along with some local herbs used to eliminate gamey odors. Upon returning to the clinic, he found Vivian squatting curiously, inspecting the large iron pot, while Anna had already claimed it as her new play area. Rolling about inside in sheer delight, her aloof demeanor completely vanished. Hearing the door open, Vivian quickly rose, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the meat Charlotte was carrying. Could it be that we will once again feast upon delectable soup dumplings tonight? Anna sprang out of the pot, swiftly climbing atop the counter, her little paws folded as she regarded Charlotte with an air of indifference. You ungrateful creature, you devoured yesterday's meat buns without a second thought. Charlotte placed the meat on the counter and settled into a chair, ready to relax. This outing had been fraught with peril, and it was only upon returning to the clinic and closing the door that he dared to unwind. Boss, shall we have soup dumplings tonight? Vivian approached eagerly, having developed a taste for the delightful dish, making today's earlier bread seem rather lackluster in comparison. Rub my back, and I shall tell you what we will have for dinner, Charlotte suggested. Huh? Vivian was taken aback. Throughout her life, no one had ever asked her for a back rub, not even her father. If you do a good job, you may enjoy 3 additional pieces of meat. Deal. Vivian's small hands rested on his arm and back, gently kneading. Her tiny fist struck against his firm muscles, causing her to exclaim in surprise, Boss, how have you become so strong? She recalled the first time she had met him. He had appeared rather frail, easily reduced to tears by a mere punch. Yet now, his arms were solid with muscle, remarkably firm. I've been exercising, he replied casually. The strength-enhancing potion had not only increased his power but also bolstered his physique considerably. However, having someone to rub his back felt exceptionally gratifying. Those little fists striking his back provided immense relief to his taut nerves. He would have to make good use of his assistant moving forward. For dinner, we shall have wild boar stew with bamboo shoots. Charlotte did not linger in the realm of comfort for long. Before long, he stood, taking the pork and bamboo shoots upstairs, setting the large iron pot on a sturdy earthen stove in the kitchen corner. He prepared to cook. Using the pigskin to season the pot, he filled it with water, added chunks of the wild boar meat into the cold water, and included the herbs to eliminate any gamey scents. Once it reached a boil, he discarded the murky broth, heated oil in the pot, and sautéed the pork to tighten the skin. Wild boar meat is tough and does not easily become tender. while the bamboo shoots are equally resilient. After adding water, he introduced the bamboo shoots, covered the pot, and let it simmer on a low flame. Vivian watched with keen interest. Keep an eye on the fire. Don't add too much wood. Just maintain a low flame, and ensure it doesn't extinguish, Charlotte instructed as he invited Vivian to sit on a small stool by the stove. Will you entrust this dish to me? Vivian asked, both anxious and excited. I merely require you to monitor the fire. Serving as a firekeeper, Charlotte affirmed. Yes, I entrust the task to you. I promise to complete the assignment, Vivian assured him earnestly. Charlotte descended to the study and retrieved the coin pouch he had pilfered from the Cyclopean werewolf. The black leather pouch was exquisitely crafted, a trophy from some unfortunate soul. Untying the drawstring, he emptied its contents onto the desk. Silver and copper coins cascaded across the surface, with copper coins predominating, approximately 500 to 600 coins in total. However, Charlotte's gaze was drawn to a dark red stone the size of a thumb, the 8-legged red spider magic core, a level 2 fire attribute magic beast core, with a quality rating of ordinary. Was valued at 20,000 copper coins. A note detailing its worth slowly materialized. Chapter 43, Making a Friend a Magic Core. Charlotte's eyes sparkled as she delicately picked up the dark redstone. The dim light from the oil lamp illuminated the magical core, causing it to shimmer brilliantly. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, and upon closer inspection, one could see fine white strands within the translucent core. Intricately woven together like a spider's web, this was Charlotte's first encounter with a magical core, and, judging by its appearance, it resembled a ruby, undeniably beautiful. However, the exorbitant price of magical cores was not merely due to their aesthetics, but rather their unique application value. When embedded in a magic wand, they significantly enhance the spell-casting abilities of mages of the same attribute, notably increasing both the speed and power of their spells. The higher the grade of the magical stone, the more pronounced the effect. Moreover, when integrated into weapons, magical cores not only elevate their appearance but also provide enchanting effects, granting knights a formidable advantage in battle. Additionally, magical cores are extensively utilized in various magical formations, serving as the core energy source for most advanced arrays. It can be said that magical cores are the most vital energy source on the continent of Aesop. Over the millennia, the number of magically mutated creatures in the wilderness has steadily increased. Any beast of sufficient rank, when slain, holds a chance of yielding a magical core. The steep prices have lured many adventurers to brave the wilderness in pursuit of these creatures, exchanging their lives for wealth. The magical core from the second-tier 8-legged red spider that Charlotte possessed was valued at 20,000 copper coins, while the 2 fifth-tier enraged lizard cores at Harry's General Store were priced at a staggering 1 million copper coins. The higher the rank of the magical beast, the greater the price of its core. This is not difficult to comprehend. Even if Charlotte had not lost his magical essence, his abilities as a former high-level mage would be insufficient to breach the defenses of an enraged lizard. A mere touch from such a creature could turn him into a mere pulp. The risks and rewards are indeed proportional. Yet, these considerations were not paramount. Charlotte was neither an array master nor a blacksmith, rendering the magical core useless in his hands. Nonetheless, it represented 20,000 copper coins, a considerable sum without a doubt. A visit to any fair pawn shop would easily convert it into cash. It is no wonder others say that crime pays well. As Charlotte's fingers caressed the warm magical core, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. As a respectable doctor, he was not inclined to engage in highway robbery. The one-eyed werewolf had sought him out today, and the core acquired through peril was rightfully his. He gathered the coins from the table, totaling 5 silver coins and 62 copper coins. It was indeed shameful for a third-tier werewolf to end up in such a state. He then retrieved the thin stack of information that Harry had gifted him, 2 sheets of paper. The Judson family was one of the 4 illustrious families in the Abyss, and Charlotte's knowledge of them extended only to this. Moving closer to the oil lamp, he read the rough intelligence carefully. The Judson family controlled a significant portion of the potion market in the Abyss, boasting considerable wealth and a cadre of black magic guards. Fiercely loyal and unflinching in battle, Charlotte soon found information about Carol, the youngest son of Gabriel, the head of the Judson family. Known for his bloodthirsty frenzy and nicknamed the Tyrant Tiger, he ruled the Abyss with an iron fist, and none dared to provoke him. Despite being the youngest, Carol was favored by Gabriel and had recently begun to take over the family's most crucial potion trade, regarded by outsiders as the next heir to the Judson family. His reputation was one of both valor and cunning. By establishing a connection with Capus, Charlotte surmised that they intended to expand their potion business into the Lance Empire. Half an hour later, Charlotte set aside the intelligence, feeling a slight headache. This opponent was formidable. On paper, he had no chance of victory as a local tyrant in the Abyss. The Judson family had been established for centuries, making it clear that an outsider like him could not hope to shake their foundation. A single black magic guard could easily bring about his end. After contemplating for a while, Charlotte ignited the intelligence with the oil lamp and discarded it into the trash bin, pocketing the magical core and retrieving 3 vials of hydrating essence from the cupboard as he left the clinic. Finding Diana in the Abyss proved challenging, as tenants could only meet her on rent days. However, in the realm of Bacchus Street, locating one of Diana's subordinates was not difficult. Charlotte quickly spotted a man in a black robe dozing in front of the largest bank on Bacchus Street, propped against a long knife. The man's clothing bore 3 foxtails, the emblem of the Harriman family's guards. On Bacchus Street, only members of the Harriman family would dare to sleep so soundly in public. Charlotte approached and gently nudged the man. The guard instantly opened his eyes, gripping his knife and directing a cold gaze at Charlotte. In no misunderstandings, Charlotte hastily clarified. This is something Miss Diana urgently needs. I would like to ask for your assistance in delivering it to her. Upon hearing Diana's name, the guard's expression softened slightly as he glanced at the vial in Charlotte's hand, then back at him. Are you the doctor from that clinic? Indeed, Charlotte nodded, extending the vial of hydrating essence. Please deliver these 3 vials to Miss Diana. The remaining 2 vials will require another 2 days of patience. The guard hesitated but ultimately accepted the vials with a nod. He was stationed daily at Bacchus Street and had heard that Miss Diana seemed quite interested in this doctor, even allowing him to ride in her carriage, a sight many had witnessed firsthand. With Charlotte's boldness, he dared not jest about such matters. The man took the vials, entered the bank briefly, and soon departed on horseback. Watching him leave, Charlotte ambled into the pawn shop across the street at a leisurely pace. The young clerk greeted him with a broad smile as he entered, quickly scurrying to fetch the shopkeeper, whispering, "Sir, he's Dr. Charlotte from the clinic. I just saw him send one of the Harriman family's guards on an errand." The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed this young man had indeed attached himself to Diana's influential network, a notable connection in the Abyss. "Dr. Charlotte, what a rare guest," the shopkeeper exclaimed, approaching with a smile laced with flattery. Charlotte assessed the middle-aged shopkeeper before him, whose plump figure and protruding belly made him resemble a balloon. His round face and small eyes nearly vanished when he smiled. "Good sir, I have something I wish to exchange for money," Charlotte stated calmly, producing the magical core and placing it on the counter. The shopkeeper examined the core closely for a moment before declaring, "This is the magical core of an 8-legged red spider, of decent quality, showing no signs of prior use." "Now, this is what we call professionalism," Charlotte replied steadily. "What can you offer me in return?" "The market price is 20,000 copper coins. I will offer you 21,000 copper coins for it." As a gesture of friendship, the shopkeeper responded with a beaming smile. Chapter 44. Would you like to feel the freshly developed abs? Charlotte felt the weighty coin pouch in his pocket as he exited the pawn shop. The magical core had been sold for 21,000 copper coins, and the extra 1,000 allowed him to forge a friendship with the pawn shop owner. This was the reason Charlotte had openly sought out Diana's subordinate at the pawn shop. With over 20,000 copper coins now in his possession, it was a substantial amount, enough for Charlotte to procure several fine items. Moreover, as the coins filled his purse, his wealth value increased correspondingly. This meant he could again purchase 2 more strength potions, enhancing his strength to 400 kilograms. Although still short of the knight apprentice standard, to others, he appeared to be a discarded mage, akin to a hidden trump card. With 2 4th-tier magical scrolls, a sword that could cut through iron like mud, and 400 kilograms of strength, this constituted his current arsenal. Yet, in the face of the adversaries he would encounter, such a hand was still woefully inadequate. He wondered if Diana would recall her unfortunate tenant upon seeing the hydrating essence. Upon returning to the clinic, Charlotte ascended the stairs to the kitchen, where he found Vivian seated before the fire, intently watching the flames. Anna had already leaped onto the stove, attempting to pry open the pot lid with her paw. The kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of meat, complemented by the enticing scent of dried bamboo shoots. Having indulged in soup dumplings the previous day, the mouth-watering fragrance made Charlotte swallow hard in anticipation. Upon hearing movement, Anna quickly jumped onto a nearby chair, gazing eagerly at Charlotte. "Boss, is the meat ready?" Vivian also stood up, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Charlotte. This marked her inaugural experience as a cook, and the enticing aroma of the meat had caused her to swallow numerous times in eager delight. The chefs from her home had never managed to create such richly fragrant dishes, which only deepened her admiration for Charlotte's culinary skills. As Charlotte lifted the lid of the pot, an intense meaty fragrance wafted towards her. The broth had reduced significantly, and the large chunks of wild boar meat glistened with a vibrant red sheen. The dried bamboo shoots, having absorbed the savory juices, appeared plump and delectable. He prodded the meat with his chopsticks. The skin was tender yet resilient, yielding easily to his touch. After replacing the lid, he instructed, extinguish the flame and let it simmer with the residual heat for a while longer, and then it will be ready to eat. Vivian nodded enthusiastically, promptly returning to her station. Charlotte washed rice and prepared a small pot of it, placing it over the fire before stepping out into the bathroom, with 20,000 wealth points. He exchanged them for 2 bottles of potent elixirs, consuming them without hesitation. Soon, a wave of warmth surged from his core, akin to having undergone a sauna. He was drenched in sweat. Once the heat subsided, he felt invigorated, an indescribable sense of euphoria enveloping him. Charlotte exhaled deeply, clenching his fist as he reveled in an unprecedented sense of strength coursing through his body. Observing the increasingly defined contours of his six-pack abs, a smile spreading across his face, he had finally shed the pallor of illness. If he were to be sold to a club now, he would undoubtedly excel in all challenges, emerging as an outstanding male performer. Wait. He must rid himself of this inclination toward a life of ease. Rinsing away the sweat and grime with cold water, he changed into a fresh set of clothes before emerging from the bathroom. The evident increase in his physique rendered his former garments somewhat snug, making them less comfortable to wear. Of course, he had not transformed into a muscle-bound behemoth yet. It was simply that his original form had been exceedingly frail, and most clothing was ill-fitting. However, a twinge of concern began to creep in. If strength were to be increased, would muscle mass follow suit? What would he become if his strength escalated to tens of thousands of pounds? Or even hundreds of thousands? Would he first morph into a cube, then a rectangular prism, and ultimately resemble a wall? The mere thought of such an image sent shivers down his spine. Returning to the kitchen, he found Vivian gazing longingly at the pot, cradling Anna. Upon hearing the noise, she turned to look at Charlotte, who had just bathed, his hair still damp, his clothes clung tightly to his body, the outline of his abs subtly visible. Vivian blinked, glancing up at Charlotte again, confirming she had not mistaken him for someone else. She felt as though her boss had grown stronger, and it seemed he had gained a bit of flesh on his face. His previously sunken cheeks now boasted well-defined angles, his complexion fair with a hint of rosy vitality, and he appeared quite healthy, exuding a certain brightness. Those who had long dwelled in the abyss were typically in a suboptimal state of health. Yet her boss now radiated vitality, entirely unrecognizable as a mere wastrel stripped of his magical essence. "Have you noticed my newly formed abs?" Charlotte asked with a hint of pride. "Would you like to give them a touch?" "No." Vivian's face flushed crimson as she quickly turned away. Charlotte chuckled, teasing the young girl, feeling a surge of joy in the process. After a brief wait, the rice was nearly done, and the meat sauce had thickened satisfactorily. He procured a large bowl and ladled the contents from the pot. 0.5 pounds of meat and 1 pound of dried bamboo shoots filled the bowl to the brim. He poured the final spoonful of thick broth over the dish. Gulp. Both Vivian and Anna swallowed in unison. "Come on, let us eat." Charlotte placed the pot of rice beside him and sat down at the table. Vivian obediently took her seat across from him, her eyes fixed on the generous chunks of meat. "Anna, come here and let me pat your head. Today, there's meat for you too," Charlotte said with a smile. Anna perched on a nearby chair, scrutinizing Charlotte and then the meat on the table, her expression seemingly conflicted. However, her body quickly overpowered her hesitation, and she leaped down to Charlotte's feet, meowing softly, albeit reluctantly conceding. Charlotte reached down to stroke Anna's head, the softness of her fur bringing immense comfort. After indulging in a bit of cat petting, he retrieved her special dish, placing a few lean cuts of meat inside before setting it on the floor. Vivian observed Anna devouring the meat with great enthusiasm, and after a moment of hesitation, she leaned forward, presenting her head to Charlotte. Charlotte paused momentarily. Then a smile broke upon his face as he lightly tapped her head with his chopsticks, saying, "No head pats, just eat." "Ouch," Vivian exclaimed, clutching her head, but her gaze quickly shifted to the additional piece of meat in her bowl, and she promptly brightened. Clumsily emulating Charlotte, she attempted to use the chopsticks to pick up the meat. For someone accustomed to cutlery since childhood, this presented quite a challenge. After several failed attempts, the meat remained steadfast in the bowl, refusing to budge. Yet Charlotte remained indifferent, showing no intention of providing her with a fork and knife. After a few more tries, Vivian leaned over the bowl's edge, nudging the meat to the rim before taking a hearty bite. Her eyes instantly glazed over with delight. The tender wild boar meat nearly melted in her mouth. The lean portion succulent and flavorful, neither dry nor tough, while the skin was smooth and slightly sticky, offering a perfect balance of chewiness. With a gentle bite, the savory juices erupted from the meat, and the exquisite taste of wild boar reached its pinnacle at that moment, rich yet not greasy, sweet and tender. She felt as though she were standing on a cloud, or perhaps riding atop a wild boar galloping through the wilderness. She was weightless, completely ensnared in the delicious trap laid before her. This is absolutely delicious. Chapter 45. Women only affect my sword draw speed. As night fell, Harriman Manor glowed with brilliant lights. The grand crystal chandeliers illuminating the estate with an enchanting radiance. Lavish villas dotted the landscape like precious gems. In the pink-hued foyer, Diana toyed with a pink crystal vial, casually inquiring, "Has there been any news from Charlotte these past few days?" The young man in black standing nearby replied swiftly, "No significant developments recently. But today we received word that Carol is searching for him." "Carol is looking for him?" Diana paused, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "What could she want with him? Is she attempting to poach him? It seems she intends to eliminate him." "Eliminate me?" Diana's delicate brows furrowed with a glimmer of malice. "Could it be she is aware of my plans to cultivate him, and wishes to snuff him out before he has a chance to flourish?" The motives of the other party remain unclear, but our informant within the Judson family is already investigating. Just then, a brief bird call echoed from outside. The young man in black hurried to the window, raising a hand as a raven landed on his palm, a small bamboo tube tied to its feet. Unraveling the tube, he extracted a small note, quickly scanning it before his expression shifted. "Miss, Carol's people have already located Charlotte's whereabouts and plan to take action tonight. Take your men and proceed. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on Baca Street tonight shall enter standing and leave horizontally." Diana's voice was icy, laced with an air of menace. "Understood." The young man in black departed swiftly. "He is a man I have taken a liking to, the future golden goose of Baca Street. Anyone who dares to touch him will face my wrath," Diana mused, shaking the vial in her hand, the pink liquid appearing almost sinister. In a shadowy alley, a group of towering orc figures lurked. "Our target tonight is the small clinic on Baca Street. Once darkness falls, we storm in, slay everything that breathes, and return with their heads for our report. Lord Carroll has promised a fortnight of free potions." The ferocious two-headed dog orc spoke in unison, saliva dripping from its jaws, its excitement palpable. "Kill, kill, potions, potions." The group of orcs erupted in fervent cheers, resembling hunting dogs catching sight of their prey. Two thieves, intending to divide their spoils in the alley, were immediately struck with fear at the sight before them. Fleeing in a panic, "Don't rush. We'll act once the darkness is complete." The two-headed dogman, with hands poised in a feigned restraint, grinned widely. The delectable piece of wild boar meat allowed Vivian to momentarily cast aside her troubles. She closed her eyes and reminisced about some cherished memories that in her childhood. She adored sitting atop her father's shoulders, who stood tall and imposing, providing her with a panoramic view of the world beyond. Back then, her mother was still youthful, dignified, and beautiful, occasionally revealing a playful side, such as when she secretly whisked Vivian out through the back door to the flower market. Upon reopening her eyes, a stream of tears had already begun to cascade down her cheeks. Was it truly that delicious? Charlotte observed her, offering her another morsel of meat, urging her to savor it slowly, for there was plenty more. Vivian nodded, managing a faint smile before lowering her gaze to continue her meal. Charlotte, too, took a piece of meat and bit into it. The cooking was impeccable, and the lack of seasoning allowed the innate flavor of the wild boar to shine through. The meat was far richer in aroma compared to that of ordinary domestic pigs, presenting a unique and delightful taste. The bamboo shoots, having absorbed the rich broth, added the perfect touch, offering a crisp yet chewy texture that was simply exquisite, making for an excellent accompaniment to the meal. The two of them, along with the cat, gathered around the large pot of pork and bamboo shoots, eating until the pot was nearly empty. After a hearty meal, Charlotte let out a satisfied belch. Using a freshly whittled bamboo skewer to pick his teeth, astonished at the amount of food he had consumed. At least two-thirds of it had found its way into his belly. Perhaps it was related to the 2 bottles of strength potions he had just consumed, granting him an extraordinary 400 pounds of strength. This makeshift stove marked a successful step in his clinic's transformation, and he could now indulge his appetite without having to settle for the subpar cuisine that plagued the world outside. "I'll wash the dishes," Vivian declared as she rose to gather the bowls. Charlotte moved to the window, peering outside. The abyssal sky had succumbed to darkness, shrouded in an inky blackness, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. A premonition that something was amiss this night. Just then, on the shadowy street, amidst the fog, two red lights suddenly flickered into existence, swiftly advancing toward the clinic. Shortly after, more crimson dots appeared, numbering in the dozens. The ground trembled slightly, heavy footsteps echoing ominously as they drew nearer. "Damn it, this is real." Charlotte's brow furrowed as he grabbed the judgment sword leaning against the doorframe, his expression grave as he gazed at the approaching gang below. The fog obscured their forms, but from the eerie glow of their eyes, they were unmistakably orcs. Given the commotion, it was likely that Carol's men had come to pay a visit. Vivian, the owner, also noticed the unusual disturbance. And upon seeing Charlotte's serious demeanor, her own anxiety mounted. "You take Anna and hide in the attic. They must be after me. If I fail to hold them off, do not make a sound. Leave this place at dawn. But women only slow me down when I draw my sword." Vivian hesitated, then ultimately lifted Anna and made her way toward the adjacent room leading to the attic. As the owner had stated, her talents lay solely in healing magic. During a battle, she would only prove to be a burden. Charlotte checked the magical runes concealed within the sleeves of his coat, ensuring they were primed for activation, then wrapped the judgment sword in cloth, preparing for a surprise strike. His swordsmanship had yet to be honed, leaving him to rely on the possibility that his adversaries might underestimate him enough to grant him an opportunity for a stealthy attack. Yet, given the current circumstances, his hope was dwindling. The enemy showed no chivalry, dispatching a dozen or more orcs to confront a mere scrap of a man like him, stripped of his magical prowess. Orcs were notoriously tough and resilient, many possessing innate abilities, combining strength and speed, their glowing red eyes likely granting them night vision, an arduous foe indeed. Charlotte glanced at the back wall. Escaping over it was an option. Yet, if he fled the clinic, where could he possibly go? The abyss of night was fraught with danger, far worse than the dozen or so orcs outside that as Charlotte contemplated his options. The group had already arrived at the clinic's doorstep. Illuminated by the lantern hanging at the entrance, he caught sight of the leader among the orcs. It was a towering, two-headed dogman, its immense black dog-like head exuding a menacing aura, its jagged teeth glinting ominously as it wielded an elongated stone axe. Poised to cleave the clinic's door in an upgraded canine head, Charlotte was taken aback, tightening his grip on the judgment sword. Chapter 46. Is this what it feels like to live off others? At the clinic's entrance, the imposing two-headed dogman raised its stone axe, ready to strike down upon the wooden door. The creature's mouth curled into a grin, revealing a set of fearsome, sharp teeth. This flimsy wooden door would yield to a single blow, allowing it to storm into the clinic and seize the feeble human within like a chicken, severing its head and completing the day's task. The undertaking was astonishingly simple. One need only to accomplish it alone, leaving Charlotte puzzled as to why Lord Carol required such a large entourage. A dozen orcs emerged from the mist, their blood-red eyes glowing, panting heavily, exuding an air of exhilaration as they awaited the door's destruction to rush in and wreak havoc. In the next moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air. An arrow, sharp as a razor, shot through the fog, hurtling toward the two-headed dogman's face. The creature's expression shifted dramatically as it withdrew its axe, raising it defensively. Clang, the arrow embedded itself in the axe, producing a dull thud. The force of the collision caused the arrow shaft to splinter, leaving a conspicuous groove on the stone surface. Which scoundrel fired that shot? The two-headed dogman bellowed, retreating 2 steps in anger. The other orcs, taken aback by the sudden assault, eyed their surroundings warily. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of arrows whistled through the air once more, a relentless barrage following suit. Dozens of arrows emerged from the fog, raining down upon the orcs stationed before the clinic. "Watch out," the two-headed dogman roared, grabbing a pig-headed orc to shield itself. 2 arrows struck true, piercing through the pig-headed orc's arms and legs. "Boss, why use me as a shield?" The pig-headed orc yelped in despair. "You're tough. Others might not withstand it." The two-headed dogman patted its shoulder, a look of appreciation on its face. As the pig-headed orc turned to protest, another arrow struck, sending it flying 3 meters away, rolling on the ground in agony. "What's happening? Reinforcements?" Charlotte, initially resolved to fight to the death, couldn't he help but express his confusion upon hearing the commotion below. He peeked out the window and was astonished to see the orcs below transformed into living targets, caught in a chaotic flurry of arrows from an unknown source. The commotion at the clinic had drawn the attention of the neighbors along Baca Street. Though the evening was still young and shops had shuttered early, not everyone had retired for the night. Hearing the clamor of battle outside, many had pressed their ears against the doors to catch a glimpse of the unfolding spectacle. Yet, the inky darkness and the fog rendered visibility nearly impossible. They could only hear the sounds of arrows slicing through the air and the cries of anguish, all seemingly emanating from the clinic's direction. Did someone come to trouble Dr. Charlotte? A delicate fellow like him would be a prime target. Get lost. Are you saying someone has come looking for him? Isn't he connected to Miss Diana? Ivy Long said he riding on her coattails. Oh, you really think Miss Diana would take a liking to someone with such scrawny arms and legs? A multitude of eyes peeked through the cracks of doors. You're straining to catch every significant development amidst the commotion. The uproar was undeniably substantial. The two-headed dogman retrieved an arrow, inspecting the insignia on the tip in the dim light at the clinic's entrance. Its expression darkening. The foxtail emblem. This was an arrow from the Harriman family. Turning back to its minions, though clad in leather armor, they were still desperately dodging the onslaught, each towering figure yelping in pain as they suffered from multiple arrows. We are of the Judson family. Cease fire. Cease fire. The two-headed dogman shouted. Outnumbered and with the advantage of surprise, and knowing this was Harriman territory, it could only reveal its identity and plead for mercy. Who might have leaked the news? They had only just arrived at the clinic, and it seemed Harriman's men were already lying in wait. With that shout, the arrows indeed came to a halt. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps approached the clinic, and a group of guards clad in uniform black iron armor, swords at their sides and longbows slung across their backs, arrived, encircling the dozen or so orcs. These black-clad guards wore identical fox-faced masks, their movements synchronized. The fox guards. The two-headed canine orc gasped in astonishment. The fox guards, meticulously selected and trained elite sentinels of the Harriman family, were all of at least third-tier fox lineage. Utterly loyal to the Harriman clan, they were equipped with superior gear and possessed exceptional skills in the art of siege, far surpassing any ordinary rabble. That he recognized the newcomers as members of the Harriman family, but was taken aback to see that it was the fox guards who had been dispatched. It was not that their black magic guards lacked prowess. Rather, they had suffered significantly today due to their unpreparedness in ambush, with over half their numbers incapacitated before even encountering the enemy. A quick glance revealed that at least 30 fox guards had arrived, double the number of their black magic guards. The other orcs, upon witnessing the well-equipped fox guards, felt their audacious spirit wane considerably. They realized they were outmatched today. If a real battle ensued, they would likely meet their demise here. The fox guards parted to create a path, and a young man clad in black, wielding a long ebony bow, stepped forward. He bore no armor and did not wear a fox mask. Batty, the two-headed canine orc, glared at the young man, seething. Why did you ambush us? You've injured so many of my brothers. Charlotte's eyes lit up as he recognized the young man in black. This was none other than Diana's coachman. That it seemed he had come to lead the charge, indicating that Diana was indeed aware of the danger he faced and had swiftly sent assistance. This feeling of being taken care of was simply delightful. Lord Batty, has Miss Diana sent someone? That young man was indeed favored. Diana had dispatched the fox guards for his protection, clearly indicating her intent to shield him. Envy and resentment brewed within. Why did such fortune not come to him? The onlookers, overhearing this exchange, harbored their own ulterior motives and began reassessing Charlotte. Some of the elders had conducted business on Baca Street for decades, but had never witnessed Miss Diana extend such protection to any merchant. I was ordered to patrol the streets and noticed someone lurking here in the dead of night, suspecting a monster invasion, Batty remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on the two-headed canine orc. You bring such a large contingent of black magic guards to Baca Street at this hour. Are you here to cause trouble? Or do you intend to assassinate my lady? The weight of these accusations shifted the orc's expression. Lord Carroll had not commanded him to engage in such actions. If a conflict arose between the two families because of him, he would be in grave peril. We are here to deal with that doctor's head, not to engage in a bloody showdown with the fox guards. It's not worth it. The two-headed canine orc consoled himself internally, lowering his stone axe, his gaze wandering to the sign at the entrance. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, We are here to treat our brother. Is this not a clinic? We came to seek medical attention as he is gravely ill. Chapter 47. A true pain in the rear. The pig-headed orc, with an arrow still lodged in his posterior, looked up in despair. Wailing, Doctor, I need a doctor. I've been shot through the backside. It hurts so much. I think I'm dying. Other orcs, similarly afflicted by arrows, signaled their need for medical aid in response to the two-headed canine orc's declaration. The atmosphere outside the clinic grew strangely tense as the orcs displayed such cowardice. Charlotte had set aside his judgment, sneering in disdain. He had anticipated witnessing an epic clash between the Fox Guards and the Black Magic Guards, two renowned sentinel squads of the Abyss, which would surely be a spectacle. However, before the Black Magic Guards could even make a move, they had already surrendered, and their shameless demeanor suggested they expected him to treat their wounds. Batty regarded the orcs with a cold gaze. Equally perplexed by their behavior, he recognized the two-headed canine orc as a sycophant of Carol, a squad leader of the Black Magic Guards, commanding a dozen or so members and possessing fourth-tier strength. Not to be underestimated, the Black Magic Guards were known for their ferocity, rampaging through the Abyss with great audacity. Tonight, he had intended to escalate tensions and provoke a brawl, leveraging their numerical superiority to decisively overpower them. Yet, to his surprise, they refused to play along, adamantly claiming they were merely seeking medical assistance. Having endured dozens of arrows, they had not dared to utter a single curse, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. "This clinic is closed for the night. You will have to seek medical attention elsewhere," Batty commanded sharply. "Our brother's injuries are severe. If we were to go elsewhere, he might perish. We must treat him here." The two-headed canine orc's tone grew increasingly assertive, declaring, "This is one of our Black Magic Guards, a subordinate of Lord Carol. If he dies here, you will have much to answer for." "Ah, I am dying. I have bled so much blood." The pig-headed orc began to wail dramatically on the ground, blood gushing from his wounds, creating a rather convincing performance. Why employing such shameless tactics? The two-headed canine orc temporarily seized the moral high ground. He tucked his axe behind him and began banging on the clinic's door, calling out loudly, "Doctor, come out and save lives. We have critically injured individuals here." Today's mission seemed doomed to fail. They had to at least verify their target's condition, or else they would have no explanation to give to Lord Carol. Next time, they would need to change their approach. No more grand entrances. They should send a more agile assassin to come and go quietly, taking only a single head. Batty's expression shifted as he contemplated the situation. The orcs were not falling for the trap, making it difficult for him to act. Although Baka Street belonged to the Harriman family, confronting them directly was not an option. As they insisted they were merely seeking medical help, he began to regret not waiting until that mud had smashed the door before taking action. That way, they would have had no excuses left. The two parties remained at an impasse, the street silent, and the clinic equally still. "This doctor is a coward," the two-headed canine orc spat, seeking to save face and preparing to signal his brothers to retreat. Just then, the clinic door swung open unexpectedly. Charlotte stood at the entrance, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Is there someone in need of urgent care?" Batty was taken aback, glancing at Charlotte. He had anticipated that Charlotte would feign ignorance and remain silent. After all, he was merely a common human, and it was entirely normal to feel fear in the face of a hostile group of orcs. To his astonishment, Charlotte dared to open the door, displaying such composure, even smiling. The two-headed canine orc likewise fixed his gaze upon Charlotte. This frail human was their target this night, and he could easily snap that delicate neck between his jaws. Narrowing his eyes, he replied, "Yes, my brothers are in need of urgent medical attention." Charlotte surveyed the pig-headed orc on the ground and then glanced at the other orcs outside, who bore various injuries, and instructed, "Bring him inside. It's too dark outside to see clearly." Ding! A prompt from the Black Magic Guards flashed before him. "Urgent medical task. Treat the external wounds of 10 Black Magic Guards. Task reward. Copper coins x 300. Do you accept?" "Yes." "No." As he turned, Charlotte decisively accepted the task. Why did he open the door? It would be foolish to turn down money. This group had come to his doorstep, flaunting their bravado. Asking for a bit of medical compensation was hardly unreasonable. Moreover, there was a system reward involved. 300 copper coins would be a delightful addition to his coffers. And he could also earn 100 points towards his medical reputation, an opportunity too good to miss. Most importantly, the Fox Guards were stationed outside, ensuring he had no reason to fear an outburst from the Black Magic Guards. If he did not seize this business opportunity, he would surely lose sleep tonight. The first to be brought inside was the pig-headed orc, who had been struck by 3 arrows, one in his upper arm, one in his thigh, and another embedded in his backside. The arrows had struck with considerable force. Even with the pig-headed orc's tough skin, the wounds in his thigh and upper arm were through-and-through injuries, with the arrowheads protruding outward, thankfully avoiding any damage to the bones, making them manageable. The most troublesome injury was the arrow lodged in his rear. The arrow had penetrated deeply, about 20 centimeters, without exiting, leaving half of the shaft exposed. If it had been a rounded arrowhead, it might have been easier to extract. Unfortunately, the fox guards used specially crafted arrows with sharp tips that abruptly narrowed at the back, creating a cross-section that could cause secondary injuries if forcibly removed. The other orcs also bore injuries that were not life-threatening, and thus not considered urgent. Batty followed them inside, both to protect Charlotte from the two-headed canine orc's potential attack and out of curiosity to see how Charlotte would treat these injuries. A magic user stripped of his magical origin, employing a so-called surgery to save lives, yet held in such high regard by the lady. This warranted a careful examination, as it was one of the tasks assigned to him by the lady. He needed to assess whether Charlotte was worthy of cultivation. "Doctor, this is my best brother. If you cannot save him, do not expect me to be courteous," the two-headed canine orc warned, his gaze fixated on Charlotte with a fierce intensity. "Then you should shield me from arrows." The pig-headed orc gazed at his leader with tear-filled eyes, yet he did not dare voice the thought. "Surgery carries risks. You must proceed with caution," Charlotte replied, meeting his gaze calmly. "I cannot guarantee the operation's success. If you cannot accept this, then you may take him away." The two-headed canine orc gazed at him for a moment before taking 2 steps back. "Your condition is quite severe. Immediate surgery is necessary, or you will soon succumb to excessive blood loss," Charlotte remarked, addressing the pig-headed orc. In a mere short while, the surgical table was already stained crimson with pig's blood. Resembling a slaughterhouse scene, the pig-headed orc weakly lifted his head, his eyes pleading as he looked at Charlotte. "Doctor, save me." Batty cast a glance at the arrows lodged in the orc's backside. He had shot all 3 arrows, aiming for the two-headed canine orc, only for the pig-headed orc to block them. Such injuries, if left untreated, could indeed be fatal. The most troublesome aspect was the arrow embedded in his rear, even with a healing mage present. Extracting it without causing further harm would prove challenging. How, then, did Charlotte intend to rescue this pig-headed orc? The surrounding orcs also fixed their gaze on Charlotte, their eyes gleaming with malice. If the pig-headed orc were to die on the surgical table, they could seize the opportunity to incite trouble, and should a mishap occur and his head be severed, Batty would find himself in a precarious position. To suggest that this non-magical human could heal the pig-headed orc was utterly implausible to them. If healing were truly so simple, would there only be 5 clinics in the Abyss? Those physicians who possessed even a modicum of healing magic were all wealthy, living lives of luxury. Charlotte had no time to concern himself with the opinions of others. He had already procured the necessary surgical instruments and commenced treating the pig-headed orc's arm and thigh injuries. With a small knife, he carefully sliced away the arrow's fletching and then extracted the arrow from the direction of its tip. Judging by the bleeding, the pig-headed orc was fortunate. His arteries had been spared. After cleansing the wounds and applying a hemostatic agent to halt the bleeding, he swiftly performed a simple suturing, and both injuries were promptly addressed. Charlotte's fluid motions astonished the onlookers. Such a direct method of suturing wounds and effectively stopping the bleeding was indeed a revelation to them. Is this what constitutes surgery? Batty pondered. Charlotte's clinic primarily treated trauma patients, boasting a commendable survival rate. It appeared that he utilized such techniques, which seemed rather straightforward. But how would he extract the arrow from the orc's backside? Batty stepped closer to the surgical table, his right hand gripping the hilt of his cross knife, his eyes betraying a hint of caution. Charlotte retrieved a long iron chain and bound the pig-headed orc securely to the surgical table. "Doctor, what is the purpose of this?" the pig-headed orc questioned, his face filled with confusion as he lay prostrate, entirely restrained, evoking a terrifying sensation akin to being placed on a slaughtering platform. "The forthcoming procedure might be somewhat painful, and I fear you may thrash about. So please endure," Charlotte explained with a smile, brandishing a gleaming small knife. The orc's jowls quivered in terror as he stammered. Do be gentle. Rest assured, I am quite experienced." "It won't hurt much," Charlotte declared, his knife plunging into the pig-headed orc's rear. The sound of the blade piercing through thick flesh echoed sharply. A piercing squeal erupted, resonating throughout the surgical chamber. The orcs present averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. That was quite the initiation into the world of surgery, Batty mused. My hand slipped. Let me try again." Charlotte withdrew the small knife and struck once more. The pig-headed orc writhed violently, yet the iron chains held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile as he emitted a series of anguished cries, the sound unsettling to all. "What are you doing?" the two-headed canine orc demanded angrily. "Saving a life," Charlotte replied innocently, raising his blood-stained knife. "Unless you wish to take over." The two-headed canine orc glanced at the pig-headed orc, his facial muscles twitching in agitation yet he restrained himself. You better save him. Ignoring the orc's warning, Charlotte continued his work, avoiding blood vessels and arteries as he made an incision along the shaft of the arrow, exposing its tip. Without anesthetic, this process would undoubtedly be excruciating. The pig-headed orc's piercing screams revealed his true nature. Batty couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Charlotte. He was certain that the previous 2 strikes were laced with personal sentiment. This seemingly weak human was perhaps not someone to be trifled with. With the arrowhead now exposed and confirming that there were no adhered tissues, Charlotte carefully extracted the arrow. Indeed, the pig-headed orc was fortunate. Although the arrow had penetrated deeply, it had narrowly missed any arteries. Once extracted, cleaning and suturing became a straightforward task. Relying on his solid foundational skills, Charlotte stitched a rather unsightly seam on the pig-headed orc's rear. Is that all? The onlookers remarked, their eyes shifting from the extracted arrow placed on a plate to the pig's rear, which had been cut open and re-sewn. Aside from the unsightly sutures, it was no longer bleeding. Their gazes toward Charlotte shifted, tinged with newfound respect. Physicians were exceedingly rare in the Abyss. No one could guarantee they wouldn't find themselves injured at some point, and thus it was unwise to offend a healer. One might find themselves begging for their assistance at a critical moment. The pig-headed orc, whose face had grown pale from pain, remained on the surgical table, groaning softly. Charlotte had already unshackled him, calmly announcing, "Next, are you butchering pigs or healing wounds?" The pig-headed orc struggled to rise, twisting to glance at the injury on his rear, blinking in disbelief upon confirming there was no bleeding and no significant wound, ultimately falling silent. He had genuinely feared for his life moments before. It felt as though all his blood was draining away. This doctor, despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, had indeed saved his life. This surgery, combined with magical potions, truly possessed a certain miraculous efficacy, Batty observed Charlotte. The ability to properly treat such complex injuries attested to his medical skills, certainly surpassing those who only wielded low-level healing spells. In the chaotic and disorderly Abyss, various external injuries were the most common. A clinic that could treat such injuries and maintain a sufficiently high survival rate would undoubtedly thrive. It seemed this fellow was not merely adept at charming women. He would need to report back to the lady. Are you truly all right? The 2-headed canine orc scrutinized the pig-headed orc, searching for flaws. The wounds are stitched, and the arrow has been removed, the pig-headed orc replied cautiously. Though somewhat weakened, he felt he would soon be back to his old self after a few days of rest. The 2-headed canine orc rolled his eyes. With Batty present, he refrained from causing a scene, merely gesturing for the other orcs to step forward for treatment. The remaining orcs lined up in an orderly fashion, allowing Charlotte to tend to their wounds in turn. Their injuries were relatively minor, and Charlotte worked swiftly, completing the task in under half an hour. Let this matter rest for today, but do not grow too complacent. Lord Carroll will undoubtedly seek an explanation for the injury to my brother. The 2-headed canine orc warned Batty as he led the other orcs to leave. Wait, Charlotte called out, washing his hands and addressing the 2-headed canine orc, who had reached the door. Have you forgotten something? What do you want? The 2-headed canine orc turned back, glaring at Charlotte menacingly. Settle the bill before you depart, Charlotte stated calmly. Batty stepped forward, positioning himself beside Charlotte, his hand hovering near his knife as his gaze turned icy. The 2-headed canine orc immediately faltered. How much? The pig-headed orc's case was rather complicated, so I must charge 10,000 copper coins for the others. It's 2,000 copper coins each, totaling 32,000 copper coins, Charlotte replied. You lot can pay for it yourselves. The 2-headed canine orc turned to leave. The remaining orcs, under the watchful gaze of Batty and the fox guard, paid the full medical fees. The pig-headed orc, lacking sufficient funds, had to solicit several other orcs to cover the costs. Take care, and we welcome you to return, Charlotte smiled as he bid them farewell. The orcs quickened their pace, eager to vanish into the ground. Charlotte placed the collected coins into a black pouch and turned to Batty, extending his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your rescue tonight. Please accept this token of my appreciation. Batty took 2 steps back, raising his hand in refusal. I am here on my lady's orders to protect Dr. Charlotte. This is your reward, and we cannot accept it. But Batty retreated another step, knowing that the fox guards maintained their authority in the Abyss through strict discipline. I have overstepped. Charlotte set down the pouch, his demeanor serious. Please extend my gratitude to Miss Diana. A life saved deserves a life in return. I will ensure that from this day forth, the fox guards will patrol Baca Street every night to guarantee your safety. After Batty finished speaking, he led the group away. Charlotte closed the door, secured it with an iron bar, and slowly sank to the floor, exhaling a long breath. It was then that he became acutely aware that his back was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the fox guards, he would likely have met his end here. To receive the favor of the landlady was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. I adore the landlady. Charlotte glanced at the pouch of coins on the counter, a broad smile spreading across his face. Today, he had unexpectedly turned misfortune into blessing, effortlessly acquiring 30,000 copper coins. This sum equaled the earnings of over half a month of his diligent work. No wonder it is said that being a doctor is one of the best professions in this world. The speed at which they earn is no exaggeration. Are you all right, boss? Vivian peered from the stairway, her eyes widening at the sight of the clinic's floor smeared with blood, resembling a crime scene. Her delicate face paled, and upon seeing Charlotte slumped against the door, covered in blood, she felt as though he were on the brink of death. She had obediently hidden in the attic, faintly hearing the sounds of a fierce struggle below. Her imagination conjuring images of her boss wielding a scalpel, only to be brutally slain. After a considerable time had passed and silence enveloped the downstairs, she quietly descended from the attic, only to encounter this grim scene. The boss had been targeted because he sheltered and protected her. He could have chosen to do nothing at all. Boss, don't die. I'm here to save you. Her eyes reddened instantly as she ran toward the doorway, tears streaming down her cheeks like summer rain, clutching her magic wand and muttering incantations, determined to use all her knowledge to rescue her boss. Wait a moment. Charlotte looked at Vivian, who had rushed up to him with a tear-streaked face. Resembling a weeping willow, his voice rang out robustly, startling her and interrupting her spellcasting. Boss, I'm not dead yet. Charlotte leaned against the door and stood up, incredulous as he gazed at Vivian. I merely grew weary from the surgery and took a moment to rest on the floor. And what about those terrifying orcs? They were all driven away by the landlady's fox guards. For the time being, we should be safe. Before Charlotte could finish his explanation, Vivian suddenly threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly as she began to sob. I thought I would never see you again, she cried. While hiding in the attic, she had felt utterly abandoned by the world, fearing that her last refuge was slipping away. Without Charlotte, how could she survive in the abyss? Thus, when she finally laid eyes on him again, her emotions crumbled in an instant. Vivian clung to him so tightly that her small frame felt like a pair of restless rabbits, leaving Charlotte somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had a preference for mature women, making him largely immune to the charms of such a young girl. All right, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine, he reassured her, gently patting her back as he looked down at the girl, who barely reached his chest. He felt an inexplicable sense of camaraderie, both of them pitiful souls cast aside by the world, having endured their share of tribulations. At some point, Anna had leapt onto the counter. Her little paws crossed as she observed the scene with the curiosity of a bystander. Vivian sniffled, her emotions stabilizing slightly, only to realize her face was pressed against a broad, warm chest. Her eyes widened in shock, and she abruptly released her grip on Charlotte, stepping back several paces, her face flushed to the roots of her hair. Oh my, I just hugged the boss, Vivian gasped, her breath quickening as she fumbled in embarrassment, searching for an escape route. How does it feel? Is it not a broad and warm chest? Charlotte puffed out his chest, indeed feeling a bit of muscle there. Who am I? Where am I? I think I've lost my memory. Vivian stammered, her gaze darting nervously as she felt her toes digging into the floor. Charlotte chose not to tease her further and walked to the counter, pouring himself a glass of water and taking a sip. The good news is, with the landlady's protection, Carol should not be able to do anything to us for the time being. However, we must remain cautious, as this is the abyss, and anyone could be a killer. Vivian nodded, her head lowered in agreement. If it weren't for the dangers lurking in the outside world, she would have long since fled. Now then, the cleanup is your responsibility. I'll take a shower and change clothes, Charlotte said, grabbing the pouch of coins and heading upstairs. As he reached the corner of the staircase, he could hardly contain his excitement as he opened his attributes panel. Player, Charlotte. Profession, doctor. Pharmacist level, decommissioned 4th order mage. Wealth, 34,350. Professional skills, wound cleaning and dressing. Intermediate, 19202000. Skin wound stitching. Advanced, 520. 4000. Radial and ulnar fracture surgery. Beginner, 360. 1000. Appendectomy. Beginner, 200. 1000. Special skills, hemostatic potion crafting. Beginner, 901000. Cleaning potion crafting. Beginner, 100. 1000. Water lotion essence crafting. Beginner, 100. 1000 main quest. Abyssal medical expert influence must reach 1000. Treating a single patient earns 10 influence. Progress. 610100. Long-term quest. Eliminate corruption and restart the world. Quest reward. 1 epic item. Side quests. None available. Favorability panel. Not yet unlocked. Charlotte beamed at his wealth of 350 copper coins, eagerly planning to purchase 3 bottles of potent potions to replenish himself. Moreover, his wound cleaning and dressing skill was on the verge of leveling up to intermediate. He wondered what changes that would entail. Most importantly, the progress of the main quest had already surpassed the halfway mark. Days like today, with collective minor injuries, were perfect for grinding this quest. Were it not for the dangers outside, he would have eagerly ventured out to offer free medical consultations. Completing the quest in a single day. Wealth value was virtual. The silver and copper coins in his pouch were tangible currency. Today had brought him 2 unexpected windfalls, filling his previously nearly empty pouch to an unprecedented degree. The 8-legged red spider demon core had sold for 21,000 copper coins, and tonight he had collected 32,000 copper coins in medical fees, along with 531 copper coins seized from the one-eyed werewolf. Plus the 1,120 copper coins he had remaining. Now, he possessed a staggering total of 54,651 copper coins. This was truly a fortune he had never before encountered in either of his lives. He organized the silver and copper coins neatly and then picked up a gold coin, blowing on it and holding it to his ear. No sound at all. What a splendid coin. But alas, it would no longer belong to him tomorrow. With a reluctant sigh, Charlotte stuffed the money back into the pouch. Chapter 49. Elizabeth useless. 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 All of you are utterly useless. The resounding slap echoed through the courtyard as the burly Carol raised his hand and struck the orc before him with a vicious blow. The 2-headed dog orc and a throng of other orcs hung their heads, trembling in fear, too afraid to dodge or defend themselves. After failing their mission and fleeing the clinic, they returned to Judson Manor to report to Carol. While indulging in food and drink, Carol erupted upon hearing the news. What? Did you shrink back upon seeing the fox guards? I spend so much money keeping you lot, and you come back here and embarrass me so thoroughly? A dozen black magic guards, and you couldn't even bring back a human head? Carol turned back to the 2-headed dog orc, coldly patting its head as he spoke. The 2-headed dog orc trembled uncontrollably. Not daring to utter a single word, Carol's Diana languidly reclined in the soft armchair, her leg elegantly crossed, a smile gracing her lips. Miss, I fear that Carol will not relent. So I have assigned a squad of fox guards to patrol the streets nightly. With a particular focus on protecting Charlotte, Buddy stated respectfully from beside her. Well done. I can only imagine the expression on Carol's face at this very moment, Diana replied, her smile growing more pronounced. However, I must further test that young man's abilities to ascertain whether he is worthy of my investment. What do you require of me? Buddy inquired, bowing his head. Starting tomorrow, our people must visit the apothecary to assess his surgical skills and potions. I wish to determine the caliber of the magic he possesses, Diana said thoughtfully. Understood. Additionally, please compile his apothecary's revenue. Investments must yield returns, and I never engage in loss-making enterprises. Buddy nodded before taking his leave. This evening, many on Baca Street were unable to find rest. Charlotte had inadvertently offended Carol, yet she quickly nestled against Diana's thigh, provoking envy. The fact that Diana would mobilize so many fox guards illustrates Charlotte's esteemed position in her heart. This prompted several locals to reconsider their relationships with Charlotte, attributing to her an aura of untouchability. Baca Street belonged to the Harriman family. To be embraced by Diana was akin to holding onto a golden opportunity. In the courtyard of the Lord's Manor in Calva, a spirited young woman wielding a heavy sword practiced her technique. Her golden hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she donned a fitted white outfit. With her sleeves bound, tall and slender, she deftly maneuvered the silver sword, which, despite its considerable weight, danced in her hands like a butterfly flitting among flowers, its slicing cuts accompanied by a sharp whistle. The silver blade glinting ominously in the moonlight. Elizabeth, an anxious voice called from outside the courtyard. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, a girl in an ornate purple gown entered, striding directly toward the practicing maiden. Elizabeth retracted her sword, holding it behind her to avoid injuring the frantic girl who rushed forward, steadying her with one hand and smiling as she asked, "What troubles you, Jenny? Why are you in such a state?" The girl, catching her breath, replied, "Capus intends to kill Charlotte. He dares." Elizabeth's gaze turned icy, her voice chillingly resolute. "I overheard it at tonight's business banquet. A cousin of mine has dealings in the Abyss. and Capys has commissioned Carol of the Judson family from the Abyss to eliminate Charlotte. Ginny explained. Is the information reliable? Elizabeth pressed. Yes. I must step out. You should return home, she instructed, sword in hand as she made her way outside. Moments later, Elizabeth mounted a white horse and galloped from the back gate of the manor. Heading westward. My lady, the young miss has taken her sword and ridden west. The elderly steward rushed into the study to inform the middle-aged man who was engrossed in a book, dressed in a tailored black suit. With neatly combed hair and a pair of mustaches, he calmly lifted a silver cup of water. Has the news reached her? Miss Ginny just visited her. Very well, do not concern yourself. It is beneficial for the young to experience matters on their own. He replied with a slight wave of his hand. The steward acknowledged and departed. Behind the bookshelf, a shadow stirred slightly. Go, and ensure she remains unharmed, the man said, sipping his tea. The shadow stilled again, and the room fell into silence. Charlotte's hands caressed the teacup, and after a long moment, he sighed softly. The sound of hooves shattered the tranquility of Calva's streets, as Elizabeth, clad in white and brandishing her sword, made her way directly to the Dino Manor. At the entrance, two drowsy guards, alerted by the rapid hoofbeats, instinctively grasped their swords and shouted, "Private residence ahead, please do not approach." Just as the words left their mouths, a flash of cold steel erupted. Before the guards could react, the heavy oak door of the manor was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. The white horse leapt over the guards' heads, charging through the shattered entrance. Inside the courtyard, a bonfire blazed brightly. 7 or 8 enchanting demonesses clad in sheer, flowing garments danced exuberantly, their movements igniting a primal desire in the hearts of men. Capys reclined on a thick hide, resting his head on one demoness thigh, his hand playfully groping another's neckline, while wine was poured and meat offered, reveling in the merriment. Suddenly, the door shattered, and Elizabeth rode in, causing the dancing demonesses to scatter in alarm. Perched atop her tall white steed, Elizabeth surveyed the disheveled demonesses and the reclining Capys with undisguised disdain. Pointing her heavy sword at him, she coldly declared, "You are Capys." Chapter 50, Equitable Exchange. Elizabeth charged into the manor on horseback. The guards outside and those within the courtyard rushed out, encircling her, their gazes fixed on Capys. Hesitant to an elderly man in a gray robe stood in the shadows, glancing outside with a furrowed brow. Capys, upon seeing Elizabeth on her steed, brightened, withdrawing his hand from the neckline of a demoness with ease, then kicking her aside, he stood with a smile, adjusting his attire. I am Capys. You must be Miss Elizabeth. Am I correct? You are far more beautiful than in the portrait. Elizabeth regarded Capys with a frigid stare. You intend to kill Charlotte? Capys's smile faltered instantly. He recognized the reason for Elizabeth's unexpected visit, but was taken aback by her directness. Lacking even a courteous exchange before launching into such a pointed inquiry. Who said that? I do not even know who Charlotte is. Why would I want to kill him? Capys shrugged, feigning innocence. If you dare to harm him, I shall kill you, Elizabeth threatened, twisting her sword to slash at the roaring bonfire in the courtyard. The burning wood exploded, sending sparks flying. The demonesses shrieked and retreated, fearful of the embers. As shadows danced and light flickered, Capys remained motionless, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he observed Elizabeth. I quite like your temperament. You are my most favored fiancée. You think yourself worthy of marrying me? Elizabeth scoffed, her white horse suddenly surging forward, the silver sword aimed at Capys's throat. My lord. The guards gasped in shock, rushing to intervene. They could hardly fathom that the lord's daughter would dare assault the soon-to-be Viscount. Bill, concealed beneath his gray robe, also revealed his hand, gripping a black wand, his gaze fixed intently on Elizabeth. In that moment, only Capys appeared unperturbed, a smile on his face as he extended his arms. The heavy and sharp sword, just before piercing Capys's throat, slightly shifted upward. A strand of hair fell away, accompanied by a trickle of blood. A cut appeared on Capys's face, blood streaming down, sheathing her sword. Elizabeth turned her horse around and halted at the entrance, coldly stating, I hereby declare the engagement null and void. With that, she rode away, and none dared to stop her. My lord, are you well? Quickly, summon a physician. The guards encircled Capys, their expressions frantic. How intriguing. This woman has successfully captured my attention, Capys said, gazing at the empty doorway with a grin. The demonesses collected their payment and left, while the guards retreated as well. Inform Carol that I expect to see Charlotte's head within 3 days. Otherwise, they shall find it impossible to sell their potions in the Lance Empire. Capys instructed coldly. A guard acknowledged and left swiftly. Soon after, a raven flew out from the back courtyard, disappearing into the night. My lord, you must temper your behavior. Such a scene witnessed by Elizabeth may irreparably tarnish her impression of you. Bill spoke earnestly. Concern etched across his face. Worry not. I have encountered all manner of women, and once I set my sights on someone, I have never failed, Capus replied with a grin, adding, furthermore, this marriage proposal was initiated by the Lord himself. Elizabeth departed from the mansion, galloping directly towards the western city gate. The gate stood firmly shut. Even when the guards recognized her identity, they still refused her entry. As night fell, the outside world and the city transformed into two disparate realms. On this very night, numerous magical beasts attempted to breach the western city walls, yet they were thwarted by the magical array that enveloped the entire city. The radiant glow of the towering lantern, soaring 1,000 meters high, illuminated half of the city, also brightening the spirits of the guards atop the walls. Stationed there year-round, perpetually battling against the tainted beasts, the guards faced immense psychological strain. Nearly every month, a guard succumbed to the corruption and perished in the line of duty. Elizabeth cast a glance at the steel gate marred by claw marks before turning her horse away. In the dead of night, where could Miss Elizabeth possibly be headed? Who knows? Perhaps for a stroll in the wilderness. After all, she is a young lady. Indeed, a renowned genius knight who might have never even encountered a living beast. How laughable. The guards atop the wall whispered among themselves. Charlotte exchanged 30,000 wealth points for 3 bottles of strength potion. Currently, this was the only item available in the system shop, leaving no other options. Upon receiving the potions, Charlotte swiftly consumed all 3 in one go. The familiar sensation of heat surged through him once more, as his blood, muscles, and even every cell seemed to ignite with fervor. Gritting his teeth, he could not suppress a low growl as his fist clenched. It felt as if countless ants were attempting to burrow out from beneath his skin, an overwhelming tingling that rendered him quite uncomfortable. His skin flushed a vivid crimson, with even traces of blood seeping forth. Drinking all 3 strength potions at once proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Fortunately, this discomfort arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. After approximately 3 minutes, the unease faded, leaving him enveloped in warmth akin to a soothing hot bath, remarkably pleasant. His strength surged by 300 kg, likely doubling his muscle mass. Charlotte glanced down at his abdomen. Momentarily taken aback, the definition of his 6-pack abs had deepened, yet they did not become more pronounced. His pectorals exhibited the same transformation, becoming more refined rather than expanding into a bulky mass. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the enhancement pertained to muscle quality rather than quantity. Charlotte felt a surge of joy. He had initially feared that with the rise in strength, he would become a square-shaped warrior. However, it appeared such concerns were entirely unfounded. This was advantageous for Charlotte, who was preparing to hone his martial skills. Refined muscles signified greater explosive power and improved control, critical traits for a knight. If he transformed into a hulking figure incapable of reaching his own back, he would only be fodder on the battlefield. Moreover, Charlotte relished this physique that appeared slender in clothing yet revealed muscle when undressed. A loose garment would suffice to conceal him, serving as his trump card. Why don't you grow according to the rules? Charlotte mused, glancing down at his younger brother. Growing up can sometimes be a source of vexation. The increase of 300 kilograms in strength inflated his ego, making him feel as if he could fell a bull with a single blow. In practical terms, a punch delivering over 1,000 pounds of force could indeed slay a bull. Now, he simply lacked a suitable martial technique, as he possessed strength without a means to wield it. After finishing his bath, Charlotte returned to his room, retrieving his phone. No, his black stone, from beneath the bedside. His fingers glided across the smooth surface, awakening the eternally charged black stone. The group chat was silent, yet Chaser had sent him 2 new messages. Chaser, I have verified the case. Indeed, there is evidence that poses a threat to Cromwell. Send me the remaining materials. However, even with the evidence, it may not be sufficient to take Cromwell down. His power exceeds your imagination. This chat record lacked a timestamp, which warranted criticism. Nonetheless, Chaser's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Charlotte's eyes. Although she stated it might not be possible to bring down Cromwell, having any hope was a positive outcome. Moreover, it appeared that her influence within the Lance Empire was significant. Otherwise, she would not have so eagerly involved herself in this tumultuous affair. After pondering for a moment, Charlotte replied to Chaser's message. Miracle, in exchange, I will send you the remaining contents of my notebook, and you will perform a favor for me. Chapter 51. I shall dismantle your wretched clinic. In the bustling imperial capital, majestic edifices were ubiquitous. Yet, amidst this metropolis of over 1 million inhabitants, the tallest structure was not the opulent palace of the king, but rather the 9-story star observation tower that loomed in the northern part of the city. Though only 9 stories high, The tower soared to an astonishing height of over 300 meters. Constructed of massive white stones, it gleamed brilliantly under the sun, a magnificent landmark of the capital. However, as night descended, the tower blended seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, casting no light whatsoever. It is said that the king once desired to place a pearl of night atop the tower to symbolize its grandeur. But the tower's master outright refused, citing its interference with stargazing. The Star Observation Tower held its esteemed position within the Lance Empire not through deceit. Successive masters of the tower have guided the empire through tumultuous times via astrological predictions, helping to navigate the empire through periods of conflict and establishing a vast human empire that stood shoulder to shoulder with dragons and elves, earning the king's trust. Thus, since the founding of the Lance Empire, this 9-story tower has remained the tallest structure in the capital, even surpassing the royal palace in height. The current master of the tower is over 300 years old, having witnessed the reign of 2 kings. The third, it is rumored, does not have long to live. In recent years, the master has rarely made public appearances, with the last being 3 years prior at the king's birthday banquet, where he spoke not a single word. Presently, the only representative of the Star Observation Tower is the young Master Maria, who occasionally visits the palace to see the king, serving as the tower's public face. Nevertheless, no one dares to underestimate the Star Observation Tower. Even the most established nobles show respect towards the young master, knowing her lineage as the great-granddaughter of the old master and the future head of the tower. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the Star Observation Tower, the young master in a flowing white gown held a pitch-black stone, her brow furrowed as she focused on a golden star. "Your learning curve is quite impressive," Maria remarked, her fingers gently gliding across the screen. "Chaser, remember, it is you who is asking me for assistance. Miracle, your eagerness to assist indicates that our goals align. I shall provide you with what you desire, and in return, you will perform a small task for me. This is only fair. Chaser, first, tell me what you need me to do." "Miracle, once you obtain the contents of the notebook, spread the word throughout the capital that Vivian has returned." "Interesting." Maria's lips curved slightly upward as she pondered before responding. "Deal." The contents of this notebook held immense value, something that the Minister of Finance, Frank Bernice, would go to great lengths to protect. If utilized wisely, it could indeed spell doom for Cromwell. "Miracle, please wait. I will send you all the contents tonight, though it will take some time." "Chaser, all right, I will disseminate the news tomorrow." Charlotte concluded the transaction with a sense of satisfaction, retrieving the handwritten manuscript Vivian had given him and beginning to edit the content for Chaser. It felt exhilarating to have such power at his fingertips. The temporary menace posed by Carol is being shielded by Diana, yet the threat from Capus is far more lethal, remaining in Calva. Persistently tracking Vivian's whereabouts is akin to having a razor-sharp sword suspended above him, poised to claim his life at any moment. Thus, in his dealings with the luminary, he made but a single request, aimed solely at orchestrating Capus's return to the imperial capital. This would ensure Vivian's safety and significantly alleviate his own burdens. 2 birds with 1 stone. For the sacrifice required was merely a modicum of physical exertion in transcribing text. As he meticulously copied the contents of his notebook, curiosity sparked within him regarding the identity of the luminary, who dared to take action against Cromwell, exhibiting remarkable audacity, despite Vivian's father being the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Holding such crucial evidence, he too had fallen victim to Cromwell's ruthless machinations, resulting in the shattering of his family. The overwhelming power Cromwell wielded in the Lance Empire was unmistakable. However, Charlotte harbored no intense desire for inquiry. The Red Moon organization was brimming with talent, and as a mere novice, his task was simply to latch onto a formidable ally. Cromwell was far too distant and formidable for him to concern himself with. Charlotte labored through the night, transcribing the entire notebook and sending it to the luminary. Had it not been for the enhancement of his strength, which quickened his hand speed, he might not have completed it by dawn. Subsequently, he enjoyed a restful slumber, fortified by the presence of fox guards outside, allowing him to sleep with exceptional tranquility. The following morning, he was roused by the sound of knocking at the door. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he opened it to find Vivian standing outside, her expression one of surprise as she beheld him in his nightclothes. "Boss, there's already a long line of patients waiting outside," she announced. Charlotte glanced at the daylight streaming through the door, momentarily stunned. Had he really overslept? It seemed the previous night's typing had indeed been quite draining. Nevertheless, maintaining his composure, he replied, "I'll freshen up and be down shortly." "All right," Vivian nodded, turning to descend the stairs. Charlotte changed into a white robe and, after a brief wash, made his way downstairs, Upon opening the door, he was met with a rather unusual scene of bustling activate the whip. Entwined tightly around the orc's hand, suddenly constricted, the raised iron rod came to an abrupt halt, and regardless of the orc's fervent struggles, the whip only tightened further, etching a deep crimson mark into his wrist as if it had been sliced by a blade. At the other end of the whip stood a young man clad in black, his gaze as cold as steel. With a swift tug, the orc was hurled like a mere sack of sand. Crashing to the ground, the tiles shattered beneath him, and the orc lay there, howling in agony. Another corpulent orc, his face twisted with malice, was about to make a move, but before he could act, a sword was already pressed against his throat. 3 fox guards, clad in black iron armor, arrived on the scene, swiftly restoring order. From Charlotte's observations, the 2 orcs possessed strength roughly at a secondary level, weaker than the orc assailants from the previous night. In the presence of the fox guards, who started at a tertiary level, such strength was evidently insufficient. Causing a ruckus on Baka Street was tantamount to declaring war against the Harriman family. The lead fox guard cast a warning glance over the crowd of accompanying orcs. The orcs averted their eyes, with some feigning concern for their ailing companions, while others slipped away unnoticed. Charlotte clasped his hands in gratitude towards the fox guards. The 2 troublesome orcs and the lifeless goblin were escorted away, and tranquility returned to the clinic's entrance. As Charlotte observed the skeletal goblin being held aloft by the fox guard, an inexplicable melancholy washed over him. The harm inflicted by addiction potions was profound, eroding both will and body. In the abyss, countless individuals had been hollowed out by such substances, hailing from various races, each succumbing to the allure of magic potions. Ultimately treading the path toward death, they curled up in shadowy alleys, awaiting the end of their lives. The root of all this anguish was the addiction potions peddled by the Judson family, which they had ominously named Ecstasy Demonis. Should the opportunity arise to bring down the Judson family, Charlotte would undoubtedly relish the chance to trample them into the refuse of the abyss. Vivian sighed with relief upon seeing the troublemakers apprehended by the fox guards. Thankfully, her employer had not sustained any injuries. However, the ferocity of those 2 orcs left her perplexed at how her master had evaded them. Was this truly the agility befitting a magician? It was indeed a mystery. The fox guards' intervention had successfully deterred any further would-be instigators. Few dared to challenge the fox guards on Baka Street. Charlotte resumed his normal consultations as patients gradually trickled into the clinic. Nevertheless, he declined to treat 3 critically ill patients, 2 of whom were severe victims of addiction potions, with their internal organs gravely damaged, beyond even Vivian's healing magic. Just 3 days prior, he had merely been a veterinarian skilled in performing sterilizations on cats and dogs, not regarding himself as a savior merely because others called him a doctor. In the abyss, caution was essential for survival. The morning consultations concluded swiftly. As the patient count had notably increased, Charlotte even extended his consultation time by half an hour to prevent patients from languishing in line. Chapter 53. Is the director aware of this? Tucker Street was the most bustling and commercially vibrant thoroughfare in the abyss. This street belonged to the Dula family, where, as long as one possessed wealth, anything could be procured. Anything, that is, except for addiction potions. The Dula family had explicitly forbidden all transactions related to such potions on this street. Even the Judson family had been unable to extend their reach here. The street boasted a plethora of magical shops featuring various materials, lustrous gem stores, and large-scale magic core trading venues, along with monthly auctions. It was said that one could find a semblance of life in Calva here. Most importantly, 2 of the 4 major medical institutions in the abyss were located on Tucker Street, facing each other directly. One was the Fran Medical Institution, and the other was the Dula Medical Institution. Unsurprisingly, both belonged to the Dula family. Moreover, both institutions had a better reputation than those under the Daniel and Judson families, for while the Dula family's hospitals only sought monetary gain, the others were known for placing lives at stake. Losing a kidney was merely a matter of fortune. A pumpkin carriage arrived, halting before the Dula Medical Institution. Ruth, clad in an exquisite gown, gracefully descended from the carriage. Her alluring figure instantly drew many gazes. The doctors and nurses entering and exiting the 2 facing medical institutions recognized her at once. Among those designated as forsaken by the gods, Miss Ruth was evidently the most pitiable, the most enchanting dancer of Ammon Street, the object of countless men's midnight reveries, had been stricken with an incurable ailment and abandoned by the divine. Her anguished countenance and listless demeanor conveyed the gravity of her condition. Time was running out. She had not performed on stage for quite some time, and rumors had even circulated that she had passed away. Yet today, Ruth appeared resplendent at the entrance of the Dulu Medical Institution. Her complexion was radiant, her spirit vivacious, and wherever she went, she became the center of attention, glowing as if she were illuminated from within. Where was the trace of illness? Was it merely a fleeting moment of vitality? Or had Miss Ruth's affliction been miraculously cured? Nonsense. She was a forsaken soul. Moreover, certified as such by all 4 medical institutions. Yet, judging by her current state, one might argue that she appeared healthier than those observing her. Someone should inform Master Andrew. Something is amiss here. At the entrance of the Friend Medical Institution, 2 newly arrived doctors whispered to each other before hastily entering. At the Dilla Medical Institution, a young and beautiful nurse greeted Ruth with a broad smile as she entered. Miss Ruth was somewhat well known in the Abyss and was a high-end client of the Dilla Medical Institution. She often visited for even minor ailments, spending over 7 figures annually on beauty treatments. Such esteemed clients were assigned dedicated attendants, and Hutty was Ruth's exclusive caretaker. Miss Ruth, do you intend to continue your examinations today? Hutty inquired with a smile, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. Half a month prior, Miss Ruth had sought treatment for abdominal pain at the Dilla Medical Institution, where 3 doctors jointly diagnosed her as a forsaken soul. She had returned several times, but each time yielded the same result. Bearing the burden of forsaken soul and tormented by illness, Ruth's once bright eyes gradually lost their luster, her graceful posture seemingly hunched, no longer reminiscent of her stage brilliance. Yet today, she appeared remarkably well, which only heightened Hutty's unease. She couldn't help but wonder, had Miss Ruth perhaps consumed a potion? It was rumored that addiction potions could temporarily dull pain, invigorating the spirit. However, such effects would not alleviate the illness but rather hasten its progression, consuming one's life force. Familiar doctors paused to greet Ruth, but their words faltered. They shared similar concerns to Hutty's. Ruth seemed to sense their thoughts, halting her steps to assert confidently, "No, my illness has been cured by Dr. Charlotte. I am not here for a checkup today. I am here for scar removal surgery." In the medical hall, numerous doctors came and went, all eyes fixed upon Ruth. Her declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The doctors were left speechless. What had she just claimed? Her illness was cured. Diagnosed as a forsaken soul by 4 medical institutions. How could that possibly be reversed? This defied all logic. Dr. Charlotte. That name sounded familiar. Was there such a doctor in the Abyss? Which institution did he belong to? The doctors began to murmur among themselves, their usual composure faltering. Hutty was momentarily taken aback, equally incredulous as she gazed at Ruth. A forsaken soul was akin to a death sentence. Could it be that Miss Ruth had truly been healed? As merely a receptionist at the institution, she did not possess a profound understanding of the term forsaken soul. Thus, upon hearing Ruth's exuberant proclamation of her recovery, her astonishment quickly transformed into genuine happiness. For someone as stunning and graceful as Ruth, even Hutty, as a woman, found it hard to look away. The prospect of continuing to live and dance was a beautiful thing indeed. Please follow me. There are not many patients this morning. Which doctor would you like to see? The director is also present at the institution today. Hutty led Ruth toward the special treatment room, where premium clients could enjoy exclusive resources. As Ruth departed the hall, the doctors erupted into fervent discussion. The news of Ruth's miraculous recovery left them incredulous. A single institution misdiagnosing could be understood. But all 4 major institutions in the Abyss misdiagnosing simultaneously? That insulted the entire medical profession of the Abyss. Yet here stood Ruth, vibrant and lively, casually announcing her intention for scar removal. What could this possibly mean? Was the director aware of this? The last diagnosis had been made collectively by him and the other 2 deputy directors. Sure. Speak less and air less. I'll go take a look. Esteemed doctors, distinguished by their qualifications, hastily departed their seats and made their way towards the treatment rooms. This was no trivial matter. It was intricately linked to the reputation of their esteemed clinic. Across the street, at the Friend Clinic, Chief Physician Andrew was convening a routine morning meeting. Today's agenda focused on how to foster a greater sense of warmth among patients, thereby encouraging them to acquiesce to more expensive treatment plans. Truly, a commendable doctor dedicated to public service. "Miss Ruth is alive," exclaimed a young physician, bursting into the meeting room with palpable excitement. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Andrew closed his notepad, casting an irritable glance at the impetuous young man. If Miss Ruth were deceased, that would indeed be newsworthy. If she is not dead, then of course she is still alive. The room erupted in laughter, the others regarding the young doctor with a measure of pity. Being the target of the chief's capriciousness was hardly a favorable circumstance. The young physician swallowed hard and shook his head. No, that is not it. I just saw her, looking vibrant as ever, disembarking from a carriage and entering the Dilla clinic. Out of curiosity, I followed and witnessed her proclaiming that her ailment has been cured. By that Dr. Charlotte. Chapter 54. That man appears again. The meeting room fell into a profound silence as the doctors at Fran Clinic gaped at the young man by the door, their eyes wide with astonishment. What did you say? Andrew sprang to his feet. Miss Ruth's illness has been cured. The young man spoke softly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Andrew exclaimed, vigorously waving his hand, his brow furrowing into a deep scowl. He had been the one to render Ruth's diagnosis. As a senior mage, he was unequivocally certain that healing magic would have no effect on her condition. This was irrefutable evidence of her being classified as a Forsaken One. In the realm of healing magic, the higher the level, the greater the capability. By the time one attained the rank of a high mage, they had already mastered most of the skills required by physicians, sufficient to sustain a clinic. Higher magical levels offered more powerful healing effects and shorter casting times, making high-level healing mages invaluable allies in combat, a virtually limitless source of healing, cherished by those engaged in battle. As the chief physician of Fran Clinic and an experienced high-level healing mage, Andrew had always been supremely confident in his diagnoses. The possibility of misdiagnosis was non-existent. Furthermore, prior to arriving at Fran Clinic, the other 3 clinics had already classified her as a Forsaken One, including the Dula Clinic across the street, which was said to have been diagnosed by Director Roland himself. Seeing the chief and his colleagues were expressions of disbelief, the young physician refrained from arguing, quietly stating, "She's currently across at the clinic." Andrew paced the meeting room several times before abruptly declaring, "Meeting adjourned. I shall visit the clinic." At the Dula Clinic, within the lavish examination room, Ruth sat before a gilded diagnostic table, a cup of appropriately warm tea beside her, while 3 solemn-faced physicians occupied the opposite side. Among the 2 middle-aged doctors sat a young physician, donned in a white robe, his long fingers delicately intertwined atop the table, each joint distinctly defined. He appeared to be in his early 30s, his neatly combed brown hair framing a strikingly handsome face, characterized by chiseled features and particularly captivating brown eyes, deep yet gentle, hidden beneath long lashes, drawing one into their depths with ease. At that moment, he was scrutinizing Ruth intently, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if attempting to see through her. Ruth felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, taking a sip of her tea before addressing the young doctor. "Director Roland, I have merely come for scar removal. There is no need for a consultation with the 3 of you high mages. My apologies, Miss Ruth. Please forgive our audacity and abruptness. However, it was indeed us who classified you as a Forsaken One 10 days ago. Should this have been an error on our part, we owe you our sincerest apologies. Before we proceed, may we please conduct a thorough examination to reassess your condition and ensure no details are overlooked?" Roland spoke with a soothing tone. The other 2 physicians exchanged uneasy glances but nodded in agreement. If Ruth were truly cured, it would mark a veritable Waterloo in their medical careers. "I've told you, I am perfectly well. There is nothing wrong with me," Ruth remarked, somewhat helplessly, as she met Roland's calm and gentle gaze. With a resigned sigh, she extended her right hand. "Very well, you may examine me. Thank you for your cooperation." Roland smiled, his right index finger glowing with a green light as he gently placed it upon Ruth's wrist, the green light merging with her skin while he closed his eyes. The examination room fell into a hushed silence. Andrew had somehow infiltrated the room unnoticed, observing as Roland conducted his examination of Ruth, suppressing his urge to inquire of the physicians beside him. Both Fran Clinic and Dula Clinic belonged to the Dula family, and although they appeared to be rival establishments, physicians could easily transfer between them when one became overwhelmed with patients. They were all quite familiar with one another. Every doctor and nurse held their breath in anticipation, awaiting Roland's diagnostic verdict. Though young, none would dare question his expertise. He had graduated from the Calva Medical Academy and had become a 4th-tier high mage before reaching 30. Had it not been for that man overshadowing him, he would have been celebrated as an extraordinary talent. Given his status, if he did not strive for excellence, he would inevitably return home to inherit a vast fortune. After all, he was Roland Delu. Yet today, Miss Ruth sat here, claiming that her health had been restored by Dr. Charlotte. How familiar that name was. The nearly forgotten name resurfaced in the minds of all present. The abyss lay perilously close to Calva, and as such, every medical practitioner within its depths had inevitably heard the legends surrounding him over the years, becoming a high mage at the age of 20 and graduating from the Calva Medical Academy. He was imprisoned at 23 and stripped of his magical essence. A life of brilliance, yet tragically fleeting. For the past 3 years, news of him had been scarce, leaving many to almost forget that such an individual had ever existed. Today, that man appears again, Charlotte, and he had even healed Ruth. Ruth felt a sense of ease wash over her as she observed the anxious expressions of the doctors, a slight smile curling her lips. Almost wanting to laugh. Not long ago, they had declared her a forsaken one, a label that had subjected her to not only physical suffering, but also the sting of gossip. Charlotte had saved her. And today, in addition to seeking scar removal, she wished for these individuals to know that there were still remarkable doctors like Charlotte in this world. 3 minutes later, Roland opened his eyes and smiled at Ruth. "Miss Ruth, your health is in excellent condition. The previous afflictions have entirely vanished. You are indeed healed." The examination room fell into a profound silence, every breath suddenly echoing loudly. All medical staff stared at Roland in disbelief. Andrew's mouth gradually fell open, his wide eyes filled with incredulity. How is this possible? The first to speak was the rotund physician seated beside Roland, the vice director of Doula Clinic, who trembled as he placed his hand upon Ruth's wrist. All eyes turned to him, hopeful. Although the director was accomplished, his youth raised doubts. Perhaps he had erred. The vice director, however, was an experienced physician with decades in the field, and he would surely get it right. 3 minutes later, the vice director opened his eyes, the flesh of his cheeks quivering as he lowered his gaze, his voice subdued as he uttered, "She is indeed healed." At that moment, all fell silent. The director had personally examined her, and the vice director had confirmed it again. Who would dare question the verdict? Andrew, feeling the weight of the moment, prepared to discreetly slip away while no one was paying attention. "I sent that, Chief Andrew. What brings you here?" "Oh, and I must thank you for the pain relief potion you prescribed last time. Although it was a bit pricey, it certainly spared me much suffering." Ruth's sweet voice rang out. Chapter 55. Utterly absurd. Andrew's footsteps faltered as he felt the collective gaze of the physicians upon him, his face alternating between shades of pale and flushed, before ultimately forcing a smile. Yet, this smile appeared somewhat forced, akin to one on the verge of tears. "What on earth is this? Why not remain comfortably at your own clinic instead of coming here to witness this spectacle?" Ruth's words were laced with praise, devoid of any malice, yet they made Andrew feel as if he were being scolded. Recalling how he had boasted to his colleagues about earning an extra 30,000 copper coins from Ruth, he felt an even greater flush of embarrassment. "It's wonderful to see that you are well. I too am quite pleased," Andrew replied to Ruth. "Do you not believe it? Wouldn't that be akin to slapping oneself in the face?" Roland and the vice dean, both bearing dual certifications, found themselves in a predicament where, despite harboring a multitude of doubts, he was compelled to swallow them back. His heart brimmed with both ire and curiosity towards the individual named Charlotte. How could he have possibly cured a condition impervious to even the most potent healing magic? This was not merely an affront to his reputation, but also a blow to the esteemed standing of the 4 medical establishments in the Abyss. "Thank you," Ruth said with a genuine smile and a nod, her gratitude heartfelt. Andrew offered an awkward grin before discreetly slipping away under the scrutinizing gazes of the gathered physicians, with Andrew's departure. The other unrelated doctors, at the vice dean's subtle prompting, left the diagnostic room with expressions rife with complexity. All the physicians were baffled. How could Ruth, deemed a forsaken one, have been healed by Charlotte? Was it possible that all 4 medical institutions had erred simultaneously? Such a revelation would cast shadows on their expertise. Yet, if it were not a misdiagnosis, the implications were even more terrifying. The notion that a forsaken one could be saved would shatter their faith in medicine at its core. In the diagnostic room, only Ruth, Roland, and the 2 vice deans remained, along with Ruth's dedicated attendant, Hattie. The atmosphere turned decidedly peculiar. Upon confirming that Ruth had indeed recovered and her ailment had vanished, the 2 vice deans lost their former authoritative demeanor. Their eyes downcast, avoiding any direct exchange with Ruth. Had Roland not been present, they would have hastily concocted an excuse to exit. "That I apologize, Miss Ruth, for our previous misdiagnosis," Roland stated as he rose and bowed at a 90-degree angle. The vice deans, witnessing this scene, were taken aback and quickly stood to express their apologies as well. This bow symbolized an admission of their inadequacies and an acknowledgement of their misdiagnosis of her condition. If word of this were to spread, it would tarnish the reputation of the Doula Medical Institute. However, as Roland was the director and the institute belonged to his family, they felt powerless to intervene. "It's quite all right, Director Roland. The other institutions arrived at the same diagnosis. It was not your fault," Ruth reassured with a smile. The vice deans' faces reddened further. Their Doula Medical Institute boasted 3 high-ranking 4th-tier healing mages and prided itself on being the best in the Abyss. Yet, Ruth's comforting words rang particularly jarring in their ears. Roland maintained a gentle smile as he resumed his seat. "You mentioned that Charlotte cured your ailment. May I be so bold as to inquire how he accomplished this?" The Weissteins, intrigued, lifted their gazes towards Ruth, their eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Ruth's ailment was indeed peculiar. The excruciating pain in her lower abdomen was not due to external injury, and healing magic proved utterly ineffective, even exacerbating her suffering. Painkillers merely offered fleeting relief, failing to impact her condition. Thus, they were equally curious about how Charlotte had managed to heal Ruth, although, as Weissteins, they found it somewhat awkward to voice their inquiries directly. Vivian gestured towards her abdomen, stating, "Dr. Charlotte performed an incision in my abdomen and removed a segment of my damaged intestine. Thereafter, the pain vanished. An extended silence enveloped the diagnostic room. The three individuals seated at the opposite end of the table bore expressions of sheer astonishment. Absurd. This was utterly preposterous. The rotund Weisstein's flesh quivered as if he were witnessing a desecration of the divine, nearly ready to leap onto the table to confront Ruth. The other Weisstein, though more composed, displayed signs of inner turmoil through his trembling hands and lips. What was surgery? Such acts were reserved for butchers. The impoverished, unable to afford a physician, would seek out a butcher for their so-called bloodletting treatments, further weakening their already frail bodies. Physicians were an esteemed profession, wielding magic to heal and save lives, a divine gift, a calling from the heavens. For Ruth to claim her ailment was resolved through surgery was nothing short of madness. Charlotte's name had once resonated within the medical community, even reaching the abyss, where he was heralded as a prodigy from the Calva Medical Academy, only to fall from grace due to his so-called surgical practices that led to his imprisonment and the deprivation of his magical essence. To hear his name once again, 3 years later, under such circumstances was most unexpected. Roland, being the youngest, swiftly regained his composure, casting a glance at the nearby Weisstein. The rotund Weisstein sensed the chilling atmosphere, his lips moving, yet he restrained himself from further rambling. "Had he mentioned you were here for scar removal surgery today?" Roland shifted the conversation away from the surgical details. Ruth, unfazed by the Weisstein's reactions, had encountered far more nefarious individuals during her years in the abyss. These two were hardly noteworthy. Their astonishment, however, brought her a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as if her partner's prowess could astonish the world at large. Charlotte's modest clinic lacked even a name. The past 3 years had been quite arduous for him, which stirred her compassion. Indeed, the surgery left a scar, and as I am to perform tomorrow, I require scar treatment, she replied. "Hattie, please escort Miss Ruth to change and then to her designated ward. I shall join shortly to attend to her scar." Roland instructed Hattie, who had remained silent in the corner. "Yes, Director," Hattie replied promptly, leading Ruth away. "Director, regarding this matter, I hope it does not circulate from us," Roland stated with an air of calm. That Ruth's ailment has indeed been cured. What we could not accomplish, Charlotte has achieved. The notion that a forsaken one could be healed, might it imply he has become a servant to some dark force after losing his magical essence? The rotund Weisstein whispered, "Do not speak such baseless conjectures." Roland glared at him, his eyes filled with a stern warning. The Weisstein's complexion shifted slightly, prompting him to fall silent. "You may suggest he was fortunate to have identified the source of her ailment and saved Ruth's life. But to accuse him of a pact with the devil is a dangerous slander." Roland's voice grew colder. He had just rescued a young life, regardless of the methods employed. Chapter 56. The magical barrier. Is Dr. Charlotte truly a remarkable physician? Hattie inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she led Ruth to change. "Indeed, he is a genius, was one before, and still is," Ruth replied with a slight smile, a sense of inexplicable pride swelling within her. Upon donning her hospital gown and entering the ward, Ruth found Roland already waiting for her. Hattie closed the door, standing by in readiness. Roland gestured for Ruth to lie upon the bed, speaking softly. "Miss Ruth, may I first examine your scar?" Following his request, Ruth lifted the hem of her garment, revealing a striking scar, over 10 centimeters in length, across her otherwise smooth lower abdomen. Roland's gaze fixated on the scar. According to Ruth, Charlotte had made an incision at this site to access her abdominal cavity, excising a portion of her intestine before suturing it back together. Despite having heard much about that individual, Roland could not help but internally chastise. What a madman. This was a living being. Even a butcher would hesitate to slice open a pig and then attempt to stitch it back together successfully. Yet, upon examining the scar, the stitching was remarkably neat, so exquisite that even a personal tailor might struggle to achieve such perfection. The sutures appeared to have dissolved significantly since the wound had healed. However, on a beauty such as Ruth, even the smallest scar seemed excessive. For a burly man or a mercenary, Such a minor scar would likely be of little concern. In truth, this small scar could be easily treated by a novice mage skilled in scar removal, rendering Roland's intervention as an extravagant use of his advanced magical abilities. May I inquire, did Charlotte employ any magic during the procedure? Roland asked gently, fixing his gaze upon Ruth's eyes. Prior to the surgery, he administered painkillers and sedatives. I was unaware of the surgical process, Ruth replied, shaking her head. Moreover, if I were awake to witness him opening me up, I would likely faint from fright. The graphic nature of such a scene was indeed hard to bear. Roland nodded thoughtfully. This was an effective method for ensuring patient cooperation during surgery, minimizing the likelihood of complications during risky procedures. Charlotte certainly put considerable thought into the surgical process. If Calva could not accommodate him, can you not accept him in the abyss? Ruth interrupted Roland's contemplation, her gaze fixed on his face. After a moment of silence, Roland shook his head. The abyss differs from Calva. If he truly possesses the skill, he will find his place. As the conversation between the two drew to a close, Roland retrieved his wand, earnestly casting a spell. A vibrant green light enveloped Ruth's abdomen, and the conspicuous scar melted away like snow in the sun, swiftly vanishing without a trace. Her lower belly returned to its pale and smooth state. Thank you, Dean Roland. Ruth expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she rose from the sickbed. No need for thanks, Roland replied, stowing away his wand. You need not pay for today's scar removal, and we shall refund you the diagnostic fees previously incurred at the doula clinic and the friend clinic as compensation for our misdiagnosis. Ruth was taken aback by this revelation. I hope to witness your graceful dance tomorrow, Roland added with a slight nod as he made his way toward the door. Hattie, please escort Miss Ruth to the finance department to collect her refund. Certainly, Dean. Hattie nodded eagerly. 10 minutes later, Ruth emerged from the doula clinic, her expression one of bewilderment, as she boarded the pumpkin carriage. Today, she had come for scar removal. Yet she had spent not a single coin and had received a refund of 80,000 coppers. What a strange world this is. A clinic would proactively issue a refund. Charlotte stepped out for a moment, taking the opportunity to deliver the remaining essence to Diana while hitching a ride to Harry's grocery store. Ah, look who has graced us with their presence, the son-in-law of the Harriman family, Harry remarked playfully upon seeing Charlotte enter. Who leaked the news? Charlotte inquired with a serious demeanor. That news of the Foxguard's battle against the dark sorcerer for your sake spread like wildfire last night. Now everyone is speculating about your relationship with Diana. Harry chuckled, eyeing Charlotte. Come, tell your older brother, what is it that Diana finds appealing in you? Perhaps it is my handsome visage, robust physique, and intriguing soul. Charlotte replied earnestly. Harry scrutinized Charlotte, suddenly leaping up to grab his chest in astonishment. What kind of tonics have you been consuming? Charlotte took a step back, regarding Harry with caution. He had no interest in men, and even less in the goblin elder. Tonic? Preposterous. Am I that sort of person? This is merely the fruit of my recent training. Harry rolled his eyes and reclined back into his chair, languidly stating, Did you use up all those materials you bought a couple of days ago? I wish to purchase a set of household magical shields today. Harry sat up straight. Are you certain? Those are not cheap. In comparison to money, I find life to be of greater importance. Truly, finding a wealthy benefactor is more effective than relentless effort. Harry rose and turned to the counter behind him, revealing 3 rows of dazzling crystal orbs on the shelf. These are all small-scale shields, with defensive levels ranging from 1 to 6, priced from 10,000 to 5 million coppers. Which one do you intend to choose? Charlotte gazed intently at the colorful crystal orbs on the shelf. These were the essence of magical shields, crafted by magical smiths, embedded with magical cores, interconnected with beast blood formations, and combined with various special materials. Do not underestimate these magical shields. In a colossal city like Calva, it is not the towering walls that protect against the magical tide, but the seemingly fragile magical shields that it is said that the core consists of 4 Beast King magical cores, which, when combined with high-level mages, can withstand assaults from Beast King-level hordes. What about that earthy yellow 3rd-tier shield? Charlotte inquired. You have a discerning eye. This shield is crafted from the magical core of a 2nd-tier burrowing beast, aside from its tunneling ability. Its greatest features are its sturdy armor and remarkable endurance. Even a 3rd-tier knight would find it challenging to contend with, Harry explained. Thus, using the magical core of this 2nd-tier beast allows for the creation of a 3rd-tier shield, renowned for its durability and resistance to damage. Of course, the drawback is apparent. It lacks any offensive capabilities, being solely a defensive shield. Charlotte's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he needed. Chapter 57. I thank you. Today, Charlotte visited Harry's grocery store with the intent of purchasing a magical shield. This item is renowned across the Isle of Aesop, deemed an essential for both home and travel, from city defenses to personal protection. Anyone with the means would be eager to acquire one, whether carried on their person or kept at home, enhancing their sense of security. The nocturnal assault by the dark sorcerers last night had profoundly underscored the dangers of this world for him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Fox Guard, he might have perished on the spot, even though Diana had proclaimed that the Fox Guard would ensure his safety. He still felt uneasy. After all, the Fox Guard could not be stationed outside the clinic at all times, and should Carol disregard the rules and send an assassin after him by the time the Fox Guard arrived? He might already be gone. At this moment, a magical shield capable of providing early warning and stable defense seemed exceedingly vital. Magical shields are luxury items, with exorbitant prices. The raw materials alone are not cheap. A second-tier magical core typically costs over 10,000 coppers, with slightly better quality reaching 20,000. After processing, the price of a magical shield can easily double, and if crafted by a renowned artisan with special functions, there is virtually no upper limit to the price. The earthy yellow crystal orb that caught Charlotte's eye was priced at 66,666 coppers, though he had someone in mind. Charlotte adhered to the principle that concealing his preferences would aid in successful bargaining, nodding slightly as he inquired about several other second-tier magical shields. One shield, of the water element, was particularly interesting. In addition to providing basic second-tier defensive capabilities, it would automatically conduct a comprehensive cleaning of the house daily, offering a remarkably user-friendly feature for home life. Another fire element shield would launch fireball attacks against intruders, with the fireball's power comparable to that of a second-tier novice mage, classifying it as an offensive magical shield, significantly more expensive than regular shields, soaring to 100,000 coppers. 33,333 coppers. I will take this rather plain shield, Charlotte declared, initiating his haggling. Is this how you negotiate? Harry scoffed, puffing out his cheeks. Start by having it. Isn't that the tradition? Charlotte smiled. We've known each other for quite some time. This shield is indeed a fine item. Although it is a second-tier shield, if you bury it in the earth to absorb its energy, it can gain some earth element enhancements, allowing it to withstand even fourth-tier attacks a few times. Harry said earnestly, "How about this? I'll give you a discount and let it go for 66,660 coppers. Charlotte, you really are generous with your discounts, you rascal. This is merely a pure defensive shield, a simple turtle shell. Even if it's a bit sturdier, it is not worth this price." Charlotte shook his head. "I shall add a little more. 33,400 coppers." Harry, half an hour later, after a vigorous round of bargaining, Charlotte acquired the burrowing beast shield for 52,321 coppers. As he counted the coins, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. Such a hefty sum had barely warmed up in his possession before it slipped into Harry's pocket. Associating with a wealthy benefactor certainly made spending money seem more appealing. Harry weighed the gold coins in his hand, smiling broadly. "You had better hope the shield is worth it. Next time, I might just bring you more money." Charlotte accepted the earthy yellow crystal orb, feeling its substantial weight, akin to a heavy iron ball. "Rest assured, I have used my ancestral divination techniques to check it. Although your fate may not be particularly fortunate, you shall live a long life. I thank you." Charlotte embraced the crystal orb as he departed the grocery store. Outside, a carriage adorned with the Harriman family crest awaited him. While it was certainly not Diana's designated vehicle, such a modest carriage provided him ample sense of security in the abyss. "Thank you very much." The carriage came to a halt before the clinic, and Charlotte disembarked, cradling a crystal ball wrapped in tattered cloth, expressing his gratitude to the coachman. The coachman merely inclined his head slightly before driving away. At this moment, Charlotte remained somewhat perplexed about what Diana saw in him that could elicit such indulgence from the Fox Guard. Nevertheless, this could prove beneficial. Perhaps with Diana's influence, he might navigate through this vulnerable phase unscathed. Yet, relying on the might of others is ultimately a temporary remedy. One must forge their own strength. What he urgently required now was to enhance his abilities, thereby acquiring the capacity to confront impending crises. His strength had already escalated to 700 kg, surpassing the 500 kilograms threshold of a knight apprentice. However, without corresponding martial skills, he was merely a brute with raw power. He pondered when the martial techniques he had requested from the sage would arrive. He had no intention of spending his own money on something he could obtain for free. After a lavish expenditure earlier in the day, he found himself with only 2,330 copper coins left. effectively returning to a state of poverty. He knocked on the door, and after Vivian confirmed his identity, she let him in. As soon as Charlotte entered, he promptly locked the door and secured it with a heavy iron bar. Then placed the crystal ball on the counter. Is this a magical protective shield? Vivian inquired, stepping forward in surprise. Anna, peering curiously from the cabinet, gazed at the softly glowing yellow crystal ball. Indeed, this is a magical protective shield I acquired at great expense, Charlotte affirmed. Thus, for the foreseeable future, we shall be living frugally. Living frugally, Vivian exclaimed, a look of dread crossing her face. For lunch and dinner today, we shall have porridge. You should go and stoke the fire. Charlotte waved her off. He then wandered around the clinic, selecting the center of the house, where he used the judgment sword to carve a half-meter deep groove into the stone floor. Once he confirmed he had reached the soil, he buried the crystal ball within. Following the instructions, he tapped the ball several times, successfully activating it. A flash of golden light erupted from the crystal ball as a hazy, earthy yellow magical shield began to expand outward, encompassing the entire clinic until it stabilized. As the magical shield settled, the golden glow gradually faded, rendering the shield invisible and leaving no trace behind. The earthy yellow crystal ball was connected to the surrounding soil by delicate strands of light, representing the continuous flow of rich earth elements in and out of the crystal ball. The sufficiency and appropriateness of these elements are crucial principles in selecting a magical protective shield. The magic core is a consumable, and once its energy is depleted, the shield will cease to function. Astute mages construct a cyclical array within the crystal ball, transforming the magic core into a rechargeable battery. As long as the surrounding elements of the same attribute are abundant, they can continuously replenish the core's energy, thus allowing the magical shield to become reusable rather than a one-time item. Once he confirmed everything was in order, Charlotte filled in the pit, completing the installation of the magical protective shield. Indeed, having a layer of protection instilled a sense of security. Chapter 58. Complete restoration. As the rice was simmering in the pot, Charlotte descended to the study, habitually documenting the morning's patient visits. The power of habit proved formidable. Compared to previous days, the number of patients today increased significantly, reaching 18, most of whom had minor injuries, making treatment relatively straightforward, averaging around 500 copper coins each, totaling 8,423 copper coins, with collateral valued at 1,210 copper coins. Closing the journal, Charlotte retrieved the money box from beneath the counter and began tallying the morning's earnings. Running a clinic was indeed a lucrative business. If not for the fact that someone was intent on taking his life, this stable daily profit would allow him to live quite comfortably in the abyss. Had today been uneventful, attending a tavern for music would have sufficed. However, the thought that the son of a powerful duke in the Lance Empire wanted him dead, along with the threats from the Carroll family of the four great families of the abyss, instilled a strong sense of urgency, compelling him to contemplate how to save himself. He could not afford to squander money indiscriminately. A level 2 magical protective shield could merely serve as an early warning and temporary defense. Relying on it to withstand formidable intruders was evidently unrealistic. He needed to save up for an upgrade. He had his eye on a level 4 protective shield, one of the metallic variety, utilizing the magic core of a saber-toothed beast as its core, designed to be offensive as well as defensive, capable of unleashing powerful sword energy to slay incoming foes. However, it came at a steep price, 820,000 copper coins. Good items never come cheap. For lunch, they had plain porridge. Vivian was not picky, consuming 3 bowls and finishing her meal with a satisfied belch. In contrast, Anna scarcely glanced at the bowl of porridge set before her, circling the stove a few times before meowing at Charlotte. What kind of household is this? Who eats meat every day? Charlotte, holding a large bowl, admonished her earnestly. From today onward, you must grow accustomed to this austere lifestyle. In the evening, unable to endure another day of meager fare, Charlotte spent 31 copper coins at a street vendor selling meat, purchasing a pound of venison. The bald, oiled butcher, grinning widely, handed him a deer whip that hung high, whispering, "Dr. Charlotte, consider this deer whip a gift. It's a fine item, reputed to have excellent effects when soaked in liquor. When the time comes, I hope you can speak a few good words for me in front of Miss Diana to help reduce my rent." Charlotte, holding the weighty and somewhat indecent item that surpassed even the meat he had purchased, felt a twinge of complexity as he met the butcher's eager smile and the envious yet slightly jealous gazes of onlookers. What, do you all think Diana is attracted to my physique? Can it be that she appreciates my talents instead? "Thanks, boss," Charlotte replied as he turned to leave. It would be foolish not to seize such a bargain. The butcher's stall was the most prosperous on Baca Street. He purchased wild beasts hunted by adventurers, processed them, and sold the meat. Given the material scarcity in the abyss, only a few had the means to hunt in the wilderness. Thus, the butcher not only had a shiny bald head but also a well-padded wallet. The venison was remarkably fresh, likely delivered that very afternoon. The deer whip was indeed a valuable item that could enhance vitality. The butcher was not exaggerating. If it caught the eye of the right buyer, it could fetch 1,000 or 1,800 at the very least. The butcher's attempt to befriend him was evidently through Diana's influence. Since the banner had already been raised, Charlotte decided to play along. Accepting the deer whip to give the neighbors something to speculate about. As for how to cook it, he would have to contemplate whether to stir-fry, braise, or stew it. Having recently consumed a strength-enhancing potion, he was robust and hardly needed special supplementation. However, with the item now in hand, it would be wasteful not to consume it, no matter how grandly it was touted. It was essentially just 2 pounds of lean meat. On his way home, Charlotte stopped at a grocery store to purchase some spices, as he figured that if the flavors did not blend well, it would be inedible. Charlotte had intended to handle the matter discreetly, but as soon as he opened the door, Vivian was waiting for him on the first floor, holding Anna meat. Upon seeing the braised meat in Charlotte's hands, both Vivian and Anna's eyes lit up simultaneously. "Boss, didn't you say we were going to live frugally?" Vivian looked at Charlotte in confusion. They had just had a meal of porridge. "You are both at a stage of growth. No matter how hard times get, we cannot deprive the children," Charlotte stated earnestly. Perhaps due to his recent enhanced physical condition, his appetite had also increased. After consuming 4 bowls of porridge at noon, he soon felt ravenously hungry. Without some oil and water in his belly, he found it hard to endure it, and no wonder the ancients said that the wealthy thrive in martial pursuits while the poor languish in the arts. A practitioner of martial arts could easily consume a considerable amount of money daily. The boss is so kind. Vivian felt deeply moved, her gaze fixated on the meat Charlotte was holding, which looked somewhat peculiar. "Ah, this is a deer whip. I'll go take care of the meat now," Charlotte said quickly as he ascended the stairs with the meat. "Is this how a deer whip looks?" Vivian furrowed her brow in contemplation. A pot of venison stew simmered on the stove while the deer whip was braised by Charlotte. Anna had a taste of the soup and ate a few pieces of venison but steered clear of the braised deer whip. On the other hand, Vivian took a great liking to the braised deer whip, enjoying it with rice in generous portions, exclaiming how delightful the texture was, observing Vivian's flushed cheeks and sweaty brow. Charlotte couldn't help but worry that the dish may have been a bit too potent. He consumed a considerable amount as well. Initially, he felt nothing, but midway through, a wave of inexplicable fury surged within him, drifting throughout his body. As if his veins had been opened wide, he felt a fiery heat enveloping him, reminiscent of the sensation experienced after consuming a potent elixir. By the time the meal concluded, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, the pot was left entirely empty. "So hot," he muttered, feeling lightheaded, and decided he needed to retire for the night. Vivian stumbled to her feet and made her way, somewhat unsteadily, toward her room. Yet, after only a few steps, she collapsed onto the floor. "No way," Charlotte exclaimed, rushing forward. Noticing her breath was slightly rapid but her vital signs stable, he breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted her from the ground. She was petite, likely weighing less than 80 pounds, yet her body radiated heat like a furnace. So hot. Vivian's arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, her warm breath brushing against his skin, sending tingles throughout him. "Stay awake. You are still a child." Charlotte pried her arms away and guided her back to her room, gently placing her onto the bed, observing Vivian tossing and turning on the bed. Charlotte stepped back, realizing that consuming such things indiscriminately was unwise, especially potent restorative medicines. After ensuring the window was securely locked, Charlotte exited the room. Following the ordeal of 7 vials of the potent elixir, he had become entirely immune to such discomfort, ensuring he would not act indiscreetly post-meal and embarrass everyone. After tidying up the dishes, Charlotte took a cold shower. Upon careful consideration, he discovered that the deer whip was not entirely ineffective. At the very least, he sensed a slight increase in his strength, albeit nowhere near the ferocity of a vial of the potent elixir. However, his spirit was exceptionally high, devoid of any drowsiness, compelling him to descend and concoct 2 more pots of water essence. As he reached the lower level, Charlotte noticed 2 scrolls had mysteriously appeared on the counter. Chapter 59. Draw the sword and strike. The two scrolls on the counter had appeared so abruptly. Charlotte's nerves tightened instantly, and he instinctively glanced at the judgment sword beneath the counter. It remained in place. He then surveyed the clinic. The front door was still tightly shut, and there were no abnormalities with the magical protective barrier. This was exceedingly strange. How could someone enter the clinic without triggering the magical barrier? After confirming that no one was hidden in the clinic, Charlotte swiftly approached the counter, grasping the judgment sword, and then picked up one of the scrolls. The scroll was crafted from an unknown type of beast hide, smooth and delicate to the touch. Its original white had yellowed with age, while the metallic caps at both ends gleamed brightly. Appearing to be made of gold, that it seemed to be quite ancient. Could it be a martial art technique delivered by a hermit? A notion sprang to Charlotte's mind. If it were an assassin dispatched by Carol, they would have quietly evaded the magical barrier, and his head would have already rolled. The only entity he could think of delivering a scroll in the dead of night would be a hermit from the Red Moon organization. Setting the judgment sword aside, Charlotte eagerly unfurled the scroll. The scroll revealed itself to be only a foot long. There were no intricate secrets of martial arts, nor any series of miniature action breakdowns. At the center of the scroll, there was merely a small black dot, which, at first glance, resembled a sesame seed. A familiar sensation washed over him. Was he being tricked again? Furrowing his brow, Charlotte held the scroll up to the light for a closer inspection. Upon closer examination, he realized that the black dot was neither a sesame seed nor a black ant, but a tiny figure, a small person wielding a sword. Who would be so bored as to draw such a minuscule figure on such a vast scroll? Charlotte stared intently for quite some time, until his eyes grew weary, feeling once more that he had been deceived. Suddenly, the tiny figure sprang to life. It drew its sword and struck. The minuscule blade seemed to pierce through the scroll, thrusting straight into his eyes and brain. Charlotte felt a rush of darkness engulf him, and his mind became a chaotic void. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing on a floating island. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, with a dim light illuminating the less than 10 square meters of black stone beneath his feet. He could ascertain that there was nothing below him. The howling wind surged upward, slicing through his outstretched hand, leaving trails of blood. He withdrew his hand, the blood and pain feeling all too real, not the stuff of dreams. But wasn't he just in the clinic looking at a tiny figure? How had he suddenly arrived in such a bizarre location? His attention was quickly drawn to a figure standing at the far end of the black stone, a tall man cloaked in a voluminous black cape. The cape looked familiar. If he was not mistaken, he had a similar one tucked away in his wardrobe. The judge, Charlotte gasped in astonishment. The man raised his hand, revealing a black longsword beneath the cloak, its ancient hilt equally recognizable. Young man, I am quite surprised to see you. However, since you have chosen this path, you must exhibit the attitude befitting a knight. Within 3 days, kill me, and you shall be free to leave this place. Charlotte, huh? It was only then that he noticed he too was gripping a black longsword. Judgment, the sword of judgment. First style, the sword drawing technique. The judge's voice echoed in a flash. Charlotte saw the judge's hand move, and he barely registered how the sword was drawn. Then, he watched his own headless body slowly topple to the ground. Damn. He had been beheaded. You have 10 seconds of rest. The judge's cold voice rang out. Charlotte staggered back a couple of steps, clutching his neck in terror. Pain. It hurt too much. The agony of the longsword severing his neck was visceral and terrifying. Even he, who had died once, could not endure such a horrific demise. Wait. Aren't you supposed to teach me how to wield a sword? Why do you start by beheading me? Charlotte suddenly regained his composure and shouted. This is unreasonable. Swordsmanship must be honed in battle to conquer foes. On the cold countdown of the judge persists, Charlotte unsheaths his longsword, gripping the hilt firmly with both hands, standing resolutely before him, his gaze fixed intently on the judge's hand that clutches the sword. There is no fear etched upon his face, only an unwavering calm. The judge draws his sword once more, sweeping it forward in a horizontal arc, traversing several meters in a single stride. The blade of judgment gleams with a chilling light. Unsheathed. This time, Charlotte finally comprehends how the judge's sword is drawn. Chapter 60. Inheritance. Clang. The two swords collide. For the first time, Charlotte successfully blocks the edge of the judge's blade. His hand trembles slightly from the impact, the longsword nearly slipping from his grasp, yet his eyes remain sharp and clear. Power. Their strengths are equal. He had initially believed this to be an utterly disadvantageous confrontation, but it now appears that the judge's power is on par with his own. Without any advantage. A one-sided massacre is merely a display of absolute technique. This is a fair duel. Of course, this is only relative. Indeed, possessing the courage to unsheath one's sword is merely insufficient. The judge chuckles softly. Shadows flit by like phantoms. As the dark swords clash and whirl, a head flying once more into the air. The sword of judgment, second form. Whirlwind slashed as Charlotte ascends. He marvels at the graceful arc of the long sword and the judge's ghostly steps dancing between light and shadow. Retreating to the edge of the stone platform, Charlotte inquires of the judge, "What is this footwork?" 3,000 shadows, the judge replies, his form springing forward again, crossing several meters in an instant, beheading Charlotte with a single stroke. From pain to numbness, Charlotte loses count of how many times he has been slain. Yet with each demise, the memories do not fade. Rather, they deepen due to the agonizing moments of death. His sword is no longer drawn in anticipation. It now remains in its sheath, much like the judges, waiting for the countdown to conclude before drawing with swiftness. Clang! Their swords clash once more. The judge steps forward, sidestepping, his sword spinning towards the nape of Charlotte's neck. However, this time, Charlotte does not remain foolishly stationary. In the instant the judge moves, he lunges to the left, swinging his own sword in a whirling arc-slicing sound. As Charlotte's head is severed, he catches sight of the judge's left arm being cleaved. Blood spraying forth, and a smile finally graces his face. Upon his resurrection, the judge's severed arm has already reformed. Yet, in Charlotte's eyes, there is no longer fear or retreat, only an indomitable resolve and a fierce desire for victory. From being mercilessly slaughtered at the outset to now being able to trade a life for an ARM.IT is as if he sees a progress bar before him, and he begins to feel exhilarated. Draw slash, whirlwind slash, draw, whirlwind slash, whirlwind slash. Charlotte has lost track of how many times he has repeated and combined these two techniques. Death is not without meaning. Each death extends the time until the next, or inflicts more fatal wounds upon the judge. Clang! The swords are drawn, and the two figures on the stone platform surge forth almost simultaneously. Shadows intertwine, the blade flashes. There are no flamboyant techniques, only a clash of absolute strength and speed. A single sword determines the victor, and life from death at a line of blood appears on the judge's neck, shrouded in black robes. Before erupting into a fountain of crimson, Charlotte's left arm is severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth as well. This time, can we say I have won? Charlotte sheathes his sword, speaking calmly. Yes, you have won, the judge replies, also sheathing his longsword. However, this is merely scratching the surface. You are still too weak. I hope that when we meet again, you will not disappoint me. The hazy mist suddenly dissipates, blinding sunlight pouring in, causing Charlotte, accustomed to dim lighting, to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opens them again, he finds himself back in the clinic, still standing before the oil lamp, head bowed over the scroll. Charlotte blinks. The small figure at the center of the scroll has vanished, leaving only a simple black sword sketched in. Everything feels like a dream. Death, due to its repetition, has dulled the details in his subconscious. Yet every moment of battling the judge in that mysterious realm remains vividly imprinted in his mind. Truly, the techniques bestowed by the master are extraordinary. Even the teaching mode is uniquely distinct. Charlotte rolls up the scroll. With his current strength as a knight apprentice, he can likely only learn these two techniques. When he will next enter that mysterious space within the scroll is uncertain. Casually picking up another scroll, he swiftly unravels it. The scroll remains only a foot long at the top. Golden letters read, 3,000 Shadows Footwork. At the center of the scroll, a figure the size of a matchbox dynamically demonstrates the footwork, flickering in and out, the shadows dancing, much like Charlotte learned from the judge in that enigmatic realm. Below, a note reads, First stage of 3,000 Shadows Footwork, flicker of aura, agile steps, complemented by light-like speed. When mastered, can instantaneously traverse 100 meters. Charlotte ponders for a moment. It seems that 3,000 Shadows is divided into stages. Mastering the first stage to perfection allows one to flicker 100 meters. He is unclear what level this represents among footwork techniques. However, when combined with the ultimate draw slash, it could easily obliterate a mage from 100 meters away. Based on his grasp of skills in the mysterious realm, he is still far from achieving the 100-meter flicker, let alone a light-like speed. For now, he can merely be considered agile in positioning. After studying the scroll a while longer, he concludes that he has already absorbed the essence of the basic footwork taught within. Before closing the scroll, learning is one thing, but martial practice is personal. Henceforth, he must allocate time to continue honing his swordsmanship and footwork. After stowing the scroll away, Charlotte suddenly recalls the passage of time since he entered the mysterious space. He cracks open a door. Peering into the darkness outside, with no sign of dawn yet, ascending the stairs, he glances into Vivian's room. The flush on the young girl's face has faded, and she sleeps soundly under her blanket, even emitting soft snores. Thankfully, it seems the flow of time in that mysterious space differs from reality, though the exact ratio remains unclear. For the next training session, perhaps he should place an hourglass nearby for tracking. Returning to his room, Charlotte conceals the scroll in a hidden compartment beneath his bed and retrieves the black stone. His fingers glide across the screen, revealing a new message. Chancellor, the message has been sent out. Charlotte's eyes brighten. That is quite efficient. He wonders when Capus will receive the news and if he will be summoned back to the imperial capital. Miracle. Thanks. He replies, then opens the chat with the hermit. Miracle. I have received the martial techniques. Thank you very much. Hermit. Perhaps the judge had a premonition, which is why he left you the sword and cloak. Do your best. Young one. Charlotte sets down the black stone. Lost in thought. On the day the judge arrived, fully aware that his magical essence was irreparably damaged, he nonetheless bequeathed the black stone to him. Now, wielding the blade of judgment, he practices the techniques of the judgment sword in 3,000 shadows that he once mastered to perfection. This may indeed be a form of inheritance. Thud. A sudden thump resonates from downstairs. Instinctively, Charlotte grasps the long sword at hand and, with a swift motion, moves to the window. Outside the door, two figures clad in black tight-fitting attire gaze perplexedly at the ochre magical barrier before them. What are they doing? In the distance, two fox guards hasten toward the scene. Damn, when did they install a magical barrier? We need to get out of here. The two shadows turn and flee, darting into a nearby alley. Vanishing into the mist. Chapter 61. The Girl in the White Dress. The assassins in black vanish into the mist, and the fox guards arrive at the clinic, equally surprised at the dimming barrier. However, having failed to apprehend anyone and confirming that the clinic's door remains intact, they depart once more. Charlotte closes the window. Though he has just learned the draw slash, the whirlwind slash, and the basics of 3,000 shadows, he has not yet inflated with confidence to the point of bursting through the door to smash and slay those two intruders. He is still merely a weak knight apprentice, the lowest existence in this world teeming with monsters and oddities. A cautious approach is essential for survival. Turning back, he gazes at the black cloak hanging in the wardrobe, gripping the familiar sword of judgment in his hand. Charlotte cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. With a sharp blade in hand, the urge to kill surges forth. Indeed, this adage holds true. Charlotte placed the sword upon the bedside, suppressing the urge to don her cloak and venture outside. The abyss shrouded in night was fraught with peril. From time to time, the chilling echoes of distant screams pierced the silence. Whether they stemmed from brutal altercations in the lower levels, premeditated home invasions, or encounters with some dread entity, the danger was palpable. She reclined back onto her bed, curiosity compelling her to open her attribute panel. Player, Charlotte. Profession, Knight, Healer, Alchemist level, Knight Apprentice, 700-2000 wealth. 12,428 professional skills, wound cleaning and dressing, intermediate, 19-22,000, suturing skin wounds, advanced, 52-04000. Surgical reduction and internal fixation of radial fractures, beginner, 360-1000, appendectomy, beginner, 200-1000. Special skills, hemostatic potion brewing, beginner, 91,000. Emulsion essence brewing, beginner, 100-1000. Sword drawing technique, beginner, 85-1000. Whirlwind slash, beginner, 81,000. Flash of insight, beginner, 76-1000. Main quest. Achieve an influence of 1,000 as a renowned healer of the abyss. Treating one patient grants 10 influence, progress, 710-1000. Long-term quest. Eliminate corruption, reboot the world. Quest reward, 1 epic item. Side quest, none available. Affection panel, not yet unlocked. Charlotte sat up, astonished. Her level had updated, transforming her from a novice into a knight apprentice. Complete with a progress bar. It appeared that the threshold to become a junior knight was 2,000 kilograms of strength. 20 bottles of strength potion equated to 200,000 wealth points. She merely needed to focus on earning, allowing the strength potion to handle the rest. This clarity of purpose felt exhilarating. Furthermore, the progression of her martial skills was now evident in the skill panel. She had previously believed her swordsmanship to be commendable. However, even the technique she had mastered, sword drawing, had yet to transcend the beginner stage. With this revelation, sleep eluded her. Retrieving the sword of judgment, she descended the stairs to practice. The ground floor hall was the most spacious area within her abode. Clearing away the surplus furniture, Charlotte commenced her sword training. As a fledgling practitioner, she was devoid of the burdensome concern of unleashing sword energy with each swing. The 20 square meter space sufficed for her to execute the sword drawing technique and whirlwind slash. Sword drawing, sword drawing, sword drawing, whirlwind slash. Charlotte practiced in silence until a faint ray of dawn seeped through the door's crack. She sheathed her sword and wiped the sweat from her brow. A glance at her attribute panel revealed. Sword drawing technique. Beginner, 861,000. Whirlwind slash. Beginner, 810,000 after a night of practice. Each skill had increased by 10 points. In comparison to the life and death battles with the adjudicator in the mysterious realm, this solitary and monotonous training was indeed progressing at a much slower pace. The flash of insight was difficult to execute in such a confined space, often resulting in collisions with the walls. She would need to find opportunities to practice outdoors. This visible enhancement was immensely gratifying, evoking the sensation of playing an upgrade game. Having stowed away the sword of judgment, Charlotte, despite her robust physique, felt a tinge of fatigue after a night dedicated to practice. Thus, she accessed the system shop and exchanged for a bottle of strength potion. Gulping it down in swift succession, a warm sensation coursed through her body, washing away her weariness and revitalizing her spirit. "Boss, why are you up so early?" Vivian exclaimed, descending the stairs and looking somewhat surprised upon seeing Charlotte. "Just engaging in some morning exercise," Charlotte replied with a subtle nod, flexing her well-defined biceps for emphasis. By the way, what transpired last night? Why did I awaken in bed with no recollection of events? Only feeling quite comfortable? Vivian scrutinized Charlotte, her eyes narrowing playfully. "Did you perhaps drug my food?" Charlotte replied. "Please, I have no interest in little girls. Otherwise, do you truly believe you would have woken up in such pristine condition? You might have found yourself on the stairs, the windowsill, the floor, or even in the pot. That's a bit excessive, scratch that," she remarked. "You fell asleep while eating, likely due to exhaustion from concocting potions, and I carried you back to your room to rest." Charlotte maintained a serious facade. "And you fell asleep without washing up, really?" Vivian gasped, stepping back with a hand over her mouth, blushing in embarrassment as the sour odor in the air was emanating from me. With that, she scampered back upstairs with her short legs. "Sour?" Charlotte raised her hand, furrowing her brow. After sweating throughout the night and downing a bottle of strength potion, she was indeed the true source of the odor. To avoid being caught by Vivian, Charlotte dashed upstairs to fetch a change of clothes, intending to wash herself in the backyard. The clinic's backyard was quite small, measuring only 5 or 6 square meters, containing an ancient well from which daily water was drawn. Laundry and mopping were also conducted in this modest courtyard. Baca Street belonged to the Harriman family, apart from a few houses rebuilt by tenants. Most structures were uniformly constructed for rental purposes, leaving no room for gardens or fish ponds. Taking advantage of the dim light before dawn, Charlotte drew water from the well and poured 2 buckets over herself. The icy water from the well in late autumn was bone-chilling. Had it been her former physique, such a shock could have sent her reeling. However, now, the cold water cascading over her felt invigorating, lightening her entire being. As she scrubbed her body with a towel, she could subtly perceive the firming of her muscles, likely due to the strength potion she had consumed and the night spent honing her swordsmanship. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed. Charlotte froze, quickly lifting her gaze. In the adjacent building, a window on the 2nd floor was ajar, revealing a girl in a white dress leaning against the frame, her mouth covered in mirth as she observed him. A beam of morning light illuminated her face, revealing a delicate and fair visage, framed by dark hair casually swept in front, a picture of innocent beauty. Upon noticing Charlotte's gaze, the girl flushed crimson and hastily shut the window. Chapter 62. Wrong page blast. "Hey, peeping Tom. Thank goodness I didn't remove my trousers," Charlotte exclaimed, startled, hastily dousing himself with 2 more buckets of water to conclude his wash. Upon reflection, he mused that the girl was quite lovely. Next door to the clinic was a bookstore, specializing in a variety of both serious and frivolous tomes. Within, one could discover the unspeakable secrets between centaur maidens and dragons. During his years of wandering on Amon Street, he recalled there were serious books for which he could have splurged on illustrated editions, even comics. Don't ask how I know. Ask, because I bought some. Not me, but the previous owner. The books on the top shelf were all serious literature, bound in fine leather, with several volumes of exquisite comics. Though the pacing was somewhat lacking, the artistry was solid. the style meticulous, and the imagination boundless. Centaurs and war-tigers were considered quite modest. Charlotte had no interest in such matters. When he first traversed into this world, he diligently studied every book on the shelf to quickly grasp the nuances of his new surroundings. Having a habit of reading from top to bottom, he once mistook them for documentaries and literary works, his worldview shattered to pieces. However, after immersing himself in some serious literature, he managed to realign his perspective. Am I slightly disappointed? These musings were not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that if his memory served him correctly, the proprietor of the neighboring bookstore was a gaunt, bald man, right? The diary contained scant records about the bookstore next door, but one entry had been marked with particular emphasis. On the 8th of every month. Limited edition comics released. Are those comics serious? Thus, who was the girl that had been spying on him while he bathed? Of course, it was possible he had misunderstood. Perhaps she had arrived ahead of him? If that were the case, was it not brazen of him to undress and bathe in her presence? Charlotte dried his hair and donned clean clothes, choosing not to dwell further on the identity of the girl. With his martial skills now at hand, and having successfully transitioned into the role of a knight, albeit still merely a knight apprentice, he was aware that with continued consumption of strength potions, he would inevitably grow stronger. Earning money equated to gaining strength. It was indeed an immutable law. He simply needed to manage the clinic effectively, enhance its reputation, and amass greater wealth, with time still on his side. Charlotte resolved to ascend the stairs and prepare some porridge. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. So early? Do they not understand decorum? Charlotte was somewhat taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she approached the door. Peering through the crack, she saw that no one was outside. A faint cry for help, "Doctor, please save me," emanated from below. Charlotte's gaze shifted downward, and she noticed a figure crouched at the threshold. It was an orc. Adorned with a pair of antlers, gaunt and emaciated, a quintessential manifestation of potion addiction, Charlotte's feelings towards such individuals were rather complex. Those who had willingly fallen into this abyss for fleeting pleasure were not deserving of pity. However, in a place as dire as this, many addicts were ensnared against their will. The Judson family had committed numerous atrocities in their pursuit of expanding the potion trade, exploiting countless souls. The harm inflicted by addictive potions was severe. In the later stages, one's organs would fail, leaving even the divine powerless to intervene, let alone a mere veterinarian like herself. I can't drink the potion anymore. They're forcing me to sell my daughter. I cannot sell Dora. The orc's voice faltered, struggling to rise while clutching the door, his frail frame collapsing back to the ground. In despair, he grasped his own hair, revealing the pronounced veins on his bony forehead. A clear testament to his agony. Charlotte's stoic demeanor finally cracked. Glancing around to ensure there were no other witnesses, she opened the clinic door. The orc attempted to push himself up, instinctively reaching for the door, only to find emptiness. Yet, this time, he did not fall. Strong hands caught him and assisted him upright. The orc was not tall, standing close to Charlotte's height, his skeletal frame weighing less than 80 pounds. His pallid complexion betraying his frailty. However, his brown eyes possessed a crystalline clarity. "Doctor," the orc exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he instinctively clutched Charlotte's hand. "Please save me. I cannot drink the potion any longer." "Come inside," Charlotte urged, guiding the orc into the clinic and shutting the door behind them. She helped him settle onto a chair and poured him a glass of water. "I am Charlotte, the owner and physician of this clinic. Please, tell me about your situation. I know you." The orc replied, "My name is Ivan. I live on Tower Street. 6 months ago, at a tavern, I was drugged and unwittingly consumed blue flame potion, which led to my addiction. Over the past 6 months, I have had to drink a bottle of blue flame potion nearly every day. I know this is wrong, yet I am powerless to resist when the craving strikes. It feels as though countless ants are gnawing at my insides. Only by consuming the potion do I find momentary relief." Ivan's hands trembled around the ceramic cup, while his other fist was clenched tightly. His face contorted in pain as he continued, "Ever since I started taking the potion, I have been in a daze, unable to work. When I ran out of money, I began to sell my possessions. Until yesterday, when they forced me to sell my daughter to acquire 2 bottles of potion. These beasts, she is my daughter." Ivan's emotions surged, his voice breaking as he lamented, "Her mother passed away early. I raised her alone. She is only 8 years old, and they wish to sell her to Amon Street. I would rather die than do such a thing." Charlotte listened in silence, then calmly asked, "So, you wish to quit the potion? Doctor, I beg you, save me. I cannot continue like this. I cannot sell Dora. If I keep drinking the potion, I will die. and without a father, Dora will not survive in this abyss. Ivan suddenly sank to his knees. Please, rise, Charlotte urged, helping him back up, though her heart sank. Had it not been for his daughter, she might not have allowed him entry. Yet, if quitting the potion were so easy, it wouldn't instill such dread in people. Abruptly ceasing the drug would lead to excruciating withdrawal symptoms, rendering addicts to a state worse than death. The orc before her, though desperately trying to hold himself together, was clearly suffering immensely. The silver lining was that he at least possessed the determination to quit. Please wait a moment, she said suddenly, recalling something and swiftly moving towards her study. She retrieved a journal from the top shelf and began to flip through its pages until she paused. Today's weather is pleasant, though the sun and clouds remain unseen that a late-stage potion addict has arrived. His will to live seems quite strong that I drew some blood and administered comforting therapy. He should pass peacefully by tomorrow. I hope he finds solace. Wait, that's not the right page. She continued flipping through the journal. Today's weather is poor. A strong wind should be blowing across the wilderness, with the fog filled with fine sand. Another one wanting to quit the potion. This time, the plump owner of a trinket shop on Bacchus Street, quite wealthy but in a deteriorating state, fears his 3 wives will be taken by others. Determined to quit. Not profiting from the wealthy would be foolish. I concocted 3 potions using green molded mice, 3-eyed cockroaches, silver-winged bats, and giant red earthworms, naming it the potion aversion agent, selling it for 5,200 copper coins. Don't think too much. It's merely a placebo. There's no such thing as a potion aversion agent in this world. Charlotte turned the page again. Today's weather remains poor, but that's not important. Yesterday, the plump owner returned, claiming the efficacy of the potion I provided was remarkable. After consuming it, he vomited upon merely smelling the potion again, stating he had no desire to drink it and wished to order 10 more bottles. I find it perplexing. I felt guilty and earned another 20,000 copper coins. She flipped to the next page. Today's weather is pleasant. The plump owner did not come, but his coachman did. The owner has passed away. Apparently, after returning home yesterday, he suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea. Unable to withstand his frail condition, that I suspect the potion was faulty. A haphazardly concocted potion could not possibly save an addict. Yet it shouldn't have been lethal. Thankfully, he didn't come to blame me for selling fake medicine. Rather, he came to invite me to a feast, providing me with 300 coins as a gift. The food was quite decent. Goodness, all 3 wives were more beautiful than the last, and 1 concubine was a succubus. With such a profitable shop, I wonder who will reap the benefits in the future. Did that concubine cast a flirtatious glance at me during the ceremony? Enough. I am not that kind of person. This potion is toxic. Patients addicted to the potion cannot be treated. Charlotte flipped back 2 pages. Her gaze fixating on the potion formula. The so-called potion aversion agent, a mere placebo, appeared to show promise in suppressing the onset of cravings, which is why the plump owner returned to purchase 10 more bottles the following day. Yet, whether it was the owner's weak constitution or an issue with the potion itself, he died on the 3rd day. The components, green molded mice, 3-eyed cockroaches, silver-winged bats, and giant red earthworms, were readily available, often used for concocting cleansing and hemostatic potions. With stock always on hand, though these ingredients might seem grotesque, they were generally harmless when prepared correctly. Despite the original creator's haphazard mixing, it was unlikely that a poison capable of harming anyone was produced. However, he had not anticipated that this concoction, which combined elements from the sky, land, and water, would genuinely help alleviate the cravings for the potion. At that moment, he felt a twinge of fear. If word of this reached the Judson family, they would undoubtedly come to eliminate him. Fortunately, the plump owner had died the very next day, and few were aware of the incident. As for whether the potion was effective or not, that remained to be seen. Previously fearful of the Judson family's retaliation, Charlotte now felt unperturbed. It was an open secret that Carol sought to kill her. If she could indeed develop the potion aversion agent, it would not only benefit those persecuted by the Judson family, but also fundamentally undermine their very foundation. A bold plan began to take shape in her mind. Since Carol wished her dead, and she could not confront the Judson family, perhaps the best course of action would be to expose them. Closing the journal, Charlotte exited the study. Ivan was leaning against the chair, straining to maintain an upright posture, his right hand gripping the armrest tightly, veins protruding as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. As though he were enduring immense suffering. Is the craving upon you? Charlotte inquired, observing him closely. Yes, Ivan managed to respond, his speech labored, His teeth clenched so tightly that blood filled his mouth. Potion addiction is a condition. Yet not quite. Even the finest medical establishments are powerless to treat it, as you well know, Charlotte stated calmly. Ivan's eyes dimmed instantly, his strength waning as he nearly slumped from the chair. Charlotte spoke the truth. Since realizing he had been tricked into consuming the potion, he had sought help from several prominent medical facilities. However, with no cure for potion addiction and therapeutic magic proving ineffective, he found himself in this desperate predicament. He had come here today, clinging to a glimmer of hope, but it seemed this doctor was equally incapable of assistance. However, I have stumbled upon a recipe that might be worth a try. But the potion is potent, with significant side effects. Are you willing to take the risk? Ivan suddenly raised his head, his fiery gaze fixed intently on Charlotte as he declared with unwavering resolve. I dare. If you cannot withstand the effects of the potion, you may very well perish, Charlotte replied solemnly. In my current state, I have but a few days left to live. Once the cravings become uncontrollable, I am prepared to take my child and end our lives. I refuse to sell Dora to that beast. Seba, I cannot bear to see her suffer in this world. Ivan's expression was particularly steadfast. After a moment of silence, Charlotte nodded and said, Very well, wait here while I prepare the medicine. Following the recipe from her notebook, Charlotte swiftly concocted a pot of thick, dark elixir. The acrid aroma assaulted her senses, causing her to gag multiple times. Fortunately, she had not yet had breakfast, or it would have been a waste of a meal. She began to suspect that this concoction might not only suppress the effects of the potion, but also significantly diminish one's appetite. Exercising caution, Charlotte bottled half of the potion's contents, filling 8 vials in total. Given that the portly proprietor had perished 3 days after consuming a similar concoction, Charlotte could only hope for Ivan's survival, relying on the strength of his will to endure. Boss, what are you brewing so early in the morning? Vivian, freshly washed and holding her nose, descended the stairs, upon spotting Ivan seated in the chair. She paused momentarily before swiftly closing her mouth. This orc appeared to be suffering from potion addiction. Hadn't the boss been refusing to treat patients with such afflictions for the past few days? Why was there an addict in the clinic before the official opening today? Vivian looked at Charlotte with a puzzled expression, seeking clarification. Ignoring her, Charlotte approached Ivan with the half-filled vial and said, Here, drink a bottle and see how it goes. Ivan took the vial, bringing it to his lips. The foul stench nearly induced vomiting, yet he hesitated not, tilting his head back and downing the potion in one swift motion. By the way, please give me your full address. In case of an emergency, I will look after your daughter, Charlotte inquired as she took the vial back from Ivan, with tears glistening in his eyes. Ivan quickly replied, Tower Street, 8th Alley, Ivan's tailor shop. Before he could finish, he lurched toward a nearby trash bin and began to violently vomit. Charlotte tactically withdrew. What on earth is happening? Vivian leaned closer, whispering her question. Testing the potion, Charlotte quietly responded. Chapter 64. He truly makes me weep. The potency of this potion exceeded Charlotte's expectations. Ivan, already weakened, vomited until he was nearly spent. Had he not been quick on his feet, he might have collapsed into the trash bin. He continued to retch long after his stomach had emptied, producing nothing but bile. This potion is too powerful. Ivan sat on the floor, his eyes glazed over, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Charlotte assessed his condition, realizing it was dire. She hurriedly retrieved a vial of stamina potion from the cabinet and pulled Vivian aside, whispering, I will administer the stamina potion. You cast a healing spell to preserve his life. Be discreet. Do not let him see you. Understood. Vivian nodded excitedly. Finally, the boss was allowing her to use magic. As a diligent medical student, she had been tormented by the sight of so many patients while only performing menial tasks. Charlotte straightened Ivan and gently poured the stamina potion into his mouth. Initially, she worried he might continue to vomit, which would worsen the situation. However, she soon realized her concerns were unfounded. Ivan, like a parched traveler in a desert, eagerly swallowed the potion as soon as his lips touched it, finishing an entire vial in no time. Charlotte exchanged a glance with Vivian, who understood the signal and, gripping her wand, began muttering an incantation. A blue light emanated from behind her and enveloped Ivan's body. His rapid breaths gradually steadied, and a hint of color returned to his pale complexion. After a while, Ivan opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. His gaze settled on Charlotte, and in a still weak voice, he asked, I'm not dead? Charlotte nodded. No, you are alive. I just administered a vial of stamina potion. Now, check if you feel any other discomfort. With effort, Ivan leaned against the chair and slowly stood, gazing down at his hands with a look of joy. The sensation of ants gnawing at me has vanished, completely gone. Is this truly the miraculous effect of the potion? Charlotte was taken aback. This meant it had countered the withdrawal symptoms from the addiction. However, the earlier ordeal had been perilous. Had she not ensured he consumed the potion in the clinic and promptly administered the stamina potion and healing magic, he might have succumbed to the potion's side effects by now. Take a few steps, Charlotte instructed. Ivan walked a circuit within the clinic. Though his steps remained unsteady, the transformation from being unable to stand upright was monumental. Dr. Charlotte, thank you for saving me, Ivan said, his knees buckling as he sank to the floor, tears streaming down his cheeks. For 6 long months, he had endured torment, fully aware that the potion was poisoning both his body and mind. Each resolution to quit was shattered by relentless cravings. Dora's fearful glances haunted him, and his home had grown desolate. Death loomed ever closer, yet he could only await it in despair. His astonishment. The potion Charlotte had prepared today successfully alleviated the agony of his addiction. The refreshing sensation coursing through him was something he had not experienced in half a year. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. I am uncertain of the potion's efficacy. The addiction cannot be quelled by merely consuming half a vial. Whether the effects will return, or if there are other side effects, remains unknown, Charlotte said, helping Ivan to his feet. Her expression serious. Have reached this level. I am already immensely satisfied, Ivan replied, wiping away his tears and trembling as he withdrew a small pouch from his pocket, tipping its contents into his palm. Only 3 copper coins. Staring blankly at the meager coins, he lowered his head in shame. You have saved my life, yet I possess but 3 copper coins. How can I repay your kindness? Simply note it as a debt. You may repay me later. Charlotte placed 2 silver coins into Ivan's hand. Use this to buy some food for your child. There is a bakery next door. And you must first nourish yourself to endure this trial. That I cannot accept this, Ivan protested. Father, I must be responsible for my child, not cling to worthless pride. Go home, rest, and once you are well enough to earn again, you may repay me. Charlotte interrupted Ivan's objections. Ivan gazed at the silver coins in his hand, biting his lip tightly. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Charlotte with determination, declaring, I will rise again. For Dora and in gratitude for your kindness today, these 3 vials are the potion of aversion to magic, and these 3 are stamina potions. Should the cravings return, drink one, but ensure your child is by your side. If you experience severe vomiting, have her administer the stamina potion after the episode ends, Charlotte instructed, handing Ivan a small cloth pouch. Return to the clinic in 3 days. I will reassess your condition. The concept of a potion of aversion to magic left Vivian, who had been in a daze, covering her mouth in shock upon hearing Charlotte's words. Could it be that the boss was treating this orc for potion addiction? How was that even possible? Addiction to magic potions had been rampant on the continent of Aesop for many years, with each region presenting varying degrees of addictiveness, harm, and side effects. Yet they all shared one common trait: once addicted, it was exceedingly difficult to break free. Apart from those with exceptional willpower, most required entry into specialized institutions under the care of professionals for long-term detoxification. This was particularly true for those with deep-seated addictions. For patients in a severe state, there was often no remedy. Forcing cessation frequently led to suicidal tendencies or uncontrollable madness, even resulting in a descent into madness. The so-called magic potion was not merely a magical concoction but a terrifying substance capable of inducing addiction and madness. During her time at the Imperial Medical Academy, the instructors had repeatedly cautioned students against engaging with addictive magic potions due to the lack of cures. Yet here was the boss, concocting a remedy for a patient deeply entrenched in potion addiction? Was the boss attempting to swindle money? Given his notoriously frugal nature and his policy against allowing debts to accumulate, it was astonishing that he neither charged Ivan nor hesitated to give him 2 silver coins from his own pocket. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Moreover, the patient recounted that after consuming the potion, his addiction was alleviated, and he expressed profound gratitude towards his benefactor, appearing far from deceived. Could it be that the boss has truly developed an anti-drug elixir? This discovery could indeed shake the very foundations of the world. Vivian's gaze towards Charlotte transformed from familiarity to reverence. Could it be that during these 3 years, he has been clandestinely formulating this anti-drug potion? Even when engulfed in despair, expelled from the medical association, and stripped of his magical essence, he steadfastly persevered in his quest to eradicate drug dependency. Such spirit, such actions, such accomplishments are sufficient to invoke shame among all members of the medical association. He is truly. I am utterly moved. How magnificent. Chapter 65. An imperative Ivan accepted the potion, showering Charlotte with gratitude once more. Remember, never speak of this potion to anyone, nor mention my name. Otherwise, we shall both meet our doom. Charlotte declared with a grave expression that I shall remember. Ivan promptly nodded, securing the potion and departing at a measured pace. Boss, you are truly remarkable. I admit, I was wrong back then. I am indeed unworthy to be compared to someone of your caliber. Vivian said, her face reflecting deep emotion as she gazed at Charlotte. Charlotte? Is the child all right this early in the morning? This anti-drug elixir must have taken you quite some time to develop. Hasn't it? 3 years, or perhaps even 10. Did you start your research back in Calva? Vivian inquired curiously, her eyes sparkling with admiration. One can only imagine the shock that would ensue if this news were to spread across the globe. Do you believe that I merely stumbled upon this by chance? Charlotte replied, clearing his throat. Its efficacy remains uncertain. This humble demeanor is truly admirable. No wonder he is Charlotte. If we could find a few more individuals wishing to rid themselves of addiction to test the potion. Wouldn't tea that confirm its effects? Vivian suggested. The risks of testing it on others are too great, and the more people who are aware of this, the higher the chance of exposure. Charlotte gently shook his head, affirming that it would be best for as few individuals as possible to know until the ultimate results are confirmed. But isn't helping people overcome their addiction a noble endeavor? Vivian questioned, perplexed. For those tormented by addiction and for the world at large, it is indeed a good thing. But what about those who profit immensely from the drug trade? How do you think they would react upon learning that a potion capable of curing addiction has been developed? They would likely resort to violence. Vivian's face paled as the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. The purveyors of these drugs are ruthless villains who have amassed wealth through the very nature of drug dependency. If they were to discover that the boss has concocted a potion that could liberate people from their addiction, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate him and eradicate any trace of the formula. Hence, exposing the potion before confirming its efficacy or securing a sufficiently powerful ally would be tantamount to courting death, Charlotte stated earnestly. Vivian nodded repeatedly. I understand now. I shall go buy some bread. You tidy up here. Charlotte pocketed a few coins and stepped outside. When considering potential collaborators, his first thought was of Diana, the Harriman family, as one of the 4 great families of the Abyss. Wielded considerable power. However, Diana is not yet the head of the Harriman family, but merely a strong contender for the position. Whether the Harriman family would risk a confrontation with the Judson family to vigorously promote the anti-drug elixir remains uncertain. The Judson family boasts a vast number of dark sorcerers, and their influence in the shadows is equally unknown. A direct confrontation could very well spell disaster for the Harriman family. This represents a profound existential threat to the Judson family, and they would not idly stand by. No family could afford such a risk. Yet, in the vastness of the Abyss, he could find no more suitable alternative. The Dula family is formidable, with their economic prowess firmly established as the leading family in the Abyss. But he has never had any dealings with them, making collaboration unlikely. The Daniel family, which controls Ammon Street, is the weakest, and one cannot expect the succubi to charge into battle. There is, however, another option. The Red Moon organization boasts a multitude of influential figures, including amiable elders like the Hermit, alleviating concerns of betrayal. Even the Radiant ones, if mutual interests align, could potentially collaborate. Working with individuals from the Red Moon organization appears to be the safest choice at present. Nevertheless, Charlotte harbored his own grudges. Carol had made multiple attempts on his life, and he could not quell his desire for revenge against the Judson family. The Abyss is chaotic and disordered, with each of the 4 great families holding sway over their territories, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to intrude. The only option is internal division. Furthermore, regardless of whether this potion has the potential to save the world, it is certain to be profitable as long as it proves effective. Even if it merely alleviates addiction, many individuals would flock to it, with a cost of no more than 5 copper coins per vial, based on the purchasing power of the corpulent owner of the jewelry shop. It could be sold for 2,000 copper coins. The profit margin is indeed staggering, surpassing that of drug sales. In contrast to the beauty serums aimed at women, the anti-drug elixir holds an immensely vast market in the Abyss, which has been ravaged by addiction. This would be a crimson sea where he sails alone. Of course, the primary consumers would be those middle-class individuals seeking thrills while desiring to prolong their lives. As for lower-tier victims like Ivan, who have been financially drained and are on the brink of death, they would obviously be unable to afford such a price for the anti-drug elixir. Whether to distribute it for free or sell it at cost still requires careful consideration. With these thoughts weighing on him, Charlotte stepped out to the neighboring bakery to purchase 2 soft loaves of bread. Doctor, have you also installed a magical protective barrier at your home? Old Lady Bella inquired cheerfully as she handed the bread to Charlotte. Indeed, times have been unsettled lately. A protective barrier allows for a more peaceful slumber. Charlotte nodded, offering 4 copper coins to the amiable elderly woman. Soft bread costs 1 copper coin more than the hard black bread, and having grown accustomed to the former, he finds it difficult to swallow the latter. However, how did she know I had installed a protective barrier? Old folks tend to have light sleep. I heard a thud last night and got up to take a look. Your magical protective barrier seems quite effective. Old Lady Bella seemed to have discerned Charlotte's thoughts. I had to deplete my savings for that thing. I suppose I'll have to make do, Charlotte replied with a smile, taking the bread and leaving. As he reached the door, he noticed that the bookstore next door had just opened. The balding uncle who was organizing the shelves spotted Charlotte and greeted him with a smile, saying mysteriously, "Doctor, a limited edition comic has been released today. I saved a copy just for you. Is it the 3rd volume of those years I spent loitering on Ammon Street?" Charlotte instinctively asked. Wait a moment. Why do I know this so well? What was I expecting? Indeed, the balding uncle nodded with satisfaction, noting that despite the doctor's recent aloof demeanor, he still lights up at the mention of comics. Then please hand it over. Charlotte feigned nonchalance. As a person of integrity, he should not indulge in such inappropriate literature. However, the fact that it was specially reserved for him indicates a true fan. If he were to suddenly refuse it, it would surely arouse suspicion. Thus, he must have the book. Here you go. The balding uncle mysteriously handed over a book wrapped in black cloth. Still 800? Charlotte inquired upon receiving it. This time there's an extra surprise. It's 1,000. Wow. There's a surprise? Charlotte checked his pocket. I'll give you the money later. No worries. We're like brothers. The balding uncle waved his hand dismissively. By the way, is there still a woman living in your house? Charlotte casually asked, his gaze fixed on the balding uncle. What woman? A flicker of panic crossed the uncle's face, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. I don't even have a female cockroach in my house. Where would a woman come from? It's you who has a beautiful girl living with you. Chapter 66. Remember, I want to live. Charlotte chose not to press further. In the abyss, everyone has secrets they wish to keep hidden. That if one pries too much, who knows if the other might resort to violence to protect their secrets. The balding uncle is not someone to provoke lightly. Upon opening the clinic door, he found that Vivian had already tidied up impeccably. Here's breakfast. Eat up. Charlotte placed the bread and book on the counter, taking 10 silver coins as he stepped outside to settle his debt with the balding uncle. After completing the transaction and returning, he found Vivian enjoying her bread while leafing through the comic. Ah, this, Charlotte exclaimed in shock, hastily approaching to close the book. Boss, this comic is so intriguing. The artwork is splendid. Let me see, Vivian exclaimed with excitement, looking up at him. Did you not see the warning stating that it is inappropriate for children? Charlotte pointed to a line of small text inscribed on the cover. But I am already an adult. I have even celebrated my 16th birthday. Vivian puffed out her ample chest and stated earnestly. Her assertive demeanor left Charlotte momentarily at a loss for a reason to refuse. However, the fact that a young lady of high standing would take pleasure in such things was perplexing. Upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. Many banned books from ancient times were adored by young ladies in their boudoirs. Very well. If you enjoy it, indulge yourself. Charlotte tossed the book onto the table and sat down to have breakfast. We are all adults here. Who is to restrict another's enjoyment of a little risky comic? Thank you, Vivian exclaimed joyfully as she reopened the comic. The comic, it turned out, was not entirely devoid of substance. It possessed a narrative that revolved around a noble youth from Calva who, cast into the abyss, resented the injustice of fate and subsequently descended into depravity. With merely a handsome visage, he encountered various lovely ladies on Ammon Street. Engaging in heartfelt exchanges and intimate connections, Charlotte glanced at the comic, noting that this volume unfolded the story of the protagonist's chance encounter with Miss Ruth. Such niche comics, limited by the lack of widespread printing technology, were hand-drawn by artists, resulting in a generally high price. To enhance their appeal and justify the cost, it was common practice to incorporate real-life figures into the illustrations. Is this Miss Ruth the one we know? Vivian inquired curiously. In another context, I would certainly accuse him of defamation, Charlotte replied without lifting her gaze. Boss, I think the protagonist bears a striking resemblance to you. Charlotte scrutinized the comic, her expression gradually shifting to one of oddity. You know, the The protagonist does have quite a few features reminiscent of my former self, tall and slender with a brooding gaze, exuding an aura that suggests keep your distance. At this point, he could no longer bring himself to look at the comic. How could I resemble him? Just look at my robust pectorals, my hardened biceps, and my washboard abs. There is not a hint of similarity, Charlotte insisted vehemently, refusing to acknowledge any resemblance. How could a rising medical luminary be the protagonist of a risque comic? He simply could not accept it. Vivian examined Charlotte, then the comic, meticulously comparing them before stating, "The face is similar. Am I as handsome as he is?" Charlotte leaned closer, locking eyes with Vivian. "Look me in the eye." "You little rascal." The warm breath nearly brushed against her face, causing Vivian's cheeks to flush, and she mumbled, "I merely said you resemble the protagonist of this light-hearted comic. Is it necessary to be so agitated?" "Light-hearted?" Charlotte regarded the young lady before him with a complex expression as he returned to his seat. "What has become of our society, where a young maiden in her prime resorts to light-hearted comics for amusement? Behind it all, does this reflect a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Is it an eruption of desire or a desperate longing?" Vivian continued to peruse the comic, relishing her soft bread. The protagonist's enchanting and romantic encounter with Ruth, accompanied by a brief interlude of heroism, gradually led the narrative into realms that were increasingly indescribable. Vivian's eyes widened, her smile froze in astonishment, and a rosy hue crept across her cheeks. As the bread in her hand seemed to lose its allure, her fingers hesitated, unable to turn the page. "Why have you stopped reading?" "I am full." Vivian hastily closed the comic, standing abruptly and casting Charlotte a look that said, "I never expected you to be this kind of person, Charlotte. You were the one who wanted to read it, wasn't it?" He resumed his examination of the comic, the artwork remaining consistent, though the resemblance of the protagonist's face became even more pronounced. The sense of identification was amplified. A noble youth lost in the abyss. A handsome lad lingering on Ammon Street. Indeed, the sense of identification is undeniable. He now harbored serious doubts that the author of this comic had used him as a reference for the protagonist. Who, then, is the creator of this comic? The next time he encounters them, he must offer some feedback. Ruth's portrayal was rather conservative. Clearly, no, the priority is to unearth which pervert lurks in the shadows, observing his life. The morning's consultations proceeded smoothly, devoid of any perplexing ailments, and there were no disturbances from Carol's entourage. However, due to the earlier incident, Vivian had not initiated any conversation with Charlotte during lunch, merely bowing her head in silence as she ate. "Why not spice things up with a little comic?" Charlotte inquired with a smile. Vivian's face flushed crimson, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "I was misled. I am not that kind of person. I never read those sorts of comics." "Absolutely not. Absolutely not." Charlotte smiled silently, refraining from further teasing her. After a simple lunch, Charlotte entered the apothecary, preparing 4 vials of the potion of aversion according to the morning's formula. Gazing at the dark brown liquid within the glass vials, he fell into contemplation. According to Vivian, the abyss was rife with individuals addicted to potions. It would be simple to find a few subjects for testing. Yet, such an approach bore significant risks and lacked scientific rigor. The plump proprietor of the jewelry store had taken the potion and appeared fine initially, only to succumb 2 days later, indicating that there were inherent dangers in consuming the potion. In such circumstances, a controlled experiment was essential. To capture individuals for testing would be decidedly inhumane and challenging to manage later. Thus, a little white mouse became the optimal choice. Charlotte opened the cabinet, revealing a plump little white mouse peacefully slumbering amidst a pile of cotton. "Ah, our brave little test subject, Jerry." Anna leaped onto the counter, peering into the cabinet at the mouse. Sensing danger, Jerry opened his eyes, and upon seeing an enormous feline visage, he immediately sprawled out, pretending to be dead. "After raising a cat for 1,000 days, it is time to put it to use. Anna, go catch me 9 more like this mouse, and I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg tonight," Charlotte said as he patted Anna's head. Anna glanced up at him, unperturbed. Point 2. Charlotte raised the stakes. Anna remained unyielding. Point 3. Charlotte gritted his teeth and increased the offer. In an instant, Anna leaped towards the small window, on the brink of making her exit. "Remember, I want them alive. Dead ones won't count," Charlotte cautioned. A soft meow echoed, though it was uncertain whether she comprehended. Chapter 67. A new scalpel, with Anna tasked with securing the little white mouse. The only requirement remaining was 1 vial of potion. Purchasing it was evidently impractical. He was not a fool. After all, how could he justify spending several thousand copper coins on a vial of poison? Furthermore, The channels for potion procurement in the Abyss were entirely controlled by the Judson family, given his current standing with them. Attempting to buy potions would be akin to walking into a trap. After considerable contemplation, a plan began to form. If purchasing was out of the question, then perhaps stealing would suffice. In the winding streets and alleys of the Abyss, the trade of potions was ubiquitous. The ever-present mist of the Abyss served as the ideal camouflage for criminals. Mere meters away, one could hardly discern the silhouettes of individuals. However, conducting affairs during the day posed substantial risks. After weighing the options, he ultimately decided to wait until nightfall. The Abyss, shrouded in darkness, indeed presented greater dangers, yet he possessed the black cloak left by the Judicator, which could conceal his presence, an invaluable asset for nocturnal endeavors. Under the cover of darkness, should he succeed, it would also facilitate his escape from the Dark Enforcer's pursuit. From what he understood, the trade of potions occurred around the clock. When the craving struck, no one cared whether danger lurked in the shadows. The Dark Enforcers did not directly engage in the sale of potions, but were tasked with protecting the vendors and the potions themselves. Comprised of at least second-tier beastmen, they had a tradition of using potions before battle. Fueled by such substances, their strength could reach third-tier levels. Charlotte was merely a knight apprentice. If he could not achieve a surprise attack, escaping unscathed would prove exceedingly difficult. As a cautious individual, he would not engage in excessively risky ventures. Having formulated a plan, Charlotte meticulously inspected both the Judgment Sword and the mysterious black cloak. The cloak was exceptionally large, crafted from an unknown material that felt as soft and smooth as silk yet possessed the resilience of metal. On the day the Judicator fell victim to poison, even his bones had been reduced to a puddle of blood, yet the Judgment Sword in this cloak remained unscathed. If the Judgment Sword was forged from celestial meteorite, then what material was this cloak made from? The tip of the Judgment Sword is shattered, yet the fracture is smooth, retaining its sharpness. In that enigmatic space, Charlotte wielded this broken sword, so there was no issue of awkwardness in handling it. Currently, he could not find a better sword more suited to him. However, a broken sword is inherently flawed. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he wishes to seek the assistance of the craftsmen in the Red Moon Guild to have the judgment reforged. A complete sword would better serve the purpose of his swordsmanship. Sheathing the long sword and placing it under the counter alongside his black robe, Charlotte turned and entered the alchemy room to commence his potion making. Recently, Vivian's hemostatic elixir has been progressing well, while Charlotte has been preoccupied with refining the water essence. He has always been curious whether the quality of the hemostatic elixirs would see a significant enhancement upon reaching intermediate proficiency. Today, with some free time, he entered the alchemy room and concocted 3 batches of hemostatic elixir, filling 24 vials. Observing his proficiency in crafting the elixir rise from 901,000 to 331,000 on the attribute panel, he resolved to brew 2 batches daily from now on. Perhaps related to the recent significant decrease in patient mortality at the clinic, the number of patients seeking treatment has noticeably increased. With the volume of patients rising from 10 to 20, this is not merely due to Charlotte's improved medical skills. Rather, his modern veterinary education has equipped him with more scientifically sound surgical techniques. Many patients' causes of death were not necessarily due to severe injuries, but rather improper wound management and the lack of sterilization of surgical instruments, leading to fatal infections. Charlotte places great emphasis on the sterilization of the surgical environment and is meticulous with the handling of surgical tools. Thus, as long as the patient's injuries are managed, mortality rates can be effectively controlled. Given that most patients suffer from traumatic injuries, the demand for hemostatic elixirs is substantial, leaving no room for waste after production. Before heading out to purchase groceries, Charlotte took stock of the morning's earnings. Today, he treated a total of 21 patients, receiving 6,310 copper coins in cash and 620 in equivalent collateral, compared to when he first took over the clinic. The revenue has doubled. With more sutures performed, he has become increasingly adept, enhancing both his speed and skill in suturing. After counting out 50 silver coins and placing them into a pouch to keep close to his chest, he took a few additional coins to pocket before exiting, making his way directly to the blacksmith shop. The Forge of Guy remains a furnace of activity, the clanging of metal echoing within its walls. Charlotte lightly tapped the door twice, and a small, coal-stained head peeked out from behind the furnace, glancing at Charlotte before calling out in a youthful voice, "Master, we have a guest." The sound of hammering ceased abruptly. Bare-chested and clad only in a leather apron, Guy emerged from the smithy, wiping sweat from his brow. Upon recognizing Charlotte, a smile broke across his face. "Doctor, What brings you here? I was just about to deliver your custom surgical knife. No need to trouble yourself with delivery. I've come to collect it myself, Charlotte replied with a smile, glancing at the small figure hidden behind the stove. And who might this be? This child is my new apprentice. Recently taken in. He is the son of an old friend, Guy sighed. Such a good lad, yet he has fallen into the clutches of potion addiction. He was once a well-known blacksmith, but now he can barely lift a hammer. Left with only half a life, the poor child can scarcely have a full meal, so he has come to me. Charlotte pondered, recognizing yet another victim of potion abuse, despite the grime covering the child's face. His brown eyes shone brightly, timidly gazing at Charlotte as if he had something to say. Please wait. I'll fetch your items, Guy said as he turned to the back room, shortly returning with 2 surgical knives of identical design but differing sizes. The blade forged from refined iron gleamed brightly, while the black meteoric iron blade appeared as dark as ink, honed to an exquisite sharpness. One knife was comparable in size to an ordinary surgical instrument, suitable for standard-sized beings. Guy was momentarily taken aback, his face also revealing a glimmer of joy. He tossed the towel from his shoulder onto a nearby rack, tore off his apron, and donned a suit of finely forged iron armor. Layering a gray linen garment over it, he then retrieved his commonly used heavy hammer from the forge. In an instant, the casual blacksmith transformed into a stout warrior. No one would doubt the terrifying power wielded by that massive hammer, weighing several hundred pounds. Wait for me here for a moment. I shall return with some supplies, he instructed, before Charlotte and the others departed for the clinic. Charlotte first fetched 2 vials of hemostatic elixir and 2 vials of stamina potion from the cabinet. After a moment's hesitation, she took a vial of antidote for the drug, mixing a quarter of it with a stamina potion, and tucked it away. Given the uncertainty surrounding Abu's father's condition, Charlotte was reluctant to administer medication haphazardly. Furthermore, since he had endured for a month, his physique and willpower were undoubtedly exceptional. There was no need to risk prematurely exposing him to the antidote. She intended to test whether a reduced dosage would still effectively suppress his cravings. After changing into a spacious, old gray robe with a hood, concealing the judgment sword within it, Charlotte finally stepped outside. Striding briskly into the mist, she pulled up her hood to shield her face. Although it was merely a journey to the adjacent street, such caution was warranted when treading through the abyss. Meeting up with Guy and Abu, the 3 made their way to Abu's home. Abu's residence was situated on Tova Street, on the same thoroughfare as the orc Ivan's home from that morning, not far from Barca Street. Tova Street was under the control of the Judson family, and upon entering, a sense of desolation immediately enveloped them. Scattered throughout the street and corners were emaciated addicts of the magical potion, some seated, some lying down, and others aimlessly wandering the streets, their sunken eyes devoid of life, exhibiting sluggishness or fervor akin to a horde of zombies. Not far off, a towering orc was peddling vials of blue potion, collecting coins while cursing under his breath that a small vial of this potion could fetch thousands of copper coins. Yet throngs of people lined up to purchase it, even resorting to violence for prime positions. Such a scene was commonplace on Tova Street. Even the shops along the street often sold magical potions. Like the Sibba Tavern at the corner, which bore a sign proclaiming potions for sale. As Charlotte and her companions entered the district, numerous pairs of eyes fixated upon them, but the sight of the fully armed Guy deterred any ill intentions. Charlotte found it incomprehensible yet profoundly shocking to witness such a spectacle. In stark contrast, Barca Street, merely a street away, felt like paradise. The Judson family showed no inclination to manage the area properly, instead resorting to the frenzied plunder of magical potions, draining the life force from everyone, including their very existence. Abandoned shops littered the area, presenting a dismal view reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. The root of all this evil lay in the magical potions. This way, Abu guided Charlotte and Guy swiftly into an alley. The first structure they encountered was a smithy, though the sign had become ensnared in cobwebs, giving it an air of neglect. The large lock hung from the iron door, and Abu produced a key from around his neck, quickly unlocking it. Guy pushed open the heavy door. The interior was shrouded in darkness. As the door swung open, a damp, putrid odor assaulted their senses, akin to stepping into a grim tomb. Who goes there? A hoarse voice called from within. It's me. Father, I brought the doctor to see you, Abu replied hastily, deftly lighting an oil lamp in the darkness. By the flickering light, Charlotte discerned the general layout of the modest smithy. It was smaller than Guy's establishment, yet equipped with an array of forging tools, though it was evident that they had not been utilized in quite some time. Gathering a layer of dust, Abu led Charlotte deeper into the interior, crossing through the forge to a small room. The window was boarded up tightly, rendering it pitch black. The room contained 2 stone beds, one large and one small. In the dim light, they could see a stout dwarf lying on the larger stone bed, or rather, bound to an iron chain, thick as an infant's arm, secured his body and limbs. His emaciated frame resembled those of the potion addict Charlotte had encountered, with matted brown hair and wounds that had become grotesquely infected due to the shackles that held him. He strained to lift his head and looked at Charlotte standing in the doorway. His eyes, mirroring Abu's brown ones, flickered with a glimmer of hope, but soon succumbed to resignation as he lay back down, closing his eyes and rasping. "Who told you to bring a doctor? I have no money." "Where would we find the funds?" Abu trembled fearfully, lowering his head like a child caught misbehaving. "Clee, I invited Dr. Charlotte," Guy said, gently patting Abu's head. "Leave. I don't need a doctor. No one can cure drug addiction." Clee's voice was laced with despair, tears streaming down his cheeks as he clenched his fists, the chains tightening around him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Charlotte discerned that he was likely experiencing intense cravings. The overoo as Charlotte turned her head, she noticed the keys were not far away, yet it was evident that Clee could not reach them. Indeed, he was a ruthless individual, unshackling Clee from the iron chains and handcuffs that bound him. Charlotte handed him a vial containing a stamina potion mixed with a potion of aversion. "What is this?" Clee inquired. "It's a stamina potion, although I've added some other ingredients that may not be effective. But you can give it a try," Charlotte explained, lifting a nearby chamber pot to the bedside for convenience. Clee uncorked the vial and tilted his head back, gulping down the potion in a couple of swallows. The room fell silent as both waited for the effects to take hold. Suddenly, Clee's body shuddered slightly. A warm sensation surged down his throat, flowing into his stomach and then radiating outward to his limbs, providing a momentary relief to a body long tormented by pain. However, this pleasant sensation was short-lived, as a wave of intense nausea surged forth, and almost instinctively, he bent over the chamber pot beside the bed and began to vomit. The eruption was reminiscent of a tempest. Having consumed little food in recent days, he expelled everything his stomach had contained. "What exactly did you give me?" Clee gasped, collapsing back onto the bed, confusion etching his features. "Isn't it a potion? Why does it feel like poison? I barely drank it, and I'm vomiting so violently." "Aside from the vomiting, do you feel anything else?" Charlotte inquired, compared to the half bottle he had given Ivan that morning. The dosage was halved and mixed with the stamina potion. The effects remained to be seen. "Anything else?" Clee paused, his eyes widening suddenly as he shot upright in disbelief, staring at Charlotte with astonishment. "It's gone. The excruciating pain, the torment of ants gnawing at my bones. It's all vanished." Chapter 70. "Boss, you are so wicked." Clee struggled to articulate the tumult of emotions coursing through him, after enduring relentless suffering. The relief he felt in this moment clouded his mind with joy. It was akin to a man on the brink of death from thirst in the desert suddenly receiving a glass of ice-cold water. Pure exhilaration from within. After a month of torment, he had finally found salvation. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Clee rose from the bed, intending to kneel before Charlotte. Do not celebrate too early. The duration of this effect remains uncertain, and whether it can provide a permanent cure has yet to be validated, Charlotte cautioned, steadying Clee to prevent him from kneeling. "The significant alleviation of my suffering is already more than I could have hoped for. Doctor, I am profoundly grateful to you, and I apologize for my previous rashness," Clee expressed, his face a mask of regret. Taking another dose of the potion could also mitigate the symptoms of his addiction, but it would soon lead to a state of exhilaration, exhausting both mind and body. In contrast, the potion from Charlotte provided a sensation of complete relief from pain, leaving him feeling rejuvenated, as if he had been reborn. Even more astonishing to Clee was the revelation that Charlotte possessed a remedy capable of alleviating the symptoms of addiction. He had previously inquired at the medical clinic and learned that no such remedy existed in the world. Not even one that could ease the symptoms of addiction. Thus, he had opted for the most excruciating method of withdrawal. Yet, the potion Charlotte had just given him had truly eradicated his symptoms. Who exactly is this doctor? Remember, there is no medicine in this world that can cure addiction to the potion. You have endured it through sheer willpower, and what you experience now is merely a temporary reprieve," Charlotte stated calmly. Clee was taken aback, but soon grasped Charlotte's meaning. His expression hardened as he nodded. I understand that it is not easy to survive in the abyss. We both comprehend that if the Jade Sun family were to discover this, it would not only cost you and your son your lives, but I would also face dire consequences, Charlotte clarified directly to ensure Clee understood. Clee nodded solemnly. Charlotte then gathered his belongings, stating, if your symptoms recur, have Abu come to the clinic to seek me out, and I will prepare a new potion for you. Thank you for your efforts, Clee replied gratefully. Just then, Guy returned with Abu, his expression turning to one of concern as he beheld Clee lying on the bed. Free of chains, Dr. Clee. I administered the potion, but it could only slightly alleviate his suffering. His own willpower is crucial, Guy remarked. Charlotte, having packed away his items, noted that Clee was now very weak, having just vomited, and required nourishment. There is rice and vegetables at home. I will go prepare a meal for my father, Abu announced before rushing out to start a fire for cooking. Guy, I feel much better. Our family has no money. I still need to borrow some from you for the doctor's fees, Clee admitted, a look of shame crossing his face. Do not worry about the money. Focus on your recovery. The most important thing is to completely overcome your addiction, Guy reassured. Pleased to see Clee's expression no longer twisted in pain, he then turned to Charlotte, saying, Doctor, what will the fee for this consultation be? For 1 vial of stamina potion, along with 2 vials of hemostatic and cleansing potions to treat his injuries, the total comes to 300 copper coins, Charlotte replied. Guy and Clee exchanged glances, looking somewhat troubled. Such immense kindness cannot be repaid with merely this sum. Clee struggled to sit up, tears glistening in his eyes. Please charge the standard consultation fee. I will cover this cost, Guy insisted. This is indeed the standard fee, Charlotte said, looking at Clee. Live well. Abu needs a master, and he also needs a father. Clee nodded heavily, turning his face away to wipe away a tear. Then Abu need not come to my place today. Let him stay home to care for you, and I will come to fetch him tomorrow morning. Guy instructed Clee. I will escort Dr. Charlotte back, he added. Emerging from the dark blacksmith shop, Charlotte felt for the first time that the abyss was not as dark as it seemed. At least the dim light illuminated everything around him. Pulling up his hood, Charlotte followed Guy, his eyes meticulously surveying everything on Tova Street. The street was dotted with lethargic potion addicts, orcs engaged in trade at the corner. And in the distance, black-clad sorcerers laughing while consuming potions. He took mental notes of the street layout. On this street, the trade of potions was overt. In contrast, on Bakar Street, such transactions were strictly prohibited. If he sought to acquire potions, this was clearly the optimal choice. Before long, they returned to Bakar Street. Charlotte stopped by the butcher's shop to purchase 2 wild chickens, with Guy insisting on paying. Before dropping him off at the clinic, after expressing his gratitude profusely, he departed. Charlotte stood at the door, watching Guy's retreating figure, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who says the abyss is only chaos and estrangement? Is this not friendship? Charlotte had indeed not profited from Clee. A single vial of the rare potion of aversion could easily fetch 100,000 copper coins, attracting a myriad of eager buyers. Instead, he had incurred a loss of 900 coins. Contentedly clutching the 2 wild chickens, Charlotte entered the clinic. Boss, did you find money? You look so happy, Vivian inquired, closing the door behind her. We're having chicken for dinner. How could I not be happy? Charlotte replied, raising the 2 chickens in his hands. Vivian's eyes lit up at once, nodding eagerly. Happy? Charlotte noticed Anna, perched atop the counter, slowly licking her right paw. Resembling a victorious general polishing her sword. In front of her lay 9 neatly arranged little white mice, all lying on their backs in identical positions, legs in the air. I didn't say to keep them alive. Charlotte approached the counter, but before he could finish his sentence, several of the little mice trembled in fear. Goodness, they're all alive. Neatly arranged. Is this a display for street performance? The suppression of bloodlines was truly remarkable. It even led Charlotte to question whether Anna was an ordinary cat. He had seen cats catch mice, but he had never witnessed a cat that could command mice to behave so submissively. Observing the appearance of these little white mice, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the one locked in the drawer. Jerry number 1. Anna could be considered exceedingly strict. Very well. Tonight's chicken legs shall be yours alone, Charlotte said, ruffling Anna's head with satisfaction before placing all the little white mice into the drawer. Boss, why are you having Anna catch so many little white mice? Is she going to eat them? Vivian leaned closer, conflicted. I certainly do not eat mice. Actually, dried mice are quite palatable, Charlotte smiled. Really? Just kidding. I've never eaten one. Ah, boss, you were so wicked. Chapter 71, The Pitch Black Knight, The Pitch Black Sword. Tova Street, Seba Tavern. Has that wretched tailor not yet brought his daughter to exchange for the potion today? A robust and rotund orc, resembling a pig, reclined languidly in a chaise lounge, his voice a low rumble as he inquired. Beside him, two young human girls, appearing no older than 8 or 9, were timidly kneading his shoulders and legs, their eyes brimming with trepidation. Indeed, boss, that dead tailor hasn't come to buy medicine for 2 days. Could he be dead? Remarked a dog-headed orc resembling a tavern keeper. Dead? She-boss straightened up, a sinister grin spreading across his face. It's not without its possibilities. That old fool can hardly endure his drug cravings. If he were alive, he would have come begging me by now. His daughter, however, is quite the charming little thing. Tonight, you shall visit his home and bring her back to me. If the old man is indeed dead, then let him perish. A dead tailor with nothing to offer is of no value, save for his daughter. That Sheba's hand caressed the face of the small girl beside him, his smile growing increasingly lecherous. I understand, boss. The dog-headed orc nodded in comprehension. As night fell, the abyss beneath the shroud of darkness grew eerily silent. Occasionally, the distant roars of beasts echoed from above, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard. Intermittent screams and gasps punctuated the night, underscoring its inherent dangers. In the clinic's main hall, Charlotte surveyed the wooden cages she had crafted with satisfaction. 10 shoe box-sized enclosures were stacked in 2 rows, each fitted with a small door and secured with iron rods for observation. Each cage housed a small white mouse, most of which huddled in the corners, trembling. Which one is Jerry? Charlotte pondered, stroking her chin. They all looked so alike, it was hard to tell apart. Vivian leaned closer, scrutinizing the mice within the cages. Just then, Anna jumped onto the second cage, tapping it and gazing at Charlotte and Vivian as if they were foolish humans. This one? Charlotte leaned in for a closer inspection. Indeed, this particular white mouse appeared plumper than the others, suggesting that the clinic's fare had been quite satisfactory of late. Both Charlotte and Vivian gave Anna a thumbs up in unison. Charlotte transferred Jerry to the first cage in the front row, gesturing grandly. From now on, they shall be known as Jerry 1, Jerry 2, Jerry. Boss, your naming is rather arbitrary, isn't it? Vivian remarked, rolling her eyes. A name is merely a designation. They want mind, Charlotte replied, relocating the cages to an empty room on the second floor, temporarily repurposing it as a laboratory. It's getting late. You should wash up and rest, Charlotte advised Vivian before shutting the bedroom door with a resounding thud. He exchanged his loose, casual long shirt for a form-fitting black outfit, tightening the sleeves and pant legs with straps to prevent any mishaps at critical moments. Grabbing a piece of black cloth, he hesitated as he picked up the scissors. Should he cut it into a triangular scarf to cover his mouth or a long strip with eye holes to mask his face? Adhering to traditional techniques, Charlotte ultimately folded the cloth into a triangle, covering the lower half of his face. He then donned the black robe of a judge, pulling up the hood and concealing the sword of judgment beneath the voluminous garment. Regrettably, there was no mirror in the room. Otherwise, Charlotte would have relished admiring his own appearance. Fully armed, he cracked open the window, peering intently at the movements outside. The night was unusually quiet. No orcs were causing disturbances. The long street lay cloaked in an impenetrable darkness, with only a few oil lamps illuminating the doorways of scattered shops, resembling the eyes of lurking beasts. After a brief wait, Charlotte slowly opened the window wider, using the windowsill to support himself as he gracefully descended to the ground, akin to a nimble cat, and deftly closed the window behind him. Upon landing, he lightly pressed his foot and darted into the alley adjacent to the clinic. The abyss was not merely flanked by 2 rows of houses along the main street. Each street was interspersed with numerous alleys. Most residents dwelled in these obscure passageways, while a few shops, unable to afford the exorbitant rents of the main street, opted to set up in the alleys. Charlotte sprinted down the alley, consciously practicing the fleeting insights he had gleaned from the mysterious realm. As the open space was ideal for honing his footwork, he planted his right foot firmly, his body suddenly propelling forward, accompanied by a blurred silhouette, as he leapt an impressive 5 meters to arrive at the locust tree at the alley's mouth. With his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, he restrained the impulse to execute a swift draw at this moment. He was utterly convinced that all the training he had undergone in that enigmatic space had been etched into his very being. There was no need for further practice. The countless life-and-death battles he had fought, severing hundreds of heads, had endowed him with invaluable combat experience. His martial skills were devoid of any flashy embellishments. They were pure, lethal techniques. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte once again melted into the shadows, making his way toward Tower Street. In contrast to Baca Street, Tower Street appeared far more vibrant. Fires crackled throughout the thoroughfare as potion sellers peddled their wares openly, with some merchants hawking their goods within the alleys, tirelessly working day and night. On either side of the street, in the darkened corners of the alleys, drug addicts lay scattered about. Some had quietly succumbed to their addictions, while others, gripped by cravings yet unable to afford their fix, painfully banged their heads against the walls. No one spared them a second glance, as they were long since consumed by their own troubles. Even before a person had drawn their last breath, others would already be scouring their belongings, stripping them bare, irrespective of how tattered their clothing might be. Charlotte concealed himself in the shadow of a stone pillar, observing an orc approaching with an oil lamp in hand. He had only just traversed this alley earlier, having mapped out an escape route. Should things go awry, he could ensure a swift getaway. At the far end of the alley stood two black magic guards, responsible for protecting the potions from being snatched by those who had lost their sanity. Tower Street had been under the control of the Jade Sun family for many years. Due to the formidable strength and ruthless methods of the black magic guards, incidents of potion theft were exceedingly rare. Few addicts had any hope of escaping the clutches of the black magic guards. Once captured, their fate was worse than death. Thus, the orcs selling potions ambled leisurely through the alley, a box containing several vials of potions in one hand and an oil lamp in the other, humming a merry tune. Occasionally, a resident would emerge to purchase potions, and if they fumbled to pay, they would be met with scornful insults, which they dared not retaliate against as they scurried away. Clutching their potions, with a heavy pouch of coins hanging from his waist, the orc felt increasingly triumphant, his cheerful melody becoming even more buoyant. Suddenly, a swaying shadow approached him, a low and trembling voice calling out, "Buy some potions, old man. Hurry up, or I won't sell to you." The orc halted, a mocking expression etched across his face. The shadow staggered closer, and judging by the gait and hunched posture, it appeared to be an elderly man. His hands buried within his black robe, seemingly searching for coins. The orc raised his lamp, catching sight of the individual's face obscured by the hood and black cloth, and was momentarily taken aback. The newcomer did not produce any money. Instead, he offered a long black sword, as dark as the night itself. The blade, as black as the obsidian night, struck with a speed akin to lightning. The orc barely had time to react. In an instant, a deep gash was carved into his neck. The man lunged forward, steadying the orc's body, before plunging another sword into his chest. The orc gasped in agony, letting out two pained groans. Before being silenced, his eyes wide in shock as he succumbed, the oil lamp clutched tightly in his grasp. Charlotte leaned the orc's lifeless body against the wall, propping it against a tree, before swiftly collecting the dozen or so vials of magical potions into a cloth bag. As he prepared to leave, his gaze caught sight of the bulging pouch at the orc's waist, and he reached out to snatch it as well, tossing it into the bag, with his bounty secured. Charlotte sheathed his sword and once again vanished into the shadows, following his planned route to exit the alley swiftly. The orc's body crashed to the ground, the oil lamp shattering into pieces, extinguishing the flame. That moment, the black magic guards at the alley's entrance detected something amiss. Someone stealing the potions, they shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons as they charged into the alley. On Tower Street, more black magic guards rushed toward the commotion, converging upon the alley. Meanwhile, Charlotte had already taken refuge on the rooftop of a nearby single-story house, listening to the distant uproar as he inspected his spoils. 12 vials of potions and a hefty bag of coins awaited him. There was no need to count. A glance at the wealth value on his attribute panel revealed a total of 15,000 copper coins, equivalent to 2 or 3 days' worth of his earnings. What a delightful windfall, he mused, stowing away the pouch as he prepared to leave this perilous place. Hush, lower your voice. First, knock on the door to see if that wretched tailor is still alive. The boss has taken a liking to that little girl, so be careful not to harm her. Otherwise, you shall certainly face his wrath upon your return. What if the tailor is alive? If he wishes to maintain his dignity, allow him that dignity. If he does not, then assist him in achieving it. What does that mean? If he is alive, kill him. If he is dead, bury him, and take his daughter back to serve as a concubine for the boss. Understood. In the alley below, two shadowy figures whispered conspiratorially, catching Charlotte's attention. Thieves? Charlotte crouched low and cautiously peered out. Two dog-headed orcs, holding oil lamps, were peering through the door into the two-story building across the street. As the dim light illuminated the scene, Charlotte's gaze fell upon a tattered sign hanging from the door, boldly inscribed with Ivan's Tailor Shop, Dragwa Street, 8th Alley, Ivan's Tailor Shop. The memories of Ivan's words from that morning flooded back to her. She had unwittingly ended up at Ivan's doorstep after a long journey. However, these two orcs did not appear to be benevolent. They were here to kill Ivan and abduct his daughter. Their words hinted at a higher instigator. Could it be the owner of the Sheba tavern mentioned by Ivan earlier? Charlotte tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and silently slid down to the ground, watching the two with a cold, calculating gaze. Dead Tailor, open the door. We have brought you medicine. The taller dog-headed orc banged on the door with force, a knife concealed behind his back. The other, stockier orc shrank back to the side, wielding a large iron rod raised above his head, ready to deliver a lethal blow to anyone who dared to open the door. Inside, silence reigned. Is he truly dead? The tall orc muttered, increasing the force of his knocks as he called out. Open the door. Hurry. Otherwise, I shall kick it down. The sturdy wooden door seemed especially fragile before the might of the orc, towering over 2 meters tall, as though it could be shattered at any moment. The second-tier husky-type dog-headed orc, a powerhouse, possessed teeth with armor-piercing characteristics. Should he bite, there was a chance of rabies infection. The first-tier corgi-type dog-headed orc was also a strength type. Suddenly, 2 lines of annotations appeared before Charlotte's eyes. Her spirits lifted. Accurately assessing the strength of her adversaries was crucial in battle. Once orcs reach a certain level, they awaken their racial talents. For instance, the tall dog-headed orc knocking at the door was unexpectedly a husky. A second-tier orc, and a strength type at that, with a strength exceeding 2,000 kg, augmented by racial talent, made for a formidable foe. Furthermore, during combat, one must be wary of dog bites. Rabies is untreatable and entails extreme suffering. Charlotte had no desire to meet an unfortunate demise due to a single bite. The orcs aimed to abduct Ivan's daughter, and since he had stumbled upon them, he could not simply turn a blind eye. The black robe perfectly concealed his presence, allowing him to remain undetected from the 2 dog-headed orcs at a distance of approximately 5 meters, faced with 2 orcs in an unequal battle. Charlotte's mind remained exceptionally calm. In situations of numerical disadvantage, the most critical factor was to strike decisively. As long as he could eliminate the husky, the remaining corgi posed little threat. Additionally, he needed to minimize the noise of the battle. The black magic guards were currently hunting for him, and any commotion could attract unwanted attention, leading to significant troubles. After knocking for a while with no response, the husky's gaze turned cold as he exchanged a look with the corgi. The latter understood the signal and raised his iron rod, ready to smash the door. Cough, cough. I have no money left. I can't afford the medicine. Please leave. A feeble voice emerged from within. The husky raised a hand to halt the corgi's action, his tone softening slightly. It's fine if you lack funds. Simply hand over your daughter, and these 2 vials of magic potion will be yours. You leave. Tell Sheba that even in death, I will never surrender my daughter to you. You might as well give up. Ivan's voice grew agitated, laced with anger. Dead Tailor, you're asking for trouble. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it to you tonight. The husky's face twisted into a cruel smile as he took a step back. Signaling to the corgi, the latter raised his iron rod once more, preparing to smash the door. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a deep crack appeared in the thick wooden door. Inside, a terrified scream from a little girl pierced the air. The faces of the husky and corgi morphed into grins of malice. Bang! Bang! The iron rod struck the wooden door again, the crack widening into a gaping hole. Inside, Ivan clutched a small girl, his eyes filled with despair as he gazed at the ever-expanding breach in the door, his grip tightening around a gleaming pair of scissors hidden behind his back. He had believed that without the magic potion, their lives would soon return to normal. Little did he know that even without the potion, Sheba had no intention of letting them go. That he was not skilled in combat, and now, with his body depleted of strength from the potion, he had no capability to resist. Father, I'm scared, the little girl whimpered, burying her face in Ivan's embrace. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Ivan said, tears streaming down his face as he slowly raised the scissors, speaking gently. Dora, it may hurt a little, but do not fear. Father will always be by your side. Even in death, he could not allow Dora to fall into the hands of that beastly Sheba. He had long heard the dreadful rumors about the unfortunate fates of innocent children. Ha! I'm coming in. Suddenly, a husky head poked through the gaping hole, its piercing blue eyes gleaming in the candlelight. The husky relished the sight of despair in his enemy's eyes. But when he spotted the scissors in Ivan's hand, panic set in. Dead Tailor, what are you planning to do? he roared, gnawing at the wooden frame around the hole with fervor. His sharp teeth and powerful bite turned him into a chainsaw, enlarging the hole from one that could barely fit a dog's head to one large enough for a person to pass through. The husky clawed at the opening, eager to enter. Ivan Kerr's Dora retrieved 6 silver coins, gazing at Ivan in confusion. Ivan felt a pang in his heart as he surveyed the tailor shop that had been in operation for over 20 years. His eyes involuntarily welling with tears. However, Sheba had already harbored murderous intent towards them. Today, they were fortunate to be rescued by a mysterious figure cloaked in black, but such good fortune could not be relied upon in the future. "We will return," he declared, "but for now, we must depart." He draped a tattered burlap garment over Dora's shoulders, smeared soot across her face, and took her hand, hastening towards the door. The father and daughter soon vanished into the mist. Ivan, with his emaciated and stooped figure, clad in ragged attire, appeared no different from the drug-addicted vagabonds roaming the streets, shrinking into corners when encountered and hastening away when alone, quickly exiting the 8th alley. As Charlotte departed, he cast a distant glance at the brightly lit Sheba Tavern, where 6 burly dog-headed orcs stood guard at the entrance. Countless revelers likely indulged within the tavern's vibrant atmosphere, while many, like Ivan, would lament their carelessness in the blink of an eye. The perils of drug addiction are dire. As a physician, given the chance, he would ensure the utter ruin of the Jadson family. Ding! A hidden side quest has been triggered. Annihilate the Jadson family. The destruction of one clan could save thousands. What's not to gain? Quest completion rewards. 10,000 copper coins. 1 rare item. As Charlotte scaled the wall, the system's voice echoed in his mind. A rare item. Such treasures are indeed valuable. The judgment sword and the black robe he possessed are both rare items, though he did not know their specifics. Products from the system were guaranteed to be of high quality. He accepted this quest. Carol wanted him dead, and the situation was one of life and death, yet he could not afford to be merciful. A mere street away, Charlotte swiftly returned to his clinic. Utilizing the concealment properties of his black robe, he evaded several encounters with the black magic guards along the way. Currently, Tova Street was swarming with these guards, indicating the Jadson family's grave concern over the recent theft of magic potions. After avoiding the patrolling fox guards, Charlotte managed to climb back into his bedroom. He placed the spoils of the night upon his desk. 12 vials of blue flame potion and a bag of coins. Ignoring the potions for the moment, Charlotte opened the coin pouch and began methodically sorting its contents. A pile of silver coins here, a heap of copper coins there, which he then placed into his money chest. This process was quite delightful. Aside from the 6 silver coins given to assist Ivan and his daughter, he had amassed an additional 14,400 copper coins, coupled with the morning's earnings in the previous balance. He now held a total of 23,520 copper coins in cash. It seemed a considerable sum. Yet, recalling that a third-tier magical barrier could easily cost over 100,000, he quickly felt like a pauper. Folding the black robe neatly and returning it to the wardrobe, he acknowledged it as a true artifact for night travel, spacious yet unencumbering, with the ability to conceal his presence, even fooling the dog-headed orcs. Changing into comfortable attire, Charlotte took a vial of blue flame potion and a lantern before entering the adjoining laboratory. The potion, contained within an ordinary glass vial, shimmered a ghostly blue, its state appearing unstable, reminiscent of a flame flickering in the wind, thus earning its name, Blue Flame Potion. Upon hearing the commotion, the white mice huddled in the corners of their cage. Charlotte approached the cage and uncorked the vial. A unique fragrance wafted into the air, reminiscent of flowers, yet with a hint of femininity, a dreamlike scent that imparted a weightless feeling merely by inhalation. Suddenly, Charlotte blinked back to reality, realizing the vial of potion had somehow found its way to his lips. A cold sweat trickling down his back. Chapter 74. A tumultuous world. He had opened the cork with caution, yet he had nearly fallen prey to its allure. This potion indeed possessed a sinister quality. Looking at the cage, he noticed that the mice, previously cowering in the corners, had all gathered at the bars, sniffing eagerly at the air infused with the potion's aroma, displaying signs of agitation. I shall administer the potion to them first. With their size, a single drop should suffice, Charlotte murmured, beginning to dose the white mice. The potion clearly captivated them, making the feeding process remarkably straightforward, and soon he had administered it to all 10 mice. Closing the cage, he stepped back to observe the mice's reactions post-dosing. That he had anticipated that the effects would take time to manifest. Yet to his astonishment, the mice began exhibiting signs of excitement almost immediately. Jerry number 1 spun wildly in circles within the cage. Jerry number 2 began banging its head against the bars. Jerry number 3 clung to the bars and emitted strange howls, while Jerry number 4 exhibited slightly more normal behavior. Rolling around in place, Jerry number 5 appeared somewhat disoriented, even attempting push-ups. Watching the frenzied mice lost in their own world, Charlotte noted their behaviors before turning to head downstairs. This was the period of heightened excitement post-dosing. He would need to wait until the effects wore off and the cravings set in before conducting any drug tests. He made his way to the alchemical room, jotting down several formulas on paper, adjusting the proportions of various ingredients, and brewing several new batches of potions. He did not believe that the original owner had randomly collected a few ingredients and managed to concoct a perfect potion to counteract its adverse effects. Pharmaceutical creation is an exceedingly meticulous and complex discipline, and he was far from an expert. Thus, he could only make minor adjustments to the existing formulas in hopes of discovering an optimal solution, such as mitigating adverse reactions post-consumption and reducing potential mortality rates. This would play a crucial role in the widespread promotion of the potion's antidote. In Calva, at the Dino Mansion, in the study, Kappas examined a newly delivered confidential letter, his expression gradually darkening. Noticing Kappas's troubled demeanor, Bill inquired, "My lord, did the Duke's letter convey any significant news? Father mentioned that Vivian has appeared in the imperial capital." Kappas replied through clenched teeth, "Damn it. How did that wretched girl return to the capital? It's impossible. We tracked her all the way. She should have entered the abyss." Bill was equally astonished. "It can't be mistaken. Father said that notebook has surfaced in the capital. We must set off for the capital at once. Capture that girl and reclaim the notebook." Kappas handed the letter to Bill, unable to restrain himself from slamming his fist down on the table, exclaiming, "Damn it. We have been played." Bill took the letter, scrutinizing it for a moment, his expression grave as he said, "I will arrange for flying mounts. We shall depart for the capital at dawn." Kappas nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, "It seems I will have to postpone the matter of marrying Elizabeth for a while. However, Charlotte must die. On Tova Street, at the Sheba Tavern." "What did you say?" The corpulent Sheba sprang up from his comfortable armchair. "That wretched tailor is barely clinging to life. How could he possibly kill them and escape unscathed?" "No, boss. They were killed by someone else. One sword for each." The dog-headed orc stammered that it might be related to the fellow who stole the magic potions today. He used swords. Sheba's expression shifted through various shades of anger and fear. Tonight, someone had brazenly stolen magic potions in broad daylight. Tova Street had been turned upside down by the black magic guards. Yet the culprit remained elusive. This individual possessed considerable audacity, and likely strength as well. That he wondered what connection they might have to Ivan, and whether they might come seeking him. Although the Sheba Tavern also sold magic potions, they were merely scraps that the Jadson family had begrudgingly allowed him to have, obtained through much begging and pleading. He was not one to take risks, preferring to bully the weak to survive until today. "Find a black magic guard to report this. Mention that the tailor and his daughter are connected to the thief," Sheba commanded. "If I cannot possess it, then I shall destroy it." A cruel smile crept across Sheba's corpulent face. "The abyss is not so vast. I shall see where you two can hide." On Nightmare Street, within the imposing Black Palace, Carol stood before an exceedingly robust tiger-headed orc, lowering his head as he spoke. "Father, has Kappas returned to the capital suddenly because something has occurred there? That is not for us to worry about," the great warlord Elton replied, his voice deep, casting a glance at his youngest son. "As for you, a mere human stripped of his magical source, you have yet to eliminate him after all this time." The dissatisfaction in his tone, combined with the terrifying aura of a seventh-tier powerhouse, caused Carol to bow his head even lower. This young man had somehow entangled himself with Diana, and that woman had stationed fox guards to watch over him day and night, to avoid a direct confrontation with the Harriman family. They could not act. "When did we require the approval of those foxes to conduct our business?" Elton's voice turned icy. "I have dispatched the Iron Wolverine. He will assuredly take his life tonight," Carol quickly asserted. Elton, upon hearing this, ceased his inquiries, murmuring, "Once the channels with Clunwell are established, the other 3 families will no longer be necessary. The abyss does not require the 4 great families. Glad to relieve you of your concerns." In Carol's eyes, excitement gleamed. Having eliminated the other 3 families, the Judson family would dominate the abyss, exerting complete control over the entire realm. Ivan, accompanied by Dora, stumbled through the streets of Tova, relying on his familiarity with the alleys to escape. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, They were accosted by two wandering potion addicts intent on robbery. Ivan initially intended to hand over his money to secure their escape, but to his dismay, after taking the money, the two men set their sights on Dora. Enraged, Ivan seized the opportunity while they were unguarded, drawing out a pair of scissors and fatally stabbing one of them, before grappling with the other. Although Ivan ultimately triumphed, he sustained wounds to his thigh and abdomen, blood streaming profusely. Already weakened, his vision began to blur as Dora's panicked cries summoned nearby vagrants, who approached like wolves sensing blood. Clutching the scissors tightly, Ivan forced a desperate smile, acutely aware of the fate that awaited Dora should he fall at that moment. A luxurious carriage drawn by four pure black steeds approached along the long street, illuminated by a beast oil lamp that cast a glaring light on the prominent Red Cross emblem. That a spark of clarity ignited in Ivan's hazy gaze, and with every ounce of strength he could muster, he grasped Dora's hand and lunged toward the carriage, collapsing in the street. The startled coachman quickly reined in the horses, the hooves of the black stallions nearly grazing Ivan's face, barely stopping in time. "What is happening?" a soothing voice inquired from within the carriage. "Director, there's a man and a little girl who have collided with the carriage. He appears to be injured. That I'll drive them away," the coachman replied. Preparing to dismount, "Wait." The carriage door swung open, revealing a young man who, upon seeing the man lying before the carriage, fighting for his life, and the helpless girl weeping on the ground, furrowed his handsome brow. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the many pairs of eyes lurking in the darkness, coveting their plight. "Bring them aboard the carriage," Roland commanded. "Yes, sir." Two attendants leapt down from the carriage. One lifted Ivan, while the other took Dora, and they boarded the vehicle. As the door closed, the carriage continued onward, leaving no one daring to approach. Chapter 75. The magical barrier is breached. Charlotte affixed labels to the potions she had prepared, placing them in the laboratory to await the morning, when she would check on the mice to see if the effects had worn off before administering the medication. While bathing, Charlotte exchanged the 2,000 wealth points she had accumulated today for 2 vials of strength potion, which she promptly consumed. The potion coursed through her veins, rapidly enhancing the density and quality of her muscles, visibly increasing her strength. The outline of her muscles seemed to solidify, apart from the more pronounced six-pack abs. She did not grow bulkier. Charlotte was quite pleased with this state of being, where she appeared slender in clothes yet toned without them, making it easier to lower her opponent's guard. She had no desire to become a hulking square of a warrior. She cast a glance at her attribute panel. Aside from her strength reaching 1,000 kg, she was most pleasantly surprised by the rise in her combat skill proficiency. Swordsmanship, Novice, 891,000. Spinning Slash, Novice, 840,1000. Flicker, Novice, 790,1000. Each had increased by 30 points. It was worth noting that she had only gained 10 points in proficiency after a night of practice the previous evening. Yet, after a single outing tonight, having slain 3 potion traffickers, she had remarkably garnered 30 points. Was this what they called leveling up through monster hunting? Quite delightful. She found it rather enjoyable. As cold water cascaded over her, Charlotte silently reflected on her performance during the evening's battle. She had fought more like an assassin, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike. With minimal cost, she had reaped maximum rewards. Engaging in battles above her level was fraught with peril and uncertainty. Thus, employing cunning tactics to resolve conflicts was undoubtedly the best course of action. Charlotte would not constrain herself with the noble ideals of knights. She was merely an ordinary person striving to survive in this chaotic abyss. However, not every encounter afforded the opportunity to play the fool and outsmart the tiger. Improving her strength had become imperative in the abyss. Lacking the prowess of a 4th-tier knight meant one could never truly claim the ability to protect oneself. The urgency to earn money and enhance her strength was palpable. Dressed in her nightgown, she lay in bed, the oil lamp on the wall still flickering, the judgment placed beside her right hand, and 2 4th-tier magical talismans rested to her left. To be honest, she had not slept soundly in recent days. Although there were fox guards patrolling the streets, they did not remain stationed at the clinic's entrance. Should someone harbor malicious intent, they could easily exploit the guards' lapses. The magical barrier's level was too low. A 2nd-tier protective shield could momentarily withstand 3rd-tier attacks. But what if the assailant was a 4th-tier powerhouse? The adversaries she faced were not mere trifles, wielding potions to control a vast army of dark magic guards. The Judson family's strength likely ranked first among the 4 great families. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, Charlotte could not find sleep. She retrieved the black stone from beneath her covers. The Red Moon group remained eerily quiet. It seemed the big shots preferred not to engage in idle chat. Observing the chat list, Charlotte opened a message to the Seeker of Light, inquiring, "Miracle, is there a potion or method in this world to cure addiction to magical potions?" Seeker of Light, "No." Charlotte was taken aback by the immediate reply. "Miracle, are you working the night shift?" Responding so quickly at this hour. Night shift? At the top of the stargazing pavilion, Maria lounged lazily in a plush chair, a slight smile gracing her lips. From a certain perspective, it could indeed be interpreted that way. Seeker of Light, I have stated before, any question you pose requires a corresponding price. Miracle, what if I possess a potion capable of curing addiction to magical potions? Maria instinctively straightened in her seat, her eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. The prevalence of magical potions over the past couple of centuries had led to a plethora of varieties, yet their addictive mechanisms remained the same. Once addicted, withdrawal was nearly impossible. Even among the affluent nobles of the imperial capital, many succumbed to the allure of magical potions, unable to extricate themselves, though they typically indulged in higher-grade potions with comparatively milder side effects, their vast fortunes allowing them to weather the consequences. Nevertheless, even so, every day saw nobles spiraling into bankruptcy due to a family member's addiction or suffering early demise from the toll on their bodies. There existed no potion capable of curing addiction to magical potions, and even healing magic was powerless against it. Unless the addiction was not too severe, one could only attempt to force a withdrawal through sheer endurance. But that was a perilous endeavor fraught with danger.